So say my name. What's my name? What's my name? Slasher. How's it going, everybody? It's Slasher103 back with another reacting to video slash loop stream. So basically, if y'all are new here, we put on videos, and even when we go to sleep, we leave them in a video queue so that y'all can stay entertained while I'm sleeping. Without further ado, let's get to the awesome content.
I tooted.
Yeah, you tooted when I scared you.
I tooted again.
I went, a boo! She went, ah! It's all I heard come from her butt was a little bit of wind. And I was like, did you just fart? She's like, no. I don't know what you're talking about. And then ran away. It was too funny.
So what do you guys do when they have to fire? You can volunteer. I don't know if I'm gonna get paid trying to put on my
MJ, you're vibrating me. Thank you.
While he's out of town for work, his brother-in-law is letting us into his apartment so we can transform his setup before he gets back. We only have 3 days to take this ordinary gaming setup and turn it into an ultimate gaming room, complete with a brand new setup, custom decor, insane lighting, and surprises Levi never saw coming. We just arrived at the apartments, and his brother-in-law is waiting for us upstairs. So let's go see what we're working with. Where is the setup? What are we working with? We got our work cut out for a shit day. It looks like we have a disaster mouse pad, an ancient PC, of course, man after my own heart. His hair is on this thing, dude. Alright, next, where is our brother-in-law? How did this set up? I would say, he got engaged, he's about to get married next month, so we know for a fact, we know for a fact, we know for a fact, how long he's been when you think of Levi, what do you think his dream gaming setup looks like? I know for a fact that he loves, especially this setup for gaming, because I game time, right? So for a fact, he also edits his videos and submits auditions for acting. What boys, we got our work cut out for us today. There is one thing he's going to support that puts us onto phase 1, boys, which is clearing out this setup and prepping this room. Do not drop anything. This layout of Levi's apartment is not big. We're talking 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 living room. That leaves us with just a dining room, the only open space to build his dream room. But it's already a constraint for moving money. I might already have enough toys. What do you mean? He just moved his apartment. You guys had anything change anything? Zero thing.
Slasher type of timing sheet.
What's that?
We have thrown up a mock-up design of what we want Levi's room transformation to look. So while this does throw a wrench into our original plan, the best we can do is keep going. Alright, now that we got the bad news of the day, we can't paint for here. Ryan, if you're going to stay here, we're going to shop on Amazon to see what we can get for overnight shipping or 2-day shipping. None of us have actually watched it already. We have no idea. Quinn and I, we're going to go shopping at Home Depot, and then of course from there on outwards. Now while while we are compromising on things like the device setup or pacing the wall,
Thank you, brother.
compromise on building his dream setup. The only way he can game, edit, and store footage to the best of his ability is by making sure this gaming setup is finished with the sure thing, which is the Samsung 9100 Pro. But we'll get more into that later. Now that we got Levi's space cleared out and measured, we have to go shopping to see what we can find to build this area out. Why are you looking at me?
So distracted.
Alright, I think this is going to be perfect. Since we can't paint anything, we can use this as a paneling on the back side. We can get away with about 2.5 inches that would do his
Yeah, she's like, oh, milk and cereal.
left over. We could probably get the secondary bar set up. Feel good?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Artwork to go above his gaming
First,
setup.
we're gonna be reacting to a person building. Well, his name is Samson GG. He's building his one of his subscribers their dream gaming room. And then next, I'm gonna be watching Bum build the ultimate toy car. And then after that, we're gonna watch basically back and forth between blacksmithing and then horror videos throughout the night while I'm sleeping.
He's gonna do what I think he's gonna do.
We're gonna add that to the queue.
That up so we don't want to sharpen it too wide. But sure enough, we found everything we needed in an unusually efficient amount of time. So now we can bring these back and start our meal.
We finished shopping at Home Depot. The bad news is there's no way these are going to fit inside my truck. What's the worst that could happen?
It could bend and break, and we just waste all
With the
our money.
credit card maxed out, now comes the real Levi, turning Levi's dining room into a gaming room without us getting kicked out of the place.
For sale, come
I
up.
am a little worried.
Oh, crap, put my kids back. This way.
I don't know.
Give this enough permission because we gotta do
Oh.
all sorts of trimming to shape these panels perfectly into this room. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I may just quit into texturing and turn straight into
We just finished out the first wall right here. Of course, this
That's a nice panel.
now we're going to go out. We're going to cut some more of the sound panel.
See, I love panels like these. They're so easy to install because you don't have to, like,
Now let's just say cutting up these
in the matter of speaking,
precise.
like completely take off your previous wall just to add them. You can just put them on the new wall, and they always look nice.
Alright, boys, that's a wrap on day one. I was hoping to get a little bit further here today, but unfortunately, these panels took hours trying to cut them down and get them installed here in this back section. But tomorrow, we have a lot of our gaming setup coming in, our desks, our chairs, accessories, where we have a lot of the decorations and RGB coming in.
Bro, that sounds like a scam.
Levi gets in. I'm exhausted. We're going to go get some dinner. We're gonna
Everybody else, you agree? Only Zeus sounds like he's trying to promote a scam.
Started day two, and I'm not gonna lie, I am exhausted. But majority of our shipment came in this morning, so we're gonna be doing the desks. We're gonna be doing a lot of the decorations, the shelving, the RGB lights. We do have the rest of the shipment coming in tomorrow, hoping that it gets in on time. We didn't get as far in day one as I was hoping. We're gonna have to crank out today, see how far we can get. We got a lot of boxes to go get. So Ryan, go get them. Yes, sir. True leadership right there, boys. Delegation at its finest. Now Levi is coming back tomorrow. We still have a ton of tag lights and decors to watch, so of course we have to kick this setup build with our desk.
Got the instructions? Key in moments like this, especially in time-sensitive manners, and for instance, upstairs, they all personally. So we got Levi a Secret Labs Magnus desk right here, and as you boys can tell, this thing made out of straight steel. But not only that, the most important thing here for this has a cable management tray that goes on the bottom side of the
Cheers, everybody in chat.
unnecessary attachment.
I hope we're all enjoying the videos so far.
Because after some mild back pain, Levi's desk
And we're about to pop off a nice, fat, beautiful toke.
I swear,
Sushi.
really dig this. We really do the Secret Labs standing desk where you're trying to install the motors,
That was nice.
looking at it, I'm realizing missing here.
Ours doesn't have a Naruto.
Go on top of our Secret Labs desk.
The issue is, where is the desk?
At this rate, it's a top so no time to waste. It is time to unbox some of our Naruto-inspired decorations, starting with our centerpiece.
Could I have painted these myself? Absolutely. Does that look a little bit better for a centerpiece? You see the vision? And how is this going to do?
But every time it feels like we're back on track, we're of course missing yet another thing.
Alright, we got into our second piece of the day, the canvas, just to realize we didn't bring nails or a hammer to hang anything that we brought. It is 12:30 on day.
That's a tough fucking
One product in. We're kind of running out.
5 mural fucking stack right
Now, there's been a lot of unsure things happening in this setup. A lot of mistakes, yada, yada, yada. So you may be wondering, how is the Samsung 9100 Pro SSD actually going to be the sure thing for the setup? Let me show you. Now, here's the deal. This drive is built for 8. Where are we going it?
You forgot the screws for the desk. Is it nails? No, it's a screw.
We're talking about up to 14,700 megabytes per second sequential RAM and 13,400 megabytes.
That's some fast ass RAM. Or fast ass SSD.
Your big open world text stream in quickly.
Alright, boys, after searching forever for our desk mat, it was in a random
Oh my
bag
God.
delivered outside of the no,
There's just nonstop issues. Plus, Levi has one of those things called a job where he's in blockers. He's doing a lot of video, he's doing a lot of photography, everything else is full and sending them off. And the same drive that runs his games at the top spec is a drive.
I like the setup they got going on in their garage.
Download, save,
Nice and organized.
fast and reliable speeds is there too. That's why the 9100 Pro is the sure thing.
we got some nails, we got some outside nails, we got some lag screws, we got everything under the sun. Alright, boys, it is now 1:46. We did get hammered, we did get nails, we went and got some more packages that got delivered. So,
We may be running behind, but there's no way Levi's coming back to a mess. So after finish up our canvas centerpiece, we decided to call in backup.
Nash came to say today he lived around the corner to add extra half-inch screws so that we could finish the project and continue. We can for sure get this thing done.
Enough building already, dude.
Let's get some decorations. We got some lanterns, some
Okay.
books.
You can continue. Just stand normally, silly. You need some space. There you go. You go ahead. Just being over here. You got your back end sitting up on the bed, you silly.
So we also got this on X. Yeah, this is one of my personal favorites. Sasuke Uchiha.
But how much Naruto is too much Naruto, boys? Because we have everything from the LED lights, money banks, throwing knives, really just about anything you can think of.
I love how he called him Sasuke.
We got a lot of good Naruto things. We got the books.
Babe, he called Sasuke Sasuke
We have a time check, and it is almost 4 o'clock at the end of
Uchiha.
This is how we
He called him Sasuke Uchiha.
decorations. We still got to do all our tech, honestly.
Sasuke Uchiha.
Thank goodness these shelves going up is the last thing we have to build, because now we can throw up the rest of our decorations and wrap up day 2.
I want to see this space looking fresh.
We're gonna get into tech just a little bit. We got Naruto high ground. I'm just gonna give you guys a slight glimpse of this.
Look how clean that is. It's because it just came out of the box.
Guys, as we're winding down on day 2, I just want to give a huge thank you to you guys. You guys as the subscribers. Just recently, Ryan and I have been able to move away and start doing this full-time, making videos for people, doing setups, and we wouldn't have been able to do this without you guys. So we're so thankful to Levi. And with that, we actually have something unique and something special for Levi, since it's his wedding next month, that we're going to be giving to him at the end of this video. As cool as the gaming setup is, it's something just a little bit extra. You know, wouldn't be here without you. This is a wrap on day 2. We'll see you guys first thing tomorrow.
All right, boys. Good morning. Welcome to day 3. It's amazing what a good. It is the moment of truth. It is Tuesday, baby. We have been doing all this accessory stuff, but today we're building a gaming set. We're doing the RGB, and of course, we're going to clean. There's no way Levi comes home and wants to see this. We only got a couple hours until he gets here, so we're going to get this part started, and we're going to start building. Let's go. And before we bring in our tech, we can't forget our super clean Naruto desk mount. Check that out, dude. That actually looks clean. I like that. But what kind of gaming setup would it be without one of the best gaming monitors that you can get? We're talking 27 inch. We're talking 1440p. We're talking 360 hertz refresh rate. Levi is not spending 90s on this thing, and this whole thing is just. But as much as it pains me to cover up the secret labs of Naruto, we actually got a real mouse pad to throw down right here. A little bit more colorful, a little cooler, I may add. Nice orange, black. Is that Naruto right there? I think I've said his name about 32 different ways this entire video. I know we unboxed this also, but we also have a Naruto gaming keyboard. And you may be saying, Samson, where are all the letters on the keyboard? Well, guess what, boys? It's right there on the front. Quite being silly. Orange on orange on orange. Bro is going to be gaming in style that is yesterday. This is looking better than your own gaming setup, and it is. Now, the mouse that we're putting into this setup is not a Naruto gaming mouse, but almost caught that. It is a orange gaming mouse. I mean, so when you talk about Naruto orange mouse pad, orange keyboard, this thing is going to look sick. That's right. He's going to start playing this setup on this gaming setup. I'm going to take it away from you, Levi. But now it's time for what we've all been waiting for. You guys may be wondering, did we get Levi a good PC? Well, this thing is rocking a 9800 X3D processor, 32 gigabytes DDR5 RAM, and a 5070 Ti graphics card. So yes, those Mecha Chameleon games that he's looking to play, this thing's going to run that just fine. It's time to finish out this setup with the sure thing, the 9100 Pro from Samsung. So let's get this thing unboxed. This is the final touch that brings everything together. Reliable SSD means no long load time, no random stuttering, and the games just feel a lot more smooth overall, especially in big open world games. Now Levi can game, edit, and send off auditions without ever worrying about storage. Now we've been doing quite a few gaming room, gaming setup builds, and you guys keep saying, Samson, you are not finishing out the gaming setup builds. Why? You keep leaving the arms on the monitors. I'm learning. We got a dual monitor arm setup. That way we can get we did get a secondary installed. Let's get installed. Listen, the internet is a tough place to please. I'm not gonna lie. This is one of those that should be some arms this entire time. We're not gonna tell that. Good. How's that look? Yeah. We finally have our main setup complete, and with just a few hours until Levi gets here, we're making some good time. At least that's what I thought first. Yeah, what's up, dude? Plugging away over here, bro. We're getting close. Not quite. We just got the mounts for some of the lights above the canvas, so we still have RGB lights we need to clean up. Shoot. Okay, so we got like an hour. Okay.
appreciate you, dude. See you. All right, so it is 2:30.
Now that we know Levi is coming back sooner, as much as I want to play with this sword, we gotta hustle.
How's the sword look, dude? Well, while we have these tools right here, we did also buy 3 wireless lights that are going to highlight the canvas arc here.
So while Ryan works on these accent lights we got for the shelves, I'm making sure these 2 LED light strips are wrapped decent enough around our desk and this back wall panel. But as we put in the final touches, this might be the most difficult task to pull off.
All right, boys, Levi is due home in 15 minutes. We have a disaster. We're going to clean up real quick, take down my truck, put the final touches on the gaming setup, making sure everything turns on, and then it's time for the final review. 15 minutes.
Samson, where'd you put all the trash? Don't worry about it, guys, because after 15 minutes of straight cardio, we're all out of time.
We just moved into the garage.
It just reminds you guys, this entire time Levi is definitely not expecting visitors. So not only are we hoping he isn't upset that we raided his apartment, but that he also doesn't mind that his dining room is completely gone.
What's up, bro?
Levi, what's up, man? How are you? So, Nat, over here, your great brother-in-law, please forgive me. I was in your apartment. So, don't be too mad, but he told us that you were getting married next month and stuff, and you got a lot of things in the docket, and you've been subscribed for the last couple of years and stuff, so just wanted to thank you, dude, for all your support.
Anyways,
I know, yeah, welcome home, dude. We trash the place. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Come on in, dude. Come on in. Welcome home.
Oh my god.
The last thing that was on your list. Have a seat at the throne. Nash did tell us you are a big French here. Naruto? Is that how you blue and orange, of course, you have the canvas. That's so sick, dude.
what the heck?
Yeah, we got some comic books. Not all of them, but
But I hope you guys didn't forget this room transformation isn't the only thing we're giving you.
getting married next month, right? Well, we wanted to get you $1,000 to help you with your honeymoon, help with travels, help with whatever you got. Gaming setup's cool. No, it says dollars right there. When's the last time you supposed to write a check?
Now, Samson gave us a few extra 9100 pros to give away and finish your setup with your shirt thing. So make sure to leave a comment down below so we can take a look.
But make sure also like, subscribe, and also check out the other build out here. Other than that, we'll see you guys on the next one. Make sure you guys bon voyage.
We just bought the cheapest Lamborghini money to buy. And in this video, we're going to be seriously upgrading its power. We don't want to use all that power on the street. We want to go off-road, just hit jumps, just like the Lamborghini Strano. So we're going to be giving full suspension overhaul. But before we do all that, let's open this box out, see what a $2,000 Lamborghini even looks like. There's a ton of stuff to assemble here. This has to be the coolest little thing you could get for yourself. Check this out. We've got real color match car parts. It looks like it has some like real sparkle on it. And look what I just found. I think this is a car. Are we gonna use this in here? We can keep the Lamborghini clean up all the time. It is. It has like little scrunchies. Check this out too.
That is so cool. I could not imagine being like 8 years old and having this.
They've also got all the little details checked off the box. We have this start switch that actually works. All the details in the dash. That is pretty cool.
It looks like it has lights.
Do you think these headlights actually work?
I think so, because there's a light switch right here.
Just nothing's hooked up. I don't know if the brake placement is that right. But it is steel wheel with real rubber tires. This thing is crazy.
I think the radio works too. These are all functional buttons.
I'm actually feeling like we got our money's worth.
Yeah, I mean, we paid the price of a cheap car, and we got what seems to be like a real car.
Oh,
Dude, is this real leather?
what is? It is.
Alright, it's done. Open these nice doors, hop in. I think we're plugged in, right?
It should be plugged in.
Flip it on. You hear that?
No way. It has an exhaust.
Hop in.
Oh my gosh. Do we both fit?
We gotta close the door.
Okay. Let's take it down the road, bro. We're in slow-mo.
It is?
Give it the beans.
This is pedal to the metal.
This is full throttle?
Yeah.
I mean, it's much better than a typical ride-on toy.
Picking up speed. I can't believe it's holding close to us. I understand why people buy these things. Lamborghinis, I mean. The steering is great. It's very smooth.
Dude, is this not the coolest thing you can buy?
I feel rich right now.
I do too. This is better than the real deal.
I'll take this thing down the downtown strip.
I'm actually astounded with the quality of this thing. It's got real wheels, good brakes.
It can hold both of us, which is crazy.
All it needs is a little extra pound. Alright, this thing is a ton of fun, but it has almost no suspension, and it's really slow. So here's the game plan. We're gonna take the Lamborghini off the go-kart it's on right now, and move the body over to the suspension go-kart from Amazon. It's gonna make our ride a lot more capable, and allow us to throw way more electric power at it.
On the screws. It's like 1,000 screws. Alright, we've got the body off this thing. Check out this little frame. It is so funny. It really looks like a real car frame. It's got the motor back suspension. Look at that tiny suspension. Adjustable coilovers. Are you kidding me? But the metal on this thing is nowhere near strong enough to hold up to the abuse that we want to give it. It's like made out of the thinnest metal I've ever seen. So let's head over to that other go-kart frame and figure out how we're going to mount this body up. Now, as you can see, we made a couple of changes to this go-kart. We took the handlebars, headlight, and seat off to give us the best chance of getting this body on. And then we're just going to take this and set it on top of the suspension go-kart. And right now, it looks a little bit like a Rocket League car, but we're going to go around it, cut some holes in it, and try to get it as low as possible while retaining some space for our suspension travel. I think it's going to be really nice. Before we go cutting this, dude, I just want to appreciate how well this lined up. Look at that. The wheels line up almost perfectly with the arches. How lucky are we?
We're very lucky.
Like a real car, dude. It's multi-layers. Layers of plastic. We got the body on, and this thing looks monstrous. Check it out. Tell me this isn't an off-road capable vehicle. Those wheels are hideous, though. They've got to go. That's much better. Now, before we go fully securing this body, let's talk about our power upgrade. To power our go-kart, we're going to be using this 5,000 watt 72-volt kit from Amazon. This thing's really fast. We've used it on a lot of projects in the past, and it's super fun. Now, we've got the body off our go-kart, and our motor's going to mount up somewhere around here. To do that, we've got to build a motor. Now, this go-kart already had a really small electric motor on it, so we have this motor plate. And the really cool thing, if you come over here and look at this, it's adjustable. So we've already got our chain tensioner, but this isn't going to fit the motor we want to put on it. So I'm going to take this metal plate and weld it to it. Then we can just drill the holes where they need to be and mount that motor up. Now that we've got this simple plate cut out, we can take it and bolt it to the motor, and then this whole assembly will just weld right onto our car, and that should work pretty good. We've got our motor and chain on. Now, before we put the Lamborghini body back on here, there's one more thing that I want to do, and that is to lengthen the steering shaft, because we're going to need a steering wheel to steer this little car, but right now, all this is hidden under plastic. So I'm just going to make a little adapter plate that screws on right here where those handlebars used to go, and then we can add some seal to it so it sticks through the bottom. Got our extended steering thing installed, and the really nice thing about this is it's unfoldable, so the whole body can come off without it getting up on the steering shaft. And now we have to take this hole saw and make one more hole in the body here, right here. I'm going to try to be super careful because I really like this dash and I like the way it looks. I also want to keep the radio, so I'm just going to take it nice and easy and try to get it in one go. Steering's on and check this out. This has got to be some of the best steering in the bomb shop. We also went ahead and installed our brake. It's nice and close up next to the driver. And we use these U-bolts to secure the body to the go-kart. And look at this. That's not going anywhere. Now comes the hard part. We've got to do wiring. And there's actually a lot of wiring involved in this project because I want to use all the buttons up here to actually operate the go-kart. So we'll have a start, stop, reverse, and all that good stuff. So we're going to spend a ton of time wiring, but for you guys, it's going to go really quick. We're going to jump to a time lapse. All the wiring's done. That took a really long time, but now all of the buttons in the Lamborghini are going to work like they're supposed to. We have reverse, forward, start. It's going to be great. And check this out. We can take our far drive controller and all this messy wiring and just jam it in there, dude. And with this cover, all of our wires will be nice and out of the way. Now here comes the fun part of actually seeing if all the wiring we did down there works. We've got two buttons. Hey, look, both the doors opened up. We've got two buttons that need to work. This little red switch right here should start it. So when I flip it on, we've got the beep of success. And when I press the throttle, I'm going backwards. So now we get to see if the switch that I wired in to make it go forward works.
I think you just did a little wheelie.
The brake works, dude. Success. I think we take this out to the dirt track and see what it can do. All right, we're at the parking lot of this new dirt track. Now, we've never actually been here before, but we already have a great test for the Lamborghini. Look at that hill.
Yeah, pretty good.
We've got to hop a curb and then go to the hill. And I think right over that bluff is this legendary dirt bicycle track that I think this is going to be perfect on. It's got jumps. It's got a ton of great terrain. So I'm going to power this thing up and try to conquer that hill. You think it's going to make it up the curb? I don't know. I think it might be kind of tricky because for some reason this is like an ultra steep curb.
It's a big curb.
You might not have enough ground clearance, but if the Strato can do it, this thing should be able to do it.
It did it. It did it.
That worked pretty good.
It looked a little rough.
That was. These seats aren't the most comfortable. That's
This
for
is gonna
sure.
be scary. This is gonna be scary as heck going up.
It looks steep.
It looks steep.
I might just tip
I
upside
might just
down.
tip upside down. Dude, this thing just ripped up
That seems like no problem.
That seems like no problem at all. The little Lamborghini is unstoppable. This is gonna be a
Well, what do you
blast.
say? We
Well,
take
what do you say? We take a lap around the track, see who's faster?
Yeah.
I'll try and let you have the
You won't
lead,
have
you
to
know.
You won't have to try, brother. This thing is zippy. I already know.
Give it a go. Dang. I'm actually having a really hard time keeping up with him.
Oh no, my door's opening! Holy cow, this is fast though. And this track is like made for this thing. It's so perfect.
Holy cow,
I do feel a little unstable.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Oh, he's catching air. No way.
Holy cow. It's like a pumpkin Bronco.
Dude. That was like three full feet of air.
That was brutal. I was like losing control, and then it just picked up speed, and I hit the jump. That was unexpected.
You really weren't holding back.
No, I was trying to beat you.
No, I was trying to beat you on the track.
Well,
Jeez.
jeez.
Goodness gracious.
Goodness gracious.
Alright, dude, I am getting comfortable in this machine and having way too much fun. I don't want to break it, so I'm handing the keys over to you.
Yeah, just about happened, so I think I better get my chance.
It is by far my favorite thing that we've ever created. I know I say that a lot, but this one is dialed in. You don't need to be a special operator to drive it. It's very intuitive. You've got the foot throttle, the brake that works, the suspension that allows you to jump and go over pretty much anything. I mean, we've gone around this whole track multiple times, and it still looks like a Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's true. So, foot pedal, hand brake, and just drive it. You're not really scared about flipping it or anything?
I forgot this is actually your first time driving it. All right. So, if you go full throttle, it's diabolical. I'd start off easy. Just drive it like you would drive a normal car. It feels like a lifted truck, honestly. Man, that thing looks incredibly fast when you're not driving it. That is crazy.
Goodness gracious. He was telling him what he was talking about. This is pretty rough. It is really fucking slow. Just off a break. Okay. Not bad. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, the suspension is... It is quite good. But you don't stay in the seat, so like you just fly up every time you catch air. It's pretty scary. Goodness. Yeah, he was right. Yeah, he was right. If you lose that steering for a second, you just go. I can see how you could easily high side this thing. I think you were overplaying its smoothness just a little bit. It's pretty rough. Every time you hit a jump, like the suspension is alright, but it just flies you into the air. Boom, boom.
And this stuff hurts on the back. These are not comfy.
Remember who said we should keep the stock seats?
Yeah, I know, but I will say it looks better.
It does
so.
look.
It does look
Style
better.
points. It's style
You
points.
scraped your
You
lid.
scraped your lid.
101. You're not allowed to do
101.
that.
You're not allowed to do that with the Lamborghini.
Gonna have to buy a new carbon
Well,
fiber
we've been
lid.
driving
Well, we've been driving the little Lamborghini for about 2 hours now, pretty hard on this really rough dirt track. So I am curious what our battery percentage is at, and this Amazon battery is really cool because it has a BMS right on the front, and will show you what percent it has left. So let's see.
50%.
50%. That's crazy. We have been putting this thing through its paces, and we've only used half our energy. All right, now that Taylor and I have both gotten a chance to rip this thing around, I think it's only proper to do a race. It's a sports car, and that's what you do with sports cars. So we've got a stopwatch here. We're gonna go from the top of this hill all the way down the dirt track.
Stop asking me questions like that, babe.
And jump back over the jumps back to the top of this hill. And whoever can do it fastest wins a chocolate banana water.
I love chocolate banana water.
This is gonna be intense. I'm going pedal to the metal.
3, 2, 1, go.
I was a little late. The screen wasn't active. Will has been having his phone in his back pocket, and it's finally gotten bad for him.
It's shattered.
Which is kind of ironic because you guys always tell him to not do that, but I just kind of let him do it. So he's gonna need to
Oh, this is intense, boys. I know Taylor's not gonna be able to hold up with this giant speed of a mountain. This is crazy. This part's what kind of scares me. Go around the corner, up the hill. Let's go. Not really skipping a beat here. Oh, this section's sandy. What the heck? Oh. Got a jump. Another jump. Oh, shit. I lost the chain. And the Insta.
I caught a glimpse over there. It looked like you hit that jump hole.
I hit the jump going way too fast. Also, we didn't look at the whole course. There's so much sand on the other side.
Is it like tough to steer on the sand?
It almost made me lose control, but you've got this. I did bust the wing, unfortunately.
Our carbon fiber wing too.
Alright, let's set up for the next one. Banana water's on the line. We gotta move quickly. Alright, 42.6 seconds is the time you have to beat Taylor. And I've got Taylor at a bit of a disadvantage. I'll give him that. I did break the weld on our drive sprocket, so it's not as secure as it once was. And if you lose this race because of a malfunction, I'll give you
That seems unfair. You disqualified me, and I only get a drink, basically.
3 sips.
So by default, you'd be winning?
It seems rigged.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh no! That did not sound good.
So the chain is cooked.
I think so, bro.
Darn.
Oh!
What happened?
Wow.
Can you turn that off? I'm scared of having my fingers in here.
I don't know
exactly what happened,
but there's some serious
damage down there.
The drive sprocket came off.
We don't have a
sprocket on the motor anymore. It's wrapped around somewhere down in there.
How did that happen?
All right, well, I'd call it a truce. We just both get banana waters.
Okay, sounds good.
This thing has been a blast. We've driven it all day long, and nothing necessarily broke. My welds just weren't the best, and they probably just fractured and popped right off that motor. But otherwise, this thing has hit so many jumps. It's gone about 30 miles an hour off-road, which is all you could ever ask for, and it's comfortable.
Dude, I actually can't believe it held up as good as it did.
It's been an absolute blast, and if you guys like projects like this, we post every single Sunday, so make sure you're subscribed, and we'll see you next time.
We all subscribe. I know that's what it is.
I was curious about some more personal things, but I won't go there.
How big are y'all's toenails?
Micro skiff. Everybody's talking about them. Everybody's doing them. Young, old.
Made a huge global impact over the last 30 days.
It's been really global. The impact. If you're scrolling, you can see micro skiffs cutting through the mangroves, big fish, tiny boats, men out there feeling free. What cool boats
that you can possibly find or purchase. Speaking of purchasing boats, they're kind of high nowadays, and it's starting to really kick me off.
Oh gosh, tell them how bad. Tell them what you did when you got that mad about the boat prices.
Well, I slammed my hand on the desk in front of the boat salesman. I told him, I said, buddy, your attitude is crap. Your boat's decent. Your prices are terrible.
And then what'd you do in the coffee pot? Right in front of all of them. Right in that coffee pot.
I poured my leftover lead pencils in there.
We kept it family friendly, okay? You don't want to tell them?
I could have went unfamily friendly. You want me to do that?
Well, I just want to tell them the
I
truth.
poured all of my in there. Let's go that out. Let's go. People gonna think I'm a bad boy.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
I am a bad boy.
Yeah, he smiles around, he's upset. Hide your Alright, so today we have purchased our own micro skiffs. We got some inflatable ones, and they're pretty tiny vessels that claim they can support a large fisherman and outboard. We're going to crank these things open today. We're going to test them with outboards on the back of them, take them through some tight little water, because if you have a micro skiff and you're not going in tight little waterways, seeing what you can do, where you can explore them. Why do you even got this?
That's what I'm saying. You could have saved your money.
Why do you even got this? Then we're going to take these things fishing. We have a county lake that is overgrown with some of the nastiest little above the water brush, but it's also super deep. Explain a little bit.
I didn't realize that's where we're going today. It's an awesome place. There's definitely some, is it called buck brush?
I think so.
Some people think I'm saying butt brush.
Try it one more time.
Butt brush. Say butt brush. I can't say it. I've heard that shit.
No.
Speaking of buck brush, the only problem with where we're going is in the middle of all this brush, every now and then, like every 20 yards, there will be a giant wasp nest. They only come out when it's really hot outside. I'm sweating.
Yeah.
It's really hot outside.
There's a high chance we'll end up with wasp nest in the lap.
Yeah, if I'm going 25, will I go 25 on one of these boats?
I hope so. I don't think so. They're only rated for 6 horsepower. They're tiny boats.
But you said we're putting 40s on them?
No.
What are we putting on?
6s. But last time we slightly overpowered. We couldn't handle it.
Kill switches save lives.
Dude, you are so good at being a boat salesman. I kind of want you to tell them about this boat like you're trying to sell it to them.
What if I don't have a freaking clue what this is?
That makes it better.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in here to Smalls RV. We have just started selling a fresh new line of micro skiffs, and I'm guaranteeing you that's what you're here for. I can see it on your face. What we've got right here, item number 126 V22CL. This right here is a Rover. It's made by Boat, and this thing will carry.
That is impressive. Keep going.
It'll carry a hefty woman. I'm not saying you want to take your mama with you. I'm just saying if you do, this is going to be the boat for you.
That's the nicest way you can call somebody's mom that.
I was not saying that. Ladies and gentlemen, please buy from me. I've got a card. I'd love to give it to you. Let's go ahead and crack this thing open and see what we got.
Amazon.
Oh, my parents used to do this to me at Christmas time. Wow.
Oh my goodness. There's no way in Earth.
On Earth.
Confuse those. Then we're going to be able to put this thing back in the bag when we're done.
I kind of agree with that.
I'm going to guess that's a transfer. And brother, that feels like it can hold more than 6 horses.
Ooh,
yeah.
That transfer ain't getting right.
No, sir.
You even got some fins. What is that? Oh, we got a seat.
Dang, that's what that is? Or is that to assist with the engine mount?
That's smaller than a coffee pot.
What is this? Paddle sheet? I like that. It's actually kind of cool. Little end of your paddle, just throw it in there so it's not just flapping around your tiny boat. Oh. All right, lift with your back.
Not your legs.
Dang, dude, it's got travel wheels. You can fly with that.
All right, so maybe we can get it back in the bag. They wouldn't put travel wheels if they didn't expect you to get it back in the bag.
Are you kidding me right now? It's even got a little area, a little strap on the side. We could put our hand pump on.
You think that's what that's for?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like one of them granola dads, you know what I'm saying? Take your buddies hiking on the weekend. Guys, you want to go hiking and drink some non-alcoholic beer? Come on. Let's see what's in the bag.
What's in the bag?
It's a nice bag.
This is a very nice bag. rig. I could see me using this to. Don't tell me it's got that wood design. It's got the wood finish look. Oh my gosh, look at that finish.
Right now it looks like a glorified inflatable. Help me out in the editing, buddy. Looks like a paddleboard at the moment.
Look at the nose of that boat.
She's growing on me. She's growing on me. Do we have a recessed deck for the fishermen and boaters? You know what I like already? They put the PSI of the boat on the boat. That's what we need in this world. Minimum inflation, 10 PSI. Max inflation, 15 PSI. Check this out. Guys, check this out. This is a great invention for a fisherman. Oh, fish bit. Got my knife. Close your knife. You're in an inflatable boat, but still. That is so cool. That made me happy about this purchase. And who doesn't like playing with a magnet? You can be 95 playing with a magnet.
Oh, God, that scared me. I thought that I was about to meet Jesus.
I'm glad you didn't, yeah. Dude, for a multiple piece paddle, feel how stiff that is.
It's pretty stiff. It's pretty stiff.
Insert. Insert. Come on, be smooth. Be smooth for these wonderful boats, man. Come on. Come on. All right.
Much smoother than go around. Much smoother.
Thank you, buddy.
It's starting to look like a flatboat.
Dude, I like that.
Listen at how solid that is. They put 1,500 of those on the Titanic. There may would have never been a movie. My buddy's going to show you how we use our paddle holder.
Look at that.
That way, if you fall forwards, you can bust your freaking face.
I hate that. I mean, if you're pulling back, it does the trick. The whole goal of this is to have something to hold on to when you're right here. That's the drive.
Is that how you're going to be?
Probably. Buddy, before you have the Boat Rover Aero 12-foot 6-inch inflatable micro ski. For adults, kids, families, friends, cousins, aunts, uncles.
Is that what it says?
It says Apex pedal drive. How would you fit a pedal drive system into this? I'm not a hater or a disbeliever. I'm just a look at these pics. I will say it looks very similar to the pics provided. God, they stuck that thing. Oh no! So the Magnapod that we discovered, you can put your drink on that thing.
You just gotta have a metal cup.
Yeah, they probably sell them for $100 a pop.
It's like Apple trying to sell a new charger. Oh, it don't work on last year's model. And this year's just $5.99.
Little bit of specs for y'all. Tear that thing up there, bud.
Portable without compromise. 63-pound transforms into a 12-foot 6-inch micro skip in minutes.
Oh, tough enough for any water. Aeroball construction holds up to 500 pounds. That's good news. Handles rough waters. Hallelujah.
Tough enough for any water. Aeroboat construction holds up to 500 pounds. That's great. Handles rough waters, gear, and anglers alike. Built to last and play hard. You just read that.
There is the Boat Aero Rover. We're going to see what it can do, but before we figure out who gets this thing for the day, we have the Sea Eagle. We purchased this from Wally World. It is the two-person paddle ski, and I believe Sea Eagle might be boat's #1 competition. Really? It's like a little Ford Ferrari stuff here. Like a little Nike Adidas. Coke Pepsi. Okay, so this thing with the swivel seat package.
Oh, you got a seat with yours?
$1,700. You act like this is have you just commandeered.
I like that.
That Amazon.
If I get to flip and cheat like you, you will cheat on me. Hand pump. Oh wow. This one's got a plastic triangle. Is that plastic?
Is that plastic?
I feel like this is.
Yeah, that does look trans to me. All right, we got an extra little pump pipe, some patches, and I guess our little hardware package, some aluminum seats that'll boil a butt cheek.
All these knots got tied while people were getting married. People getting married, people having fun. Honeymoons will come and go.
This one,
All right, this one looks a little bit narrow. Or does it? Maybe it's just flipped in. Yeah.
Is that longer?
It's wider and longer.
Now this one gives me more of like a Northwest Coast vibe.
No doubt. We're going to see some orcas.
Look at this. We got another PSI reading.
These things are designed a lot alike.
Now the only difference is this one has a lot more areas that we have to inflate. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 compared to only 2 compartments on the other one.
Yikes.
So this thing's built to blow a valve and keep on going.
You're right. One valve blown on that one can be detrimental to a man's day. Yeah!
So we got the boat partially inflated, so we can still kind of maneuver it around while we exist, rise, and modify. Sometimes if you put too much PSI right in there out the gate, paddle. It's so stiff you can't maneuver or bend or make anything attach. That's gonna make you happy right here when you see it.
I know what it is. I done peeked through that little hole.
It's a big hole. I don't know what you're talking about. Little hole. Would you look at that?
Would you look at that?
Looks like a little clamp-on seat for a John boat. Look at that. Ransom there. Bro, is this thing wood? Look at gander in there. Does that look like wood in there?
But that transom could get rotten. That's definitely wood. It looks like pressed wood too, which is some of the crappiest wood you could possibly buy.
I mean, I can tell they put a sealant inside of that hole there, but you could definitely see some exposed wood in there. Oh, dude. Alright, so we got a little hot. Took a dip in the lake. Excuse the pale game. We only got the single seat. Don't get too excited when you see two.
I thought we was going fast and
fun.
Easy two.
Easy two.
Easy two.
Car top.
Easy two.
That is a lie. She is not pumped up anything. She's pumping that big.
Inflate was the word. Kenneth Davis from Morrison, Tennessee. I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I love my Sea Eagle paddle ski. It's like 437 pounds. No, PS. So I purchased it to enable me to go out and fish when I'm traveling in my Class C. ...
Oh,
shit! When it rains, it pours. That come book. From downtown Tennessee. Man, it's perfect. I've used it in lakes, rivers, and inshore saltwater applications with a 5 horsepower motor, and I can honestly say it's very capable. I've used it on windy days and rough seas. It's very safe. Once a rogue wave came over the side and filled it to the top. Get it.
Before we go any further, today's video is sponsored by GoTrax.
Sure is.
Guys, if you're looking for an e-bike that has front suspension with a freaking 4-inch fat tire, go no further.
I feel like that's what my mom and dad were looking for. They got me. They got me.
Use it.
Use it. Use it.
Take a gander. We have one of the slickest looking e-bikes I've ever had.
If you're looking for an e-bike, this is the bike.
You have a splash guard.
You have a splash guard. I don't know if you've ever ridden an e-bike and just got it looks like you peed yourself by the time you make it to Circle K.
Not with a splash guard.
No, sir. It does have dual hydraulic brakes, meaning front and back braking situation.
See, watch. Because I got the brakes.
You have some of the best front suspension that e-bikes have to offer.
I'll show them that too.
They can hold up to 264 pounds a man. Goes up to 25 miles an hour. Also has a 500 watt motor so you can go uphill.
Oh, get there. Say, I wanted to buy one of these. Where would I find a daggum link? In the description?
Yeah, description. It's probably right beneath this video, linked right at the top.
So easy to buy.
Yeah, super quick.
Dude, is this a daggum light on the front?
Sure is.
guys, behold, 2 inflatable micro skiffs with 6 horsepower. A lot of people have been calling me out on not letting you have the nice stuff or whatever you want for the videos. You come out and give me your time, you spend your day with me.
Are you letting me have this?
Dang,
homie. You're gonna let me have the float boat?
Yes, sir. That one looks a little bit more difficult to maneuver.
Really?
I don't like how tight that is for your prop. I kind of want to see you dip that prop on down there. See if we have any contact with the side of the transom.
Shoot, man. You ain't got nothing in the world to worry about with that.
Twist and turn that bad girl.
No,
Wow. Touchy. If you bump a rock, though.
Oh, we're toast. And this is the brand new engine, right?
Yes, sir. Look at that draft, though. I mean, you're less than 6 inches down there, Big Poppy. Big Daddy Pop.
Trying to stay.
Stay
up with lingo.
Stay up with lingo. We're all lit.
Slam it to in.
Squat our truck because we're lit.
Yeah. 6 and a half. This one's rated for 900 pounds. That one's not. Me and Nick are going to two-man this for a little bit of today. Hopefully nothing goes cray-cray.
2 people in that boat.
That's right. Simple as it gets.
Now I know why I got the... It all makes sense now.
Take pictures.
Don't you worry about me, buddy. I have got balance. I'm well-rounded. You know that.
All right, we got some skinny waters. There's something called a tail race out here where there's an island and a part of the river kind of splits off to a creek, but it's not very long. We're going to see how far we can go.
I even got you some muspers.
Hey, she's alive. It does sound really, really, really bad.
Fuel is on.
Fuel is on.
Let's clap the crackers, they're so tiny.
It feels like you're in an inflatable kayak with an outboard. Because you're in an inflatable kayak with an outboard. We got to a little bit more secluded area in case we want to let out our billows and yells. Would you feel more secure in this one? Are you wishing you got the seagull now?
It sure looks like it.
It sure looks like it, Mr. Aeroboat.
Dang, dude.
You ain't scared of no boat.
You ain't scared of no boat. All right.
See if we can
Plain old paddle ski.
We'll play the
Paddle ski. It's scary going full speed.
Really? Not 14-foot jumbo with a
20-horse scary, but
it's inflatable.
It's inflatable with the outboard scary.
We'll see what this one will do.
Let's see what this one will do.
All right, see Eagle paddle ski. She'll get on ski with on pad with a big boy.
Let's see what the old
aeroboat can do.
don't think it's gonna be a race. It ain't. Watch this.
He does look very like I'm in Florida. My boy's being cinematic over there. Look at my slimy twin so cinematic.
Come on, girl. This is borderline pathetic. It's got to be the difference, right? Or you think it's the design of the boat? There's no way. Or do you think it's the guy in charge of the engine?
Were you full throttle ever?
I was full throttle the whole time. Was I full throttle? No, I think I was just this sounds so much better. Yeah, those Mercury's perform, man. With a name like Hang Tight, they want you to hang tight.
Initial impressions. If you ever had a better outboard, the hang time, I was thinking, dang, $450 for an outboard is sweet, but it was too. So how many horses do you think that really is? I just think there's going to be a lot of comments in the argument section about whether or not it was just the fact that I was in that little boat. Dude, I promise you, we could swap out and you would be like sitting back there holding on. I would say top speed was maybe 12 over 10. I think I touched double digits.
You definitely double digits. You was rolling out, smiling,
A couple times the old bow of the boat was just. We call water testing these things. There's a speedway literally right there. We're going to get situated, try to shoot up this little fleet moving stretch and get right beneath the spillway.
We're back with another Timu challenge. This time it's budget and survival. In this video, I'm challenging Sam and Joe to an overnight Timu battle to the death. No, they're not gonna die? Okay. We're gonna see which one of them has a better experience surviving overnight with products they can only buy on Timu. The winner gets to keep all the gear, and the loser has to participate in the viral TikTok McDonald's My Order challenge. This is one of our dumber ideas, and it's gonna be a blast. Let's go. We're gonna play a little stopwatch game. These guys get to guess the number. Whoever's closest gets to pick their budget. 100 versus $1,000.
Okay. He threw me off.
I think I got it. 545.
469.
4.83. I don't know why we're giving you the option of choosing, but Joe, you won. Which budget would you like, friend?
I would take the $1,000.
Of course you'll
Did
take
you
it.
enjoy?
There's a brain up there. All right, so
Did you enjoy?
we're gonna create burner accounts so that way we're not being.
I know, it's nice to have cheese here and there. We gotta start buying a bunch of varieties of cheese and just having fucking cheese and crackers here and there. I do like my cheese and crackers.
Blue team ready.
Blue team ready.
That team ready.
I don't know.
Ready.
I think so.
Compete.
There's
There's three specific things that they both have to get during this challenge. One is going to be
I know, it is pretty fucking blinding. Even on the lowest setting. Wait, was it the lowest setting? Yeah, it is.
Birds are prevalent around here, and they need to be able to defend themselves.
Even with the lowest setting, it still beams in your fucking eyes.
Horrible internet.
It's like a laser pointer.
100% Joe who came up with it, so I know he really doesn't want to lose this one.
I think I may have found a $6 piece of shelter.
Piece of shelter.
Do you think that would beat me?
Yes. I feel like you'd find multiple reasons to use this.
It's just a glorified.
Don't give away your secrets. Joe's gonna be over here in the lap of luxury. Oh boy. Oh boy. We already bought that one for a video. Do you remember that review? I wouldn't be surprised if Sam somehow came up with a shelter fire and weapon combo. Somehow he can start fire with his shelter and kill a bear with it.
I found a better $6
I mean, to be honest, my initial strategy is just to see if I could even get all of these items for under $100. Oh wow, there's actually a lot.
$11? There's no way that you're gonna set that bag down full of all that shit and not have it explode. Is there a fire starter in it?
I think there's a little flint and steel, it looks like. Certainly have to search for a gun on Temu.
No! Alright, real quick, while the boys are getting their order going, I've got something pretty cool to tell you about. Temu is actually doing a ridiculous offer right now on all new app downloaders. So if you use code Maleki26, what can happen is you can get a bunch of like really cool free stuff on the app. When I placed my order, I was able to use the $0 product promo to get this cool light, this awesome bow and arrow, and even this air compressor that I'm going to hide around the shop. When Sam and Joe are camping, if they find it, they're free to use it. At the top of the screen, you can see all these things that you can just basically select, and the offer kind of keeps stacking up. I think it's pretty cool, and I just told the boys about it, so maybe they'll take advantage of it if they're smart. But regardless, it's definitely something you want to check out if you're looking to grab anything on Temu. Just use the code Maleki26, like I said, and you'll see all the $0 stuff that you can add to your order. Alright boys, I got a challenge for you. Neither one of you has purchased a single thing yet. Or no, Joe's got a full cart. Sam, you're at.
I got 2.
You have 2 items? Alright, so we're about to beef that up. What I've got for you guys is our first ever Shop Hide and Go Seek challenge. Right now, Tucker, one of our guys here on the team, is hiding somewhere in the shop.
You gonna sit in there, bro? I wish I had about 6 less inches.
Whichever one of you two finds him first gets a 60-second shopping spree, up to $500. The only kicker, whatever you put in your cart, you cannot take out. You're stuck with it.
Mattresses.
Are we ready?
Good luck. Farewell, friends.
The hunt for Tucker begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Actually, shit, sorry.
Well, Sam's off to a prime start here.
See outside? See outside? I know where he is.
Is he pooping?
He's not. He's not.
If I know anything about Tucker, Tucker's gonna make this interesting. Tucker's a rock climber. He's a long.
How you doing, Naomi?
I don't know why I thought he'd be in the paint booth.
So I wouldn't be surprised if this man was like glued to the ceiling in complete camouflage. Need I remind you boys, Tucker is a rock climber. In his free time,
wait a second.
Mother Tucker, oh boy. Joe's like, I don't give a shit.
Not. Nice try. Nice try. Tucker, an Austin disguise.
Just stab a hole in it. He's going with a knife.
You never thought.
I don't think he's in there.
Oh God, he's drinking again. He's got a problem. No.
I think Tucker's up high. Where is he?
He's not. He's not.
Is that Tucker?
Is that Tucker?
No.
Can we just see how long it takes here? I'm sorry, Tucker.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not good.
I apologize to
Sam's gonna be searching for a minute.
He's insane. He wasn't messing around. He said how good he was gonna be at this. He was like, I'm an expert at hiding.
Where haven't you checked yet, Sam? Use your brain. Process of elimination.
I got him. Not really. Such a waste. I was almost certain. I was like, he used his rock climbing, climbed up there.
I'm gonna take a load off.
You want to go sit in your office for a little bit? Alright, we're gonna sit in your office for a little bit, Sam.
I find it interesting that he hasn't put together that you stopped searching and you went in one room. You gotta think like a 5-year-old boy.
Hey guys.
Why do you have protein bars still?
That's where he was this whole time.
Wow. I'm impressed.
My body hurts seeing between you and there. That is despicable.
You guys think I could get paid now?
Back in the box.
Joe's the winner, and Joe's already got the $1,000 budget, so that dude's going to be living in luxury.
Okay, so you're up.
Your budget's up to $1,500.
During this sequence, everything I add, I have to keep.
Yes, everything you add, you have to keep. 60 seconds on the clock. $500 on the line. 3, send it. 1, send it. He immediately goes exactly where he's going to go. Electronics department. This man is going to be living his best life. We got 30 seconds left, Joe. So we got a generator. We got a television. We're at $389 so far. He added a cutlery set for $8. That is more than like to cut your limbs off before it cuts any food. A refrigerator for $122. You're now over budget, Joe. You gotta get back down under. Okay. Yeah, you did it. That's a minute.
All right. I'm gonna let the boys finish dilly-dallying and duking it out. Joe's only got Sam's entire budget left.
Why am I blind?
Pull it out, pull up. Put it in his hand.
Eat the strawberries.
Excruciatingly tiny.
Oh wow!
Oh wow! Your stuff came in. Holy shit!
Give yourself a
You
chance.
give yourself a chance, dude.
I did the best I could with my budget. There's a lot in that case. I didn't take it all.
But why do we need the Dog the Bounty Hunter shirts whenever this boat is?
Well, I needed a blanket because they give you like a tinfoil blanket in there, and I just couldn't pass that up. I saw it. It was an impulse buy. Couldn't pass it
I
up.
love that when you're on a budget challenge, you can't overcome your impulses. You're like, I must get the most obscene things I can think of. Look at it. All right, and then you got Joe over here just living in the lap of luxury. He's got a full damn like purple mattress over there. It looks like too big to even unravel. All right, so there was 3 requirements for you knuckleheads. We've got shelter. Sam, what the hell is your shelter? You have 3 different things to sit and lay on. I see.
Well, that's for my shelter, so I can sleep on. This is more of a casual lounger, and this one's an alternative lounger in case you get a little tired of that one.
Sname, what you do? Sname, what you do?
But we have our shelter right there.
Why did you need 3 things to lay on? Why didn't you get a nicer shelter instead of 3 inflatable chairs?
I plan on staying awake most of the night, so I just need something to cover my head while I sleep. And I think the tents were expensive.
How much was this budget?
Don't try and hide. I seen that.
Yeah, it's $100. The cheapest
I can
thing
see
find
the
is like
crackers.
$10. I wasn't
What's
going to spend
this?
10%. It was $20 for this kit.
Why did you need all 3 of these? Like, that's what I don't get.
I mean, this is kind of cool. It gave me some Y2K vibes. I thought you should appreciate
Don't
that.
act like it's bad as one of the saltines. It's not a shitty cracker. It's a good cracker.
Your hunting apparatus?
This arrows and BBs.
What do you think that's going to
It's a pretty sharp arrow.
That's a field tip.
See, it was a good cracker.
Injure something and then chase it?
Because you ate it. There you go.
There's no way this is accurate.
Yeah, it's actually not just a hammer. It's a hammer, pliers, knife, bottle opener, pliers, everything you could ever.
I can't knock the multi-tool. Okay, and then fire. Ooh. Flint and tinder? What do we got?
The perpetual match.
Come on. I think it's all done. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. Hopefully that works when you need it. All right, so we checked all 3 of those. Joe, this looks like a 20-something-year-old dude's apartment. You've got a shag rug.
I got a shag rug. The comfort of this rug is
Did you get the shag rug just to tease him? Because you know how much you love
I know he loves shag rug.
Like, this man would convert his life to shag rug. I feel like, Sam, would you drive the car from Dumb and Dumber that's covered in shag?
The shag wagon? I'd drive the shit out of the shag wagon.
You are one pathetic loser.
This is our shelter. It's a 12-person Harry Potter tent. It's a big full circle.
That's a spot.
Enough size to fit all my accessories.
To fit your 2 nightstands, your 2 chairs, your dining
That's
table.
the outdoor area. We got a little outdoor area.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Little pong table.
Jumped the gun there.
We don't got pong cups. Got to make some sacrifices.
We got hunting objects.
Yeah, basically the same thing as Sam's, just more FPS.
What the?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Okay, so yours comes with
The same tips and BBs. Yeah, we got some fire starters. I got matches and a flint and steel in that combo kit, just in case.
So Joe went with 3 options for fire.
I also got magic camping, changes the color of the flames. I don't know.
In volume, you needed them in volume.
It only comes like this.
You got enough to last you a year.
That was just like $3. I just sent all of them. So there's that. I got the mattress, EcoFlow for power.
You can't, you know, you don't want to, you want a little bit more. Yeah, not a lot of this is like intended for outdoor camping usage.
He told me we were there for a week. The purchasing would have been a little bit different.
All right, they both covered all of their bases, which means now the only thing left to do is to turn on shenanigan mode and see if we can bonus these dudes up a little bit. In order to make sure neither one of you starve, I have a challenge. Would you join me, please?
Yes.
Welcome to our first ever unscrewed hunting challenge. We've got not one, not two, not three,
so much chest.
Challenge. Whoever pops all 3 balloons and shoots the woodman
That's all they can taste.
will receive a $50
so good.
DoorDash gift card
I
and
ain't complaining.
meal during this challenge. The loser gets this can of beans.
Sounds good, Darth.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's nice to see you, brother. Nice to see you.
But there is potential if the man wants the spam.
Not a bad news.
And I love having you around, Darth.
We've got some special guests joining us in this episode. Mr. Pula, would you like to introduce the people to our new friend?
These are a couple unscrewed beasts we found out back. We have, first and foremost, the roller dog, fierce canine. He will roll in many a hot dog. Coming down the line here, we
Warriors or attorneys. Without further ado, present your weapons.
both equally unimpressive.
Did you guys talk about buying slingshots?
This is honestly completely random.
You could have like a javelin.
I have those knives out the big one.
You're probably going to go faster with throwing knives, even running out back. Team Cook, are we ready? Team Cook, are we ready? On the three. Commence firing. 1, 2, 3, bring it home! Bring it home! Out of the gate, Mr. Collins, first shot. Takes down the roller dog balloon. Not gonna lie, nobody saw that one coming. Somehow, we're tied neck and neck. Mr. Collins, second shot.
Took 3 cups of coffee and no sleep for 3 days. For your vision to beat area enough, you adapted and read it. Huh?
He hit the balloon. If it pops on its own, it's deflated. We are neck and neck. Neck and neck into the caulk.
I know, it's just very hard to read because of the style it's in.
His best friend.
Pretty funky style, right? It's like an olden English.
Entertainment we've got here. I believe Sam may have broken. Oh, we are tied up. All that is left is a lob shot. It's a lob shot to the front. Joe takes it out from a crouching tiger position. He's been practicing that for months. Unfortunately, Sam actually gave me my first ever taste of Spam as an adult, and it was delicious. So I know that dude, and if he can win the fire challenge, he's going to whip something probably better tasting than what you can get on DoorDash. Just putting it out there. The man is a Spam connoisseur. Truly a battle of the Titans. I present your winnings. Joe, here's your $50 to DoorDash. And Sam, there's a can of Hello Kitty Spam for you.
What does that mean?
Is it, I don't know, is it seasoned differently?
Sodium.
Oh!
Look at that.
You're taking care of yourself. Difference.
What the fuck?
The time has come for us to begin our challenge. Now we need to scout out a location that was desolate, bare bones, and something that was truly out in the wild to properly test. We're still at the shop. Okay, we could not find that location, but we are making do at the shop. So Joe and I are going to compete to see who can get their campsite set up. First and foremost, the winner gets what, Joe?
Firewood?
The winner gets firewood and a free trip to Six Flags. Six Flags?
We don't have the budget for Six Flags.
We're not going to Six Flags, but we're still getting the firewood.
Item swap.
I know, right?
Never mind, actually. And whoever wins this challenge, by win this challenge, I mean whoever properly sets up their campsite first gets to swap one item, not two, not three, but one item with the opposite person. This may be the one I have the advantage in here is the campsite setup.
I don't think I can win this one.
There's a lot of shit set up. I think I'm gonna camp right over there.
The tree.
Yeah, the target tree.
Nice little tree. I'm gonna go right over between those rocks. Nice little view in the morning.
That actually is a great view in the morning. One time
Have a good night, guys.
Sitting in a rocking chair.
You're hilarious, brother.
The sunrise. I don't know what was going through his mind, and
I feel like they shouldn't have made me take that.
Leave that in there. It's hilarious, and it's a true story. Ready?
3, 2, 1.
Gobbledygoose.
Alright, I think I'm gonna get my tent set up first. I'm not in a huge rush because I feel like there's no way it just sets up faster than me. Here's the shelter we're working with. It's the emergency shelter. That is tremendously thin. And my goal is to set this up without ripping it. Yeah, the best part about this sucker, they can't beam into your brainwave. You sleep under this.
I know I'm not going to win, so I'm just going to take my time and make sure I set this up properly. Tebow, if you know best instructions on face this plan.
One step in German, another in English, and another in English. And that's the installation steps.
Easy as 1, 2, 3.
You got a ladder over there. Where'd the ladder come from, huh? Against the building there. Anything outside is fair game.
Did you see the bear just leave it out while he was eating apples?
Someone left it out. Actually, there's a GoPro mount on here. You probably left it out.
I did. Damn it.
Is this the one that you bought previously? Is this the one that you bought previously? Oh, okay.
Why am I laughing? Because you got a tent for a family of 8.
It's not like the picture. The picture, it's like a perfect triangle. This is basically just a cylinder of retro-reflective material. You're gonna have to go find like some little bricks or something to weigh the floor down. A lot of Boy Scouts.
Some Harry Potter shit. Think, Tucker, if I did this right.
Almost right. We're getting there.
I have some more stakes, but I mean, come on. We have our structure up. My mattress is in. We put my blanket in there. We can work on the decor.
And that blanket is a lot smaller than I thought it would be. It seemed to go to the end of my mattress.
I thought this was cheap versus expensive. I didn't realize we were setting up a carnival over here. Can you break out into a musical number like The Greatest Showman?
Look at this, it's kind of coming together.
We do this guy. Facing directly at Joe's campsite.
This guy also, just like the blanket,
this is where Temu gets you. The sizes. This is not supposed to be a full-size couch, but
That's
fire starting
equipment, little emergency pump. I think we're set up here.
I will say,
Joe's got his tent set up a lot faster than I was expecting him to be able to. If only he didn't have a full-size mattress to get in there.
You know what they say? Money buys happiness. Right, pull up. Money buys happiness. What are you doing over there?
This kit here, it's a 258-piece kit, if I remember correctly. I think I'm going to swap Joe a glow stick or something, because everyone needs a glow stick when they're camping. Got our first aid kit, little shovel. It's a shovel, or it could be, I don't believe this could pickaxe anything, but man, does it look cool. And third feature, it's got a compass right on the bottom.
Do you have a screwdriver over there?
I do. Oh, what is this? Danger! 2 pieces of string. You can't go camping without 2 pieces of string.
Ew, what?
Neither one of us got bug spray, did we?
I got a bug zapper.
That'll only get you so far. 100 Q-tips. Multi-purpose spoon and whistle.
Check out your beanbag. I'll be my payment.
Yeah, go ahead. Go see what you're gonna take here in a minute.
I think it's just to cut something. Yeah, come here. It just looks like jewelry. Like I'm like, oh, it's like a fun, friendly thing. But then you get up to the wire. There's nothing friendly about it. It's just a saw. You could list this tent right now on Airbnb. All aboard! Dom says we all get 10 minutes of beanbag time each day. And lastly, my emergency blanket seems to be made out of the exact same material as the tent. I almost set one of these things on fire in upstate New York. But I blew it out. It was okay. There was no damage. You ever watch Better Call Saul? Slippin' Jimmy is one thing. Slippin' Jimmy with a law degree, that's like a chimpanzee with a machine gun.
Oh, Tucker. Hey, man. I'm finally set up after 2.5 hours. Do you want to see the crib? Come on in. First off, this is the outdoor area. Nice Temu bug zapper, speaker for when we want to play some tunes. We just went through all this stuff. Nice little patio furniture. Patio furniture isn't that bad. The big reveal now. You're welcome to come in, Tucker. Just take off those shoes, please. Welcome, Tucker. This is the place here. We have a phenomenal spread. We have the beanbag in the living room area over yonder with the fridge in case someone's thirsty. It is loaded with beverages. Oh yes, the finest Gatorades from Temu. Didn't even know you could order that, but we found out you could. How incredible is that? Go ahead, take one. You deserve it. Yeah, and then you come over here. We have kind of our outdoor table area where it's just kind of a catch table. Nice little nightstand. You got a little dresser, some drawers if you need it. Here we have a nice, I think this is a queen size bed. It's actually pretty comfortable. You can try it out. Before you try it out, we have the finest TVs on the market sold on Temu. This is a 32-inch Roku. That's 720p. Can you believe that quality that does, man? I didn't even know technology did that. Some little fun things. We got a fan for the night, you know. I think that's cool. Powered by our friends at EcoFlow. This was actually super clutch. That's from the quick shopping spree we did. We also have some string lights. I'll turn those on here in a little bit. I'm trying not to drain that power. And last but not least, Tucker, you'll find this cool. You know, because I couldn't get the one with the open top, I got a little starlight, you know? It's going to feel like a 2010's college dorm room, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that's the crib. I mean, let's go. Oh. Freeze! Just the light, just kidding. Just the strobe light, strobe. But it's all solar powered. I had this thing laying outside earlier, that's pretty cool. Dude, this thing is... It's actually super comfortable.
Whoa, Joe.
What's up, Tucker?
Where can I get that shirt at?
This shirt?
Oh, right there.
Oh, this is actually available on johnmalecki.com. If you don't want this, maybe you want this fine build hat. If you don't want this build hat, whatever else you might fancy. We're actually giving something away right now that's super cool. You could just scan this QR code right here. Go ahead, scan it. I know you want to. Scan it.
Hi, my name's Sam Pula. Welcome to my crib. Let me show you around. So first and foremost, we have our body heat reflective tent. This is space age. It's also very low carbon footprint. We've got another retro reflective blanket under that. We got a goat blanket under that. We got an orange inflatable mattress. Luxury understatement. Over here we have our orange and gray Y2K chair with matching footstool. They're custom made from Milan. Very nice, very comfortable. Got a pile of camping equipment. These are real big overseas right now. The tiny lantern. Got a flashlight. Oh wait, but what if I want to illuminate the whole room? No problem. Lantern mode. And last but not least, we have the big inflatable couch where you could sit back and relax and that's my crib. Get the f*** out of here. Come back, I'm desperately lonely. That was just a cry for help, I don't mean that.
So one thing Sam doesn't know, I went ahead and used the DoorDash gift card and I ordered a ton of boneless wings from Buffalo Wild Wings. I'm not gonna have him eat that fucking spam. He's looking.
Sounds like you were whispering something nefarious to Tucker over there.
Hey, you shut the f*** up over there, okay?
I wish you could get your message across without the use of profanity, Joe.
Right now, on JohnMalecki.com, you can win this 2026 Ranger Raptor. This is the biggest giveaway we've ever done, and I gotta be honest with you, I'm kind of sad because this truck is so damn cool. We modded this thing out with custom lights, a custom wrap, custom cover on the bed, and a bunch of other cool stuff. And one of you guys is going to take it home. All the information you need is in the link below, or you can just scan this QR code right here. If you shop on JohnMalecki.com, every order can get you entered to win this bad boy. And we've got a bunch of new products that we recently dropped. If you could see yourself driving something this sexy, and I mean, let's be honest, who can't see themselves driving this thing?
I think we're almost done. Did I win? I think I won. I think I might have won.
I decided to come see what Joe's campsite was all about, and I have to be honest, is this bourbon glass? It's pretty nice. Yeah, Joe's got a good
Hey, Bill.
I'm finally done. Did I win?
How you doing, brother?
What do I win for setting up faster?
Fuck, I gotta go grab a cigarette. 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
Oh, no, I lost. Dylan, actually, you're going to be kind of a winner when you see what I trade you.
Can I take this in the refrigerator? Oh, yeah, are you taking it, though?
No.
Okay, it's fine. Well, Mr. Pula, I think you won that one. You give me one? I give you one.
I gotta get your item. So I noticed when you were setting up, you had a nice little set of matches. I'd like to trade those matches for this glow stick.
We'll grab these matches for you.
I'll make sure you got a pocket in a couple matches. Oh, thank you. These will come in handy. This way we'll both have a fair shot at a fire. I don't think my steel is going to do it.
I think that's a fair trade. Should we see what the video John has sent over, and then we can go into our next set of challenges?
Let's take a look.
Mr. Pula. All right, Mr. Pula. I have a message in from John with the challenge. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's hear it.
Whichever one of you can start a fire first that can hold a flame for at least 60 seconds will be dubbed the winner. And for winning, you're going to get death. Liquid death. Some high quality H2O. The loser, nasty warm Deer Park water for the rest of your evening.
I don't mind Deer Park water. I'm okay losing this.
Good luck.
All right, can we go? I guess. No grabbing that wood, by the way. That's for the winner.
I knew you were.
Get forward. Get forward. Fuck you. That's all wet. That. Take my time. This is incredible. Actually, not too bad. I forgot I cleaned up the other week. This is just sitting out there.
He was like, I got this, and then he looks over, he's like, what the fuck? He was like, that's not fair, this motherfucker got a whole pile of actual wood. His shit's gonna burn way better.
Determine who wins it.
I mean, you both have fires going. I think I can make my decision.
Well, we got fired over here, Tuck. I don't know what to do.
Pula did get his fire started earlier faster. Yeah, I was trying to get something that was sustained. It's going to burn this log and into the other log.
The challenge was a fire that lasted a minute, of which Mr. Pula over here completely...
Well over a minute. Still going. This fire's gonna burn all night. We're gonna light the next Olympic torch with that fire.
You're winning.
Let's go.
You're liquid death. Don't mind if I do with some of this Deer Park.
We're gonna put these fires out, and we're gonna head to that fire pit because unfortunately John doesn't condone parking lot fires anymore since that incident back in 04. No, I'll talk about that on camera. Sorry. Food's not my favorite thing, Joe's food's here.
That must suck. You're not gonna be able to eat any of this.
It's alright. I'll practice the art of resistance.
Would you like to eat with me?
Yeah, I'm coming.
I didn't forget your Hello Kitty spam and Hello Kitty, whatever those are.
I wish we had a fire going so I could heat up my spam beans. Sorry. Not even trying to be any sort of way. I don't really mind either of these cold. Beans.
I decided this food is not all for myself. I got us a nice little punch list of stuff.
Oh, thank you. But on one condition, we each take a bite of this.
Why are you giving me the condition?
Build strong bones.
That's what it's all about right here. No matter cheap or expensive, it's about the friendship and the times you have, you know? Alright, we're going and hanging out in the tents for a little bit. All powered on. Look at this. That's a vibe. Mr. Pola, we've just been informed there's a 70% chance of flood-watch thunderstorms.
I think I'll be alright. I mean, it doesn't look too bad over there.
So this tent has been letting off a horrific smell. Come on, come in here, Top. People at home can't smell, but they need to witness. It smells terrible in here. I mean, I don't think any person should be huffing this stuff in.
I haven't gone in the tent yet. I guess I should check that out.
Requirements. It's not bad. You can see me through this? Yeah.
I feel like a potato chip. This is what it's like being a potato chip.
You know what the best part about it, this setup is? The way the water flows downhill, it's right into his head.
I also got rid of my rain poncho. I was tuckering up. Wait,
the garbage bag.
Where the f is it?
Oh yeah, I can see my rain poncho.
Not this time, Rain. Get out of here before I do to you what I'm about to do to this ball. That's pretty sick.
Do you shop, Jitter-less? How has it been?
Bad as you think it was gonna be. You get uncomfortable, you turn, and you're okay. For about like 20 minutes, you get uncomfortable. Yeah.
Long night of turning, it seems.
No rain.
Yeah, we lucked out. Dude. I heard it start to come in and it missed us.
I don't even know what a McGangbang is.
You don't know what a McGangbang is?
I know. I don't think Joe's been McGangbang.
I don't know what a McGangbang is. You guys hang out with
No,
gangbangs?
McGangbang.
Oh, you're Googling? I wouldn't Google that on your phone.
It was a late night McDonald's where you would get chicken patties,
stack it with the burgers,
and you would swap. Yeah, so you would take the 2 burgers, make those your outside buns, and then take 2 chicken patties and make those your inside. That's what this kid's gonna do here. He's gonna act like he's really running the wheel. Make the best order. You can do the shit that you can do these days to get just weak ass views. That's exactly what he's doing. Let's get McGangbang. There's a lot of protein in it, Joe. Don't worry.
Joe team. Straight from the...
Sam's set up here. I'm seeing you for the first time, and I gotta say, glad to see you alive, my friend. Because this is deplorable.
Come on
now. Do you regret any of your decisions?
Given my budget, no. And given the fact that it didn't rain, if it would have rained, that might have been a different story. But I mean, this did the job. I wasn't overheated. I talked to Joe. He said he was actually too hot in that tent.
I just can't understand how you would still, after that evening, put this on your list. Could this have been better? And in my head, I would say yes. But if it got it done, it got it done. I mean, I can't knock it. It's actually less than you'd expect for $100.
Yeah, actually.
I mean, you're alive. You didn't get eaten by bears.
To be fair, I could have got a better tent if I would have cut back on the novelty items, but I couldn't.
You can't not novelty.
Yeah, I couldn't pass the novelty
I think
items.
that's Sam's new slogan. Can't not novelty. So you lost the hide and seek, and you lost like the hunting/weapons challenge.
Which you
took home.
Fire starter.
And you smoked setting up your string.
Can you believe it?
So, you two. Now let's go look at Joe's Welcome to Joe's Fortress of Solitude. I believe this is a knockoff yurt. Is this a yurt, Sam? I know you're an experienced yurter.
I've glamped a few times in tents that are similar to this.
Is this a yurt?
I have no clue. I'll call it a yurt.
But this thing's enormous. It looks incredibly more equipped and cozy compared to
Sam's shack. The only downside was all the plastics I inhaled the whole entire night. Thank goodness I had a fan to blow them right into my face.
Wow, is that a kitchen in there?
What happened in there?
Full bats back to the left. Come on in. We had to move some stuff out. Some stuff clearly fell due to the rainfall, but
Yeah, this got way more kind of tent vibes to it. How was the electrical system? How was the
made through the whole night, had 17% left in that EcoFlow.
How was the tech setup?
Running the fridge, I was playing Taylor Swift on the TV. It was actually a great
Did you get any video games? Just watch movies?
Watch YouTube, specifically John Malecki Unscrewed.
I heard that guy's hilarious and people hate that he cusses.
Yeah, it was actually pretty sick. The tech all worked. The lights was actually pretty nice.
I mean, minus the fact that you can only stand in the center if you're over 4 feet tall.
Yeah.
I dig it.
Do you smell that?
It smells like tent, to be honest. You're going to need a couple days for this thing airing out. I'm good.
You gotta come get a whiff.
I'm good. That's too low. My back hurts. Alright, so you won the hunting challenge and hide and seek. So, we're 2 and 2.
Wait a minute. Close enough, whatever. Close enough.
Which means we got to figure out a way to double winner here. So I'm over here, I'm talking to producer Dan, and we're trying to figure out how we can instill another challenge on these clowns. And what we came up with is that they should probably both be punished with a McGangbang. Because obviously they're starving from their evening of living in Temu tents. So it's actually going to be a reward. I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling like I'm going to give them that. So boys, I've decided. You both are going to get McGangbanged. Okay, welcome to the Dungeon of McGangbang. You boys have 2 cheeseburgers and 2 McChickens. What you do here is you take this lovely McChicken, then you take the patty, you take patty 2. Now your buns are the burgers. Then you McGangbang. This is like the easiest punishment we've done in a long time. What are you doing? What is going on? Let's get your first taste of the gangbang.
Gotta get it all in one bite.
Here you go, pull up. Jam it in there.
Excuse me.
There's so many flavors all at once that all cancel one another out.
Don't you wish you were shit-faced?
That probably helped, yeah.
That's when the gangbang was born. Pretty good because my TikTok everything is terrible. So obviously the gangbang is not taking down these 2. This video was a ton of fun. We need to know which stores do we have to compete with next.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the work. It is fantastic to have you here as ever, because on today's episode, we're going to be taking a $7 Harbor Freight hammer and making it perform like a beautiful forged $200 hammer. Before we jump in, we thank today's sponsor, which is Raid Shadow Legends, for making all this tough, greatest dark fantasy RPG game. Reminds me of a lot of those old school role-player games back in the day, like Final Fantasy, which is fantastic. You've been hearing about Raid Shadow Legends all over the internet, I'm sure, but have you actually played it? Because now is the time to try. Look at these beasts. Okay, hold it to dismantle. There we go. Throw the hunt. Oh, he's down. Get him. Oh, get him. No! No, they're attacking me. No, they're attacking me. No! There we go, he's down. There we go, he's down. I think that guy's pretty strong. There's no point to go down. There we go, and we're through. You can do whatever you want from the game, whether it is that you want to socialize and fight alongside teammates, or whether you want to fight PvP against other players. You can enjoy collecting champions and just have an all-around great time. And right now is the time to try. Because if you have Amazon Prime, especially before March 22nd, when you log in, you're getting 3 Void Shards and 4 Superior Void Potions. So Amazon Prime members, be sure to go and claim your loot now. But regardless, you can get great bonuses by hitting my link in the description down below. You're going to be getting 100,000 free silver, an energy refill, 50 gems, and an epic champion. Look at this guy. It's the executioner. Over the next 30 days, you're going to be getting extra rewards in your inbox, so be sure to stay tuned. Look at this champion. He's got a Spyhender, just like the sword we're working on now. We are having a little pause this week, but this is epic. This is super cool champion. Check it out now and enjoy it for free on iOS or Android, as well as on PC. And it'll work seamlessly seamlessly between PC and mobile. The links are in the description. We're very grateful for Raid sponsoring this. Let's jump in and turn a $7 hammer into one that performs like a $200. Okie dokie, so here's what we have hammer-wise. From Harbor Freight and costing a whopping $7 right here is a Pittsburgh 3-pound sledgehammer with a 60-inch hardwood handle. We also have a Pittsburgh 3-pound cross-beam hammer next to some forged blacksmithing hammers. Let's have a closer look. Alright, let me tell you some of the problems that I see with the $7 hammer. To start off with, the handle was loose off the shelf. As it came from the store, it had a loose handle, and when you're forging, you don't want the head of the hammer to be rattling around, and it can also end up being a little bit of a safety hazard, because if the head flies off, it can hit you or somebody, or put a hole in the wall, or a window. No fun. The wobbly handle here is caused because the fit between the handle and the eye, the hole of the hammer, is really imprecise. So much so that they've actually jammed some epoxy, it looks like, in there. But it wasn't an epoxy strong enough to actually hold it to the head, which is a shame. So it wobbles around. No good. The biggest gripe, however, is how the faces come. The faces come very flat with just one chamfer around it, meaning that it's chamfered here. It still has a very sharp transition between the flap and that chamfer. So if you go to forge with it, you're going to be putting a few extra hammer marks in your work that are going to be a lot more difficult to get out. It also has two identical faces. Obviously, that's normal for this style hammer, but I'm quite partial to the rounding hammer with one rounding face and one flat face with much wider radii on the edges so that you're able to have a much better degree of control over the steel and mitigate the risks of nuisance hammer marks. But with all that said, a hammer is just a lump of metal on a stick, and even with the $7 hammer from Harbor Freight, you can still make stuff, because it's a whole lot more about knowing how to make it than it is about the tools used. So let's make something. In a quick and dirty 2 heats, we're still able to make something. The hammer moves steel. It forges. The loose head threw me off a little bit, but I was able to forge a decent taper, do a quick isolation, all without a problem. The only downside was, as I tried to forge out the leaf itself, those edges of the hammer really came to bite me, and that's those rather unsightly marks that you're seeing. So we're going to tackle some of these issues. First things first, we're going to fix that handle fit, see if we need to make a new handle, see if we can fix what we've already got, and then we're going to tackle the facings. First things first, I'm going to cut off this little rag right here where the sharp head is peeling up the wood, but the gap in the handle is so bad I can fit this knife blade all the way down it. I don't know if we're going to be able to fix it, but that's what you get for $7. To see if we can fix it, I'm going to drive the handle further into the head. That is the downside to this shape of a hammer handle. As you drive it down, that swell on the handle all of a sudden becomes so thick that instead of compressing into the head, it just broke off on the sharp edges of the hammer hole. The good news is, the handle is now tight. We pushed it out about 3/8 to 1/4 inch. You see how much gap there is in there? That's really not good. It's such a shame. What we now need to do is find a way of wedging out the material enough that it fills the top of the eye. We've got a little bit of a dilemma here. They fitted it with both a wood wedge and my least favorite of wedges, the round wedge. What I like to do in hammers that I make is fit them only with a wood wedge and make sure it's a really good fit. That means that, God forbid, the handle does come loose in time. It's a natural material, and changes in humidity can make it happen. And not having a steel wedge in means that when it does come loose, you can drive the handle down and then install a steel wedge in that new climate. So it gives you that little extra opportunity to do it. Well, now there's a steel wedge, and all we can really do to try this is try driving the steel wedge in further, and I don't know if it's going to work, because a round wedge doesn't really do a perfect job of spreading out the material the same way that first wood wedge does. This is why I don't like these wedges. They're impossible to drive any deeper than the wood. This is not going to work. Oh boy, oh boy. This was a useless wedge. It will no longer turn up my nose, this hammer, but I will strive to make it better. The reason I'm doing this is I want to make this accessible to you guys. I don't use all the fancy tools to get it done. I wanted to try and do it a little more simply this time. The best thing to do now would be to put the entire new handle in and see if we can do it without doing that step. I want to show this in the easiest way possible.
Okay, so as you saw, I took that ridiculous round steel wedge out of there. After driving the handle up through, I then pulled the wood wedge out, and I feel like if we had a wider wood wedge, we could indeed open up the wood enough that we got a good fit, maybe without even needing to. This is going to involve a little bit of woodworking. My dear viewers and wonderful comments, over the last many years I've received a whole lot of flack for not actually having woodworking equipment, and at last the peer pressure pushed me to the breaking limit, and I will show you some new toys that I got. Look at this! One contractor variety table saw, so that we can actually rip wood without needing to use that ridiculous battery-powered saw, as well as a thickness planer. Hugely exciting. I've wasted so much time, and I made myself have to do so much rework and over-processing by not having woodworking equipment. Now we will solve that. We're still missing a woodworking bandsaw, so I need to grab one of those at some point. For this project, we don't actually need to use any of that equipment. The metal bandsaw that we have is all we need. Because I already have a piece of hickory, we're going to make the wedge from this. Here's what the wedge looks like. It is not wider than the eye itself, otherwise that won't work. It has a slight taper to it in this dimension, because eyes of hammers have a taper to them. I round the end slightly to match up with the rounding of the eye. I also gave the end a very thin chisel grind. I also don't want to forget, see how we have a chamfer on the top of the wedge? That's going to save it from splitting. We're going to wood glue the wedge in.
Do notice that the bottom of the handle is supported. We're going to use the wood wedge to split the handle apart as it drives down.
Starting to get pretty firm.
We've actually cracked that wood wedge already. Not the end of the world. Flip it over. Then I'll hammer from the bottom of the handle.
Since that wedge is starting to really fray apart,
and I'm not going to achieve anything by hammering it further. It's definitely tightened up the fit of the eye. A good deal. We're going to grind off the top.
Something pretty weird with the way this happens. There's this lip here. See where that knife is hitting? So it looks like there's a whole lot more space than there actually is. There's this weird lip. But there is that little lip in there at the top of the eye, which is throwing me off. So I'm going to call the handle fit up ready. If it does come loose, I'll throw a steel wedge in. Next thing, we're going to deal with the actual handle itself, because it's nasty. It's got a varnish coating on it, which is going to give you blisters. And it's also this oval profile. I prefer handles that have a flat down length to them. I also want a better chamfer on the end here. It's going to help reducing splitting the handle if you do ever have to redrive. You can tackle this by locking the handle, not the head, in a vise. Rasping on it to get rid of the varnish coating and creating your flat. You can also use one of these cheap belt sanders. Or even use an angle grinder. Just use the belt grinder. Blacking the handle with a torch, because I like the look of it. Also means it can look a little cleaner. You don't notice the dirt as much. Taking some pine tar. This is made as a byproduct of making charcoal from pine. It's got a beautiful smell to it, and it's going to help protect the wood. Linseed oil would also work an absolute treat for this. You really don't have to get too fancy. The handle now feels really good. It's a little slimmer up here than I'd like, but I'm happy with that. The idea is minimal effort, minimal money, making the hammer work like a more expensive one. Next step in the direction of that goal is for us to tackle the faces. I'm going to be doing it with an angle grinder, because you can pick up an angle grinder for like 30 bucks. And just like anything, it's really a whole lot less about the tool than it is knowing what you're trying to achieve. So as you can see, the grinds here, flat across the top, and then there's just one chamfer on the edges. Here, we actually have a square with the corners broken off, and I like this. I like having this long, flat, and it has a much more gently sloping radius. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to flatten off the face, and then I'm going to take the angle grinder, and I'm going to start at a very shallow angle, and I'm going to go back and forth, rounding my way around it to create a similar radius on the edges to this. I'm going to be using a 60 grit flap disc. You can pick these up anywhere, and by lightening the pressure, you can achieve a better surface finish. But there are also finishing discs that you can use to get an even higher polish. For me, though, more interested in the geometry. You got it done with the angle grinder. It's not as clean as it would be with a belt grinder, but it gets the job done. Next step is the rounding face. You need to turn this a little more into that. This isn't a ball, though. The way Brazil describes it is as a squashed ball. You have a very large radius at the top of the ball, and then a progressively smaller and smaller radius as you come around the sides of the faces. This means you have progressively more and more and more PSI that you can apply with the hammer to control how you move it. So the trick as I round this is to make sure that the top is a much flatter radius than the edges, but it still wants to be a very gentle transition between the side of the hammer and the face itself.
It's definitely not as fancy as one of these. It definitely doesn't have the finish and all the proportions that I'd like. It's a rough old job, but it is important. We're gonna prove it. It is so much nicer to forge with. Those edges give you so much more control, some much more consistent hammer blow, because you know what those edges are going to do. They're softer, there's less unsightly hammer marks. This is a hammer you could forge anything with. The difference in this hammer before and after is worlds apart. So much more pleasant to use, so much more control. You can get a much more aesthetically pleasing hammer mark in it. It's definitely not the best leaf I've ever made. It's a lot better, but it's a lot better than the first one because the hammer wasn't wobbling on the handle. It felt so much more comfortable to use. And this, I hope, helps show that it's not all about the type of tools that you have. It's also about how you can modify those tools to work for you. Fundamentally, it's just about getting stuck in and giving it a go, because getting the experience and the practice can mean so much more than having the absolute best tools. Now, after how simple this was, this only took a few hours to get this sorted. Why would you get one of these? Well, out of the box, it comes ready to go. It's beautiful. And beautiful things are nice to have. That's why I like having hammers like this, as opposed to like this. You don't need this to get the job done. Before the video ends, I want to let you know we're going to be giving away a square circle rounding hammer, and you can have a chance of winning it simply by dropping a comment down below with a blacksmithing or bladesmithing question that you want answered that we might be able to help out with. We'll be picking a winner at random. Thank you guys so much. Drop that comment down below. See you soon. Bye.
A man alone in his house. His partner's out walking the dog. Then the screaming starts. TikTok user Corey says the sounds were coming from the basement. First an odd noise that played twice, then what sounded like laughter, and then a shriek, like a girl screaming at the top of her lungs.
And then it also played like a very loud shrieking noise of a girl screaming. So
he managed to record the audio on his phone in his own words, mind-numbingly loud.
I don't know, it came from the basement. It was just mind-numbingly loud.
After 5 minutes, he grabbed a knife and went down to check. The basement looked normal, but there were a couple of rooms he couldn't bring himself to open, so he did the next best thing, wedged pillows up against the closed doors. If anything moved during the night, he'd know.
So I could go back and see if anything had moved the next day from my video I was taking.
He and his partner didn't stay. They packed up the dog and left. The next morning, his partner went back alone. Corey told her to check the pillows.
This is what she sent me. Well, this is the original. This is what she sent me. Normal. Video. Next day.
They'd been moved. Suspecting someone might actually be living in the house, Corey installed 2 cameras, one in the bonus room, one on the main floor. What they captured was worse than he expected. The dog spent the entire day pacing up and down the stairs, stopping to stare into one particular room, whimpering.
The dog just went up and down all day and just stared into a room, just whimpering back and forth. We're not gonna pretend like the decor up there is normal by any means.
Then the camera cut out.
Then the camera did the weirdest thing, it just went blank.
The clips racked up over 1 million views, and the comments can't agree on what's going on. Intruder, squatter, something else. One of the few scary videos this year where even the top replies are split down the middle.
Y curiosamente escuché que algo se cayó.
An empty supermarket after midnight, one night shift worker and shelves that won't stop emptying themselves.
No sé, es muy extraño todo esto.
TikTok user, Artec_18, works the overnight at an Herrera bodega in Mexico. Over the last few months, he's been uploading clips of what's happening around him while he's alone in the building. In his own words, translated from Spanish, I heard something fall. Didn't see what it was. And for a while now, I've been hearing strange noises. A few more things have fallen.
No sé, es muy extraño todo esto.
A few nights later, he films another aisle.
No mames, acabo de escuchar como... Ya no sé si reírme de nervios, reírme por no llorar, ya no sé ni qué hacer.
A pink ball rolls across the floor by itself. He panics and runs.
Por no llorar, ya no sé ni qué hacer.
In the next clip, he notices something at the end of the aisle.
Ahí es donde se asoma. La verdad me da mucho miedo estar viniendo a asomarme para acá. Está moviendo esa porquería.
The trolley shifts. As he walks closer, a second trolley starts moving.
¿Qué es eso? Se está moviendo el carro. No te muevas. No.
Then the back of the store, he hears high-pitched sounds from the production kitchen.
Ya realmente no sé qué es lo que voy a hacer. Ya no entiendo ni qué es lo que está.
Puta madre.
Down a narrow aisle, you can see two objects sitting in the distance. They topple over, and the space is too tight and too cramped for anyone to be hiding in. As the uploads went viral, he started live streaming his shifts. The activity kept coming.
Ya no entiendo qué está pasando.
In the most recent clip, he's doing paperwork at his station when two trolleys start rolling on their own.
Ya me pongo yo mismo nervioso, ya no sé qué es lo que pasa aquí. Otra vez, chingo de mí. No sácate la verga ya.
Skeptics will point to vibrations, ventilation, and the obvious viral incentive to keep the content coming. And fair, once a clip hits millions, the motivation to keep delivering is real. But the live stream tire collapse is the part that's hard to wave away. An audience watching in real time, an empty store, and something going out of its way to be noticed. Among the scary videos trending out of Latin America this year, this is the one Reddit keeps dragging back to the front page.
Otra vez, chingo de mí. No mames, no, sácate la verga ya. No sé ni a dónde mierda esconderme.
A woman recording a TikTok alone in her house hears someone call her name.
Okay, first of all, why didn't anyone tell me that if you have
She calls back, assuming it's her housemate. Then she remembers nobody else is home.
My bad. So I forgot. I didn't think about it. I'm home alone, and I thought. Someone called me.
We covered this one late last year. The uploader's name is Melody, and many viewers thought she'd encountered a mimic, something copying her housemate's voice to get her attention.
Melody.
Now there's an update, and it's worse than anyone expected.
Warning, if you scare easy, made my stomach drop.
In a follow-up video that's now past 2 million views, Melody says commenters started pointing out something in her older footage, a clip where she'd been showing off some flowers.
It was my birthday, right? And I got these flowers. They're dying. I know. That's not weird because it's me. Okay? They die.
She didn't see it at first, but when she went back and zoomed in, there was a figure standing in the doorway behind her. It gets worse. A few clips later, she receives a missed call from an unknown number. When she checks her voicemail, this is what she hears. The audio is rough, but after thousands of comments comparing notes, most people settle on the same transcription. Hi Melody, it's me. You asked if I was real. I am. You asked if I can see you. I've never stopped. Love you. And then, the most recent update. Melody says she came home one night after 2 in the morning, locked the doors, had a shower. She was getting ready for bed when her phone buzzed. Her Ring camera had detected motion at the front door. She didn't have a subscription, so she couldn't watch the clip back, but the app saves a thumbnail from each alert. She pulled it up and zoomed in. A man's face pressed close to the camera, or something close enough to a man's face that the difference almost doesn't matter. Melody pulled up a YouTube video of a man's voice and played it through the camera's speaker, hoping whatever was out there would hear it and think someone was home. Then she watched the live feed until she fell asleep.
Boys saying like hello. It's like a play it through the thing so they could think it's a man in here. That's all I could come up with. I was just watching the live thing till I fell asleep.
A voice that knew her name, a figure in a doorway she hadn't seen, a voicemail that called her by name, and now something standing at her door in the middle of the night, close enough to fog the lens. 4 clips, one woman, and whatever's doing this isn't finished. A man has abandoned his house. He now sleeps in his girlfriend's place with his cat, refusing to go back. The reason is a single photo. He says he'd been hearing strange noises coming from his kitchen for years. Never during the day, always at night, shuffling, creaking, sounds he couldn't place. So one night, he opened his Samsung's night vision mode and took a photo in complete darkness. No lights on, just the faint glow of the street lights through the windows. There in the kitchen doorway is what appears to be a bearded man, a figure he swears was not there when he pressed the shutter. Samsung's night vision mode doesn't add anything to a photo. It amplifies the light that's already there, which raises the question, if the figure wasn't there when he took the photo, what was it doing in his kitchen that the camera could see and he couldn't? He's refused to go back to the house since, and now sleeps at his girlfriend's with his pet he calls Mr. Cat. Over the skyline of New Orleans, something dark and tentacled is drifting through the clouds. When the clip went live, comments piled in within hours. A Dementor from Harry Potter, a giant squid, something out of Lovecraft. Most viewers couldn't make sense of the sighting. The most likely answer is more grounded. Novelty kites shaped like octopuses and squids are surprisingly common, and from a distance, against a flat grey sky, they look genuinely unsettling. The one thing that nags, no visible string, no handler on the ground, and the way it moves doesn't quite match a kite caught in wind. Probably just a kite. Probably.
And then I'm gonna keep looking at it, and then I'm finished.
A door swings shut on its own.
Leave us alone!
A mother in the room calls out.
Leave us alone. We're not scared of you anymore. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. I'm not waking up to you today.
The footage comes from her home security camera. There's no hand on the door, no breeze, no explanation. She isn't talking to a person.
Leave us alone. We're not scared of you anymore. Leave us alone. Leave us alone.
Moments later, this happens.
I'm not waking up to baby today. This is crazy. Leave us alone. Okay.
What's hit view as the hardest isn't the moving furniture, it's her delivery. She doesn't sound afraid, she sounds done, like this has happened before, and she stopped bothering to react to it. There's one more detail that takes this footage to another level. Watch the very beginning closely. shadow scoots along the floor, and on the wall behind her, an upside-down crucifix. Of all the poltergeist scary videos doing the rounds this month, this is the one where a mother is more annoyed than terrified, and somehow that makes it worse. A group of girls pose for a casual photo at a spa. Behind them, in the pool, something's staring. A face, partially submerged, eyes locked directly on the camera. The photo's been floating around old paranormal forums for years, posted by an uploader whose identity has long since been lost. The girls in the photos say there was no one else in the pool when they took it. No swimmer, no waiter, just them. Skeptics chalk it up to water reflections and pareidolia, the brain doing what brains do, but the face in this one is too clean, too centered, and too directly aimed at the lens to feel accidental. Deep in the wilderness of British Columbia, far from any trail, a man finds something carved into the rocks that shouldn't be there.
Not sure if I can make it any further than that.
Markings etched into stone, weathered and old, in a spot well away from any known settlement. Terry Milford, who shared the footage on Facebook, says they look almost Egyptian. But what really got viewers talking isn't the carvings. It's what Milford says happened while he was filming. He claims he spotted a shadow figure standing in the tree line, watching him. The camera never caught it. He just felt it there. Out-of-place markings in remote forests aren't unheard of. British Columbia has a deep history of indigenous rock art going back thousands of years. And to an outsider, those carvings can look like something far older or stranger than they are. That probably accounts for the etchings. The figure in the trees is harder to dismiss. Among the scary videos coming out of paranormal forums this year, it's one of the few where the witness walked away convinced he wasn't alone. And the carving was sitting right there to back him up.
Can you see?
Look up at the sky for long enough, and you start seeing things you can't account for. This footage is what happens when someone points a camera at it and lets it roll.
And I didn't zoom in on this like I normally do, so you're getting a farther and a bigger part of the sky.
Recorded on the 23rd of March this year. 5 minutes of night sky, sped up to 1 minute.
This was March 23rd of this year. This is 5 times the speed, so it's 5 minutes of video into 1 minute.
In the foreground, the kind of orbs the uploader usually films. Bright, darting points of light moving in ways that don't match aircraft, satellites, or insects.
Just see all of them that's in there. I mean, we've got the ones in the front that you normally see that I try to get as zoom in closer on, but this one I'm trying to get as much of the sky as I could.
But it's the background that's got people watching this on repeat.
But look in the background. If you got a laptop or something that you can use, or a big screen TV,
Dozens more lights scattered across the sky, moving independently. Some drift, some change direction, some blink.
How many that there actually is? It's kind of creepy, just a little bit to see how many there is. It's amazing.
The footage was shared by Max_sees_things23, who's been logging the sky over his property for months. In his own words, it's kind of creepy, just a little bit to see how many there is.
It's kind of creepy, just a little bit to see how many there is. It's amazing.
Time-lapse footage will turn ordinary satellites into things that look like they're chasing each other. That probably accounts for the bulk of what's on screen here, but not all of it. Ohio is about to put a cryptid on the ballot. On the 17th of April, State Representatives Tristan Ryder and Gene Schmidt introduced House Bill 821, a bipartisan move to designate the Loveland frogman as Ohio's official state cryptid. The creature, a 4-foot upright amphibian, has been reported along the Little Miami River since the 1950s. In 1972, a Loveland police officer pulled his weapon on it. If HB 821 passes, Ohio becomes the first U.S. state in history to legally recognize a cryptid. From a cryptid on the ballot to a man back from the dead. A Russian man was declared clinically dead. 5 hours of resuscitation later, doctors brought him back. Meanie the Cootier, he walked home from a night out, sat down on a bench and fell asleep at minus 20 degrees Celsius. His core temperature dropped to 24. Over 4 hours, medical staff warmed him to 34 degrees. Then they started CPR. First faint pulse at 25 minutes. Full stability at 5 hours, 34 minutes. 1 day in an induced coma. Kidneys intact. Discharged 5 days later. From a body brought back to life to an object pulled out of the ground. A construction crew dug up a 12-foot cross this week. Nobody can explain where it came from. Workers breaking ground for an industrial park in Hounsfield, New York, next to Watertown International Airport, pulled the concrete structure from the soil. Rebar and a steel pipe through the core confirm it was man-made. Jefferson County has no property record of it. The FAA has no map reference. Hounsfield's planning archive has no permit, no church, no landowner, no contractor has claimed it. A 12-foot cross, buried, and no one will say they put it there. From an object with no origin to an object whose origin just got complicated. The Shroud of Turin has India in its DNA. The University of Padova team, led by Dr. Gianni Barcaccia, analysed dust vacuum from the cloth in 1978. The breakdown, 55.6% Near Eastern, 38.7% Indian, 5.6% European. 2 theories are in circulation. The first, that fine Indian linen was imported to Jerusalem for the garments of the high priest. The second, the older legend that Jesus spent his lost years travelling through India. Scientific American has flagged methodological weaknesses with the study. The Vatican hasn't distanced itself. From one ancient question, the Vatican won't answer, to another asked in Washington under oath. Hillary Clinton was asked on camera under oath about Gilgamesh. In a deposition released earlier this year, Representative Anna Paulina Luna asked the former Secretary of State whether she'd ever inquired about or been denied access to UAP files or any material referred to as Gilgamesh during her time in office. Clinton answered that she'd never asked, so she'd never been denied. She added that the public deserves transparency. Gilgamesh is the name attached to a long-running theory that the 2003 Iraq invasion was a cover for recovering the tomb of the Sumerian king, and the material believed to be buried with it. The question was asked. The answer is on the record. That's your weird news wrap-up. Back to the countdown. A photographer steps out of a 12th century Italian castle at night, raises his Canon camera and snaps one last shot of the courtyard before leaving. Nothing seems out of place. The courtyard is empty. He says goodbye to the caretaker and a couple of other visitors and heads home. It's not until the next morning, looking back through the photos on his computer, that he sees something eerie. Standing in the courtyard where there'd been no one when he pressed the shutter is the impression of a person. The photo was taken by Alessandro Carpena on the night of October 20th, 2013 at Castello Malaspina in Foz di Novo, Italy. A medieval fortress perched in the Tuscan hills with a long reputation for hauntings, cold spots, strange sounds, fleeting shadows, the kind of place where staff stop being surprised. Carpena says he's shown the photo to scholars and to the castle's caretaker, Lady Mina. None of them have an explanation. The figure isn't blurred. It isn't moving. It's standing still, clearly humanoid, clearly there, in a courtyard the photographer swears was empty. Of all the scary videos and photos to come out of Castello Malaspina over the years, this is the one nobody, not even the people who work there, can talk away.
What the? God damn it.
A woman in Montreal is woken in the middle of the night by a hum she can feel in the walls. When she gets to the window, she stops cold.
What the? That is not a goddamn airplane. Why the? Is it so? What the actual
Lines hovering above the skyline.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm kind of freaking out at the moment. Let me see if I can try to. What is going on right now?
She grabs her phone.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm kind of freaking out at the moment. Let me see if I can try to. What is going on right now?
The footage was shared on X by a self-described military intelligence analyst, and she wasn't the only one filming.
That one sounded more like multiple planes, but the other one had a very deep humming. And there's no base nearby. I don't know what's going on.
Throughout December 2024, residents across Montreal posted to Reddit and Instagram describing the same thing. Strange formations of lights between 2 and 4 in the morning, and the same unsettling hum. People described it as almost mechanical, felt as much as heard. Some pointed to Festalumi, the city's winter light installation, others to drones. Neither explained the coordinated movement, neither explained the lateral acceleration, and neither explained why people across different neighborhoods all said they could feel the sound in their bones.
Multiple planes, but the other one had a very deep humming. And there's no base nearby.
Drones don't typically produce low-frequency hums you feel through apartment walls. Light installations don't streak across the sky, and military intelligence analysts don't tend to post footage they can easily identify.
What the? That is not a goddamn airplane. Why the? Is it so? What the actual is that?
If you want to see more scary videos like these, then hit that subscribe button and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll always know. Drones don't typically produce low-frequency hums you feel through apartment walls. Light installations don't streak across the sky, and military intelligence analysts don't tend to post footage they can easily.
Walmart resold is a category of refurbished tech that I think could probably do with a better name. Because when I hear Walmart resold, I assume they're reselling my underwear that I left on the checkout counter because I forgot to pick it up as I walked out of the store. I don't know why I have to tell the underwear story, but I never got them back, and I assume they resold them because I paid for them. And now I'm... So their pitch here is it is refurbished and pre-owned technology, home supplies, and more for a whole lot less. A pre-owned Rolex for $5,199? Sorry, who trusts Walmart with a $5,000 Rolex? I am not buying this one. You're trying to tell me this is a $19 Apple TV. How is this listed on Walmart? This thing looks like it's been like chewed up by a freaking dog. What? Walmart pre-owned or resold or whatever they're calling it, allows you to find previously owned, well-cared-for items from Walmart's trusted and performance-managed sellers. They have 2 programs, pre-owned and restored. I'm getting very confused here. I'm like 4 layers in. Oh, okay, so that link doesn't work. That link doesn't work. Okay, cool. So the explanation of how this works doesn't work. Cool, great, love it. A gaming PC for $378? GT 1030? This is not. Also, what is this like AI-ass NVIDIA logo here? I almost want to buy this just to prove that it's fake. PSP? Ooh, $160 for a restore PSP in any color you want? Wait, no, that's not true. You don't get to pick which of these colors. It just is any color. What?
What the? A comprehensive handbook for PS4 and PS5 mastery by Popman G for $200. Sorry, this is not a new book. No, this has been pre-owned. I'm not sure I like what I'm seeing here. But let's take a closer look, my friends, at what Walmart Resold is all about. So, we've got quite a lot to take a look at today, and I would like to start with one of the more suspect items. Okay, I can see it already. We have options, my friends. Who wants a game PC that has a full accessory kit? Like a T-Wolf metal panel illuminated wired keyboard and mouse set.
Oh, that sounds super gamery.
So because of the Dell, it actually is really easy to open up. And we will say... Everyone just take a pause for a second. Close your eyes and take a mental image of the inside of a game PC. Okay, open your eyes.
Ooh, that's buried, baby.
So why don't we set this thing up to see exactly how much gaming we're gonna do. Boy, oh boy, look how many pixels we have. I can see at least 15 of them. So we've got our system set up. So let me quickly show you the spec. It's actually not terrible. So you do have a Core i7-10700, which is a full 8-core CPU, which is totally reasonable. You got yourself 16 gigs of RAM, which is nice. The 256 gig SSD, and of course, the beautiful GT1030. Not GTX, not RTX, GT. So as you can see, we're going to be playing some of the high-quality Fortnite. We'll do some Blitz. Is this good? I mean, the mouse and keyboard themselves are ultra cheap. It's kind of what you would expect for this kind of price. It is still able to run the game, but I think that's less to do. Thank you, my friend. It's less to do with what they've done with the system, more so the fact that Fortnite is still designed to run on a potato. Oh, okay, the render resolution is a little bit of a problem. Damn it! I got killed by Simpsons John Wick. Damn, stupid John Wick. Boom! I had nothing to do with that. This system is actually not like the worst thing I've ever seen. It's certainly better than the really old Optiplexes. Alex, how much do we pay for this Dell Optiplex gaming PC from Walmart?
$378 for this.
$378? Oh, I thought it was $270. Oh, no. That ain't worth it. Okay, how do y'all feel about a little bit of a play? Some might say portable PlayStation.
Oh, I was going to say, the PlayStation's not going to fit in there.
One that is easily portable and in a mystery choose-your-own adventure color. Exactly what we ordered from Walmart. You don't get to pick which of these colors. It just is any color. What?
Wait, we all take bets on what color we think it is?
I think it's.
Dude, I feel like 99% of PSPs are black.
I think it's going to be pink.
The answer is black as hell.
I don't think anything about any of this.
I'll say though, it's in actually really good shape. Now it's piano black, which means it's impossible to actually keep clean, so there are a fair few scratches on like the front of it. This doesn't feel like it's a kind of PSP that was used really heavily, but I can immediately tell that the screen is starting yellow. So it's quite yellow on the top corner, yellow on the right side of the display. It's actually not that surprising. So I will say a lot of retro consoles at this point are actually just Japanese consoles, because the thing is, it's almost like certain countries that rhyme with Shamerica like to destroy their stuff and not take care of it, whereas another country that rhymes with Japan actually take care of their stuff, and it's also super cheap. The scratches are a little bit noticeable. It's not terrible, but it is a little bit noticeable. Yeah, boy. Oh, dude, they're gone. They're gone. I got this. This thing was so good. It was so good. And not just because it had other features that I really enjoyed as a younger.
Yes, we know, we get it.
Alex, what did we pay for our PSP 3000 from Walmart resale?
From resale. So this restored, aka refurbished, like new PSP 3000 costs $160.
Ooh, that's expensive. That seems too. If this was like $30 cheaper, I'd be happy. $160 is starting to kind of push it a little bit. Hello, my friend. It's almost as if it's my favorite time of the day. Let's go get flipped, shall we? I'm
flipping ready. Guys, I think I know what the next item is. Yeah,
As you might imagine, when it comes to a flippy boy, the condition is very important. So they interestingly choose to ship it open. You know, you could close it, screen, but that's fine. Okay, all right. Well, oh no.
Good condition. So, you want me to do something horrifying? Oh God.
I can literally peel the entire bag.
Oh no.
You see, I literally look at the daylight. You can see. I will tell you that's real bad. That's kind of shocking that this made it through QC. Let's take a look at the rest. So, does it fold? Yeah. Yeah?
I mean, there's no like weird crunching noises. So.
It's dirty though. They didn't clean the inside of the hinge. It's literally got what's on it.
Well, yeah. So this is pre-owned, so it's not refurbished. They wouldn't have cleaned anything. This is just exactly how they got it from.
Walmart resold is a category. What?
What the a comprehensive handbook for PS4 and PS5 Mastery by Popman G for $200. This is not a new book. No, this has been pre-owned. I'm not sure I like what I'm seeing here. But let's take a closer look, my friends, at what Walmart Resold is all about.
So, we've got quite a lot to take a look at today, and I would like to start with one of the more suspect items. Okay, I can see it already. We have options, my friends. Who wants a game PC that has a full accessory kit? Like a T-Wolf metal panel illuminated wired keyboard and mouse set.
Oh, that sounds super gamery.
So because the Dell actually is really easy to open up, and we will say I would just take a pause for a second, close your eyes and take a mental image of the inside of a game PC. Okay, open your eyes.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
So why don't we set this thing up to see exactly how much gaming we're gonna do. Boy, oh boy, look how many pairs we have. I can see at least 15 of them. So we've got our system set up. So let me quickly show you the spec. It's actually not terrible. So you do have a Core i7-10700, which is a full 8-core CPU, which is totally reasonable. You have 16 gigs of RAM, which is nice. A 256 gig SSD, and of course, the beautiful GT 1030. Not GTX, not RTX. GT. So, as you can see, we're going to be playing some of the high-quality Fortnite. We'll do some Blitz. Is this good? I mean, the mouse and keyboard themselves are ultra cheap. It's kind of what you would expect for this kind of price. It is still able to run the game, but I think that's less to do. Thank you, my friend. It's less to do with what they've done with the system, more so the fact that Fortnite is still designed to run like a potato. Okay, the render resolution is a little bit of a problem. Damn it! I got killed by Simpsons John Wick. Yeah, I'm stupid John Wick. Boom! I had nothing to do with that. This system is actually not like the worst thing I've ever seen. It's certainly better than the really old Optiplexes. Alex, how much do we pay for this Dell Optiplex gaming PC from Walmart?
$378 for this.
$378? Oh, I thought it was $270. Oh, no. That ain't worth it. Okay, how do y'all feel about a little bit of a play? Some might say portable PlayStation.
Oh, I was going to say, a PlayStation's not going to fit in there.
Well, one that is easily portable and in a mystery choose-your-own adventure color. Exactly what we ordered from Walmart. You don't get to pick which of these colors. It just is any color. What?
We all take bets on what color we think it is?
I think it's. I feel like 99% of PSP. The answer is black as hell. Black as hell. I'll say it's in actually really pretty good shape. Now it's piano black, it's impossible to actually keep clean, so there are character scratches on like the front of it. This doesn't feel like it's the kind of PSP that was used really heavily, but I can immediately tell that it's yellow. So it's quite yellow on the top corner, yellow on the right side of the display. It's actually not that surprising. So I will say a lot of retro consoles at this point are actually just Japanese consoles, because the thing is, it's almost like certain countries that rhyme with Shamerica like to destroy the stuff and not take care of it, whereas another country that rhymes with
Yeah, go on. Japan actually take care of this stuff, and it's also super cheap. The scratches are a little bit noticeable. It's not terrible, but it is a little bit noticeable. Yeah, boy. Oh, dude, they're gone. They're gone. I got this. This thing was so good. It was so good, and not just because it had other features that I really enjoyed as a younger. Never mind.
Yes, we know, we get it.
Alex, what did we pay for our PSP 3000 from Walmart resales?
From resold. So this restored, aka refurbished, like new PSP 3000 cost $160.
Ooh, that's expensive. That seems too. If this was like $30 cheaper, I'd be happy. $160 to start, and I kind of push it a little bit. Hello, my friend. Almost favorite time of the day. I'm flipping ready.
Guys, I think I know what the next item is.
As you might imagine, when it comes to a flippy boy, the condition is very important. So, they choose to ship it open. When you could close it, it's fine on the screen, but it's fine. You want me to do something horrifying? I can literally feel this. Oh no! You see? I literally look at the daylight. You can see. I will tell you that's real bad. That's from the shop. Made it through QC. Let's take a look at the rest. So does it fold? Yeah. Yeah?
I mean, there's no like weird crunching noises.
It's dirty though. They didn't clean the inside of the hinge. It's literally got woods on it.
Well, yeah. So this is pre-owned, so it's not refurbished. They wouldn't have cleaned anything. This is just exactly how they got it from whoever, and then they just sold it right back to you.
Someone clearly took the screen protector off, and this thing is like it's actually bubbled here. Like I can't. Oh no, it's just dirt. It's dirt, but it's gotten wedged into the bottom. At this point, I would absolutely be sending this back. No question. This is in below. Good news is screen's not burning, which can also be a problem. But it's just scratched in. Yeah, that works. That's a good looking screen.
We got Z.
I mean, I'm just gonna. I gotta look at the battery, right? Yes. Right?
Yes.
Watch this. One finger, baby.
Oh.
There you go. It's not that exciting because it's just a charging coil, but underneath the charging coil is a bunch of other stuff that I would play with if the phone was not actively on right now. How much did we pay for our Z Flip 5 in good condition?
We paid $231.
If it was in good condition, that would actually be a quite good deal. Because the current Z Flip is like $1,200, right? So the fact that it's 3 years old and it's depreciated by what, like 70-something%, this being called good is like me being called good when I clickbait you for the 4th time this week. I got scared by Walmart! And then like we can add some sparks and stuff here too. Now that I have successfully let go of my anger, rage, resentment, hurt feelings, deep repressed emotions, and most importantly, my flippin' attitude. Why don't we take a look at something a little bit more delightful, shall we?
We bought a delightful thing from Walmart.
Well, we bought something funny as a joke. I forgot we bought it, and now we're open. That's really what actually happened.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like us.
You know what? We have ourselves the one and only. The best of John Denver CD. Let's go. Look, I really feel like I don't exactly know why I thought it was so funny to order this from Walmart, but we got it. Best CD player we got is the Pirates of the Caribbean DVD player.
It's the funniest.
No, I think it is the best.
Why did you take your shoes off? I'm not feeling great.
Thank you for the sub.
Those items notwithstanding, I'm not feeling so great about what we've got so far. But there's always room to be surprised, usually negatively, but you never know. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves, which should be our iPhone 13 mini. Yes, pre-owned. Oh, this one's actually shipped from Walmart? Maybe, possibly. Oh no. That's bad.
Uh-oh.
We'll talk about it in a second. Anyway, let's take a look at the phone itself, my friends. Now, before we get too into it, what condition is this supposed to be in?
This is pre-owned like new, so not refurbished, Walmart or like new. Like new. So the third party, whoever did this, did not clean it, theoretically did not do anything.
At first glance, I will say it looks really pretty nice. I'm not seeing scratches or burning on the display. Sort of like the fact that you didn't clean it. Could you just give me a little explanation of what they promise?
Honestly, they don't promise much. They promise, I mean, condition-wise, they promise minor condition with minor to no imperfections. The screen itself will have no scratches on the screen. The battery life will be at least 60%. New.
Say 60. So for context, the vast majority of refurbished sites guarantee 80% for a box. I got a little spoiler here on the little sheet. I'm very concerned about what was on there. And now I don't. I'm a little worried about it. Your battery health is significantly degraded. Apple authorized service provider can replace the battery to restore full performance and capacity. 71's not okay. Okay, well let's just try the cameras, make sure this thing is fully functioning, and then I will describe my this is a little test of the camera on the iPhone 13 mini, which I will say it's still not bad, right? And video on iPhone has always been a real strong suit. Fantastic. I'll say straight up, buying a phone that's been refurbished that has 70% battery, almost in every case, is a thing you should
but also keep in mind, this is pre-owned, not refurbished.
Right, but I understand there's a distinction, but you're still buying a phone with a thrashed battery, and I'm going to guess that we didn't pay thrashed, I need to replace the battery kind of price on this guy.
So we paid $210.
I think if you're willing to put the time and effort into it, spending $40 on an iFixit battery would actually make this phone perfectly usable. I think the issue is though is that I would never recommend you to buy a phone from a refurbisher or anyone who is selling batteries at 60%? Absolutely nuts. Slightly more than one, but not enough to be two. Huh?
What? How many nuts are you starting with? One?
Of course, 50% gets you one nut, and then you have 10% left of the other nut that you get.
No. You have 100% one nut, 100% two nuts. You put them together, you have 200% nuts.
Yet again, it is time to lighten the mood, my friends, because this should be, yes, a pre-owned iPod Nano 5th generation, which it even comes not only with the 30 pen, but also the reproduction, but the actual like earpods, which is nice. Oh, dude, blue. That's so chromy. Dude! Now, I really wanted one of these when it was brand new because it has a little camera on it. Fun fact, back in 2009 when I started making videos on this channel, this would have been the best camera I owned. So I was legitimately trying to buy myself an iPod Nano to shoot videos. I'm not kidding you. I unfortunately did end up getting the iPod Nano. I got a little camcorder, which was probably a better decision for my videos, whatever.
Hey guys, what's Duncan? It's Duncan.
Condition's not great on this one. It's got a lot of scuffs, but I mean, for a live too bad, I would say. Okay, so we're up and running, and oh boy, that is one of the things of all time. Now, before I do anything, I'm gonna unplug it. Do we think it's gonna hold any charge? Because it does show it has some charge.
I don't know.
I say yes.
All right, 3, 2, 1. It's got charge! Wow. All right.
This, my friend, is what the video looks like from an iPod Nano in 2009.
It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Okay, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. It is currently syncing one song over, at least to make sure this thing works. There we go. Oh, yep, it's working. It actually doesn't sound like awful.
Yeah, this is sick.
This is delightful and filling me full of joy and happiness. Again, I feel like as long as there's one good item every few minutes, I can forget all the bad things that happen. I can just block them out, pretend that didn't happen, and that definitely didn't happen. I got myself a little iPod. Alex, how much do we pay for our not incredible condition, but like reasonable, like fair iPod Nano 50?
We paid $150.
Feels like too much. I mean, I appreciate that it does have a functional battery, doesn't hold much of a charge, but holds a charge. I'm not like, we didn't get ripped off, right? But definitely a little bit on the pricey side. Alex, why is this so big and heavy? What is this?
It could be a lot worse. It could be way heavier.
What is it? I don't know.
The last time we got one of these, it was a team lift.
Yeah, I thought this was the video of little baby things.
Yeah, I like small things.
This is the baby version of this thing.
Marketplace. A server?
Yeah.
What the hell? Why do I have a server? So this is a Think Server TS460 by Lenovo. Oh boy. Eat a big boy. Oh my God, it's a big boy. So, unlike a normal chassis, this looks like it's an actual redundant power supply. Although there's only one, so theoretically you can load a second power supply in there. Oh, it's a little on the older side. So this says copyright 2017. Holy, dude.
It's real dirty.
It is real. Oh God, yeah, that's gross.
Especially considering that this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be refurbished. I think that's a lie.
A whole ass dust bunny. Also, wait, there's only one DIMM of RAM in here? They stole all the other RAM?
I mean,
what the hell, man? So we've got four swappable. Four hot swap bays on the bottom. Yes. Yes. So we do have Lenovo Think Server 240 gig SSD. So it does come with 2 drives. Let's see what we can actually do with this thing. It might be cool, or we might have maybe made a questionable decision, which are not mutually exclusive. Well, hello there, my friend.
Hi. So, you handed me what might have been the dirtiest thing. I like it was bad. It made my browser history look clean. And so I, no matter what I do, I can't get it to see memory anymore.
It did see memory.
It saw it one time, like it booted once, and so then when I went to go reinstall everything, installing new RAM sticks is so crunchy.
Oh no. Oh,
there's so much dust in here that I actually hear it like when you're trying to install the RAM sticks.
So basically what we've got here is something that is likely so dusty it quite literally does not boot anymore.
Well, what do you pay for this? Because I did look up like what some of these other ones were going for.
We paid $289.
That's kind of high.
There were a couple of okay things we saw here, but I would say that Walmart has some real work to do. And part of that, I do believe, is because almost everything we got, in fact, actually almost every single item, was not shipped by Walmart specifically, but instead sold through Walmart's marketplace and their whole like third-party sellers. Hey Walmart, if you're watching this, maybe do a little bit of a better job of ensuring that the people selling on Walmart.com aren't delivering piles of garbage that are broken and or opened up and or I can put a finger inside, which I'm not supposed to. And with that, my friends, thank you very much for watching. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and ring the ding-a-ling button. Excuse me, I want to keep all my fingers on the ends of my hands and not inside the table.
What did I miss from the rest of this video?
You don't want to know.
The terminology. First I can't say PS. Then I can't say PS. What's next?
You know what? I lied. You can just say it as many times as you possibly can. Say it as many times in one sentence as you can. Just go.
Okay, right. The PS penis of my PS peeing is unleaded. As long as the editing captions that, so it doesn't sound like something else, we're fine.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slapped Ham. You're about to see some really scary videos. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this. Here's a nice scary video to start today's list off right. A certified nursing assistant who goes by the username Your Fave Bipolar recently shared security footage from the aged care facility where she works, and what it captured has left viewers struggling to explain what they're seeing. footage comes from a locked Alzheimer's and dementia unit. It's the kind of ward where every door requires a code and residents are carefully monitored around the clock. No one should be wandering the corridors unaccounted for, but that's exactly what the camera appears to show. At several points, the figure appears to have glowing eyes. Staff on duty that night reportedly confirmed no one was in that section of the building at the time the footage was recorded. Some commenters have pointed out that dementia patients sometimes move in unusual, unpredictable ways that can look eerie on grainy night vision cameras. But those who work in aged care have long spoken about unexplained occurrences in these facilities. Stories of call buttons pressed in empty rooms, voices heard in corridors after lights out, and the uncanny phenomenon of residents appearing to converse with people who aren't there, or at least people the living can't see.
So, I just moved into this house like 2 weeks ago.
A TikToker who goes by Honeybell of Ontario has been documenting some deeply unsettling events inside her home, and what starts as one strange discovery quickly spirals into a series of scary videos she can't explain.
And I must have left the light on. I don't remember leaving the light on.
It begins when she returns home after dropping her daughter off at her father's house. She walks through the door, still wearing her coat, and immediately notices something wrong.
I'm afraid I just got home and tell me why my chairs are like this. Like what the... I literally still have my coat on.
The chairs around her kitchen table have been moved, not just shifted slightly, they've been stacked.
I'm shaking right now. I just went and dropped my daughter off to her dad's house. And all the chairs were around the table.
She was the only person home. The doors were locked, and she is visibly shaking as she films the scene, struggling to make sense of what she's looking at.
I'm like shaking right now. I just went and dropped my daughter off to her dad's house. And all the chairs were around the table.
But that's not the only thing troubling her. In an earlier video, she takes her followers on a tour of the house and brings them upstairs to a room she's already been calling the spooky room.
Okay, I picked my mom up from Toronto yesterday, and I wanted to show her the house. So of course, I showed her the spooky room.
She doesn't remember leaving the light on in the room.
I must have left the light on. I don't remember leaving the light on.
There's a crawl space up there sealed off by a wooden panel. Only when they arrive, the panel is lying on the ground.
Look into that wooden spot over there. And she's like, what wooden spot? That's because it's down there.
Rex tells her it was probably just the draft that knocked the panel loose, and there is a strong draft up there. She tries to convince herself that's all it was, props the panel back into place, and decides she's going to nail it shut. She then keeps looking around the room when something unnerving happens.
Look how nice in my kitchen. Oh. Okay. Well, it must have been the draft. I'll have to get somebody to come in.
The door she had just propped up falls to the ground.
Nail that on or something. Or I'm going to do that actually. I'm going to get some nails right now.
There's another detail that caught viewers' attention. At around the 36-second mark, if you look closely into the darkness of that crawl space, there appear to be two faint, glowing points of light staring back at her. Almost like eyes watching from the shadows.
No, back there.
She doesn't seem to notice them at the time, but thousands of commenters did.
No, back there.
Then comes the third video. She set up a camera inside her home, hoping to catch whatever's been causing these disturbances. And what the footage appears to show is a door slowly opening on its own. She believes she may have captured a poltergeist on camera. Taken individually, each of these moments might have an innocent explanation, a draft, a trick of the light, a door that doesn't latch properly, but taken together. The stacked chairs, the torn-off panel, the glowing eyes, the door opening by itself. It paints a picture of a home where something uninvited may be making itself comfortable. What do you think is going on in this house? Could there really be something lurking in that crawl space? Let us know in the comments.
Okay. Well, I'll spin the draft. I'll have to get somebody to come in. A security camera inside what appears to be a hospital or aged care facility captures something that's left viewers genuinely rattled. Right there on the screen behind them, you can clearly make out what looks like a figure standing in the middle of the frame. The television isn't even switched on. The person turns back to face the room, and just like that, the figure is gone, completely vanished. Now, facilities like hospitals and nursing homes are often reported to be hotspots for unexplained activity. It makes a kind of sense. These are places where people pass away regularly, where grief lingers in the corridors. If spirits do remain tied to the places where they spent their final moments, you'd expect to find them here. What stands out about this clip is just how clearly the figure appears. It's not a shadow, it's not a smudge on the lens, it's a distinct shape standing upright, visible for only a moment before it disappears entirely. Could this be a genuine paranormal encounter caught on a security camera, or is there a simpler explanation? A woman going by the username Urban Beauty Ming recently shared Ring doorbell footage sent to her by her sister, and what it captured in the middle of the night has viewers convinced they're looking at something that shouldn't exist. The clip was recorded outside her sister's home, which sits just 10 feet from a church. It's late at night, the street is empty, then something appears. A figure moves across the frame. It appears to be wearing a long white robe. The figure passes through the camera's field of view and disappears. The sister's husband initially suggested it was probably an animal, but when they actually reviewed the footage, that explanation fell apart quickly. The figure looks oddly small compared to the surroundings. The proximity to the church is a detail that's hard to ignore. Throughout history, churches, cemeteries, and other sacred sites have been hotspots for reported apparitions. Whether you attribute that to spiritual energy, psychological expectation, or pure coincidence depends on your perspective. The original poster said she got literal goosebumps watching it, and judging by the comments, she wasn't alone. What do you think was caught on that Ring camera? A neighbour out for a late night stroll, a trick of the light, or something from the other side?
series of baby monitor clips have gone viral after appearing to show a young child having a conversation with someone who isn't there, someone the family believes is a deceased relative. The child can be heard speaking clearly, apparently responding to questions and reacting to a presence, referring to the unseen figure as Pop Pop. According to the family, Pop Pop is a deceased grandfather. What makes these clips particularly unsettling is what happens in the background. At one point, a shadow appears to sweep across the room. A distinct dark movement that doesn't correspond to anything visible in the frame. There's also a brief but noticeable camera glitch accompanied by an audio stutter and a momentary pause in the feed. Baby monitors are known for occasional interference, but the timing, right as the child appears to be interacting with something, has struck a nerve with viewers. Now it's worth noting that some observers have questioned the authenticity of at least one of the three clips. The first segment, they argue, has visual qualities that could suggest AI generation. The movement looks slightly off, and there are subtle inconsistencies that experienced eyes have flagged. But the other clips appear far more straightforward, and many viewers believe the interaction is genuine. A child too young to fabricate a complex scenario, simply responding to someone they can see, but we can't. Stories of children communicating with deceased relatives are surprisingly common. Parents across cultures and generations have reported similar encounters. Kids describing people they've never met in life, using names they shouldn't know, referencing details that check out, whether it's a comforting sign from beyond or simply a child's imagination filling in the gaps of family stories they've overheard. It remains one of the most debated phenomena in the paranormal world. Do you think children can genuinely perceive things adults can't, or is there always a simpler explanation? TikTok user Kath Jenkins Knoll shared this unsettling clip, and it's one that's hard to explain. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary moment, a toddler laughing during nap time, but things start to get eerie. What do you think? Is this kid just being silly, or should the parents be a little more worried? The New York Post is reporting a sudden wave of Bigfoot sightings across northeast Ohio, and the sheer number of reports in such a short window has even seasoned researchers paying attention. According to the Bigfoot Society, at least 7 separate sightings have been reported in the region since last Friday alone. 7 in one corner of one state in under a week. The area in question has been described as one of the gloomiest parts of Ohio, heavily forested, sparsely populated, and the kind of terrain where something large could move through without being easily spotted. Details on the individual sightings are still emerging, but reports describe a large, upright figure seen at the edges of wooded areas, often at dusk or dawn. Several witnesses reportedly didn't know about the other sightings when they came forward, which investigators say adds a layer of credibility. Now, Ohio isn't typically the first state people associate with Bigfoot. That honor usually goes to the Pacific Northwest, but the Buckeye State actually has a long and surprisingly rich history of sightings, particularly in its rural northeast counties. Skeptics will rightly point out that clusters like this can be driven by suggestion. Once one sighting makes the news, people start looking harder and misidentifying bears, large dogs, or even other people in low light. But proponents argue the opposite. The clusters happen because something is actually there, moving through an area, and multiple independent witnesses are encountering it. The fact that a major outlet like the New York Post is covering this rather than just niche cryptozoology forums suggests the story has legs. Whether those legs belong to an undiscovered primate or just a very confused bear is the question everyone's asking. What do you make of 7 sightings in 1 week? Mass hysteria, misidentification, or could something actually be out there in the Ohio woods? A viewer named Scott Sigmund sent us this next photo, and the story behind it is genuinely chilling. On the 22nd of March 2024, Scott, his wife and their children took a ghost tour through the historic downtown area of St. Augustine, Florida, one of the oldest cities in the United States and a place with a deeply haunted reputation. As the tour guide recounted stories of people being beheaded near Flagler College, Scott's wife decided to snap a photo on her iPhone. No filters, no editing, just a standard camera shot. But when they looked at the image later, something was very wrong. In the photo, a figure appears to have a strangely distorted face, almost as if, in Scott's own words, his head turned into a Dali painting. The features are warped and surreal, as though reality itself bent for just a fraction of a second. Scott says this wasn't the only strange experience his family had that night. He mentions the area's ley lines, invisible lines of energy that some believe connect sacred and paranormal sites, and says they felt something unusual throughout the tour. The Sigmund family are longtime fans of this channel, and we're grateful they shared this remarkable image. But what do you make of it? Is this a simple camera glitch, or did Scott's wife accidentally photograph something from the other side? A driver is heading down a dusty rural road in the dead of night, somewhere believed to be in sub-Saharan Africa, when their headlights pick up something they weren't expecting. Some people who've seen this footage believe it could be evidence of a tokoloshe, a creature from southern African folklore said to take the form of a small figure and appear in the night. Others reckon it's simply a young herder watching over the animals. But at that hour, in that kind of isolation, the whole scene is deeply unsettling. What do you make of this? Is there a rational explanation, or is something far stranger going on here? A TikTok user filming from her cruise suite window while sailing through Antarctic waters captured something that sent the internet into a frenzy and racked up over 25 million views in the process. In the clip uploaded by Lucy.Jets, a large vessel can be seen in the distance. It appears ancient, tall masts, weathered sails, looking as though it belongs to another century entirely. Against the stark, icy backdrop of Antarctica, it's a deeply unsettling sight. The video's creator, Lucy, was clearly stunned, and so were the millions who watched it. Comments flooded in with theories ranging from a portal in time to a ghost ship doomed to sail the Southern Ocean for eternity. But here's where the story takes a turn. The vessel was eventually identified as the bark Europa, a steel-hulled bark originally built in 1911 in Hamburg, Germany. She's very real and very much still operational. The Europa runs expedition voyages to some of the most remote waters on the planet, including regular trips to Antarctica. With her traditional rigging and historic silhouette, she genuinely looks like something from another era. And in the fog and isolation of the Antarctic, it's easy to see how she could be mistaken for something otherworldly. Two photographs taken by NASA's Mars rover Curiosity, one from 2014 and another from 2026. Both appear to show something that shouldn't be there. In each image, taken years apart, an anomalous object can be seen in the Martian sky. The photos are sourced directly from NASA's publicly available raw image archive, meaning they haven't been filtered through editing software or third-party processing. The 2014 image was captured during Curiosity's traverse of Gale Crater. High in the frame, a small but distinct object is visible against the pale Martian sky. It doesn't match the profile of any known debris, dust devil, or camera artifact typically seen in rover imagery. The 2026 image, taken over a decade later, shows a strikingly similar anomaly. Again in the sky, again without an obvious explanation. Researcher Gene Ward was among the first to highlight the connection between the two photos. Ward points out that the objects share visual characteristics despite being captured years apart by the same rover in what appear to be different locations. Now the skeptical explanations are worth considering. Mars has an atmosphere, and while it's thin, it can produce visual effects. Cosmic rays striking the camera sensor can also create bright spots that look like objects, but are actually just pixel damage. NASA has attributed similar anomalies to these causes in the past, but for those who study unidentified aerial phenomena, the idea that UAPs might not be limited to Earth's skies is a tantalizing one. If these objects are genuine and not sensor artifacts, then something is flying through the Martian atmosphere, and we have no public explanation for what it could be. Are NASA's own cameras capturing evidence of something extraordinary on Mars? Or is this simply a case of cosmic rays and overactive imaginations?
Just one thing I want to throw out here. I want to cause a bit of mischief with the US government.
Investigative journalist Ross Coulthard has made a claim that even by his standards pushes into extraordinary territory.
I've just been somewhere in the United States where I know there is another portal, and I know the United States knows about it.
In a recent interview on the American Alchemy podcast, Coulthard alleges that he personally visited a fenced-off site somewhere in the American Southwest, a location guarded by the US Forest Service under the cover story of protecting ancient ruins.
And I was there just the other day. Guess what? A big fence around it, lots of security signs, supposedly US Forest Service. But you know what? It's not. And it's supposedly ancient ruins of tribal art. And you know what? It's
But according to Coulthard, the ruins aren't what's really being protected. He claims the site contains a functional interdimensional portal.
What's happening is the United States is using the US Forest Service and claims of the protection of archaeological relics to keep secret from the public. A portal on US soil. There.
Now, before you dismiss this outright, it's worth noting who's making the claim. Coulthard is an award-winning journalist with decades of experience in investigative reporting. He's not a fringe figure. He's broken major stories on defence and intelligence matters in both Australia and the United States. The claim also echoes earlier investigations Coulthard conducted in 2025 into Bradshaw Ranch near Sedona, Arizona, a property with a long history of UFO sightings, strange lights, and what locals describe as vortex energy. Native American oral traditions in the region speak of doorways to other realms, and modern New Age practitioners have long been drawn to the area for similar reasons.
Reactions online
have been predictably polarized. Some UFO enthusiasts see this as further evidence of government secrecy around anomalous phenomena. Skeptics, meanwhile, are demanding verifiable proof, something Coulthard has so far been unable to provide publicly.
There is another portal.
The use of the Forest Service as a cover is an interesting detail. It's a civilian agency with broad land management authority, making it an ideal front for restricting access to sensitive areas without raising the kind of red flags that military security would.
Is Ross
Coulthard onto something the governments have been hiding in plain sight? Or has one of journalism's sharpest minds been led down a rabbit hole with no bottom?
What's happening is the United States is using the US Forest Service and claims of the protection of archaeological relics to keep secret from the public. A portal on US soil. There, Megan.
A hospital worker's colleague
was filming a light-hearted video during a late-night shift when the camera captured something no one expected.
The scary video was taken on a
hospital unit that used to serve as the old pediatric ward. It's since been repurposed, but staff say the history of the floor is well known, and for some, it's a source of quiet unease during overnight shifts.
In the clip posted to
Reddit by user ToughTangerine9454, you can definitely see a childlike figure scoot past in the reflection.
According to the person who shared the
video, there was no one else on the unit at the time. No children, no other patients in that section of the corridor. Former pediatric wards are among the most commonly reported sites for paranormal activity in hospitals. Staff across the world have shared similar stories. The sound of small footsteps in empty halls, children's laughter heard through walls, and fleeting glimpses of small figures that vanish when you look directly at them.
Was this simply a
trick of the glass and bad timing, or did the camera catch a glimpse of one of the ward's former patients still wandering the halls?
TikTok creator
Shwamahama decides to sneak into Chicago's Congress Plaza Hotel for some late-night ghost hunting and ends up getting far more than they bargained for.
The Congress Plaza? This is like a fancy... Oh my goodness, dude.
The Congress Plaza
Hotel opened in 1893 and has been a fixture on Michigan Avenue ever since. It's also widely considered one of the most haunted hotels in America. Over the decades, guests and staff have reported shadow figures, phantom sounds, and rooms so unsettling they've been permanently sealed off.
In the first clip,
the creator is creeping through the hotel's corridors when they're spotted by a security guard. You'd expect that to be the end of it, escorted out, maybe a warning. But instead, the guard does something unexpected.
Rather than kicking
them out, he offers to take them on a personal tour of the old Golden Ballroom.
Thank you so much.
A grand space that's
been the site of countless paranormal reports over the years. And then the guard pulls out his phone.
That's a shadow.
Dude, what the heck? Oh my god.
Such a good photo.
He shows them photographs that he and other employees have taken inside the hotel.
Wow.
That's weird, dude. That's weird, dude.
That is so cool.
In one image, what appears to be a transparent figure is sitting on a bench, visible enough to make out a shape, but clearly not a solid person.
In another photo,
A second translucent figure can be seen in a different area of the hotel.
The guard says these
images are well known amongst staff and that most long-term employees have their own stories.
The Congress
Plaza has a grim history. It's been linked to multiple deaths, including suicides and at least one murder.
Several floors
have sections that remain closed to guests, and room 441 in particular has a reputation for violent paranormal encounters.
When even the security
guards are giving ghost tours instead of sending people home, you have to wonder what exactly is lurking in the halls of the Congress Plaza Hotel.
A home security camera
has captured something genuinely unsettling, and the scary footage has left viewers divided.
As the woman walks
to her car, you can see a figure. It appears to walk straight into her home. The scary video was originally shared on Reddit roughly 3 years ago. According to the person who posted it, the clip hadn't gained much attention online until now.
What makes this one
particularly eerie is how solid the figure appears. It's not a faint orb or a smudge of light.
Some viewers believe
this could be a genuine paranormal encounter, a spirit or shadow person following the homeowner inside without her knowledge.
So what do you think
walked into that house? A shadow cast by the porch light, or something that doesn't belong there at all?
Think the chills stop
here? Not quite. Our merch store is packed with haunting designs to keep the eerie vibes alive. Tees, hoodies, stickers, caps, you name it. Plus, free shipping on all orders over $50. Check the link below or the pinned comment if you dare.
A viewer named
Linda sent us this scary video from St. Augustine, Florida, one of the oldest and most haunted cities in the United States.
Linda was on a
guided cemetery tour when she decided to film through the wrought iron fence.
The group wasn't
allowed to enter the grounds, so she simply panned her camera across the darkness beyond the bars.
At the time, she didn't
notice anything unusual. It was only later, back at her hotel, that she reviewed the footage and spotted it. When slowed down, the shape becomes even more difficult to explain.
St.
Augustine has a long and dark history. Founded in 1565, it's seen centuries of conflict, disease, and death.
The city cemeteries
are among the most storied in the American South, with reports of apparitions, phantom lights, and disembodied voices going back generations. The Huguenot Cemetery, located right in the heart of the old town, is said to be one of the most active sites. Visitors and tour guides alike have reported shadowy figures moving between the headstones after dark.
Linda insists
there was no one inside the cemetery when she filmed. The gates were locked and the tour group was standing outside.
So what exactly
raced through the darkness that night? Could this be one of St. Augustine's restless dead caught on camera? Or is there a simpler explanation hiding in the shadows? A viewer named Scotty sent us a series of photos taken at his workshop, and one of them contains something he can't explain.
Scotty was snapping pictures
to send to his girlfriend, just casual shots of the shop. He took them in quick succession, one after the other, and didn't think twice about it.
It was his girlfriend
who noticed it first. She texted him saying she'd zoomed in on one of the photos and spotted what looked like a face hovering just above his shoulder.
Scotty
went back and looked. Sure enough, there it was. What appears to be a face staring downward at him, partially cut off.
Is what makes it harder
to dismiss. The photos were taken in rapid succession. In the frames before and after, the area behind Scotty is completely clear. Whatever this is, it appears in only one shot.
Scotty admits he's
not sure if he's seeing what he wants to see. The power of suggestion after his girlfriend pointed it out. But the more you study the image, the harder it becomes to ride off as a trick of the light or a simple reflection.
This CCTV
footage was captured inside a supermarket in Russia, and it's got a lot of people talking.
A small, dark,
semi-transparent shape begins to move across the frame. At one point, it pauses mid-air, just hanging there completely still.
Now, skeptics have pointed out that this is exactly what it is missing.
There's double audio looks like when it lands on or near the camera lens. Because it's so close to the sensor, the infrared light makes it glow, and the lack of focus gives it that ghostly, translucent appearance. But others aren't so sure. They say the shape moves with too much purpose. Some even believe it could be a spirit lingering in the store.
So what do you reckon?
Is this a restless presence caught on security camera, or just a late-night visitor of the six-leg variety?
You gotta fix the audio.
It's echoing. Reddit user Brandonum69 shares security camera footage that appears to show something or someone sitting inside their parked car in the middle of the night.
The outdoor camera flashed movement at 2:02 a.m. again at 2:05. The video in TTS is playing twice. When the owner checked the footage, they could see what looks like a figure sitting in the passenger seat of the car. The car was locked. No one in the household was outside, and by morning there was no sign that anyone had been inside the vehicle. Thanks, baby. Some commenters have suggested a more mundane explanation, that the shape is simply a reflection of foliage from a tree overhead, catching the infrared light from the security camera and creating the illusion of a seated figure. It's a fair point. Night vision cameras are notorious for turning leaves, branches, and reflections into shapes that look eerily human. But others aren't so sure. They point out that the shape appears in a consistent position across multiple timestamps, and that it has a distinctly human silhouette that's difficult to attribute to random foliage. Is something genuinely sitting in this car at 2 in the morning, or is this a textbook case of shadows or reflections playing tricks on a night vision lens? A scary photo taken inside an old village home in Pakistan has left viewers deeply unsettled. The house had been abandoned for some time, but it was far from forgotten. Locals knew it well. The property had long been the subject of stories about hauntings, and it was those very tales that drew a group of people to visit. The person who took the photograph, Reddit user WhatsIt269, says they were simply documenting the interior of the home. It wasn't until they reviewed the image afterwards that they noticed something deeply out of place. There in the frame appears to be a figure. or at least the outline of one. It doesn't match anyone who was present at the time, and the position suggests it was standing in a part of the house where no one from the group had ventured. Abandoned houses with reputations for hauntings exist across every culture, but in rural Pakistan, these stories often carry particular weight. Many villages have oral traditions stretching back generations about homes where tragedies occurred, deaths, disputes, or events that left a mark on the land itself. The belief in jinn, supernatural beings in Islamic tradition, means that reports of unexplained presences in old buildings are taken seriously by many in the community. These aren't dismissed as ghost stories. They're treated as genuine warnings. Whether or not you subscribe to those beliefs, the image is difficult to ignore. The shape has a distinctly human quality to it, and the fact that it appears in a house already infamous for strange occurrences only adds to the weight of the claim. A viewer named Tasha sent us something that's been bothering her since 2020, and after seeing it, we can understand why. Tasha was living in an old house in Kansas City, Missouri. She says the place made her deeply uncomfortable from the very first day. She could never explain why, but she refused to be there alone, kept every light in the house on at all times. On the night of February 12, 2020, her birthday, she turned in early, around 8:30. Nothing unusual happened. A few days later, she was scrolling through her camera roll to photograph an item she wanted to sell online when she stumbled across something that stopped her cold. There in her photos was an image she never took. According to her Google Photos metadata, it was captured at 10:36 p.m. on her birthday, while she was asleep in bed, alone. The photo shows a white face, not a smudge, not a light artifact, a face, staring directly into the camera from what appears to be just above where she was lying. What disturbs Tasha most is not just the image itself, but the implication. If this is real, then something was standing over her, hovering over her in her phone while she slept. Nothing else in the room was captured. No furniture, no bedding, no background, just the face. So Tasha says she checks her camera roll every year after her birthday now, just in case. So far, nothing else has appeared. Was something truly lurking over Tasha as she slept that night? Or is there a rational explanation for how this photo ended up on her phone? If you're a freaky fiend and can't get enough scary videos in your life, then go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We drop the very best creepy clips from around the internet each and every week. We don't want to freak you out, but if you're scared of ghosts, this next story might give you a bit of a fright. A news clip shared by 10 News Australia covers a strange case out of the UK involving a hospice called the Norwich Priscilla Bacon Lodge. Paranormal activity at a hospice in the UK. So much so, an exorcist was apparently called in. According to newly released emails from 2023, staff reported unsettling experiences inside the building. Sightings of odd activity, and a sense that something wasn't right. One of the most disturbing details mentioned was the alleged appearance of a young child in a red dress. And the reports were serious enough that the hospice chaplain reportedly contacted what are known as deliverance ministers. They're often casually described as exorcists, although the term can cover a range of religious practices. The building itself has a history that, depending on what you believe, might add to the atmosphere. It was built on the grounds of what was once a children's hospital. Staff reportedly wondered if that connection could explain the stories. And the NHS Trust has confirmed that a blessing took place at the building. But they denied there was ever an exorcism. So we're left in that familiar grey zone. Something happened that upset staff. A religious response was requested, but the official wording is careful. There are mundane possibilities here too. Old buildings can create strange noises. Stress and night shifts can prime people to misinterpret shadows and reflections. And once one person reports something, it can spread through a workplace quickly. But if even a blessing was considered necessary, you have to wonder what staff were experiencing day to day. So what do you think this really was? A stressed workplace in an eerie old building, or the kind of case where staff saw enough to make them genuinely afraid? Well, that's it. That's the end of the episode. Thanks so much for watching. If you can't get enough of the scary videos, then check out those 2 links there for more. Leave us some comments down below or smash that thumbs up button. It really helps us out in the algorithm. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. It's been 2 years since I started the restoration on this 1915 Nazi steam hammer. When I got it, it was literally in bits, corroded to hell and back. The piston was so pitted that I had to get it reground. Over the course of 6 months, I restored this thing and got it back up and running, turned it into a blooming, lovely, functional steam hammer converted to run on compressed air. And now, a year and a half after having completely restored the thing, it's time to give it some more tender love and care. The key thing that I've learned in a year and a half of operating this thing is that this steam hammer likes to disassemble itself at high speed. Things are constantly falling off, and it is not a constant entity. Unlike the style of machine that followed the steam hammer, the self-contained pneumatic power hammer, the steam hammer is a bit of a wild beast. And so I've been meaning to overhaul it. And thankfully today, I've got some help that actually has some expertise on the subject. Hey, how are you, Will? Not too bad. It's been a little while since I've been on the channel. It has. You've filmed a couple of videos over the last couple of years. Aaron Maker in the corner. You're a steam enthusiast. Some would say that. Yeah, you run traction engines, and that's been your hobby for a lot of your life. All my life. I've been on engines all my life, and yeah, I know a little bit about steam, I suppose. Brilliant. So hopefully you're going to join forces and have a look at what's wrong with this blue steam hammer and fix it. The list is long. Wobbly handle, the oil doesn't work, fan stuff is loose, didn't originally come with a zip tie, my exhaust pipe is wobbly, the linkage from my control arm has so much play. That's gonna make me I know! That's not gonna happen. The shim that we put in when Jamie broke it is a bit loose. My dies kept coming loose. Did you miss me, baby? I wailed on them hard enough one day that they had
Yeah, I did miss Nick.
out of line, which is hilariously embarrassing. I'm mortified that I've spent more than 6 months forging with dies that are out of line. But this is one of the big problems with this design steam hammer is to get the keys out, you have to hammer them out from the rear of the machine, and it's really hard to access that. You will note these things haven't made it in a video yet. I have added a compressed air line to blow scale off and an air gun, so that's what you're spotting there. Long list. Oh, the biggest problem is the regulator valve. Yes. It needs to be left in, which you didn't do. No, the regulator valve is a serious issue. The valve at the back of the machine this controls, so all the pressure comes from the compressor. This valve then controls how much air we let into our control valve here, which determines whether the air goes into the top or the bottom of the actual kind of cylinder. And this thing is not ideal. So much air is being exhausted when it's in the neutral position. Why is there this much air being exhausted? So it all needs to come apart. It actually doesn't look that bad, does it? That's only like 8 things. It'll be done by lunchtime. Right. Step 1, the wobbly handle. Another problem I forgot, it's actually one of the more serious ones. Directions is sleep and deals with residual all my money. 1, 2, 3, 4 volts. And that one?
I'm about to head to bed.
I don't like that word. No, it's not good. I don't like that word. Well, some people like that word, but in this context, it's very bad. Especially because that bolt is fixed in, and I could never get it out when the whole thing disassembled. And the whole machine flexes about that stripped nut. That might be yeah, that's going to be an interesting job. It's worse than you could possibly imagine. Anyway. Let's have a look at the wobbly handle. Step 1, let's go to the real step 1. Oh, so we're going to shim this assembly up so it's a bit tighter. Then we're going to run one of these tapered reamers through it. Make a new tapered pin. Yep. Oh, that's good. I guess you didn't do that. Do what? For that? Is that cut with an angle? That's been cut with an angle grinder. That, fortunately, was not my hand. That has been cut with an angle grinder. And that's a proper machine key, but it's not going to fit in there nicely. Okay, so we need to make a new key too. Frankly, from what we do, it would actually be better for us if that hadn't been there. If what's shots for me, then it's like one day it's gonna hit this hammer or hit me. It's not gonna smash the camera. I'm smacking lens. This is true. Maybe we can just get rid of that.
Well, let's see if we can get this shaft out, and then we'll decide if we'll decide how bad it is and whether we completely just get rid of this component. We've got a spring tension.
I can't remember how we released the tension last time. Oh, I had like a wire spring compressing thing. Didn't I, yeah? Yeah, I don't know this time. Actually, you're right. That's not a bad shout. I'll just
great idea.
Who is that? Hello. Goodness, now there's two of you in here. Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3.
Maybe don't leave me be to play some car soccer.
I can't. I gotta get some sleep. I'm tired as fuck.
I don't mind that we played a bit. You look embarrassed that you know things you did a terrible game. I didn't say that.
It's kind of like
Oh.
yeah.
It's like, Alex, nobody's touched this machine in 100 years. You say that. You put this back on, didn't you?
No, that was something else.
Okay, I'm glad you said no because Jamie just is meant to be a thing there. There's no thing there, but it's not meant to just slide out.
That must have been Armstrong Whitworth 100 years ago. Oh my goodness.
You want fit.
How good. Let's clean it. Right, so here's that shaft. It all works perfectly.
Cheers, everybody, chat.
There, you really see the cut off just from the angle grinder.
I hope we've been enjoying the sleep streams and the content that I've been putting on at night.
This thing has had a life and has had a good number of repairs. It has been welded all over, and I don't like saying that out loud because that makes me think that it might be worth making a whole new one.
See, it's bent. It being bent will also wear the bushes out on that. Right, so what we do is we put the shaft and we give it a wiggle and see just how much clay is actually in here. I mean, not clay at all, but you can twist it. You can feel it's bent.
This shaft has obviously only rotated by 1 turn its whole life, and yeah, it is bent because it will not twist through. We'll try and straighten it out, clean up the ends, see if we can just get it a little bit freer. Hopefully we don't have to make a big whole new shaft. Oi, oi, oi!
It's still bent here.
Don't think it's going to spin any freer.
No, it's going to miss your voice. It's like it's worn itself into that bend.
Yes, definitely wore itself into that bend. I'm just looking at some of these old photos from when the steam hammer arrived. It is crazy the condition it was in, and it is so cool that we're still making it even better these years later. I can absolutely see me when I wake up. What I was getting myself into. When I bought the thing, I was hopeful that it was going to be like a week's worth of fixing to get it sorted. It turned into a 17-part, 6-month series, and restoring it was so much fun. All these images are on my Squarespace website, which is the sponsor of today's episode. Please build a website at squarespace.com/forge and use code FORGE at checkout for 10% off. It's my favorite website building platform because it is so simple. They've got countless drag and drop themes, which means you don't need to be a wizard at computer coding to make a gorgeous website that scales perfectly from computer to mobile. You can sell unlimited physical or digital products, sell your time with Squarespace scheduling, also run your email marketing campaigns right there as well. You don't need to worry about linking up your domain because you can purchase it within the Squarespace ecosystem. No part of these patches or upgrades ever. If you want to build a website, the easiest way to do it to showcase you, your products, your brand in the best way possible is to go to squarespace.com/forge to get a 2-week free trial. And if you love it, code FORGE at checkout always gets you 10% off your purchases with Squarespace. We love you guys supporting our sponsors because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to do this. Let's get back to it. All right. We'll whack this thing in the lathe and try to do a little bit of turning. See if it'll let it fit better. That not meant to be like that, is it? If I go here, better. Better, not great. It's better though. It's better than the other side.
Yeah, still not good though.
This thing is wobbling all over the place. Everything is bent and twisted. Once I've got it straight, all these surfaces would need to be welded over and then returned. And I think potentially there would be so much work fixing just this bar that it would take longer than making a whole new one. So I'm going to make a whole new one. Now, while I'm doing that, what have you been working on?
I've taken the lubricator apart and had a look where it's not really pumping.
I tested it, I managed to slide my finger in there, and there was a bit of suction in there, and it was holding, but not a great deal. What I've done is I've used a bore scope down the holes, and I've looked at the ceiling faces. Now, Alec did replace the balls in there, but the surface in there is so rough and so fitted, it's just leaking straight past. So there's not enough suction to be able to push past the air or the steam, which it was being used for, to be able to put it into the cylinder.
And what do you reckon? Are we going to try and make a new one of these?
I reckon we could probably try and take that out of there, chop the handle off, and make a new shaft.
To try and take what's good and attach it to a new shaft.
Basically with the shaft.
Conveniently, that also requires the lathe.
Conveniently so.
Alright, this can come out now. Thrilled with this lathe steady. Ta-da! There's our new shaft. 2 turned ends. Better a tight fit than a loose fit. Come on now. Try this. Yes! I need to find a reamer for this thing. Anyway, that is now ready to go in the mill. We're going to machine some keyways into it. Tapered holes and tapered pins all the way in 3 different locations. While I've been doing that on the lathe, Will has been working on the oiler. What's the plan with the oiler?
So, with the lubricator, we need to put new O-rings on this, where it was just twine around it. We're going to machine a groove out internally above and the bottom, and put an O-ring in each end. It should be enough to hold the oil pressure. And we also then found some ground rod to replace the plunger, which is very, very warm. So I've got to put the O-rings in there, and now that is a nice tight seal.
How good, mate. That's perfect. We're also tackling the gland stuff and nuts, these fellas right here, because that is a 1/2 inch Whitworth, and I only have 1/2 inch UNC nuts in this box of taps I got on Facebook Marketplace. Look what I found. Nothing other than a 1/2 inch 12 Whitworth tap. We're going to see if we can force it through that nut and get enough to make the lock nut. I think there's hope.
You reckon there's hope?
Yeah, I think there's hope. That's going in really nicely.
Let's go. So have a little look.
Yes. Oh,
like it was always there.
Brilliant. At last we can check something off. Back to the shaft. There's our new handle. Precision. I just made this key stock for our keyways. Ta-da! There is the shaft. Holes, keyways. These ones 15 degrees off. They've machined up some more keys. How good is that? Now I'm going to get these end pieces all sitting up here on the keys, same as that. And then I'm going to take this tapered reamer and I'm going to taper ream the holes so that I can make a tapered pin so that everything can be wedged together. Meanwhile,
so I'm still working on the lubricator. This is the bottom section of the ram. Oil was meant to be able to go up through those holes. Unfortunately, that whole section there after the removal is completely off-center.
Holes all skew it, so you're making a new one.
So I'm making a new one, and instead of doing this, which is a collar and it's being filed, I'm just drilling some holes into a round one, which should also be just as good, if not better, because it's bigger holes. So you should get more oil through.
I'm good. I'm noticing you about breaking that drill bit.
I am myself.
Oh, are you about to assemble that thing?
Yeah.
Nice! That's the original, there's the new one.
That's the original, and that's the new round. A little bit smoother.
It's never coming off, that's for sure. There we go. I think it's got to go in the lathe now. Need to work on our heat shrink tolerances. Success.
I did lovely. Very nice. Doesn't that just sound so good? It's more the feel of it. How good does that now feel compared to how it did? Let's get some oil. Yes! Oh yes. Oh yes. Winning mate. Thank you. Look at that. You know what that means? Almost. I'm like, almost. I'm just going to bolt it on and actually check that it works. Is it flowing? Oh, are you serious? Is that flowing? Oh my goodness. What a success, Will. Thank you. We can actually now oil this rear valve. This rear valve has been unlubricated the entire time I've been running it. All right, it's official. It's done. I fixed it. Yes! Yes! You have no idea how much I was thinking, I've just spent a day and nearly 2 days on this. Please let it work. Please let it work. Well done. Thank you. No worries. I wouldn't have done that for you. No, thank you. Thank you. You decided to tempt the devil and get the rear valve out. I decided to go for it, and I found something quite interesting. You can see where the wear marks, where it's been rubbing on the surface and where it hasn't been wearing up. So you can see the high points. Oh, that is cool. So you can see the point there, been rubbing there, and then all along the back face here. Whoa. Oh my gosh, they've been eaten up there as well. Yeah. So that's our high spot in the hammer, or that was high spots on here. But I remember you bored the hammer out, and this is a fresh new machine here, so I'm going to have to do a bit more investigating. I have to say, that is a hilariously poor amount of contact for a valve. Yes, it should be contacting all over it. And it's also, the valve is very sticky, which is an idea. If we put a bit of spring steel or a little spring in there, now hold that against the face until the steam pressure or whatever goes onto it to create that pressure. I think you're a lot more optimistic than I am. I think it would be out of the spring to hold that in place. Oh, there needs to be a little less spring. And the trouble, you think? Yeah. Oh, you know what we could do? Oh my goodness. I've got the idea. It's not a little tiny leaf spring. No. Take one of these, cut that down, bore a hole in the shaft. That might not be a bad idea. I mean, that's quite a tight spring. I'd say that's probably a bit too tight. I'm just thinking if we go back to this box from earlier, the spring that was on the bowl, which is a lot looser than that, a lot softer. We drill a hole that sits inside that shaft, so the spring then pushes this that way. So we can see in there where that valve has been rubbing. Very clearly. I can't really see very much on the camera, but is there a lot that's shiny? It's slightly to the left and behind and below the valve input. The thing is, once we put that spring in, we can then wrap it in thanks to the pressure of the spring. Yes, we can. And hopefully, by the time you fix the rest of the machine, that takes my small part out. The bit that we thought that wouldn't take us long. I still haven't checked anything off the board. In order to get our springs installed on the valve, we need to get all of this off the shaft. It's all quite firmly attached, and brute force is required. Disassembling things is kind of one of my favourite things. That thing has got to be hot, can be. Wait, that thing is stuck. Yes! Heat is always the answer. In goes the spring. Go on. Yes. How much spring tension is there? Enough to push it back into the face. Super cool. And hopefully it won't leak air anymore. Hey, how blooming good! Thank you again, Will. That's all right. That should work quite well. I've just got to lap that into your place, and hopefully there'll be a lot less air going through then. So it won't be as loud, hopefully, when you're not doing much. And so when we say lapping it into place, what we mean is we're going to install this back into that hole, but we're going to put some of this thin valve grinding compound in it to hopefully wear away the internal face in there to line up perfectly with the block. So the idea with this is it wears a slot which it basically sits into, which is lovely and flush, so there should be no leak through for steam or air. It's a shame that the valve grinding compound is going to be eroding the really nicely ground cylinder that I bought 2 years ago and not grinding away the actual, sacrificial component. it's going to grind it away, but it's actually going to make it smoother.
But it won't grind away the soft thing, will it? It'll grind away the hard thing because it'll embed into the soft and then it'll grind the hard.
It'll grind both at the same time, and it will sort of make itself comfortable, basically. So that's how it's meant to work. You just lap the two together to get a lovely smooth finish.
Sure. All right, so back together with the assembly then. With a little bit of that in there.
With a little bit of this in there.
Now while you get started on that, I'm going to be making the tapered pins that go into the holes on my shaft. Oh! Like a glove! One, two, oh no, I need to make a bigger one. 3.
I was going to do that for about 10 minutes.
5-10 minutes, just this constantly now. There, in there, they're your high spots.
After about 5 minutes of running.
But yeah, not even that really. There's going to be a lot.
Okay. A long way to go before.
A long way to go. About 10-15 minutes more work. We've got a really good surface finishing there, and we're starting to touch there. We're wearing that now in right there, which means that we're getting the bigger stuff, coarser wrapping compound. So that's 5-10 minutes worth of work, and hopefully that will stop a lot of the air getting through, and it might make it have a bit more power as well. That's really good. That is. Look how dark that area is. All the dark surface is where it's contacting, because that's light metal. Right, let's just take this over to the workbench, clean that off, and see.
Yeah, it's getting way more contact.
So look how much more is now on there. So it used to be lovely and shiny. All of those marks.
The only spot where it's not contacting yet is just right
on
there.
The edge, and I think just on the edge there as well. That I'm not too concerned about. You're getting huge coverage now.
Great news. That means what? Finer grip.
Finer grip now. So look at the difference. That's what I have been using.
Yep.
That is what I'm using now. It almost looks like grease.
Yeah, it's way finer.
If you put that into a bearing, your bearing's going to be knackered. You don't want to put that into a bearing. Let's take this out.
Oh yes.
That should now hold. There, I'm hoping that should be enough. If not, a bit more lapping, but we can test that now if you want to.
Yeah, we'll see how much air gets stuck. We'll get it cleaned and
clean and test it.
I can now get this shaft back in the machine at last. Oh, I love my induction heater! We're going to install it without the handle. In the new one goes! Oh boy. Oh no. That ain't good. I think the whole frame is twisted. This upper frame is in 2 parts, and it runs on these rails on the base of the hammer. And the only thing that holds that frame together is this bolt here, and then these bolts up here. And I think when we had this top frame detached and then placed it back on, we didn't quite line it up. Or the stripped nut on this side has meant that this frame has shifted. I need to shift it to the right spot. That's loose. I don't need to worry about loosening that. I just have to worry about loosening that. And trying to smash the frame forwards. Oh, that should have been tighter. Nope. Nothing. Nothing. Gosh. What about 21st? That side. Also, should have been much tighter. I can give this a push, try and shove this back. Did I do it?
No.
I mean, a lot of movement. I felt a lot of movement on my side.
Literally nothing on the bar.
I'm going to have to crack these.
Give the bar a wiggle. No, I mean that bar a wiggle.
Oh, it works!
That nearly hit me in the face.
Look at that! Oh! Sorry, mate, I almost took your teeth out. Imagine you'd be driving out with your baby boy. I'm in a circle, missing in your teeth.
Yeah. You just see my teeth sort of fall out one at a time.
Now it's stuck. It's now like gone too much.
Now she spins.
What kind of spins? Works when it's not in the right orientation. In the correct orientation, it's not very good. Oh! I know what we've got to do. We've got to crack these bolts. Oh, yeah. No, not getting any movement there. Look at that. No. Not.
So you said that the old bar was a little bit tight, and then you made like a new bar from scratch, and that's also a little bit tight.
That's exactly what we've been saying this whole time.
What have you done?
You've got to put up with this.
Hey, the stuff I've worked on has worked.
Both of you. Right, much like when you open a can of worms, saying goes, the worms have come out. I thought this was going to be like a quick 1-2 day little thing, bish bash bosh, fixing things.
No. When Steam is generally involved, you find one thing, you find 100 things.
If you've got Steam in the name, multiply by 5. Folks, build yourself a website at squarespace.com/forge. We appreciate them sponsoring us. You can equally head to my website. That's cheapy. Support my tool buying and restoring initiative with one of these t-shirts. Appreciate you so much. Will, thank you so much for your help.
All right.
We're going to keep cracking on, and
we're going to get it done.
Yeah, there's going to be part 2 of refixing my Steam hammer. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slightly Ham. You're about to see some seriously scary videos, so hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content, just like this. These weird and scary videos were shared on TikTok by user Little Miss Bella 3, and it's one of those events that gets more unsettling the longer you look at it. According to the uploader, she was pulling into her driveway one evening when her home security camera picked up something odd across the road. At first, a bright light appears on the opposite side of the street. It seems to hover or drift at a low height, and as the audio plays back, there's a sound that many viewers believe says a single word: hello. In follow-up footage from the same camera, a figure appears to move across the road, but it isn't walking upright. It seems to be travelling on all fours, low to the ground, with what looks like a light emanating directly from its head. The movement is fluid but unnatural. It doesn't look like a dog or any animal you'd expect to see crossing a suburban street at night. The clips quickly gain traction online, with viewers offering a wide range of theories. Some suggested the figure could be a person doing what's known as quadrobics, a trend where people practice moving on all fours, often mimicking animal gaits. It's gained popularity on social media, particularly among younger users, and could explain the unusual posture. Others pointed to the light on the figure's head and suggested it might be a head-mounted torch or headlamp, which would explain the glow. From a distance, on a grainy security camera, it could easily look more mysterious than it is. But not everyone was satisfied with those explanations. Some viewers noted the speed and smoothness of the movement, arguing it didn't match the jerky, effortful motion you'd expect from a person crawling on all fours. A few suggested the figure could be something else entirely, a cryptid, an unknown creature, or even something extraterrestrial. The uploader herself seemed genuinely unsettled by what her camera captured, and no clear explanation has been confirmed. So what do you think was caught on camera outside this home? A neighbour doing quadrobics with a headlamp on a late-night stroll? An unusual animal passing through the neighbourhood? Or something genuinely unexplained lurking just across the road? legends, don't forget to swing by our merch store. We're packed it with eerie designs you're gonna love. Grab a tee, hoodie, sticker, or cap. And remember, orders over 50 get free shipping. Links in the description and it's pinned comments. A scary video going viral on X claims to show something strange happening right in plain sight. In the footage, there's a woman standing feet away from Trump. Her eyes appear to shift in a way that looks unnatural. For a moment, they seem to narrow and darken, almost like a slit. That's all it took for the reptilian conspiracy theory to explode again. Now, to be fair, there are a few perfectly normal reasons eyes can look weird on video. Compression artifacts, frame blending, rolling shutter, auto exposure changes, and even subtle reflections can make an iris look like it's changing shape. But here's the part that keeps people arguing. In this clip, the effect happens during a clear front-facing moment, not in a blur. It's right there. So what do you think you're actually seeing? A normal video artifact that just looks sinister? Or a moment that's genuinely hard to explain even after you account for camera glitches? The haunted Magnolia Hotel in Seguin, Texas has been welcoming guests and apparently spirits since the 1840s. Originally built as a stagecoach stop, the building served as a hotel, a brothel, and even a makeshift hospital during various epidemics. Its history is steeped in tragedy, and staff say the paranormal activity has never let up. In this first clip from the hotel's own security cameras, something strange happens. The camera appears to jolt, even though there's no one in the room. According to staff, the room was completely empty at the time. There's no obvious vibration or mechanical fault. The camera simply lurches as though something gave it a solid shove. But it's the second piece of footage that's truly chilling.
So every time she comes to visit us, the room fills with the scent of baby powder, and she likes to twirl some cream to it.
The CCTV was captured in what the hotel calls the children's room, a ground floor space where the spirits of children are said to visit regularly. Watch the light-up ball toys sitting on the floor. Without anyone nearby, it begins to move on its own, rolling as though nudged by an unseen hand. Then look to the far right of the frame. A dress hanging in the corner lifts upward, as if someone is tugging at it. And finally, on the left side of the screen, a shadowy presence seems to walk into the room. It moves with purpose, crossing part of the frame before fading from view. The Magnolia Hotel has been investigated by countless paranormal teams over the years. Guests who stay overnight report hearing children laughing, footsteps in empty hallways, and objects moving in sealed rooms. Is the children's room still being visited by the spirits of those who never checked out? Or is there a more grounded explanation for what these cameras captured? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
This happens all the time at our hotel.
A man living on a remote rural property captures something deeply unsettling on camera. A figure standing at his door claiming to be his neighbour. Problem is, he has no neighbours. The nearest house is kilometres away. At first glance, it could be a trespasser or someone casing the property, but watch closely as the figure leaves. Rather than walking away like a normal person, the figure appears to slide unnaturally out of frame. Viewers who've analysed the clip are divided. Some reckon it's simply a would-be thief testing whether anyone's home. Others point to the bizarre way the figure moves and say it resembles descriptions of a sinister witch encounter, a being that mimics human behaviour just well enough to get close, but can't quite pull off the exit. The man says he's lived on the property for years and has never had anyone turn up unannounced like this. The isolation of the location makes the visit even harder to explain. Was this just a brazen intruder caught off guard? Or was something far stranger trying to get inside? This strange clip quickly became one of the most talked about celebrity moments of the year. It began circulating widely after what appeared to be Jim Carrey's rare public appearance at the 2026 Caesar Awards in Paris. Footage from the ceremony shows the actor on stage as he receives an honorary Caesar. At first glance, everything seems normal, but the longer viewers watch, the more something about the moment begins to feel off. His face looks slightly different, his expression seems restrained, even the way he moves and holds himself appears unusual compared to the energetic performer many people remember. Within hours, the internet explodes with speculation. Some viewers insist the man on stage isn't Jim Carrey at all. Others begin floating a far stranger theory that he's being replaced by a clone, or body double. The conversation grows rapidly. Thousands of comments appear analysing still frames, comparing facial features and pointing out subtle differences in posture and speech. For a moment, it looks like another viral celebrity mystery. Then a surprising explanation appears. Celebrity impersonator Alexis Stone posts to Instagram claiming that he was the one who attended the awards disguised as Jim Carrey using full prosthetic makeup. But the story doesn't end there. Soon after, reports begin circulating that the appearance at the ceremony was actually Jim Carrey himself. According to sources close to the actor, Stone's post was simply an attempt to capitalise on the viral debate. That twist only adds fuel to the speculation. Some viewers claim Carrey has been outspoken about political issues in recent years and suggest that he may have been replaced by a look-alike. In reality, there's no indication that anything unusual happened at all. Multiple sources familiar with the event say the man on stage that night was indeed Jim Carrey. Still, the confusion surrounding the clip shows just how quickly rumours can spiral online. In a world of prosthetics, impersonators, and viral speculation, even a normal appearance can suddenly look like something else entirely. Je vous aime tous, du fond du cœur. Merci. This eerie ring camera footage was sent in by a viewer named Mike No Monster, who says his backyard camera picked up something he can't explain. According to Mike, the clip was captured at around 4 in the morning. The house was quiet. Everyone was asleep. There's no reason for anything or anyone to be in the backyard at that hour. When the Ring camera's motion sensor triggered and began recording, it appeared to capture a figure moving in the darkness. The shape seems to resemble a nun, a dark upright silhouette with what looks like a veil or habit draped over its head and shoulders. What makes the footage particularly unsettling is the timing. 4 in the morning, no footsteps leading up to the figure's appearance, no obvious explanation for why a person dressed as a nun would be in someone's backyard in the middle of the night. The figure hasn't appeared in any follow-up footage, and Mike says he's never seen anything like it before or since. So what do you think Mike's Ring camera really captured that night? A strange combination of shadows and infrared noise that just happened to form a familiar shape, or a genuine ghost sighting caught on camera at the darkest hour of the morning. This scary video was shared on Instagram by Beyond the Radar, and it's quickly caught the attention of paranormal and UFO communities alike. According to the post, a farmer working his property between Bardstown and Bloomfield, Kentucky, noticed something strange hovering over one of his fields. He grabbed his phone and started recording. A luminous ball of light can be seen in the field. What makes this footage particularly unsettling is the backstory. The farmer reportedly discovered crop circles in the very same field the previous year. Whether those formations were ever formally investigated isn't clear, but the coincidence hasn't been lost on viewers. Some commenters suggested the light could be ball lightning, a rare but documented atmospheric phenomenon that can appear as a hovering sphere of light before vanishing without a trace. Others pointed to the crop circle connection and argued that the two events together seem harder to dismiss. They suggested the light could be connected to whatever caused the formations, speculating about recurring UFO activity over the same patch of rural Kentucky farmland. No official explanation has been offered, and it's unclear whether the farmer has captured any additional footage since. This eerie photograph was submitted to us by viewer Christina Craig, who says it was taken during an investigation at one of America's most haunted places, the Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Louisville, Kentucky. According to Christina, the image was captured inside the old chapel area of the building. At first glance, nothing seems particularly unusual. But when you look more closely at the far side of the room, something becomes apparent. There, partially obscured by shadow, what appears to be a dark, human-shaped figure can be seen standing in the room. Waverly Hills has a long and grim history. Originally built as a tuberculosis hospital in 1910, thousands of patients died within its walls over the decades. It's been a magnet for paranormal investigators ever since it closed, with reports of shadow figures, disembodied voices, and unexplained footsteps echoing through its corridors. No follow-up images from the same angle have surfaced, and Christina says the figure wasn't visible to the naked eye during the investigation. It only appeared once the photos were reviewed later. So what do you think this dark shape really is? A coincidental arrangement of light and shadow caught at just the right moment, or a ghost sighting inside one of the most notorious buildings in American history? If you love scary videos, then hit that subscribe button and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll always know when our creepy video compilations go live. This next strange story doesn't come with a scary video, but the legend behind it has haunted a remote corner of South Africa for generations. It was recently shared on Reddit by user CommonUnlucky390, who compiled local folklore, rock art evidence, and modern sightings into one unsettling thread. The setting is the Karoo, a vast sun-scorched stretch of semi-desert in South Africa's interior. It's one of the driest places on the continent. And yet, locals here have long whispered about something lurking in the region's deep rock pools, mermaids. The most well-known account centres along Myring Sport, a narrow mountain pass carved by a river through the Swartberg Range. According to local legend, a dark-haired figure inhabits the deep pools along this route and others like it. She's said to control the rain. When she's content, the water flows. When she's angered, drought follows. In a place where water means survival, that kind of power carries serious weight. What makes this more than just campfire talk is the physical evidence. Ancient sand rock paintings found in the Clone Karoo depict fish-tailed human figures. Anthropologists have debated whether these are literal depictions of something the Sand people witnessed, symbolic representations used in rain rituals, or mythological water spirits passed down through oral tradition. The legend surged back into public attention in the 1990s when severe floods tore through near Ringsport. Rumours spread that a mermaid had been swept out to sea in the floodwaters and that her remains were later displayed in a museum. No verified evidence of this has ever surfaced, but the story stuck. Even today, travellers in the area report hearing things near the water. Locals speak of eerie figures seen brushing long hair by the water's edge, only to vanish when approached. There's also a geological twist that adds an unexpected layer. The Karoo was once completely submerged under an ancient inland sea millions of years ago. Fossils of marine creatures are still found in the rock. Some have wondered whether this deep aquatic history somehow seeded the mermaid legends, an ancestral memory of a time when the desert really was underwater. Skeptics point out that mermaid legends exist in cultures all over the world, and that the human brain is wired to see familiar shapes in water, shadow, and stone. Pareidolia, cultural transmission, and storytelling traditions could easily explain the persistence of these tales without anything supernatural being involved. But for the people who live in the Karoo, the stories aren't abstract. They're personal, passed from generation to generation, tied to the land, the water that sustains it. So what do you think is behind the mermaid legends of the Karoo? Ancient mythology shaped by a harsh environment, cultural memory of a region that was once beneath the sea, or something stranger still glimpsed in the deep pools of Marysport waiting to be explained. Well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to see some of our longer compilations, then check out those two links right there. Remember to leave us some feedback in the comments down below. We love reading them. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Alan, and this is Slap Pan. You're about to see some of the scariest video clips that are trending right now. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content just like this. This first one was sent in by a viewer named Danielle, and if what she says is true, it's one of the more emotional, scary videos we've ever received. Danielle explains that the father of her children, Michael, passed away in July of 2023. Before he died, he joked, or perhaps promised, that if there was any way to reach out after death, he'd do it. He'd make contact. He'd let them know there was more coming, not a beginning. According to Danielle, that's exactly what's been happening. She says she feels him around the house, touches on her arm, breath on her face, even her bed shifting while she sleeps. And with his birthday approaching, she believes he's making his presence known more than ever. Along with her story, she sent us a short eerie video clip. At first, the footage looks corrupted, fuzzy, blurry, almost like the camera is struggling to focus. But around the 18-second mark, something subtle happens. A faint movement appears off to the side of the frame, just enough to catch your eye. Then the camera itself shifts as if tracking that movement, tilting slightly on its own. Before slowly returning to center. No one else was in the room at the time. Danielle says she has no doubt it's Michael, but this is his way of reminding the family not to be sad and to keep his sense of humour alive. Of course, others might see this as a camera glitch, a loose mount, or simply autofocus struggling in low light. But for Danielle, the timing and the feeling she's experienced leave no question. So what do you think this footage shows? A grieving family finding comfort in strange coincidences? Or someone genuinely trying to make contact from beyond? Here's a weird one that went viral a few months ago, and it has the tennis world scratching its head. During a second-round match at the Canadian Open in Toronto, Italian player Matteo Gigante suddenly stopped play and called for a video review. He claimed his opponent, Gabriel Diallo, had just hit a shot that went through the net.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the team today. It's you video review. Check is the Broadway group dance.
At first, fans thought it was a mistake, maybe a misunderstanding in the chaos of a fast rally. But when officials rolled the replay, the stadium went silent.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the picture of together went through the net.
The footage clearly shows Diallo's return piercing through the net cord as though the strings weren't even there. The point was awarded to Gigante and play continued, but the moment went viral almost instantly. Clips flooded TikTok, Reddit, and sports forums, with people calling it everything from impossible physics to a glitch in the Matrix caught live on TV. Even the commentators seemed baffled. Fans in attendance said they had no idea why the point stopped until the slow-motion replay showed the ball doing the one thing a tennis ball shouldn't be able to do. Of course, skeptics insist there must be a technical explanation, angle distortion, tension in the mesh, or a perfect strike that forced the ball between two strands. But even among seasoned tennis watchers, the moment has been called one of the strangest in recent memory. So what do you think? A freak accident of sports physics or a genuine glitch caught during a high-stakes match?
So I wanted to show you guys some footage of my dog.
Here's a creepy collection of scary videos going viral on TikTok right now.
And she's been doing this ever since we got here, every single day.
They come from a user named Sydney, who posted several clips documenting unexplained activity inside the Airbnb she was staying in. It all began with her dog, a Rottweiler, behaving strangely around the staircase of the old house.
And literally, this is so perfect. Like, she's just standing here, kind of sniffing around, just very, very focused and very, like, something is definitely making her, like, very interested. Like, she just seems so, like, lost on the stairs.
At first, the dog simply stood motionless on the stairs. Simon thought it was funny. But the longer he stood there, frozen, the more disturbing it became.
And she was so locked into the stairs this time around. It was so spooky, guys. Like, honestly, I literally, at this point, I was like, I need to ask this landlord, like, what is going on?
That's when she realised the issue wasn't on top of the stairs, it was underneath them.
Always hanging out right here. So, I just found the door up here.
There was a locked door beneath the staircase leading to what looked like a small basement area. Sydney noticed the light inside was on, even though the door was shut tight. She slid her phone under the door to take a look. The footage showed nothing unusual, just an empty space. When she got her phone back, something eerie happened. The door handle rattled as if someone or something was standing behind it. This is where the creep factor jumps to a whole new level. Sydney decided to try again, wanting to catch whatever was moving the handle. She slid her phone back under the gap. Something yanked it out of her hand. The phone tumbled down the stairs, landing with the camera pointed at the ceiling. While you could argue she simply dropped it, the next part was harder to explain. The phone moves again, as if picked up and dropped by an unseen force. Sydney eventually retrieved it after contacting the homeowner to unlock the basement door. The viewers quickly noticed something odd about the owner's hand, a tattoo of nested triangles. In conspiracy circles, this symbol is often linked to secret groups and darker beliefs. Exploring the basement, Sydney didn't experience anything unusual in the moment. But later noticed strange scratch marks across the floor and on the back side of the door. Things only got stranger. While filming her dog again on the stairs, the curtains at the top of the landing flutter. Then some balloons drift unnaturally. Possibly just a draft. But moments later, something truly mysterious happens. You can hear the sound of footsteps, someone running up the staircase, so no one is there. Then, in the same instant, the dog's leash flies upward as though pulled by invisible hands. Here it is again in slow motion. The leash rises sharply with no one touching it. So is this old Airbnb really haunted? If these clips are genuine, Sydney may have captured one of the clearest examples of ghostly activity we've seen in a long time. Here's a strange old photograph that's been unsettling viewers online. The image was shared by Facebook user Sandra Green, who says it was taken in the early 1970s. It shows her and her cousin posing in the garden. Nothing unusual at first glance, just two kids smiling for the camera. Between them, there's a third face. A woman's head looking straight at the camera. According to the poster, there's no one else with them when the photo was taken. She says she's looked at this picture many times throughout her life, but only recently noticed the extra person. What makes it even stranger is that the head appears to have no body. There's a clear gap between the two children. No torso, no arms, no shadow. Just a floating face tucked perfectly between them. Sandra points out that she can see her own legs clearly. There's nothing behind her, nothing that could be mistaken for someone standing there. She even notes that the hand around her is her cousin's, not the mysterious person's. The original photo is a Polaroid, which makes editing or double exposure less likely, at least by today's standards. Sandra even posted a short video of her holding the original Polaroid to prove the image is real, vintage, and untouched. So what do you think? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments below. This scary video was posted to Reddit by user Critical Music Rare, and it's stirring up a lot of discussion. The caption translates to an unidentified creature was seen in the Srisang-Dari Kodi area. A humanoid shape can be seen gliding through the air. Just a lone figure suspended over the mountain. What's striking is how this fits a pattern. In the past year, there's been a spate of humanoid UAP sightings from around the world. Floating figures over Mexico, mysterious silhouettes in Brazil, dark shapes drifting above the Middle East, and even upright flying men spotted near US airports. Some viewers think these are misidentified drones or optical illusions. Others believe they could be advanced surveillance devices, experimental suits, or something entirely unknown. But sightings like this one in isolated terrain with no structures or aircraft nearby are harder to explain. So what exactly was floating over this mountain in Daikundi? A drone, figure, or another entry in the growing list of humanoid UAPs documented around the world? This next one comes from a viewer who goes by Kiwi Steve. He says his girlfriend's son was taking a simple selfie while home alone. Nothing unusual, just a casual photo in his unit while his girlfriend was away visiting relatives. A few days later, his mother noticed something strange behind him. A dark shape lurking in the background. According to the family, there was absolutely no one else in the unit at the time the photo was taken. What makes this one even more interesting is that the couple says they've never experienced anything strange in the unit. No noises, no objects moving, nothing out of the ordinary, and they feel completely comfortable living there. So what exactly is this dark silhouette captured behind him? The trick of the lighting, shadow pattern, for something standing in the room that he didn't see at the time. Is an amusing one to break up the chills. This clip, shared by humans no context, shows a paranormal prank that takes a very unexpected turn. This person decides to dress up as a ghost and creep up to a neighbour's home security camera. They stand perfectly still, staring ominously into the lens, clearly hoping to give someone a fright. But the prank backfires spectacularly. Another neighbour sees the ghost, and instead of being scared inside, they run outside, armed with a huge pot. Before the prankster even has time to react, the neighbour hurls the pot straight at their head. It seems this spooky little stunt didn't go quite as planned. A good reminder that when you pretend to be a ghost, someone might out of nowhere own you with kitchenware. This next sighting comes from Reddit user Weeby Edgelord, who captured something unusual in the skies above Perth, Western Australia. It pulses softly, appearing, fading, then glowing bright again as it moves. According to the witness, the object wasn't behaving like a conventional aircraft. It shifted direction mid-flight, briefly vanished, then reappeared on a different path moments later. The uploader also noted that they don't live near airports or flight corridors, ruling out commercial planes or helicopters, and the pulsing green light didn't match any standard aviation markers. Viewers have suggested everything from drones to atmospheric reflections to experimental craft, though some say it resembles classic old-style UAPs seen in sightings around the world. So what do you think this glowing object was? A drone, a rare atmospheric effect, or something truly unidentified moving through the skies of Perth that night? If you head to these coordinates on Google Maps, you'll see something unusual. Deep in a remote mountain range at the southernmost tip of Chile, satellite imagery shows what looks like the face and upper body of an enormous giant, almost as if something is buried beneath the landscape. The pattern is strangely symmetrical, with features that resemble eyes and nose and even a chest. Viewers online have gone wild with theories. Some say it's evidence of the Nephilim, the legendary race of giants mentioned in ancient texts. Given how isolated this region is, believers think it could be the resting place of something ancient, somewhere no human has ever reached on foot. Others are more skeptical, noting that Google's satellite stitching sometimes creates odd mirrored patterns in areas where terrain data is limited. One commenter described the effect as bit matching, where two halves of the satellite pass accidentally mirror each other, forming shapes that look intentional. Still, the image is hard to ignore. It's detailed, eerie, and strangely human-like. Whether it's a glitch, a natural formation, or something more mysterious tucked beneath the ice and stone, that's for you to decide. This next creepy clip, shared by Crazy Paranormal, has been doing the rounds online. A group of friends was filming late at night when they noticed a strange-looking face staring out from a parked car nearby. What happens next takes this to a whole new level of creepy. Out of nowhere, flames suddenly burst inside the car, right in front of the person's face. The figure doesn't react. Just staring forward as if nothing unusual was happening. The group filming can be heard panicking, trying to make sense of what they're witnessing. And before long, the clip went viral, with viewers offering their own theories. Some think the woman was performing some kind of ritual. Others say the calmness in the presence of flames is too unnatural, calling her a witch, or something even stranger caught on camera. The complete lack of reaction, combined with that eerie, expressionless face, has left many viewers unsettled. Scary videos like this certainly make you wonder, could this be a ritual, a malfunction, or something truly unexplainable sitting quietly in the dark? This next scary photo comes from Facebook user Jack Henry, who was taken inside a temple in Sahuayo, Michoacan, Mexico. According to the person who snapped the picture, they never noticed anything unusual at the time. But later, something eerie stood out. Looming over the glass display is a dark shadow figure positioned directly behind the likeness of the young martyr, Saint Jose Sanchez del Rio. Its shape is humanoid, but the photographer insists no one else was standing there. The display itself shows a sculpted representation of Jose's body. Some online have mistakenly claimed it's incorrupt, but it's not. It's a crafted likeness beneath the glass, honouring his memory. To understand why this image has captured so much attention, you have to know the history. Jose Sanchez del Rio was a 14-year-old boy who fought in the Cristero War of the 1920s, a time when the Mexican government savagely persecuted the church, destroyed monasteries, and executed priests. Young Jose was captured, tortured, and ultimately killed for refusing to renounce his faith. His last words were, "Viva Cristo Rey," long live Christ the King. He was canonized in 2016, and his tomb in Sahuayo has become a deeply important site for pilgrims. So when viewers saw a shadowy figure seemingly standing watch beside the display, speculation ran wild. Some believe it could be the ghost of Saint Jose himself, a spiritual presence lingering near the place where he's honoured. Others think it could be a trick of the light, a reflection, or an unnoticed visitor moving through the frame. For many who've seen the photo, the shape feels deliberate, almost protected. So what do you think? A shadow person, a trick of exposure, or something sacred caught on camera in one of Mexico's most historic temples?
What is that?
This next unnerving recording comes from Washington State, filmed on November 11th, 2025 at around 3:45 p.m, and it has viewers divided.
It's gotta be someone's truck, right?
The footage shows a strange laser-like reflection pulsing deep in the woods.
Is that a fire?
Bright reds and greens flicker through the trees, shifting up and down in a way that doesn't look like headlights or campfire glow.
Yeah, purples. It's going up and down.
The person filming sounds confused.
Is that a fire? What was that?
Commenters came up with a range of theories. Some think it could be a trans laser setup, maybe a group planning a secret rave in the forest, testing out their gear before nightfall.
It's got to be someone's truck, right?
But others say the light pattern looks too controlled, too smooth, and too isolated to be something man-made. They believe it's a UFO caught on camera.
Is that a fire? What was that?
Remember to subscribe to our channel if you want to see more scary videos just like this one. Slapping that like button also helps a lot as well. And as always, we love reading your comments below. This is part of our ongoing exploration of the screaming skulls of the UK, and today we're diving into one of the darkest and most morally charged legends of them all, the Screaming Skulls of Calgarth Hall. Set near Windermere in the Lake District, the story centres on a quiet, hard-working couple, Pastor and Dorothy Cook, and the powerful corrupt magistrate who destroyed their lives. In the 1500s, the Cooks lived on a small farm at Troutneck Bridge. Honest, humble, and by all accounts kind, they tended their land with pride. The neighbour, Miles Phillipson, wanted that land for himself. A wealthy justice of the peace, he used his influence like a weapon, and when the Cooks refused to sell, he set a trap they couldn't escape. One Christmas, Phillipson invited them to dinner under the guise of making peace. But during the meal, he slipped a stolen silver goblet into Dorothy's belongings. By morning, soldiers arrived, found the hidden cup, and arrested the couple for theft, a capital crime. When the trial began, Phillipson himself presided and sentenced them to death. As they walked to the gallows, Dorothy issued a curse so fierce it would shape the next century of the Phillipson family's life. Dorothy's final words promised three things. The Cooks would haunt the Phillipsons night and day, their business affairs would never prosper, and no Phillipson would own an inch of land. Phillipson immediately tore down the Cook's cottage and built a brand new mansion on the same spot, Calgarth Hall. But on the anniversary of the theft, when the family first moved in, the two human skulls suddenly appeared on the staircase. No one knew where they came from, no explanation made sense. Every night after that, the Phillipsons were tormented by horrific screams that echoed through the hall. The skulls became the physical anchors of the curse, immovable, indestructible, and endlessly returning. Over the years, Phillipson tried everything to rid himself of the relics, crush them, burn them, reduce them to dust, bury them miles away, threw them into Lake Windermere. But the skulls always returned the next morning, whole and untouched. Meanwhile, the curse unfolded exactly as Dorothy had vowed. The Phillipson estate collapsed, business ventures failed, friends stopped visiting. In time, the once wealthy family sold off everything except the hall itself, and eventually abandoned even that. Only when the last Phillipson left Calgarth forever did the screaming cease. The curse ran its course. In 1790, Bishop Richard Watson purchased the property. He disliked the look of the old girl, and perhaps he'd heard the whispers about the skulls. Watson performed a ritual laying of the spirits, and then ordered the skulls bricked up inside the walls, permanently sealing it away. From that moment on, Calgarth Hall fell silent. Over the next century, the site was transformed. First a hospital during World War I, later a children's orthopaedic centre, and today a retirement facility. The locals still speak quietly about the skulls hidden inside its walls. Like many screaming skull legends, the Calgarth story can be seen as both a haunting and a parable. On one level, it's a supernatural curse tied to human remains. On another, it's a cautionary tale about corruption, abuse of power, and greed. Some even believe the skulls served as metaphysical title deeds, eternally asserting the rightful ownership of the land by the dispossessed Cooks. Whether historical truth, moral allegory, or a chilling piece of regional folklore, Calgarth Hall remains one of Britain's most unsettling skull legends, and one of the most enduring stories we've covered in our series on Screaming Skulls. So what do you make of the Cook's curse? A morality tale, a lingering spirit, or a relic of a darker past, still echoing through England's old walls. Sometimes these old folkloric legends are more unsettling than any collection of scary videos could ever be. Now, if you want to watch some more scary ghost clips, then click these links right there. They'll keep you entertained well into the evening, we promise. Leave us some comments down below, smash that thumbs up button. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
Welcome back to episode 2 of restoring my steam hammer from 1915 with Will. Hello, great to have you here, mate. Well, we ended the last episode finding out that the frame on my power hammer is twisted, which is causing the shaft that I just turned up and installed to bind in the holes, which is no good, because if we want the power hammer to run well, we need the connection between the treadle, the linkage, and all the valves to be super buttery smooth. It's currently sticking, and we can try and straighten this whole frame out. But what we think has happened is this stud with the stripped nut is not original, and I think it might even be welded in place. And I think that stud is offsetting in the hole and is fouling on the edge of this, not letting us push the frame forwards anymore.
Of course, because the original bar was bent, that was perfect for the bar because it was bent, so it would have been set to that. And now we've got a straight bar, it's all fouling up because it's now not got the movement that we need it to. So I think we'll take that nut off and we can have a look at the threads and see how far it is inside the casting.
Cool. When was the last time a strip nut came right off?
That thread looks good.
God, closer. Oh, look, they've got a tape and pipe fitting to hold my power hammer down.
How did you manage to do that?
I didn't do that. Whoever owned this machine in the 1950s did that.
But didn't you take this off?
I took that off.
Did you not see that was taken?
I saw that stud was how it was, but I couldn't get the stud out easily, so I just put it back on like that. Oh, awesome. Will is not very happy with my restoration decisions from 2 years ago.
What's interesting though is that hole isn't round, it's oval, so you can slide it left and right.
So that wasn't that problem. It's not fouling on that hole unless it's fouling on the bottom of the bolt. So that's not any sort of issue. I think we've got to keep tweaking until that lines up with that hole much neater.
Does that feel?
That one went slid right in.
Crap's gone down in that hole, which we've blown out, which has now allowed that to shove back a couple of metal.
Seems like the answer might have been more brute force. You took that nut off, cleaned out the inside of the hole, hammered it further forwards. It's not perfect, but it's a much closer fit to lining up perfectly with that hole. So with that, we're now going to re-bolt everything down super tightly, but making sure that it doesn't then rebind the shaft. I'm then going to take the shaft out, give it a little bit of love with some memory paper on the lathe before it goes back in, and it's hopefully as smooth as can be. The shaft is now lovely and smooth. Let's put it all back together and connect it to the treadle. Get in there. That's scary. That's very scary. I like springs.
That is on. Pop the linkage back all on.
How? Good. Oh, I forgot to put the washer in there. Blumen forgot the washer.
Did you machine the washer out?
Nope. Okay, we got to take it off and put the washer in. We've got to make a washer. I could put a steel washer in that gap, but why not? Make up a shiny, silky bronze one. That's a problem. Wowza.
That's surprising, bronze.
Isn't that interesting? Just catches and goes. Wait a minute, that's annoying. It's now not in a middle. Thank you. Sweet.
Give it a tap.
I didn't make a big one. Success. Go on. On you go. Take a pin. Oh, look at that fit, Chapper! Oh, it's slick as can be, mate. It feels really good now. Oh, it feels so smooth. Well, great success. Do you know what that means? My first?
He can finally cross one off on the chalkboard.
It's the first one?
Yeah, you had the wobbly handle, and that was the handle that you haven't actually put back on. So technically...
Technically... I fixed the handle, and it fits brilliantly if I do put it on.
Technically, you haven't finished, you haven't sorted that because you haven't put the handle back on.
Outrageous. I'm classing that as my first tick on the board. We can now test it with the linkage back together. Oh, it returns it. Mate, that feels so much smoother. I can't believe it, and we still haven't yet tackled the wobbly linkage. You see all that play in that linkage? All of that is affecting my ability to control this hammer and is making it that much harder to run it accurately.
We can sort that. I reckon a couple of bushes in there. We'll drill them out in a couple of bushes. That's going to be spot on, be perfect.
We decided while I tackle the upper wobbly linkage.
That needs sorting.
Yep. So there's a second wobbly linkage to be tackled.
Let's do it.
Since we're now both going to be doing some machining, it's about time I set the caliper, which is a great day for me because it means more unboxing. I have to say, I appreciate all your contributions to the new tool fund by purchasing my t-shirt because I'm already blowing through it. Second set of nice calipers for the workshop.
Oh, some good tasting.
Ooh, very shiny. New die grinder because I broke mine. Tell me I oiled it in like 2 years.
That would do it.
Box of keys for the future. Roll pins just in case. Oh boy, there's a hole in it. Be interesting to see if that's ever useful. And after I had to machine up that key steel the other day, I ordered a whole load of imperial sizes of key steel and some more silver steel. Oh, and you know what else has been showing up in the mail over the last year and a half? It has been the finest underwear, the comfiest, the softest, the most breathable underwear that I've ever worn, and it's from today's sponsor, MeUndies, where you can save up to 50% off your order, plus get free shipping when you go to MeUndies.com/forward and use code FORWARD at checkout. Let me tell you what, they are changing the game. As summer is coming and things are starting to get sweaty, I highly recommend trying out their ball caddy technology. Little special pouch, separate your sweaty nuts from your legs, save that sticky discomfort that makes you have to rearrange. The we all hate. Their underwear comes in all sorts of styles, not only for the men, but also for the ladies, and the range of colours and patterns is unmatched. You can really express yourself. Make it so the first bit of clothing that you put on makes you smile and makes you happy. So please, again, get yourself the softest, comfiest micromodal underwear that you can get at MeUndies.com/forward using code FORWARD at checkout for up to 50% off plus free shipping. Let's get back to the Steam Hammer. Now this thing I made will go in here so that we can line that up. What are you doing, Will?
I am attempting to...
You're sawing my bloody thing off!
I'm chopping your thing off!
That's an original part! It's definitely not original.
Definitely not original, that's been remade. I've taken a drawing and I'm going to be remaking that whole bit.
Remaking that whole pin because it's worn.
Yep. The rest of it's alright, but that one side is pretty worn out, so...
You want them coming right out? I guess that's where we need to be. Lovely! That's our new hole for 2 of these bushings. These should fit in here. Oh, it's going to be nice. Oh, yes. Oh, does that not look beautiful?
That does look rather lovely.
God, so what have you been up to?
So I've been making a new pin for this. So I cut the old one off, faced the end down, and I turned up a new pin. That just needs to be heated and pushed into there.
I pulled that fella out and reamed it, so hopefully a nice snug fit.
Hopefully so. What I've also done is this was one of the old bushings, which this used to ride in. And there's, I don't know if you can tell on the camera, but it's a bit loose.
That's a lot of play.
It's a lot of play. So instead of having one long one, made 2 shorter ones, go on like that, and they're a lovely snug fit onto there.
And we are going to hopefully freeze these so they're shrunk, slip them in there, one here. Actually, clearly a good improvement. All the slot that we take up hopefully means more control. It is now the next day, and the plan is as follows. I'm going to get this machined down to a width on the lathe that it fits in between the bronze bushes. Will is going to weld over this keyway and remachine it. get it off. Close. Stop. Off to a flying start here, boys. I did too good of an interference fit to be able to use that as a tool holder in the lathe. So he's now stuck, and I only have one shot of getting it out every time that I heat it up, because otherwise the interior then gets hot and swells as well. So I'm going to let it cool down, try again in 5 minutes. Check out the great result here on the shaft that Will welded up and remachined. It's looking great. Nice work, mate. Cool. Hang on, here we go. Push me up. Get out of there. Well, that was far too good of an interference fit. I think we'll have ruined this ball now. So nice job, Alec. Let that cool down. Now do another shrink fit. Or is it the heat fit?
I'd say shrink fit, because you're shrinking bushing on the outside. So I'd say we are shrinking it.
Interference fit.
Yeah.
Temperature control, temperature aided interference fit.
Temperature modified. There we go.
Very good.
Temperature modified fit.
We're going to heat this fella up and put the new version of this inside. Nope, that is way too tight. The trouble is one's committed now. That's definitely not coming out. But that is not the way I wanted to do it. Like, I was a bit tight. Really, that should have just dropped in. Yeah, perfect. Definitely not coming out. No, and I don't think it got bent either. So, it's been for another 100 years. Couple of oil holes. Dang it. Trying up the new pin for it. Come on. That, my friends, that is a sight to behold. On she goes.
How good does that look?
Oh, it's going to be smooth. Able to cut that head down, and we just need a tapered pin to lock it in. Right out there. The more pressing issue right now, the issue I don't want to beat around the bush on, the issue that's making me feel a little bit chilly is the pressing of the frozen new bushes into that hole. I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Oh my gosh, that is cold. This has been in the freezer for a few hours. And we only got it tight, and I'll start the impact. Okay, all square. Hang on, go on. Oh, are you joking? Come on! Alright. Oh! Look at that! New bush! Great work, mate. Look at that.
Gone in beautifully.
Perfectly installed. Now we find out if we put them in square.
That's still a bit warm.
Come on, please. Yes! Oh, get it. Phenomenal result!
So, although this is the original one, it didn't have a hole for a taper pin. So what we're going to do is just install this on here temporarily, mark it so you can drill it and put a taper pin into it.
Doesn't quite line up here. I might need to forge a little dog leg into that.
Or we can put a little spacer in here, because there's no taper hole here. Put a little spacer and just pull it out a little bit.
What's that look like?
It's like a 4.1 mil spacer we need.
Boom! Oh, you knob. I made it to this size, not to that size. Oh, that one's useless. At least this one works. One taper pin. Assembly time.
Assembly time, I think so, yeah. Once that's on, I can put the valve gear back together, and then it's just that one linkage at the top, and we can give it a test.
I am a little bit nervous.
That's if I stop being attacked by your dog.
Part of me is worried this whole time that this power hammer may have been so good because it was just so perfectly worn and just have the perfect pore tolerances and slop everywhere to make it work well. What if it doesn't work well?
It'll work. It'll work.
Assembly. Let's go. At last, we can tick off a couple other bits. Regulator valve, that's done. Wobbly linkage, done. This stuff is new. This is new. Whole new treadle control shaft. Handle delete, handle reinstall. A freshly lapped valve. At last, it's time How does he actually runs?
I am nervous. Oh, and lubricated based.
Oh, and lubricated.
And lubricated based.
All right. Let me have a little feel of this. Maybe a little bit stiffer, I guess, to be expected, considering all the things that have been tightened up. Way less sloppy, though. There's now no plate here. That's so smooth and tight looking. Press it on. Here we go. Oh, yeah, that's different. You can tell that's different. It's not lifting.
Oh, my God. Take your headphones.
It's so quiet.
So quiet. That's the main regulator valve.
Dude, that's like a proper steam hammer. Oh my goodness.
That's got power behind it.
That's a lot more power. But there is zero control right now.
That is a different experience. Oh my goodness.
Now I'm going to try after putting the handle on the side. It's like I'm going to have to learn how to use a whole new power hammer. It's very different. I'm going to try and adjust the timing so that the ram pops up a little bit higher. So I'm going to crack this. Listen to that. Now I'm going to crack the valve. Oh my goodness, that's so fire. Let's see what happens here if I move this. Okay, the ram's now up. If I rotate this, that ram goes down. So I lift it up, the ram comes up. Let's try that there.
And you're starting to get some metal on the fire.
Yeah, need some hot steel. Here we go! Oh yeah! Oh, that feels good. Try some bigger steel. Starting nice and gentle, a bit harder. Very nice.
So cool.
It puts a smile on your face, doesn't it?
I need one.
There's a big change in that.
There's a huge change in that hammer. All for the better, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mate, thank you so much for your help.
No worries. Thanks for letting me help out.
So grateful. Thank you, Will. What a treat. But I don't think it's over.
I don't think it is. There's a few more things on there that I've spotted that need some more work.
If you guys are up for it, let us know in the comments. Should we do a re-restoration part 3? What might be coming next is we may be completely disassembling and reboring that valve. The die problem, which hasn't been cancelled, was the exhaust. The strip. Oh goodness, the strip nut was an important one. We haven't done that. This whole thing is wobbling. Thanks again for your help, Will.
No worries.
Very grateful. Thank you guys for hanging around with us. Be sure to check out the undies at the link in the description. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slack. And you're about to see some seriously freaky video clips. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. It's like this. Starting today's episode off with a short and creepy little clip. This one was uploaded to TikTok by user at dingy_AYD. It's some home security footage showing a quiet dining room late at night. Everything looks perfectly normal until something strange happens. Startled, the family dog begins barking furiously at the empty space near the table. But what happens next is even more unsettling. The dog suddenly jerks backward as if shoved by something invisible. Some commenters think it's a clear case of paranormal activity, poltergeist behaviour perhaps, while others suggest clever editing. But the clip's simplicity and the dog's raw, instinctive reaction make it even more chilling.
Gang, we have a huge announcement. We are officially live over on Spotify. Our paranormal deep dives, our true crime deep dives from Slaptown Mysteries are now over on Spotify. So you can listen to our stories anywhere you go. So if you can, follow the link in the description box down below. We'll also put it in the comments. Follow us over there on Spotify. Leave us a 5-star review if you can. It helps us spread out and find a new audience on Spotify, which would be awesome. So there you go. We've got quite a few episodes up there already, and we'll be releasing new episodes every Friday, Eastern Standard Time, around 10 or 11 a.m. So keep an eye out on that. Best way to do it is to hit that follow button. That way you'll be notified every time we drop a brand new episode. So check us out on Spotify. Much appreciated. Our next story takes us to a suburban home where a simple Halloween decoration turned into a terrifying ordeal. A woman named Erika Harrington had ordered a decorative doll from Amazon for her upcoming Halloween celebration. At first, it seemed like nothing more than an ordinary prop, until Erika noticed that the doll seemed to move on its own.
You can see right here, you see how she's turning around? Okay, that's normal because of the wind. But hold up, look at her. She's turning back around.
Whenever she stepped outside, she claimed the doll would shift positions, always turning slightly toward her, as though it were watching her every move.
She turns and she continues to look at me. I'm trying to get myself in the house at this point.
What disturbed her most was that the doll never moved randomly. It always seemed to deliberately face her.
Why are you stopping right there to look at me? I don't play that. It's time for her to go.
Then things escalated. Erika began receiving motion alerts from her home camera showing a person detected on the porch. Each time she checked, no one was there. The garage door opened on its own. The dog began staring at empty windows as though following something invisible. And when she looked closer at a photo of the doll sitting in a chair, commenters pointed out something she hadn't seen before. What looks like faces reflected in the window. She placed the doll in her husband's car trunk and began contacting priests and mediums for help. One medium told her that the doll carried a dark presence and advised her to get it out of the house immediately. In her final video, Erika films herself shipping the doll back. She says she can finally breathe again, but admits the house still feels off.
She's gone, I'm walking away. Not just go to our house. It's okay.
The Halloween goblin decorations, which had stood perfectly still for years, began turning toward each other, and a small green pumpkin decoration kept rotating on its own to face the street. Even after the doll was gone, she said she could still feel its energy. She ended her last video saying she would be cleansing the home and her family, swearing off Halloween decorations altogether. Erika's story has since gone viral, sparking debate among viewers. Some believe the doll carried something truly supernatural. Others say it's coincidence, faulty senses, wind or stress manifesting in strange ways. But the chilling detail that her security camera detected someone present when no one was visible continues to unsettle even the skeptics. So what do you think? Just an unlucky Halloween pop, or something far darker that refused to be ignored? The series set of photos was sent in by a viewer named Bailey S, and the story behind them is enough to send chills down your spine. The pictures were taken back in 2012 on Halloween night in Cindy, Oregon. Bailey was posing with her 2-year-old sister-in-law before heading out to trick-or-treat. The mother-in-law was the one taking the photos. Just a few quick snapshots in the living room before they left. In the first image, everything seems perfectly normal. A sweet family photo showing Bailey and a toddler. In the second photo, taken only seconds later, something inexplicable appears.
Reflected in the window behind them is the clear image of a man standing in the room. Problem? Only swears there were only 3 people in the house at the time: her, her sister-in-law, and her mother-in-law. No one else was present, and certainly no one who looked like the man in the reflection. They didn't notice anything unusual until later that night when reviewing the photos. By then, the house was quiet, locked up, and empty, except perhaps for whoever or whatever appeared in that window. This next clip has left viewers completely stunned. Captured on home CCTV and posted by Dingo_AYD, it shows a man sleeping soundly on a bed while his dog wanders into the room. Then things take a strange turn. The man wakes suddenly, but it looks like the dog somehow slipped behind the chest of drawers. A second later, the same dog, or what looks exactly like it, reappears at the doorway, standing calmly as if nothing happened. Some viewers believe it's just an illusion, perhaps a second similar-looking dog entering the room at the same time. But others aren't so sure. They insist the footage looks too seamless, too uncanny, suggesting it could be evidence of a glitch in the Matrix, or even a brief slip in time or space. So what do you think? Camera glitch, twin dog, or something reality-bending happening in that room? Back in 2022, popular online personality Asil Al-Mublaq went viral after a chilling live stream encounter. During a casual late-night session on a platform similar to chat roulette, Asil connected with a woman he didn't recognise. At first, everything seemed perfectly normal. They exchanged greetings, enjoyed some music together, and she even asked him to play the song again. Seal began talking to him more directly. He noticed something was off. Her tone, her expression, and even the timing of her reactions began to feel unnatural. The atmosphere shifted. Sensing something wasn't right, he decided to test what he was feeling. Asil played a recording of verses from the Quran. The woman's expression changed, and she abruptly left the live stream. Viewers flooded the comments, convinced they'd just seen Asil come face to face with something supernatural, a jinn. According to Islamic belief, jinn are spiritual beings created from smokeless fire. Like humans, they can be good or evil, but evil jinn are said to fear the Quran, especially verses that glorify Allah's power and majesty. When confronted with Quranic recitation, evil jinn often flee instantly, unable to withstand the divine words. On the other hand, righteous jinn, those who follow Allah, find comfort and peace in the sound. As for Asil, he later told his followers that he couldn't explain what happened, only that he felt a powerful energy the moment he began playing the Quran, and that the woman's sudden disappearance confirmed his suspicions. So was this just an eerie coincidence, or something not of this world revealing itself online? This next clip was sent in by viewer Jessica P. and comes straight from the security cameras of a local brewery. What it captured is truly strange. At exactly 1:28 a.m. on October 10th, the brewery was completely empty. Chairs were stacked, lights were out, and the front doors were locked for the night. But on CCTV, a glowing orb of light suddenly appears inside the tasting room. Whatever it is, it hovers above the counter before drifting across the floor. The light doesn't behave like dust or glare. It's too bright, too controlled. It even seems to change direction mid-air before splitting off and vanishing completely. Jessica says no one was outside or inside the building at the time, and that all entry points were secure. She describes it simply as an unexplained light that breaks off. While skeptics might chalk it up to insects, headlights, or lens artifacts, others think it looks too luminous and deliberate, suggesting it could be a paranormal manifestation, perhaps the spirit of a former worker or a lingering energy tied to the location. Whatever it was, the brewery owners still can't explain what appeared on camera that night. This eerie submission comes from a viewer named Penn, who captured something strange while working on a creative project, a stop-motion film featuring a small fox puppet. The photo was taken back in 2013 using an iPod Touch in a quiet private garden that once stood on the historic grounds of Eltham Palace in London. Penn says they were alone at the time, carefully photographing the puppet frame by frame. But when they looked back at the image later, something unexpected had appeared. Next to the puppet, you can see what looks like a shadowy set of legs. And insists that no one else was present and that the shadow wasn't visible when the photo was taken. What's even stranger is that Eltham Palace, known for its centuries of history and royal connections, has long been rumoured to be haunted. Built on medieval foundations, parts of the property are said to be home to ghostly figures that have been seen wandering the gardens and corridors. Was this just an odd trick of light, or did Penn accidentally capture a spectral presence from the palace's storied past? Coming up in our last segment, we take a look at one of the most influential poltergeist cases in history. But before we do, hit that like button, as it really helps us reach new audiences. In 1938, in the quiet suburb of Thornton Heath, Croydon, just south of London, the ordinary home of Alma Fielding, a 34-year-old housewife, became the stage for one of the strangest and most influential poltergeist cases ever recorded. What began as a domestic haunting spiraled into a psychological mystery that would change how paranormal investigators understood ghosts forever. The case, later called the Croydon Poltergeist, was investigated by Nandor Fodor, a Hungarian Jewish journalist and psychical researcher who served as chief research officer at the International Institute for Psychical Research. Fodor's findings would ultimately bridge the gap between psychical research and psychoanalysis, proposing that hauntings might not come from external spirits at all, but from the hidden trauma of the human mind. In February 1938, strange things began to happen in the Fielding home. While Alma and her husband Les were bedridden with illness, a six-fingered handprint appeared on the mirror beside their bed. That night, a tumbler shattered mid-air, a cold wind lifted their eider-down, and an invisible force hurled objects across the room. The next morning, the chaos intensified. Their teenage son, Don, narrowly dodged a flying pot of face cream, and the family's lodger was struck by two coins that seemed to materialize from nowhere. A light bulb unscrewed itself from the ceiling, vanished, and was later found still hot to the touch on a nearby chair. Word spread quickly. On February 19th, reporters from the Sunday Pictorial newspaper arrived, and what they witnessed made front-page news the next day under the headline, Ghost Wrecks Home. They saw an egg shoot down the corridor, a china dog crash to the floor, a chunk of coal sail across the room, and a teacup explode in Alma's hands. Among those captivated by the story was Nandor Fodor, desperate to prove the existence of genuine supernatural phenomena and to restore his credibility after exposing several fraudulent mediums. Fodor travelled to Croydon to meet the Fieldings. Initially, he suspected a classic haunting, but as he spent more time with Alma, he began to notice that the activity always seemed to centre around her. When she grew emotional, the phenomena intensified. When she calmed down, it stopped. Fodor arranged for Alma to be examined under strict laboratory conditions at the IIPR headquarters in Kensington. There, researchers observed more strange phenomena. Objects appearing out of thin air, glass breaking, small animals inexplicably materializing. Among the reports or manifested objects were a scarab beetle, a Javanese sparrow, an ancient oil lamp, a fossilized shell, and even a white mouse. Once, while travelling by car, a live terrapin appeared suddenly in Alma's lap. But things took a darker turn in May 1938, when Fodor, now suspicious, ordered Alma to undergo X-rays before a séance. The results revealed that she had been concealing items, including a locket and brooch, within her body cavities to simulate supernatural manifestations. Fodor didn't stop there. Instead of dismissing her as a fraud, he saw in Alma something much more complex, a woman expressing deep psychological pain through physical phenomena. He concluded that the poltergeist was not an external entity, but rather a manifestation of Alma's repressed trauma and inner turmoil. Fodor's notes painted Alma as a woman trapped in a web of personal suffering. She had lost multiple children, endured invasive medical procedures, including a mastectomy and hysterectomy, and was locked in an unhappy marriage to a man who was emotionally and physically distant. Under this strain, Fodor theorized, Alma's mind had split. One part performing the haunting unconsciously as an emotional release, while the other part remained unaware. He described the poltergeist activity as objectifications of mental anguish, physical eruptions of repressed emotion. This interpretation shocked his peers. His colleagues at the IIPR, scandalized by his Freudian approach and allegations of sexual repression, expelled him later that year. His papers were seized and thought lost during the Blitz, but rediscovered decades later by historian Kate Summerscale, who chronicled the case in her acclaimed book, The Haunting of Alma Fielding. Fodor's investigation unfolded in the shadow of World War II as Britain teetered on the brink of conflict. Reports of ghosts and hauntings surged across the country, which Fodor and later historians interpreted as manifestations of national anxiety. Collective haunting was born from fear of the unknown. Alma's story, in this light, became a microcosm of her era, a woman's domestic haunting reflecting the psychic unrest of pre-war Britain, where rigid gender roles and psychological repression left little room for the unspoken to surface except in supernatural form. Though his career with the IIPR ended in controversy, Fodor's revolutionary theory laid the groundwork for a new understanding of hauntings. His work influenced later writers and filmmakers, from Shirley Jackson's The Haunting of Hill House to Stephen King's Carrie. Stories where the supernatural and the psychological intertwine. In 1958, he published On the Trail of the Poltergeist, reaffirming his belief that ghosts were not spirits of the dead, but echoes of the living. The screams of the subconscious made visible. The Croydon poltergeist remains one of the most bizarre and psychologically revealing hauntings in history. A story of shattered glass, psychic pain, and a woman whose anguish seemed to bend the laws of physics. For Fodor, the haunting was not a visitation from beyond, but a reflection from within, proof that sometimes the most frightening ghosts are the ones we create ourselves. Now, if you want to see some more spooky content, then hit those links right there. They'll keep you entertained for hours and hours. Give us some feedback down in the comments. Which one of these clips you thought was the scariest or weirdest? We love hearing your feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing, Alan? This is we've got an action-packed episode full of some seriously unhinged content for you today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
The chilling video making the rounds online has viewers in disbelief. The short clip, shared to Instagram by Scary Videos and Pictures and reportedly first uploaded to the Scary Chiller YouTube channel, shows someone exploring what appears to be an old, possibly abandoned school. Soon, something grabs their attention. When the footage is slowed down and zoomed in, a strange figure can be seen lurking in the darkness. It appears to have long, ape-like limbs and a wide, unnatural mouth. A fleeting glimpse, it's as quick as it is disturbing. Unfortunately, very little is known about where the footage was actually captured, leaving the clip wide open to speculation. Some viewers suggested it could be a monkey that wandered into the building, while others, leaning into the paranormal, claimed it might be something far more sinister, even a werewolf-like creature. Whatever the truth, the eerie sighting has sparked another round of late-night internet sleuthing. So what do you think has been captured on camera here? Watch the clip closely one more time and see if you can identify the figure in the comments section below. The spooky season is well and truly upon us, so now's the perfect time to grab some spooky Slapcam merch. We've got eerie tees, cozy hoodies, creepy stickers and caps, plus all orders over $50 get free shipping. Hit the link in the description or the one we're pinned in the comments down below and give your Halloween haul before it disappears. These are quick and unsettling ones sent to the Instagram page Trira Legendaria by one of their viewers. The men laughed nervously at first, testing it again and again, seemingly fascinated by the bizarre phenomenon. But commenters were quick to sound the alarm, warning that this was a dangerous sign of an imminent lightning strike. When the air becomes charged like that, it often means lightning is about to hit nearby. Hopefully, the fishermen packed up and got to safety in time, because as anyone who's spent time on open water knows, when you can feel electricity in the air, the storm is already closer than it looks. A chilling clip shared to Instagram by Strange Dark World has viewers on edge after showing a rather unnerving sight. The footage was reportedly captured by a woman named Vanessa, who says she has experienced paranormal activity throughout her life, but never anything like this. According to her account, the strange encounter occurred around 11:30 p.m. when her Ring doorbell camera detected motion outside her home. When Vanessa checked the feed, she saw what looked like a dark, human-like face peering through the camera from the shadows. The eerie figure appears still, a sight that Vanessa says left her genuinely frightened for the first time. The video quickly sparked debate online. Some viewers believe the shape resembles a creepy doll, or even an owl, while others suspect something more sinister, perhaps a demonic entity or spectral presence. Whatever it is, the figure's unblinking stare and uncanny stillness have unnerved thousands who watched the clip. For Vanessa, who claims she grew up in a haunted home often visited by priests and investigators, this encounter stands apart. "I don't scare easily," she says. But this time she did. Whether it's a trick of light, an animal, or something truly otherworldly, the video remains one of the more unsettling Ring camera captures to surface online recently. A mysterious video shared to Instagram by Scary Encounter has left viewers divided after appearing to capture something strange. According to the video's description, the footage was recorded on August 22nd, 2024 at 4:26 a.m. on a security camera in Mexico. The strange sight has stirred plenty of speculation online. Some viewers believe the footage might show a witch or spirit manifestation, pointing to Mexico's long reputation as a paranormal hotspot filled with legends of brujas, shadow people, and glowing spectral lights. Others, however, offer a more grounded interpretation. One commenter suggested that the clip actually shows two people, and the orb effect could simply be the result of them walking with a flashlight. And viewed closely, the footage does indeed seem to show two individuals standing side by side right before the orb disappears. Still, the clip's low resolution and eerie timing leave plenty of room for interpretation. Whether it's a camera glitch, an optical illusion, or something genuinely otherworldly remains to be seen. A gripping video posted to Instagram by ABC7NY has reignited shock over a dramatic carjacking in Belleville, New Jersey, one captured in real time by a Ring doorbell camera. Footage shows a man clinging to the hood of the car as it speeds away down a suburban street. According to reporting from ABC7NY, the incident unfolded early one morning when intruders broke into a home on High Street and stole a 2015 Lincoln SUV. The victim, awakened by the commotion, ran outside to find his car leaving. He leapt onto the hood in a desperate attempt to stop the theft.
They put a garbage can behind the car to try to prevent it while the husband tried to remove them from the car.
I woke up to my mom screaming, and by the time I got out here, they had already left my dad on the hood of the car.
After roughly 2 miles, the victim lost his grip and fell onto the pavement, suffering a serious head injury. Authorities say he sustained broken ribs, a broken collarbone, and a brain bleed. The footage shows the terrifying moment just before he was thrown from the moving car. Police later arrested 2 suspects from Newark, aged 18 and 17, charging them with burglary, theft, carjacking, conspiracy, and attempted murder. The vehicle used in the crime appears to have been part of a wider spree. Another stolen car was found flipped over in Newark the same morning. So what would you do in this situation? Cling onto the stolen vehicle or let your insurance company sort it out? For me, the choice seems obvious. Coming up in our last segment in just a few seconds, we take a look at one of the most well-documented UFO abduction cases in history. But before we do, remember to hit that like button and subscribe if you're new. Among all reported encounters in UFO history, few are as detailed or as influential as the strange experience of Antonio Villas-Boas, a 23-year-old Brazilian farmer whose 1957 case became known as the cornerstone of alien abduction research. Investigated by Dr. Olavo T. Fontes and witnessed by journalist João Martins, the deposition taken in 1958 remains one of the most meticulously recorded testimonies in the field. It was the early morning of October 15, 1957, on a small farm near San Francisco de Sales, Minas Gerais. Villas-Boas was ploughing by moonlight when he noticed a bright star descending rapidly.
Within seconds, the light revealed itself as a shining, egg-shaped craft glowing red at the front, surrounded by small blue lights, with something spinning on its top like a rotor. It landed roughly 10 meters away. Panicked, Villas-Boas tried to run, but was seized by 4 small humanoid beings, each wearing tight metallic suits and helmets. They dragged him up a narrow ladder into the craft, ignoring his attempts to fight them off. Inside, he was stripped and examined. One of the beings drew blood from his chin with a cup-like device. Then his entire body was covered in a thick, transparent liquid, later speculated to have been some kind of sedative or stimulant. He was left alone in a small, gas-filled room for nearly 20 minutes, overcome by nausea and fear. When the door opened again, a woman entered, human-like but not quite. She was described as pale, with blue slanted eyes, a small pointed chin, and short white blonde hair curled inward at the ends. Without speaking, she initiated a sexual encounter that Villas-Boas said felt completely natural, though he attributed his uncontrollable desire to the liquid rubbed on his skin. Afterward, the woman pointed to her stomach, then at him, and finally to the sky, a gesture he interpreted as meaning she would bear his child somewhere among the stars. The beings then escorted him out of the craft, which drifted silently and vanished into the night. Villas-Boas noted that over 4 hours had passed. His watch read 5:30 a.m. when he returned to his tractor. In the days following, he suffered fatigue, headaches, and mild radiation-like burns. Later in life, he studied law and became an attorney, rarely speaking of the event again. He maintained until his death in 1992 that every detail was true. The Villas-Boas case is significant for several reasons. It predates the famous Betty and Barney Hill abduction by 4 years. It includes one of the first modern descriptions of a medical examination and hybrid breeding narrative, and it presents a consistent, detailed account of missing time. Reports of a similar oval craft with a rotating dome were logged in Brazil around the same period, lending at least circumstantial context to the story. Whether viewed as an extraordinary first-hand report, a psychological episode, or a mythic retelling of contact between worlds, the story of Antonio Villas-Boas endures, a haunting early template for what would become one of the most iconic patterns in UFO lore. Well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. Now, if you want more in-depth spooky stories, then consider checking out our second channel, Slaphead Mysteries. We'll put a link in the description box down below there. We think you'll love it. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. Welcome back, everybody. We have still not finished restoring our power hammer, and the third time we are talking about Will. All right, mate. Not too bad. Thanks for being back here. And no worries. Ready to get the hammer finished and sorted and running. Yes. Still more things to do. Now, it's been a couple of weeks. I have been using the hammer. It's different. I'm liking that we've got less slop in the treadle, but I can still feel that our control valve, the piston in the control valve, is shaking around, so I think that's what we need to start tackling today. What I'm describing as the control valve is the valve in front of the one that's just the throttle, but you've been calling the regulator. Yes, so that's your regulator, and that regulates how much air is going through. The next one is what's called a piston valve. What I've been calling the control valve. So the valve here is directing the air either into the bottom of the cylinder that houses the ram, which lifts it up, sends it up, or into the top, which sends it down. And on this hammer, we get the reciprocating motion thanks to this lever that is contacted by the ram as the ram goes up and down, that then shunts the piston for the control valve up and down. Right, first step, get all this out of there. We're going to have a look at this piston valve. Undo the work that we did last week, basically. Also made some upgrades to my toolbox. It's not that I've shrunk, the toolbox has gotten taller. I've got a taller one of these, I've got a middle unit here. Very exciting to invest in the workshop. Bigger. Bigger than 24. A bit bigger. That's easy. Got it. But there's the
talk about valves.
The one thing you don't want it to do is right.
Yeah, that's a lot of
it's a lot of play.
So that's letting a lot of air leak and go where it's not meant to go. You see, the up and down is also has a significant amount of play.
If I now move it up to where it hasn't been rubbing, look how much little room there is on that valve now to move compared to there.
Tons of slop where it's been rubbing,
and up there is
almost none. Now she comes, that's what the inside of that valve looks like. Tons of openings that divert the air from the top to the bottom. This is all getting me a little bit scared, Will, because this is starting to look like a massive undertaking.
There's nothing to be scared. It's not going to be that bad. It looks worse than it is.
I hope this is also very pitted. Now, where am I packing down?
Yeah, where you're packing down, which one's at the bottom.
And also, there's going to be a lot more friction if that's rubbing in the packing material than a really nice smooth ground rod.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that up and down slot on shaft is not ideal because remember that shaft is exactly how this piston is controlled. So if this shaft has an eighth of an inch of slop in it, well, that piston is an eighth of an inch less accurate in its position. And that's exactly one of the things that I experienced with this hammer, which is I'm trying to push down the treadle. I'll be pushing down, pushing down, pushing down, pushing down. It lags, and then I just squeeze that ever a little bit more. Boom! The piston finally gets shoved to the right spot. There's often then a little bit too much force behind that particular blow. So the easiest test is we remove those lock nuts to reduce the play, and we see exactly how that one particular change affects performance.
So you know something else we've got to do, Alec?
Yes, the list is not.
We need to add that to the board.
The board isn't getting crossed off.
It's being added to.
Let's measure this slot and get an accurate comparison. That's a lot. It's half a millimeter of play straight up and down, but as soon as this twists, which obviously it can't twist that much in the board, but then it's quite extensive. Wow, it's very well locked. Yay! So exciting to it's like unwrapping Christmas presents from 100 years ago. You just have no idea what you're going to get. Look at that, we've got a little washer. Ooh,
the valve itself.
See, look. Ooh, look at that! The valve came apart. Not what I expected. We reckon that this allows you a certain amount of side-to-side motion, so that the shaft that drives this doesn't get bound up as this tries to find its center in the bore of that valve. If it's all dead tight, side to side, it could bind up, but the up and down play is definitely fixable. Side to side play just means you might get a tiny bit more air leakage or not. Up and down play, you're then diverting the air around these channels into the wrong spot. Imagine this is that. The valve piston sits inside there. The air is coming from our rear valve, throttle valve, regulator valve there, headed in this direction, and this little groove here means that the air can move either up when this little piston is in that position. The air flows from the regulator valve to the upwards, or with that in this position here, no air flows to the top, it all flows to the bottom, lifting the ram and back and forth as this thing cycles up and down. Hence why this is so important, because this being half a millimeter in the wrong position could correspond to the ram getting moved a centimeter in the wrong direction, a centimeter too far down. We can make up a slightly thicker washer, then put this back in and test fire it. New washer, this one goes on. Ta-da! 1 nut, 2 nut. Beauty. This can now go back in the machine. Alrighty, let's have a little listen, shall we? It's so quiet in that configuration. So this is one of the changes with the current configuration of the hammer. It used to be that there was so much air leaking from the rear valve that the ram would immediately start at the top. Well, now you've got to get a little bit of something on the treadle and then it goes up to the top. Come on now. That's not ideal for it to be reciprocating in the current state. The days are getting warmer, and there is nothing, absolutely nothing quite as refreshing. It's a nice cold element. So good. Element is an electrolyte drink mix designed to help optimize your hydration. Each serving has 1,000 milligrams of sodium, 200 milligrams of potassium, and 60 milligrams of magnesium, and bags of flavour. This is the best tasting electrolyte drink I've ever had. When you're working hard in the workshop, putting on a sweat, making sure that you can intake the right electrolytes means that you can stay hydrated and hopefully perform as well as possible. I love it, Jamie loves it, my wife loves it, and we've even got Will hooked on it too. It's not just great for the hard days in the workshop, but the hard days training or up in the mountains for me. Element is always with me, keeping me hydrated to have a great day. I've got a great deal for you guys. If you go to drinklmnt.com/forge and you use code FORGE at checkout, with any purchase you make, you're going to get a free sample pack that includes 8 sticks. So every time you are getting your element, use code FORGE, they'll know we sent you, and you'll get 8 sticks for free. And don't sleep on trying the new sparkling electrolyte drink. They've got even more awesome flavors like this pineapple salt, black cherry. Oh my goodness, it's fabulous. Let's get back to it. It's sticky, it feels like. The modification that we did just now, I can't tell much of a difference. It feels like it's felt for the last couple of weeks.
It might just need setting better. It might be, because we've given it a loose setting, we might just need tweaking and just finishing setting.
It's hard, it's all a gamble, because we don't know what's going to do what.
No idea. That's the thing, you don't 100% know, especially with something like this where there's no drawings left, because unfortunately all the drawings for these were in a fire. So there's nothing about these hammers left anymore. We don't know size, and we don't know what it's meant to be. We don't know anything really. It's just what we think might be wrong with it, and then adapting it from there.
That little reciprocating wobble that it does, I think that's a little bit caused by too much air at idle. What I want to try and do is adjust the timing of the throttle valve here, so that in neutral position, that's neutral position, we let just a little bit less air through, which means I want that to turn up a few more degrees, angle upwards a few more degrees. I'm going to do that by unthreading this shaft a turn or two. Alright, I got one turn looser. The shaft is now about kind of 2 millimeters higher. Whoa, I like that. I like that. It's still reciprocating. That's not good, is it? No, it's like, now it's got sticky. It's amazing. You see the difference one turn makes? I cannot get any sort of control out of the hammer. It waits, bam, and it goes. Fascinating. I think this is part of the challenge of the control. It's like that treadle, when my foot is on the treadle and I'm pushing on it, all that force is then being transmitted through that shaft that we fixed in the first episode across to here, then over to here, and then we've got this nasty frictiony bit here that can't be good. You can see where it kind of has to lump over things. The spring gets all bendy. That could be completely redesigned to be improved. We definitely have to put this back to the setting it was at.
And then I'd say what we do is we just twiddle that out of that piston valve again. And just see how just slight adjustments up and down where it's bouncing up and down. Maybe we just got to bring it into a particular exact location for it to then run smoothly.
I'd say I understand this thing.
Yeah, there is a phone from that.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? How it's sticky, it's stiff. We know that there's a lot of worms in cans, but the issue that we have now, which is in the running, is this moment of sticking. Simplest solution first, guys. That's the only thing I can think of. Let's do everything that's obvious and simple to improve the linkage. If there's anything funky going on in the linkage, it needs to be fixed. This is super crusty, and this length is adjustable thanks to a thread here in this threaded component. And have a look at this. There's all sorts of wobble. And I think this might be causing a little bit of an over-center problem, because as this goes up and down, the throttle valve lever is trying to do some things to it, and maybe it kind of kicks it off in one position, and then it can then jump across. So the simplest solution first is what we're going to do. We're going to whip this off completely, clean up these faces here, make it smooth. For the time being, whack a grub screw in there to see if we can tighten up that plate and feel anything different before we then invest more time in rebuilding this whole assembly. Going to weld this up and grind it back to the original profile. It should probably look like this on the side, not like that. Oh, it's definitely smoother. Come on, that is absolutely smoother. And how about the wobble? Oh, yeah, that grub screw's done it. That grub screw did a lot of work.
That grub screw has done it. I will give you that, Alec. The simplest option is the best option.
Well, we don't have the best option. Now it's time to turn on and open up the valve.
Ready?
Yeah. I have to say, I need to forge something. Oh, that's pretty good, actually. I think that's See how little contact there is between these lobes and this little bit of round bar? I'm going to make us up a little bit of a wider washer for it to ride on so we can get some more contact all the way out here, save it biting into this. One washer later. Hopefully it's smoother.
That's smoother.
Does it feel smoother to you?
I think it does.
Oh, mate, that is a significant
It's a big improvement, but there is something there.
There is still a little catch there.
Yeah,
So
I like that's the regulator.
Easy, easy, easy catch.
Notch.
Little notch, and then it goes through. There. Ah!
That whole shaft moved out. You're not getting anywhere near that tight point.
Not even anywhere near.
Nowhere near that tight slot. This whole regulator assembly here is moving in and out.
Oh yeah, that's moved out like 3 millimeters. This shaft is not being properly held all the way forwards, and as we put air on it and cycle the treadle, the shaft is moving outwards. Right, I think we decided we needed a break from the really serious stuff.
Yes, we have, because that's driving us insane.
You found me this on eBay a couple of months ago.
Yes.
Show us this. Look how big that is.
Lovely big old pressure gauge. Sent that to Alex saying, I've had an idea. What do you think of this?
Didn't realise it was that big, did we?
I didn't realise it was this big either.
It's going to be pretty cool. And it's going to be a really neat visual feature to just see, you know, when we're running the power and they're like, oh, look, the pressure's dropping because the tank's getting low.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome. And this is a beautiful bit of history.
It's a lovely gauge.
Shine that up. I'm going to mount it. What are the odds? Does the gauge work or not? Did we buy a broken one?
Oh, broken one.
Now you got to crack the other out.
Yeah, this one.
Yes! Look at that! Oh, it opened. We got a valve, baby! Got a valve that works! I've now completely removed pedestrian access from this side of the machine, unless, you know, you want a nose forward gauge. But that's pretty cool. And little positive reinforcement for the day. Counts for a lot. Yeah. You know, here we are. We've been making tiny little snippets of progress, and now at least we've got something tangible.
You want to know the best bit about this?
What's that?
It wasn't even on the to-do list.
No, it wasn't. Right. Well, unfortunately, there are still very important things to be done. Now that the linkage is much improved, I think that we're starting to hone back in on this rear valve, the throttle valve, regulator valve assembly. In our chaos, what we're going to do now is we're going to take the piston valve out again, and we're going to have a listen to how the throttle valve delivers air without that there to see if the stickiness that we're experiencing is coming from the throttle valve maybe binding, or if the stickiness is maybe happening further down the chain. Okay, are you ready? There we go, see? I can't make it a feathered increase in pressure. Try and do that gently. See? I think that having taken that piston valve out, I think we're hearing something sticking. We can hear how that noise goes a little bit. There's no gradual increase.
Well, we could try more power spring.
So if I make a little bracket so that we can temporarily attach that on a clamp.
Just for testing it, yeah.
Yep.
That's got some more force to it. Feel? You can feel it assisting.
Yeah. Like smoothing it out a little bit. Oh yeah! Much better! Right, we've got our power back. We've got a lot more control. Will that spring has done something important? So in summary, what we've done so far is we've cleaned up these surfaces with a little bit of Will. We added on this washer that Will made up, and the key in getting this valve to just overcome some of the stickiness in it was adding another spring that pulls up, pushing the valve up in that direction, countering the forces from the treadle and helping it close smoother. It is still crunchy in here, and so even though we made the treadle a little bit stiffer, having that extra resistance seems to be overcoming some of that crunchiness.
And what you've got to realise as well is these springs that are on here, these, as far as we know, they could even be the original springs. They may have been changed, but they're going to be at least 70 years plus old. Over time, springs lose their springiness.
And also we can see that they are all sorts of deformed, pitted. This here is obviously a modification that somebody made at some point in time to effectively achieve the same result. Okay, more pressure pushing the bar upwards.
So there's a few options that you've got. You can either make a bracket to fit a spring like that permanently, or you take some measurements of those springs and you buy some new springs
to replace this.
To replace those ones.
I'm going to try and measure how much force this combination of springs is applying to that shaft. Got a little bit of string there, grain scale, and it's obviously stretching because this is super thin. It maxed out about 170 newtons. Wonder if we can find a spring like that on the internet. Oh, these springs are not shorter than what we need. Oh gosh, we have to request a quote for a custom spring. So, I try ordering the spring. Get that spring ordered. It runs pretty smoothly, but there is more that could be done. If we want it to be better, then we've just got to do it. We've got to completely disassemble the thing. We need to remachine the inside of that bore of this piston valve, and we need to do some serious machining on these end plates so they locate and get that throttle valve actually running true in the middle of the bore that it slides around. If we can make those things perfect, surely it's going to be a better running machine with less air leakage and with more precision. And what we're going to do, we're going to take all of this off the hammer and drop it on the ground. Step one, you've got to take the bottom die out, you've got to take this pin out, and then you've got to take off the ram from the shaft. And if you remember from the first go of restoring this hammer, when I first took it apart, that took me 2 days. He's out. Now we can take this tapered pin out, which locks that shaft into here, but also, because that shaft is tapered into there, we're going to need to put something underneath there in that hole and drive it out under power. Come on! Oh my. Yeah, that's really tight. You can feel it moving, but it's not good. Oh yeah. Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Yes! Oh! No way.
That's all the forces that kept smashing on.
Look at that, twist it, twist it. Look how mangled that fur is.
Bent as well.
Fab, you can see the imprint of the ram here.
Yeah.
You know why? It's because when I put this shaft into there, I forgot to consciously orient and clock it.
Yeah.
And then it got so stuck, I thought, oh, it'll just move around as I do that. No, no. That thing got wedged in there, and I forgot to orient and clock it. You can see it doesn't all line up well there. That's all because I forgot to orient it. And that's why that tapered pin is completely mangled.
You might need to make a new one. Incidentally,
white is a very friendly way of using the English language.
You're gonna have to make it.
5 mil. Alright. Okay, that's literally the exact bar that I used last time. That's the exact bar I used last time. It's got the same impression that I'm looking at inside the throat. Yeah, but I want something that's got a bit of a more stable base on it. That's terrifying. Okay, now, hopefully... Got one here. Oh! Terrifying! You want to put some more heat on it, please, mate? While you do that, I'm going to straighten the bar. Thank you, sir. Ah, so bent. No! Don't make another one. Golly. A little bit of bar and a little bit more heat. Maybe we've moved it a millimetre. Absolute nightmare. This is really, really infuriating because every time there's a miss, it's causing more machining work on this that we're going to have to do to fix this. I'm really not having a good time here. Alright, there's the third one. 380 Celsius. That's very hot. Good lord. Come on! Come on, baby! Come on! It's, guys, it's gonna happen! It's got to! Come on! Come on! Come on! 1 ruined, 2 ruined, 3 ruined. 4 times the charge. Oh, crap. It won't lift because it's too low now. I dropped it on the block the previous times, eh? Oh, it's blooming jammed! Come on. Yeah, you got to loose? Let's do that. Good. And now stay clear. Oh yeah! Come on! Come on! Not moving a blooming bottomed out the blooming ram. Oh god, that could have broken it. That could have done some damage in there. We thought we'd get the whole top off in an hour. It's been an hour. We got the dyes out.
This is the hardest bit. As soon as this is out, it'll pop up. Cool it off with the air, soak it in penetrating oil overnight, come back tomorrow with a new game plan, and we'll get that off.
And by new game plan, you mean?
We'll smash it even harder.
Yes, we'll
smash it even harder.
We're doing the exact same thing over and over again.
So we ran out of oxygen, so we decided to upgrade.
No, we said to use the oxygen that's in the air.
Yeah.
Look at this shiny fella I made from 4340. Woo! Yes, baby! Get it!
Science, how do you do it?
There's that fin. There's what it was hitting on. There's the tape that held her in. Ta-da! You're now going to get this gantry crane on top of that hammer.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, this was easier 2 years ago when I had about half the equipment in here. Now time for a complete disassembly of the upper portion of the hammer. Every nut, bolt, ram, everything's all going to come off. Right. This is going to be interesting.
Oh, that gets loose in there.
Yeah, that's meant to be loose, I'm pretty sure. But that, it was like jammed in there, eh?
Yeah, it wasn't coming down.
No, interesting. So that's the secondary piston that I believe is an air cushion.
Yes.
Because remember, this head of the cylinder, an air inlet there that is constantly being fed pressure, and this hole and regulator valve all the way up to the top, providing, I imagine, a cushion of air to the top, and meaning that, hopefully, if the piston that the ram is connected to comes up and strikes this, there's that cushion to absorb it.
So we've got to get this out.
So, interesting that's jammed up, and probably not good for the machine, but, you know, hey,
I don't know. Depends on how far it's meant to go down.
there are piston rings in this as well. So this should be slightly smooth.
Well, it did slide, but we pushed it down by hand, which is quite impressive for a piston ring. If we get this top rung out here,
yeah, and then push it.
We can then just have a bit of a feel and see if we can push it out.
Oh, wow, that was
very easy.
I was not expecting that to come out quite so easily. There we go.
And the positive.
Ta-da! Interesting. Is that oil or is that water?
That's oil.
That's oil?
That's oil.
You licked it?
Yeah, that's oil.
Surely that's not what steam people do.
Yeah.
You unironically tasted it to see if it's oil.
Yeah. What do you use in a frying pan? Use oil.
Yeah, not steam oil.
Basically the same. I've used steam oil for cooking on the shovel before.
You haven't?
Yeah. Cooking bacon on the shovel or the engine.
No.
A little bit, if you don't have any vegetable oil, a little bit of oil on it.
Yes, so you're a lovely chap. It'd be really unfortunate if you just blooming die.
That'd be fine.
Oh, mate, look how much crud there is in here. I think a lot of the rusted debris from inside here fell off over the last couple of years. And then, yeah, it's been jamming up the bore of this. Oh, no! The bore of the head is now completely crusty, mate.
It's only on the surface, though, I think.
Yeah. We'll be able to hopefully Scotch-Brite it back out. But
I'm thinking, how wide does that ring go?
No, I hope it doesn't go that wide. That crunchiness has stopped this component, with its now probably not so lovely piston rings, from floating up and down properly, which is a delightful thing to imagine because we just tuned the hammer to run fabulously while there was potentially a critical component for doing who knows what.
Well, that just shows how good we are at tuning the hammer now. Yeah, perfect.
Now, I'll make a taper on it.
That one?
Yeah, it will.
That one?
Yeah, so we'll make a taper on it. Firstly, it doesn't go wider, look at it.
It's on its max, it's fine.
Look, it's not going to work. Look at it, there's no more spring tension, it's not working.
Okay, maybe not.
I'm going to dissolve all this stuff up with that rust.
Alec, come and have a look at this. So, I was rechecking your previous videos, and in there, you can see your piston rod is nice and flush there. That's not flush. Your piston and piston rod have moved.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Explains why that.
No. This is the cow worms potentially really growing here. Yeah, so there's the top of the piston flange, and it is now not level with the piston rod. That is now sunk in about a quarter inch.
Which would explain why there was bolts in there originally to try and stop. I think that's unthreading itself.
I can't believe that. Oh, yes, I can believe it.
I think that piston is unthreading itself in the piston.
Yeah, the piston is staying, the rod is staying static, but the piston might be unthreading.
The piston is unthreading itself, which isn't an uncommon thing.
Right, let's pull that piston, pull around,
pull it out, and see what we do.
She's smooth, mate. All right, slowly does it. Oh, God, this is so fun. I'm really going through a range of emotions on this project, mate. That's good, because it's stuck.
It's getting tight, where it's now on the tape part, putting through the...
Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. Look at that. It's blooming twisting. That is the problem. This was twisting on the rod. You're absolutely right, mate. Yeah.
The piston's out. That looks in good mix now. Oh no!
That's expensive.
That's a broken piston ring. There's a section missing.
Where's the missing bit?
So these are your piston rings. These are what stop the air or steam from escaping and allow it to seal. And this one sort of just fell out. You're missing a full section of this piston ring.
I wonder if it's in the house. Any piston ring in there?
No.
What? How does a piston ring vanish?
And the concerning thing is that's the top part of the piston ring.
Where did it go?
When we take this off, let's give it a shake.
Or in case it's in one of these holes.
It fell down one of the holes.
Oh my goodness, could you imagine?
Yes, I
imagine the piston ring broke and is down here. There's nothing lurking at the bottom, unless it fell out while having round over here.
Unless it fell out while having lunch. It's not there.
You know, I think this is why I was nervous about the idea of disassembling my power hammer. Because, can of worms. How expensive are piston rings to get made?
I don't know, I'll have to find some people.
Well, you might get to make one. Cast iron.
That's the first time reason. I mean, I know people who have machined them before.
Folks, there's going to be lots more to come on this particular situation. For now, though, as we crack on to assembling more,
get the top of the cylinder off and
find even more problems.
We have liftoff.
Oh my goodness, look at the balance! Look at the rigging job I did! Look, it's perfect! Ladies and gentlemen, that is my most proudest accomplishment. Running a hand down here feels gritty inside the bore, which is the opposite of the oily thing that we kind of want to feel. It's magnetic. I think our cast iron piston ring is now coating my thumb in a fine, gritty paste. That is a bit grittier than we'd like. And on that bombshell, that's all we've got time for today. And we're all going to find out, us included, what happens in the next episode next time. One quick thing I've been meaning to tell you about, guys. I am going to be at Maker Central 16th and 17th of May at the Birmingham NEC. So if you want to meet me and talk shop, I'll be there. It'll be a great time. There's a link in the description. Most of the time you hope for your to-do list to get shorter. Ours is getting longer. Will, thank you so much for your help again.
It's all right.
Great fun. It's going to be worth it in the end, I hope. That's what I'm telling myself. Be sure to stay hydrated with today's sponsor, Element. Well, to celebrate a productive day in the workshop, we're going to try that. Let us know what you think.
That's really nice, that is.
You like it with the sparkling? Really nice with the sparkling. There we go. Well, I'm a big fan of Element as well. Now you are too. Drink lnnt.com/photo. We appreciate them sponsoring this episode and allowing us to do ridiculous things like taking it apart, a perfectly functioning extended hammer, and then finding out that it's completely broken inside. With that, thank you. Goodbye.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Ham. We've got some seriously spooky clips for you this week, so sit back, relax, and enjoy.
One late night while driving Uber, Reddit user Not a Cares About Sloaner captured something deeply unsettling on their dash cam. In the middle of an otherwise empty road stands what looks like a small figure, possibly a child. driver slows down, flicks on the high beams, and the eerie shape becomes clearer. According to the OP, the child appeared to be wearing only a diaper and holding some kind of stick or PVC pipe, wandering alone in the darkness. Skeptics immediately questioned if the video was fake, but the driver pushed back hard, offering to provide unedited dashcam footage, in-cabin reactions, and even their Uber trip confirmation as proof. It also revealed that just 2 minutes later they were pulled over by police for a broken headlight, and they immediately told the officer what they had seen. Where? The OP explained that the dashcam's wide-angle lens makes details hard to pick out on video, but in person, they insist it was clearly a child. Was this truly a lost child in a dangerous situation, a strange prank, or something far stranger captured on dashcam that night? Whatever the explanation, the sight of a lone, toddler-like figure wandering the road at night is enough to rattle anyone behind the wheel. A curious and haunting piece of footage out of Brazil has been making the rounds online. Uploaded to YouTube by the channel Alien in Food, the video claims to show what witnesses describe as a 3-meter-tall being, a colossal figure appearing deep in the forest, radiating such immense energy that those nearby allegedly felt themselves begin to float. The encounter, filmed by a local couple, features witnesses speaking in Portuguese as they recount what they saw. A massive humanoid presence, almost 3 meters tall, appearing amid the trees near what locals call a house of stones. They describe the being as a guardian of the forest, a protector spirit said to dwell in the wilderness. According to the speakers, the creature's energy was so intense that one woman, Donna Cheetah, claimed she physically floated off the ground when it appeared. The speakers referred to multiple entities, the guardian of the hill and the father of the forest, suggesting that these figures are part of a wider pattern of mysterious apparitions that emerge at the mouth of the night. While the video is presented as evidence of extraterrestrial contact, the language used by the witnesses blends seamlessly with Brazil's rich folklore of forest spirits and elemental guardians. In Brazilian mythology, the Curupira and Caipora are ancient spirits believed to protect the rainforest and its creatures, while the Mapinguari, often described as a massive, hairy humanoid, has long been likened to a South American Bigfoot. These beings are said to appear to those who disrespect the land, or to travelers who wander too deep into the forest after dark. The description of the creature, a gigantic light-emitting figure that induces levitation and awe, also resonates with more modern alien abduction narratives. Witnesses of close encounters often describe overwhelming sensations of vibration, paralysis, and the uncanny feeling of being lifted or drawn by an unseen force. Yet where some might interpret these sensations as evidence of alien technology, others view them as a continuation of the age-old human experience of confronting the sacred, the numinous, and the unknown. As anthropologists have noted, sightings like this occupy a fascinating middle ground, where ancient spirituality meets modern ufology. In the pre-industrial past, luminous beings in the sky were often called angels. In the age of rockets and satellites, they become extraterrestrials. But the emotional truth of the experience, wonder, fear, reverence, remains strikingly the same. So what did the witnesses in Brazil really capture that night? A trick of light, a forest spirit, or something beyond our understanding? Where the mythic guardian or modern alien, the mysterious 3-meter being of Brazil, continues to blur the line between folklore and the frontier of the unexplained. This next clip comes from unknown origins, but was re-uploaded by the Instagram account Devil Gazing. And it's one of those videos that stays with you. Rachel and her husband have just moved into a new home, one that once belonged to Rachel's late grandmother. It was supposed to be a fresh start, but that first night, something deeply unsettling began to happen.
Let me just show you. Like, literally, if I had to put the bag up against the door, I'm not sure.
As they got ready for bed, the bedroom door started to move, slowly at first, creaking open, then slamming shut with a deafening force.
Like, it literally just
It happened again and again. At first, they tried to brush it off as a draft, maybe an old hinge, but the banging only got louder, more deliberate, as if something was trying to get their attention.
like, it literally just.
Terrified, the couple decided to leave the house right then and there. But just as they reached the hallway, the same door slammed shut one final time, shaking the entire frame.
You got it almost the lights on. Okay, yeah, we're out here.
That was enough. Rachel bolted for the car, her husband close behind. They drove away into the night, leaving behind the home, and whatever unseen force still lingers there. To this day, it's unclear if they ever went back.
Like, you literally just.
One of the things that we most asked for and look forward to. A curious soundbite from the Artemis II press conference has been sending conspiracy theorists into orbit. During the event, Mission Commander Reed Wiseman made an offhand comment that instantly ignited debate online. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. That is awesome. Like, we should, as humanity, we should take a brief moment and go, that's awesome. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. The clip, quickly shared across Reddit and X, spread like wildfire. For many, it sounded like the ultimate slip-up, apparent confirmation of what moon landing skeptics have claimed for decades. That Apollo 11 and all subsequent missions were faked. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. Oh, that is awesome. Like, we should, as humanity, we should take a brief moment and go, that's awesome. The moon landing conspiracy theory is one of the most enduring of all time. It gained traction in the 1970s after the Vietnam War eroded trust in government institutions. Believers argued that NASA staged the Apollo missions on a soundstage to win the space race against the Soviet Union. Some of the most cited evidence includes the American flag appearing to flutter in a vacuum, the absence of stars in lunar photos, alleged studio lighting and inconsistent shadows, claims that Van Allen radiation belts would have killed any astronaut attempting to pass through them. But scientists and historians have debunked each of these points many times over. The flag only waved because of inertia in low gravity. Stars were invisible because of camera exposure settings. Shadow distortions came from uneven terrain and sunlight angles. As for the radiation belts, astronauts passed through them too quickly to receive a dangerous dose. In reality, Commander Wiseman's remark was taken out of context. His full statement was, this is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon, and we're going to have humans in low Earth orbit. He was referring specifically to Artemis II being the first crewed lunar flyby in over 50 years, not the first moon mission in history. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon, and we're going to have humans in low Earth orbit. That is awesome. Like, we should, as humanity, we should take a brief moment to go, that's awesome. Still, the viral soundbite proves how easily a single misplaced phrase can fuel whole conspiracies. So, was it a Freudian slip, or just a misunderstood moment in a long press day? This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon, and we're going to have humans in the low Earth orbit. That is awesome. Like, we should, as humanity, we should take a brief moment to go, that's awesome. Here's a quick but chilling one. Uploaded by Paranormal Videos 66, this short clip has been giving viewers goosebumps all week. Stroller suddenly appears hurtling across the path from the shadows. Some think it might have been pushed by the wind or rolled from a nearby property, but others aren't so sure. So what do you think? A freak coincidence or something more haunting moving along that empty road? Here's another quick and uneasy one. A TikTok creator sparked serious concern among viewers after appearing to stand directly in the path of a massive swinging carnival ride. A clip posted by Ore Oladapo, who goes by Lifestyle of Resi on TikTok, shows him casually filming himself at a local fair. From the camera's low angle, it looks like the ride is seconds away from slamming right into him. Reality is all an optical illusion. The 8-second video exploded online, racking up over 140 million views and 8.5 million likes, with thousands of viewers commenting in disbelief. Some accused him of reckless behaviour, while others were simply stunned by how convincingly dangerous it looked. Oladapo later clarified that he was never in danger, saying he didn't expect the clip to go viral or trigger such strong reactions. But it's a perfect example of how a split-second illusion and the right camera angle can send the internet into a panic. Here's some wild footage showing what looks like a tiny flash of light deep underwater. This isn't special effects or a trick of the camera. It's a real, well-documented scientific phenomenon known as sonoluminescence. In simple terms, sonoluminescence occurs when a bubble of gas trapped in a liquid collapses so violently that it gives off a burst of light. The process begins when powerful sound waves vibrate through the liquid, causing the bubble to expand and contract rapidly. At the moment of collapse, the gas inside compresses to an incredible degree, heating up to temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, hotter than the surface of the sun. For a fraction of a millisecond, that heat and pressure release a tiny blue-white flash, visible even to the naked eye. Scientists still debate the exact mechanisms behind it, whether the light comes from plasma formation, molecular energy transitions, or some still unexplained effect of extreme compression. What's most astonishing is the scale. This entire event happens inside a bubble smaller than a grain of sand, in less than a microsecond. Yet within that moment, the energy produced rivals that are the most powerful natural processes on Earth. Before we get to our last segment, remember to hit that like button, as it really helps our channel grow and reach new audiences. Recent breakthroughs in AI native operating systems are pushing the boundaries of what real-time computation can achieve. Modern AI systems can already spin up applications, visuals, and interactions in real time, adapting dynamically to user input, almost like a living environment responding to its observer.
Just imagine this. This is now your desktop, and you can generate apps on the fly, exactly what you want in the moment. So let's try one of these sample ones. Create an email client from 3025.
It's this kind of progress that has some philosophers and technologists wondering, are we witnessing the early stages of a simulation?
And within a few seconds, I have a fully functional email client. So you can see right here, it's building it out. It has all the tabs on the left, it's starting to put in kind of fake emails. It's fine. This is really what's going to be possible in the very near future, especially when we have inference speeds approaching what Grok and Cerebrus are capable of. And so instead of it taking a minute or two to generate this, it literally takes a fraction of a second.
The idea isn't new. It connects directly to two of the most famous philosophical thought experiments, the brain in a vat and Nick Bostrom's simulation hypothesis. The brain in a vat argument asks us to imagine a disembodied brain hooked up to electrodes fed sensory input from a computer. From the brain's perspective, its simulated world would feel perfectly real. The simulation hypothesis takes this further, proposing that future civilizations might possess the computing power to run lifelike ancestor simulations, digital recreations of their history so advanced that the simulated beings would have no idea they're not real. In such a scenario, our entire universe could be a computational construct, one where physics, consciousness, and perception are the byproducts of immense code running on an unimaginable machine. But here's the twist. If computing resources are finite, then even a simulated universe would need to optimize its processing, just like modern graphics engines do. Game developers already use techniques like foveated rendering and occlusion culling to save processing power, rendering only what the player can see and reducing detail in peripheral vision. It's an elegant way to balance realism with efficiency. Now imagine a hyper-advanced simulation doing the same thing, rendering only a field of vision as you look around. Everything beyond that, behind you, in another room, or on another planet, might not exist until you turn your head and think about it. If AI systems today can generate worlds and visuals on the fly, could a vastly more powerful intelligence, perhaps hundreds or thousands of years from now, simulate entire civilizations with such realism that the inhabitants believe they're in base reality? And if the simulation optimizes like our current systems do, maybe that's what's happening right now. Maybe our visual field, our experiences, even time itself are rendered in real time. A perfect illusion, built for efficiency. So what do you think? Are these new AI operating systems simply the next step in human innovation, or are they the first glimpse into the operating system of reality itself? Well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. Now, if you want more in-depth spooky content, then consider subscribing to our second channel, Slappan Mysteries. There's a link in the description box down below there. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. Hey, you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slappan. You're about to see some of the scariest content going around the internet, so hit that subscribe button and get ready for more freaky videos. It's like this. This is one of the strangest and most chilling paranormal encounters recorded in recent years. One that begins with a simple drive through rural North Carolina and ends in a desperate 911 call that still leaves investigators baffled. The man at the center of it, known only as T, was driving north through Pender County late at night on July 31st, 2021. It was just after 11 p.m., pitch black on a remote stretch of Route 210 near the Morris Creek National Battlefield, an area already steeped in ghost stories. T's air conditioning wasn't working, so his window was rolled down as he drove his noisy pickup through the dark countryside. That's when he saw it. Up ahead, in the ditch beside the road, was what looked like a man covered in blood, streaks of red running down his head and torso. T said the man looked dazed, staring blankly as the truck roared past. Convinced he'd just witnessed a terrible accident, he immediately picked up his phone and dialed 911 to report the injured man.
Anytime 911, what's the address of your emergency? I'm driving on 210. I just crossed Black River and I saw a blonde guy hanging on the back of a little speed.
But during that call, something else happened. Something far stranger. About 30 seconds into the call, T heard a massive thump on the back of his truck. The whole vehicle jolted. Startled, he looked in his mirror and caught a flash of something pale. Then, turning on his bed light, he saw a white, skeletal face pressed up against his rear window. Whatever it was inhuman. T slammed his foot on the accelerator, speeding up to nearly 80 miles an hour. Then, just as quickly, he stomped the brakes, sending the creature flying off the roof and tumbling onto the road behind him. Glancing in the mirror, he saw it stand up. Thin, 7 feet tall, its skin ghostly white, its limbs impossibly long. before it bolted into the trees. T didn't stop driving until he reached the Quickmart gas station 7 miles up the road. Trembling, he waited there for nearly 15 minutes until police arrived. When officers from the Pender County Sheriff's Department and North Carolina Highway Patrol inspected his truck, they found deep scratch marks on the cab roof, matching where something might have clung to the vehicle. Deputies searched the area with drones and flashlights, but found no trace of a bleeding man or the creature.
According to the cab news, in the deputy reports, this thing jumped into the back of his pickup truck and began to actually beat on the top of the cab of his truck. You could actually hear something beating on the top of the truck. The caller stated that it was beating and scratching on the top of the cab of his truck. He actually stated that he was able to engage his red light and was able to somewhat identify his object that was in the back of his truck. At some point, he was able to slam on his brakes, and the force of inertia actually threw this thing out over his hood and onto the highway. And this thing stood up in his roadway, made his way to the wood line, and disappeared.
Law enforcement ultimately classified it as a traffic incident, but the responding sheriff confirmed the report and later said, "This is one of those things we may never have an answer to."
I don't know for sure what he saw and what he experienced that night. It was obvious that he was distraught when the 911 call. I'm afraid it's probably just one of those things he was probably running out of words.
Over time, T sold the truck, got rid of his phone, and moved away. For years, he tried to forget until 2025, when the YouTube channel Carolina Case Files convinced him to tell his story publicly, releasing both the official police report and the haunting 911 recording.
I still remember the joke of the truck, the fear, everything. I remember pretty much everything just in that one moment.
T's description of the creature, hairless, pale, with stretched limbs and hollow eyes, matches what folklore calls the pale crawler or rake, a humanoid cryptid often reported across North America. Skeptics argue the story could be exaggerated or misinterpreted, that if the call, the scratches, and the police reports are all genuine, something unexplainable happened on that dark North Carolina road. So what really jumped onto that truck that night, the trick of the mind, was something else hiding in the black woods of Pender County. A strange and fiery scene lit up the night skies over eastern China on September 12, 2025, when residents across Shandong province reported witnessing what looked like a bright aerial object streaking through the atmosphere before being struck by something and exploding in a flash of light. Videos captured from multiple cities, including Weifang and Rizhao, show what appears to be a glowing orb crossing the sky at high speed. A few seconds later, another projectile, possibly a missile, seems to intercept it, resulting in a massive explosion that briefly illuminates the clouds. Witnesses say the blast was followed by booming sounds so loud they rattled windows and shook buildings. CCTV footage shared widely on Weibo, China's largest social media platform, quickly went viral, gathering more than 150 million views within days. Comments flooded in, with theories ranging from a meteor strike to a UFO shootdown. Some claimed the glowing object was part of a foreign surveillance operation. Others said it was an alien craft brought down by Chinese missiles. Adding to the mystery, local authorities denied knowledge of any such incident. Neither Shandong's Emergency Management Department nor China's Defense Ministry offered a statement. However, analysts noted that just days earlier, China's Maritime Safety Administration had issued warnings for live-fire military exercises in nearby Bohai Bay, scheduled from September 12th to 14th. The timing and proximity have led many to suspect this was part of a missile interception drill, possibly testing anti-air or hypersonic defense systems. Still, without official confirmation, speculation continues to swirl. Some claim the intercepted object moved too erratically to be a meteor. Others insist the explosion pattern suggests a deliberate strike. As one Weibo user put it, if it was just a military exercise, why won't anyone admit it? Was it a classified weapons test, a media strike gone wrong, or something stranger altogether?
Okay, so I haven't done a walk through a couple things. So since I just got here.
A shop owner is preparing to open for the day when they suddenly hear strange noises coming from the back of the store. You can hear rustling and faint movement coming from one of the rear rooms, as if someone or something is back there. When the owner steps inside, the room appears empty, except for one unsettling detail. Sitting in the corner is an old antique doll. They pan the camera around, no intruder, no sign of anyone hiding. But when they turn to leave and walk back into the main showroom, the silence is broken by something deeply chilling. A faint, unmistakable sound of a child's giggle echoing through the shop. Was it coincidence? An old toy triggering on its own? Or something far more sinister haunting this store? Eerie footage from Los Angeles has gone viral after residents captured what appears to be a massive V-shaped UFO hovering silently above the city. The object, illuminated by a row of bright lights, reportedly lingered in the sky for nearly 30 minutes before vanishing without a trace. Two witnesses filmed the event from their balconies, submitting the footage to the National UFO Reporting Center, or NUFORC. The mysterious craft appeared to be black in colour, with extremely bright lights running along the underside of its V-shaped hull, a shape many compared to the iconic F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter. Though that aircraft is designed to be nearly invisible and carries no exterior lights. New Fork has logged several similar reports this year. Wedge or boomerang-shaped objects seen across the United States, often silent, often glowing. The sighting coincides with a surge of global UFO activity. Earlier this year, declassified footage of the infamous Mosul orb, a metallic sphere filmed by a US reconnaissance plane over Iraq, reignited debate over military encounters with unidentified objects. Adding to the intrigue, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard recently stated that she believes aliens could exist and vowed to share the truth when she's able. Gabbard hinted she has access to classified UFO information but remains restricted by security protocols. Sticking with UAP sightings, an engineer and father named Andy Hartley, known online as Diaries of a Thalassophile, recently captured what he described as a great orb show in the skies above Coffs Harbour, New South Wales. The sighting took place on June 10th, 2025, when Andy and several others watched as glowing orbs of light hovered and shifted across the night sky for more than 40 minutes. The objects reportedly flashed and pulsed, shifting colours from green to blue, white and red, and at times splitting apart into 2, 3 or even 4 separate lights before drifting back together again. Hartley, a trained engineer, ruled out common explanations. No aircraft appeared on flight tracker apps, and he emphasised that the movements, hovering, darting and changing direction at sharp angles, didn't match any known drone, plane or satellite behaviour. He described the experience as definitely unidentified, noting that the orbs moved in intelligent, deliberate patterns but offered no sound or trace. Multiple witnesses, at least 4 people, confirmed seeing the same lights that night. One described them as pulsing and alive, while another said they felt as though the lights were aware of being watched. Hartley himself admitted he even tried to connect with the phenomenon, calling out and flashing lights in response, but said there was no reaction. He compared the event to similar orb sightings reported around the world, where groups of glowing spheres have appeared to hover, split apart, and rejoin with an almost organic motion. For now, the mysterious Coffs Harbour orbs remain unexplained, part of a growing number of credible UAP encounters witnessed by ordinary citizens and professionals alike. Coming up in our last segment, in just a few seconds, we take a listen to some startling claims coming from a congressman about aliens living in our oceans. But before we do, remember to hit that like button and leave some comments below. The more you interact with our channel, the more you'll see us in your feed.
These are entities that are here on this earth, that have been on this earth. Who knows how?
A startling new claim from Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett, co-chair of the UAP caucus, has reignited global debate about unidentified aerial, now underwater, phenomena. In a viral video posted to X on September 17, 2025, Burchett suggested that advanced non-human entities could be hiding deep beneath the ocean in what he described as 5 or 6 underwater UFO bases off the coast of the United States.
We have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas.
Speaking casually outside the Capitol in Washington, Burchett told UFO researcher and filmmaker Red Panda Koala that he's heard credible reports from naval personnel who've tracked underwater crafts traveling hundreds of miles per hour, speeds far beyond any known human technology. There are sightings of these underwater crafts that they're chasing, he explained, adding that the fastest US Navy subs can barely manage 40 miles per hour underwater.
Naval personnel tell me that you have these sightings and that these underwater craft they're chasing, that they're doing hundreds of miles an hour. The best we got is something that's maybe just 40 miles an hour.
He went on to suggest that these entities might not be arriving from outer space at all, but could have been on Earth for millennia, hidden within the deep ocean's unexplored regions. We know more about the face of the moon and what's down there, Burchett said, pointing to an unusually high concentration of sightings over deep water zones. Following Burchett's remarks, UFO researcher Dr. Michael Sala expanded on the claim, identifying one possible location, a region near the Bahamas known as the Tongue of the Ocean. He says this area, which drops suddenly to depths of nearly 3,000 feet, is home to numerous reports of glowing craft diving into or emerging from the sea. Dr. Sala also highlighted the nearby Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Center, a U.S. Navy facility often referred to as the Underwater Area 51. Sala claims to have interviewed multiple whistleblowers, including one identified only as JP, a U.S. Army insider who alleged he was taken aboard a hybrid alien-human submarine on a mission to a submerged base, a vast domed city said to contain a white pyramid-like structure. According to the story, the mission involved retrieving an artifact, though no photos or evidence have ever surfaced. Despite the lack of hard proof, Burchett's comments have fueled fresh speculation about the existence of USOs, unidentified submerged objects, that move effortlessly between air and water. Critics argue the congressman's claims rely too heavily on anecdotal accounts, while believers say it's part of a broader pattern of increased transparency in whistleblower testimony surrounding UAP phenomena. Even Burchett admits he doesn't have all the answers, only more questions, and his remarks underline a growing sense in Washington that the mystery may run deeper than anyone imagined, perhaps literally beneath the waves. So what do you think? Are these underwater USOs just misunderstood military tech, or could something ancient and intelligent really be hiding in the depths of Earth's oceans? Over on our second channel, we'll take a deep dive into the bizarre case of the Hexham heads. In the quiet town of Hexham, in the picturesque landscapes of Northumberland, England, an ordinary garden gave rise to an extraordinary mystery. It began innocently enough in 1971, or perhaps 1972, depending on the account, when two young boys, Colin and Leslie Robson, unearthed a pair of stone heads while digging in the backyard of their family home at 3 Reed Avenue. What followed was a bizarre tale of supernatural phenomena, scientific scrutiny, and unresolved questions, one that continues to intrigue and baffle nearly 50 years later. If you want to hear the full story, there's a link in the description below, and it's pinned in the comments. Now, if you want to watch some more scary ghost videos, then hit these two links right there. Remember to follow us on all our other socials as well. All the links are in the description box down below there. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
Welcome back. This is part 4 of re-restoring my 1915 Maxi Steam Hammer. I first restored this thing 2 years ago, and we are giving it another overhaul, fixing even more things. In the last episode, we found some catastrophic problems. And by we, I mean myself and Will. I'm back for more torture. More torture. In the last episode, we decapitated the steam hammer because we decided that we need to rebore this piston or control valve. We wanted to repair on the flange of the regulator valve, and unfortunately, when we pulled the ram to take it all apart, what did we find, Will?
I broke the piston ring.
Yes, that
is an issue, quite a major issue.
Here's the piston, and it is those piston rings that allow for a seal between the piston and the bore of this main cylinder. That missing piston ring may be in one of these ports. I kind of want to run a magnet in there. Alright, can we find anything? Is there not something? Look at that. What's that? Look at that. There's a thing in the bottom there. There's something in there. Tell me that's not something in the bottom.
It's all well and good finding it. It's now trying to attempt to get to town.
Magnet on some TIG rod. Should be strong enough. We're going to have a magnet in there as well. Piston ring fishing. Oh! Did I just do it?
Yeah, I think you just did. Do I have it? I think you do.
No! I got it so high up as well. Fucking strong magnet. Pairing for extraction. Ah! It was so close! I was at the exit. Ah! Alright, let's flip it upside down. Next. Wait, how heavy this was? I'm guessing 185 kilograms for the one of this.
You're reckon 185?
Yeah, how about you?
I reckon more 230.
Oh, it's out! What? Oh my god, the lot has come out, mate.
Has it?
What? Final weight, 160 kilograms. Not at all as heavy as I thought, but look at this. Oh my goodness. What is that? And what is this? Why has that just come out of my burning hammer? I don't know. By the way, everyone, this is what we were looking for. We're looking for something about half that length, and we've come out with this. I would assume this is one of these grub screws that stop the piston spinning around. Well, that explains what was making marks on the inside of the piston the first time I had it out. And these fellas, what are you? They've been rattling about in there because they're all worn like stones on the beach. This is the top of the buffer piston, and you can see exactly where this thing, donk, 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 has been hitting this. Now, this was obviously before I had the thing apart because these marks were here on my first restoration. We can't see any corresponding marks from these fellas though. They are a lot smoother. Nothing. So I've been magnet fishing with it upside down. I still can't find any remnants of piston ring. Let us know if you have any idea what these things might be. I guess we can find out what material it is. Should be able to tell if it's cast or if it's steel with sparks. He says, well, you can not tell. I think it's steel. Pretty certain that's steel. For now, given that this thing needs to eventually end up in the Bridgeport, which means we need the gantry crane over there and load, and given the fact we need to get the upper assembly off so that we can fix the stripped bolt, we all smartly thought that we should get that off now while the gantry is in place. Oh, there's another one! Look! Wait, another bit's just dropped. Yeah, another bit fell out. We have 3 of these little round fellas rattling around in there. There's the stone in question. Quite firmly in there, isn't she?
That's been built up with weld, I think, down there.
That's my worry. My worry is they welded this fella in. So.
And you can see how it's been worn down. Look at the wear on that bolt, part of the bolt there. that is on serious tape, and I don't know if we're going to be able to get that out. So that might be.
I think give it a good debrief so you can, as a nice wire brush, you can have a look and see what that looks like, and then we'll see if we can beat it out. It feels soft or hard?
It's hard, but it's flaky.
So it looks like probably just years of crying.
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, that's all it is. Let's move it.
There we go. Brute force, always the answer. Ta-da!
That's meant to be like that.
That is just all grime, dirt, grease, oil, and rust.
Yeah, no wonder it was wearing. I'd like to get that bolt out and see just how corroded that is.
That's bad.
That's like something picked up on the Titanic.
Incredible. That's what 100 years of rust will do. And I've been doing plenty of getting things in order in the workshop and cleaning up. But thankfully, AG1, today's sponsor, is helping get my gut health in order. It's a daily foundational nutrition support drink that you mix in with your water. It'll support you with vitamins, botanicals, minerals, and bacterial cultures. Instead of a handful of pills every morning, AG1 replaces a multivitamin, probiotic, and more in just one scoop. I don't know about you, but I'm always chasing my tail around. Way too busy. So little time for actually staying on top of my health, so it means so much. But to know that in that one scoop, I've got so many things covered. The superfoods and B vitamins in AG1 help support steady and consistent energy levels through the day. And these vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants are going to help support a healthy mood too. You've got other products to help support you, like the vitamin D3 and K2, which along with their flavor sampler is part of the welcome kit that they're going to give you worth $72 with a purchase of a subscription at drinkag1.com/Alex Steele. There's a QR code on screen. We appreciate them sponsoring this episode. Let's get into it. So we pulled all the bolts. Blue and they are not in good shape, are they? That was the one that we had to hammer out. Obviously needs replacing. I was going to replace it with this fella, but it then would be missing the lovely forged square head and square shank. This bolt here has also seen better days and has been severely corroded away over time. This one's actually in decent nick, but the thread on the last one is also pretty chewed up. And so I had two options. Either I buy a new fresh bolts to replace it, or we have to retrofit the square shank, or
make some new ones.
That's right. Use the blacksmith workshop that I'm standing in and forge some brand new bolts. But before I get to that, we do some cast iron build-up and some remachining on these fellas here. So over here, you'll remember in the last series, I bored out our regulator valve hole, which made it wider, which means this diameter here no longer locates in there very well. You'll see there is all sorts of wiggle that shouldn't be there, and it means that this valve face isn't perfectly lining up here with the rotation of the spindle, and if we crack that, we'll see what that spindle runs in is also not very good. We've got the same issue over here. This diameter on this locating lip no longer lines up with this bore hole.
So that sits in there like that, it locates in there, and that runs in that. But if these two flanges here aren't perfectly in line in that cylinder, that's not going to be fully getting a nice tight seal on the end, even though we've ground it in.
Yeah, there's going to be some sort of opportunity for lack of concentricity, which is no good because perfection is only achieved with tighter tolerances.
Yes.
So we're going to see if we can build up those areas with some TIG brazing. TIG brazing repair on cast iron. It's going to be first for me. See how it goes. So this diameter is currently 63 millimeters, as is this one. We need to enlarge them by 3 millimeters to fit our 65.5 millimeter bore. Clean up these surfaces ready for build-up. I'm going to test braze on a little plumbing fitting. And it should also be cast iron. There's my brazing rod. See how she does. Oh yeah, that looks like it builds up really quickly. Woo! I think we're onto a winner. That's some rapid build-up. Here we go. Okay, that is not at all going as well as the previous attempt. Yeah, I think I need more amps. Wow, it's not going great, boys and girls. Well, that looks awful. No. It's to disaster. First attempt on the actual pieces, awful. Far less successful than on the little tiny test piece I did. Don't know, maybe you didn't preheat it large enough for the size of the pieces. They got up to like 250 Celsius. I don't know if they weren't clean enough. I don't know if the position when I was trying to weld them, kind of in that little corner, didn't work. I don't know anything. If I did, it probably would have worked out. Anyway, course of action is going to be let them cool kind of slowly, machine off all the crap that I just did, hopefully clean out those areas a little bit more, and try it again. You having any more success over here, Will?
I'm having a bit more success.
Wait, which piece are you making?
So I'm making a mandrel to hold the plates that Alex were brazing together, so we can machine it and get a nice finish on them, so they should be nice and snug.
So one of those plates, once finally brazed, is going to slip onto there and be bolted on. Because the important thing is making sure that these parts end up concentric to where it's important, which is the hole in the middle that our regulator valve runs through. And that's exactly where this is going to locate. Yeah, trouble is, I just need this. I need to actually get the brazing done first, which is easier said than done. Take number 2. Better. Would be nice if it was a lot better, but it's better. Wow, that's disgusting. I really do wish I was doing a better job at this. Softer bronze rod. Apparently silicon bronze rod is the better option for DC TIG brazing. Here we are, this is what I've got. Unfortunately, I think I have just wasted the morning in trying to make it work. Not very well. Since I'm at my wit's end, how about the MIG welder? Oh, for goodness sake, why did I not just do this earlier? It's gonna blooming work, mate. I spent the whole morning trying to TIG braze with the rods that I've got, TIG braze with my neighbour's rods, oxy-fuel braze with either of them. Why did I not just think about the simple solution? Use the MIG welder. There is nothing structural about these welds. We're simply building it up, and here I was overcomplicating things. Back in the kiln for you. When in doubt, find a task that involves sledgehammer. Right, so I've been in the lathe here, turning down to that MIG weld attempt on this flange. It's actually going pretty okay. I also bored out the center hole so that I can sleeve it with a bronze bush, which means that we can also hold it in the live center. I've also faced the outer diameter. I was effectively trying to give myself as many reference surfaces for concentricity as possible in case I need to take this out of the setup or remachine it in the future. And that moment has come. These bolts that are holding it to my little kind of DIY faceplate here are sticking out too much for me to be able to face off this area to get a smooth seal and make our little ledge for it to properly locate concentric to the bore. And so it is now time for me to take my 3-jaw chuck out of the lathe and put a 4-jaw chuck in its place. Now, how are we going to get it in there? Does it go up like this? How the hell do we do this? This is ridiculous. I wonder about just like without the bar, man-handling it on my head. It's getting bound up on something. I'm thinking about doing this. Come on. Yes! Come on! Get in! I need to bloody let this sit in my memory because that's the technique. Now, will you fit? No, you won't. Always nerve-wracking to take something out of a 4-jaw chuck, or any chuck for that matter. Now time to see if it fits. Oh, yes! No wiggle, no jiggle. Oh, I'm happy with that. That hole at the end is now concentric to this bore. All it needs is a little bronze bush to fit in there, since I had to turn it larger to clean it up. Well, bang on. Somebody very kindly sent me a brilliant spreadsheet for working out fits and interference calculations on different shafts. You guys rock. Thank you. In comments on the previous videos, you guys very kindly suggested that for drilling brass, you should touch off the sharp edge on a drill bit. Thank you guys so much. Hope they'll stop biting and close. Learn a lot from you guys in the comments over the years. A little bit slower. Oh, that's lovely! You feel very cool on those maps. Choose 2, integrated boring bar. Oh, that, my friends, is really fabulous. And off she comes. There's our new bushing, complete with some oil grooves. Now, freezer. Yes! Again, special thank you to the lovely gentleman who sent me this incredible resource. I was able to input all this stuff, get the results. Thank you so very much. How about that sharp fit in the press fit bushing? Yes, that is one flange done. I need to start thinking about forging bolts, but got a problem. The steel groove for forging bolts in there is when disassembled. What are you going to do?
I have an idea. I had this little model set up, and I thought, let's get your little Stuart Turner going.
Exactly. This is a little model, the Stuart Turner model that I made about 2.5 years ago, right before I actually got the massive steam hammer, and I ran it on air, well, poorly plumbed air. This little model was never run on steam. Stuart Turner, you were saying, they've been around since like the 1800s.
Yes, they've been around late 1800s, early 1900s. They started. They are very well known for their stuff during the war. They made little steam engines with generator sets, which would be parachuted with a boiler and be used to power radios.
They used steam engines, little backpack steam engines, for the sneaky beaky missions behind enemy lines.
They would parachute, and then the resistance would use steam engines with the radios in them, so they could radio in short-range radios.
Freaking crazy.
The company now produces shower pumps.
And now they make models for people like me to practice their machine skills on and make fun little things like this.
Let's make some bolts.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can fit in there.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like it. Runs on methylated spirits.
Methylated spirits and water is all you need.
No way!
Yeah.
That's how it burns the methylated spirits, and you're like, that's sick! So there's a bunch of cotton in there.
Yep, the cotton goes all the way along. As you light these individually.
No way.
That's what creates your
And then through these, that methylated spirits is evaporating off the wick, and then
and it burns.
It's kind of like a Zippo lighter, just go on with slits.
Yes.
We're at 20 PSI! Right in the eye. Look at that go! Oh, that is sick. That is so freaking cool, mate. And the steam billowing everywhere. Unfortunately, wasn't strong enough to quite forge the bolts down, so we're going to have to use the Stanko power hammer over there. While I'm doing that, Will is going to be making a sleeve to press over this other side of the flange, again, so that it can locate in that bore without play, which frankly is probably going to take even less time than welding than probably what we should have done from the start. A bloody good time. I still got it. Apparently I can still forge a thing or two. I'm very happy with those bolts. Threads are yet to come. And actually, I should slow down my enthusiasm and my happiness, because it's not evolved to be right until we're done machining. And if I didn't leave enough material for turning this down and putting threads on it, then I'll have to remake all the things. I did forge them out of 1040 or EN8 steel, so we're not using mild steel for these bolts. We're using something with a little extra gamma goo, a little extra carbon, so they'll be hopefully that little bit stronger. And how about you, Will? How's progress?
Very, very close now.
Telescope engages inside there.
Yep, 5885. I'm looking for 5886.
Perfect. Nice stuff, mate.
Once that's parted off, that can be put on there as a brush, and it can should be good then.
Hopefully we'll find a nice concentric home. You've heard about being square? Today, it's all about being circular. Literally means nothing.
I was going to say, hello.
Yes! Look at that! She stays there once it's cooled off. It's now one piece. That is an interference fit. They can make lovely job machining that. Now this is so that this shaft is now going to run exactly in the middle of that collar, and that is going to locate exactly in that bronze bush, which is exactly in the middle of that bit that I welded up. Yeah, that's in. Oh yes, she's in. She's in. Now look, there is now no play here, no play there, and our shaft spins exactly in the middle of that bore. Great work, Will. Thank you, mate. That, at last, regulator valve plates crossed off. We're making progress. Will, thank you so much for your help today.
No worries.
Appreciate it. A special announcement. You've got a YouTube channel now?
I have got a YouTube channel. The first video should be out by now.
Brilliant. Check that out. I'll leave a little link in the description for you. Appreciate all of your help. And of course, thank you to AG1 for sponsoring this episode. Get a subscription down below. Link is in the description. I cannot wait to get this hammer back up and running just as sweetly as it was 110 years ago. I also can't wait to get back on the Damascus Barrel series because it's been a moment. Too many projects, too little time. Can't wait to see you soon. Bye-bye.
How you doing? I'm Palin, and this is Slap Ham. We have a massive episode for you today, full of the scariest video clips going around. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more spooky content, just like this. The TikTok clip posted by AC_Toscano has left viewers divided after capturing what some believe to be a paranormal pet. The ring camera footage, recorded just after midnight, begins with a glowing orb drifting across the front yard. As the light vanishes behind the post, a ghostly dog-like figure suddenly appears from the darkness. The unexpected appearance startled the homeowners, who admitted they couldn't get back to sleep after reviewing the footage. Online reactions were mixed. Some were convinced the figure was the spirit of a dog, while others suggested it was nothing more than a perfectly timed glitch in the recording. So, was this a beloved pet making a spectral return? For the homeowners, the night ended sleeplessly, haunted by the image of a phantom dog pacing their yard. A chilling video uploaded to TikTok by the Paraworld has sparked debate online. The footage captured on a Ring doorbell camera shows a strange ghostly figure drifting away from the doorway. As it moves further into the yard, the shape gradually fades until it disappears completely. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, the homeowner supposedly woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m. with a sudden urge to check the camera, only to be met with this unsettling sight. While the video appears otherworldly at first glance, one viewer suggested that it might be a hoax, created by mashing two separate clips together. So we'll throw this one over to you, the viewer, for final judgment. Is this a spectral visitor vanishing into the night, or is there another way to explain what we are seeing? Let me know down below.
She found your roof.
A bizarre and unsettling encounter uploaded to TikTok by Sexy Nico has left viewers both horrified and unmoved.
That's hilarious.
That's hilarious. We have to move because of this.
According to the Post, the group arrived at a campsite late at night. Suddenly, one of the campers started honking the car horn. At first, everyone assumed she was joking, but when they turned to look, they saw something straight out of a horror film.
That's hilarious.
Perched on the roof of the car was a woman, dishevelled and silent. Things quickly escalated when the woman began whispering, "Give me the kids," despite there being no children present. Moments later, she started jumping on the car roof, shrieking into the night.
That's hilarious.
When the poster approached to defuse the situation, the woman hissed, lunged forward, and belly flopped to the ground before bolting into the dark woods.
We have to move because of this.
The group abandoned the site immediately and relocated to another area, unwilling to risk a repeat encounter.
Yeah. Hard time. And she banged the roof.
Viewers have compared the incident to something out of the Blair Witch Project or a demonic possession scene, calling it the stuff of camping nightmares.
That's hilarious.
One viewer thought that the incident might have been staged or part of a prank. However, the way the woman leaps from the car and crash lands on the ground seems very real. Whether the woman was suffering from a breakdown, drugs, or something far stranger, one thing's certain. This creepy campsite incident isn't one they'll forget anytime soon.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. We have to move because of this.
An oddly unsettling video shared by the Mirror's Facebook page has gone viral after capturing something strange. The short clip shows an amusement park visitor strapped into a high-speed ride when suddenly their wig flies off. The hairpiece whirls through the air, twisting and flapping before landing in front of several shocked bystanders. One viewer joked that the airborne wig looked like a Dementor heading to Hogwarts, comparing the swirling black shape to the ghostly figures from Harry Potter. Another thought that those watching must have initially thought that someone's head had flown off. Luckily, it was just the wig, still a rather hair-raising experience. Now, back to the ghosties. The chilling video uploaded to TikTok by Dark Side of the Moon 83 has left viewers questioning what they're seeing. According to the Post, the footage comes from the uploader's Ring security camera, which monitors their front yard. In the clip, a ghostly semi-transparent shape suddenly races down the driveway and disappears out the front gate. The movement is fast and fluid, too quick for a person walking, and the figure appears to lack any clear facial features or solid form. Commenters have been quick to share their theories. Some believe the footage shows a spirit or residual energy passing through the property, while others argue it's a trick of light, a bug close to the camera, or even a glitch in the recording. Whatever the explanation, this eerie clip has quickly become another unsettling entry in the growing collection of strange moments caught on home security cameras. A recent claim has reignited one of science fiction's oldest fascinations, that extraterrestrials may have tampered with human DNA. Dr. Max Rempel, founder of the DNA Resonance Research Foundation, says his team has found genetic sequences in human families that don't match either parent, and he speculates they could be of non-earthly origin. According to Rempel, his team examined DNA from the 1000 Genomes Project, a major public database of family trios. and identified unusual sequences in 11 families out of 581. In each case, fragments appeared that did not trace back to either parent, amounting to more than 300 unexplained variants. Because the children were born long before gene editing tools like CRISPR, he argues that these anomalies can't easily be explained by human intervention. Rempel also claims to have seen similar patterns in consumer DNA tests submitted by people who believe they've experienced alien abductions. He speculates that the mysterious sequences could affect traits such as perception or cognition, even hinting at links to neurodivergent conditions, but stresses that these are early, unconfirmed ideas. Experts caution that the data have not undergone peer review and that the evidence remains circumstantial. Genetic mismatches can result from sequencing errors, contamination, or limitations in genotyping arrays. With only 11 families showing anomalies, the sample size is small, and adding self-identified abductees introduces strong selection bias. Most importantly, extraordinary claims demand extraordinary proof. Before invoking extraterrestrial origins, researchers would need to rule out far simpler explanations such as rare natural mutations or database artifacts. Rempel's theory echoes past sensational stories that didn't withstand scrutiny, from the infamous Starchild skull, once touted as a human-alien hybrid, but later proven to be a human child with deformities, to the Atacama Desert adder skeleton, ultimately identified as a human fetus with genetic mutations. These cases highlight how easily unusual biology can be mistaken for something otherworldly. The concept of alien-human hybrids has long circulated in UFO lore and popular culture. Abduction narratives frequently describe genetic experiments, hybrid children, or long-term seeding programs. Scientifically, however, the idea faces near insurmountable barriers. Alien biochemistry would likely be incompatible with human DNA replication, immune systems would reject foreign proteins, and evolutionary divergence would prevent stable gene integration. A milder, more plausible notion comes from panspermia, the theory that life on Earth might have originated from extraterrestrial microbes that carried genetic material across space. That's far removed from aliens deliberately modifying our genomes. To move from speculation to evidence, researchers would need deep coverage whole genome sequencing of affected families, independent replication by multiple labs, and strict contamination controls. Any novel sequences would then have to be compared across all known Earth species to see if they truly have no terrestrial relatives, an immense undertaking that has never yet revealed anything beyond Earth-based biology. Dr. Rempel's proposal of alien DNA hidden in the human genome is bold, intriguing, and, for now, entirely unverified. It joins a long line of extraordinary hypotheses that flirt with the boundary between science and science fiction. Still, it reminds us how much of our own genetic code remains mysterious. Whether those mysteries are cosmic in origin or simply the limits of current science, the fascination endures.
What you see isn't a glitch in the Matrix.
A short clip uploaded to TikTok by Mr. Aviator 1 has stunned viewers after appearing to show a Kuwait Airways Boeing 777 suspended mid-air.
This is the power of optics, wind, and perfect timing. A real-world illusion that makes it 300 times. The aircraft looked like exploded.
The eerie footage quickly spread across social media, with many calling it a glitch in the Matrix. At first glance, it genuinely looks as though time has stopped. The engine's still, the wings steady, the plane frozen in place. Despite its unsettling appearance, experts say the effect is most likely caused by parallaxing, an optical illusion that occurs when two moving objects are filmed from a third moving perspective. In this case, the TikTok user was filming from a vehicle moving at just the right speed and direction to match the aircraft's forward motion relative to the background. It's a strange and captivating illusion, one that plays tricks on our depth perception and feeds our fascination with glitches in everyday life. While there's nothing supernatural about it, the frozen aircraft remains a perfect example of how the ordinary can still look extraordinary when viewed from the right angle. Coming up in our last segment, in just a few seconds, we take a look at a fascinating UFO mystery that's unfolding in Belgium right now. But before we do, remember to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and leave us some comments down below. In a quiet corner of eastern Flanders, Belgium, a strange piece of UFO history has vanished without warning. A roadside monument near the village of Lottenhorle, once marking a spectacular 1955 UFO sighting, has been removed at the request of the witness's family. Its disappearance has left locals divided and reignited speculation about what really happened that night nearly 70 years ago. The memorial stood beside the E40 motorway for over 2 decades. It was erected in 2004 at the urging of Marin van der Kruisen, who claimed to have seen 5 enormous silver discs hovering in formation above the area on July 21st, 1955, Belgium's National Day. At the time, he was an 18-year-old paratrooper and amateur astronomer riding with his father when they stopped to watch a roadside craft pointing skyward. According to van der Kruisen, the craft were at least 100 metres across and remained visible for 10 minutes before vanishing in an instant. In later years, local authorities granted permission for a marble plaque to be placed on the spot, complete with van der Kruisen's name and a depiction of the formation and a photo from the time of the event. The site soon became a quiet pilgrimage point for UFO enthusiasts and curiosity seekers. It even featured in a Belgian guidebook of strange places, listed among the nation's 50 most peculiar landmarks. In July 2025, on the 70th anniversary of the sighting, the stone was freshly restored, only to be removed months later. Local reports suggest the memorial was taken down in late September or early October 2025 after van der Kruisen's family, through a lawyer, demanded its immediate removal. They reportedly threatened legal action if the municipality did not comply. Officials later confirmed that the family no longer wished to be associated with the event. The municipality carried out the removal quietly, without public notice. The monument's current location remains unknown, and attempts by journalists and UFO researchers to reach the family have been met with silence. The disappearance has frustrated Belgian UFO researchers and folklorists. Frederick Dallaire, head of the National UFO Hotline, called it a loss for Belgian folklore. Others, like author Camille de Bruyne, lamented the erasure of a local curiosity that symbolised one man's lifelong conviction. For many locals, the story had become a piece of community lore, a tale passed down as both mystery and myth. The family's motives remain private, but several possibilities have been raised. Some believe they simply grew tired of the attention and constant visitors. Others suspect emotional or reputational reasons, a wish to move on from a story that had overshadowed their relative's legacy. There could also be mundane legal issues over land rights or maintenance responsibilities. Of course, a few in the UFO community suspect something deeper, quiet pressure to downplay or erase a famous sighting from the public record. With the memorial gone, only the story remains. A tale of 5 silver discs gliding above Flanders on a summer evening long ago. For believers, its removal feels like an attempt to bury the unexplained. For skeptics, it's the natural fading of a legend that outlived its witness. If you like lengthier paranormal deep dives, then you'll love our second channel. It's full of little-known hauntings, UFO and alien cases, and cryptid encounter stories. Each episode is just one case, so it gives us more time and space to dig a little deeper. Check it out if you're curious. There's links in the description and it's pinned in the comments. We'll see you over there. Now, if you want to watch some more spooky content, then hit those 2 links right there. They'll keep you entertained for hours and hours, we promise. Smash that thumbs up button because it really helps our videos getting out to new audiences. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Alan. This is Stuff-A-Pan. Boy, we've got an action-packed episode full of serious video clips going around. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more spooky content. Like this. This black and white photo shows Barbara Kent and her friends cooling off in a river near Ruidoso, New Mexico in the summer of 1945. At first glance, it looks like a carefree moment from a childhood summer camp, but history has revealed the picture and it's actually true. On July 16, 1945, the world's first atomic bomb was detonated at the Trinity site only 40 to 50 miles away. The blast lit up the pre-dawn sky and shook the girls away to their bunks. Hours later, white flakes began falling across the mountains. Believing it was snow in July, the campers ran outside in their swimsuits, laughing as they put the flakes on their tongues and smoothed them across their faces. Barbara later recalled thinking the flakes were strange, very hot, instead of cold. Unbeknownst to them, there was plain radioactive fallout. Officials released a false statement blaming an ammunition explosion and assured locals there was no danger. No one was wounded or evacuated. The exposure proved devastating. Of the 12 girls at the camp, Barbara Kent was the only one to survive into middle age. Most of her friends died young, many before the age of 40. Kent herself endured 3 different cancers over her lifetime, while her teacher and even her mother, who stayed nearby during the camp, also died from cancer. For decades, survivors like Kent were denied acknowledgement. The Radiation Exposure Compensation Act excluded New Mexico entirely, leaving Trinity downwinders to fight for recognition as cancer spread through families across the region. Only in 2024, nearly 80 years later, did Congress finally extend compensation to New Mexico victims. Advocacy groups like the Tularosa Basin Downwinders Consortium have spent decades documenting the suffering and demanding justice. The photo of Barbara Kent and her friends, once a snapshot of joy, now stands as a haunting reminder of innocence lost. Children unknowingly playing in a radioactive snowstorm that will shape the rest of their lives. These photos tell a chilling story. Dennis Rader, smiling with his daughter in the garden, dancing at a wedding, helping put the star atop a Christmas tree. On the surface, these are snapshots of a devoted family man and community member, but Rader is better known by the name he gave himself, BTK. For decades, Rader lived a convincing double life in Wichita, Kansas. He was a husband, a father, a church president, even Cub Scout leader. He worked as a security installer for ADT, later as a city compliance officer, jobs that gave him access to homes and allowed him to exercise authority. Neighbors, he was strict, ordinary, sometimes a little overbearing. Behind closed doors, the reality was monstrous. Rader meticulously stalked his victims, finding and killing them with cool precision. He collected trophies from his crimes and lived out fantasies in private, sometimes wearing grotesque masks and costumes, like the one seen in this image, to reenact his killings. The contrast is staggering. The dutiful father helping decorate a Christmas tree was also the sadistic killer who terrorized Wichita for 3 decades. His respectable roles in church and community gave him cover, while his narcissism compelled him to turn police with letters and poems, keeping the city in fear. In the end, Rader's own arrogance betrayed him. He sent a floppy disk to police in 2005, believing he couldn't be traced. Metadata on the disk led investigators straight to his church computer and finally to him. His capture revealed a terrifying truth, that one of Wichita's most trusted citizens had been its most feared predator all along. So how does a man live 2 lives so convincingly? Family photos in the daylight, and the mask of horror in the dark. That disturbing question still haunts criminologists today. This grainy surveillance pit says it all. In 1995, MacArthur Wheeler walked into 2 Pittsburgh banks, smiling directly into the cameras as he carried out his crimes. No mask, no disguise, just pure confidence and plan for the working infamous. Instead of concealing his face with a ski mask or stocking, Wheeler had rubbed lemon juice onto his skin. His partner, Clifton Earl Johnson, had convinced him it would make him invisible to surveillance cameras, just like invisible ink. Wheeler even tested the theory beforehand. He smeared lemon juice on his face, snapped a Polaroid, and when his face didn't appear in the photo, he was convinced it worked. Detectives later speculated he either botched the shot, used bad film, or simply pointed the camera the wrong way, while the lemon juice stung his eyes. On January 6, 1995, Wheeler and Johnson robbed two banks, walking off with about $5,200. But the illusion didn't last. Johnson was arrested within a week, and when Wheeler was shown the surveillance footage of himself looking straight into the lens, he was stunned. His only response was, "More lemon juice." Wheeler's disbelief caught the attention of psychologist David Dunning. If a man could be this wrong and yet this confident, perhaps incompetence itself blinds people to their own lack of skill. Together with Justin Krieger, he tested the theory and, in 1999, published their groundbreaking paper, Unskilled and Unaware of It. The result was the Dunning-Kruger effect, the cognitive bias where people with low ability in a specific area not only make poor decisions, but also lack the awareness to realise it. In essence, their incompetence robs them of the ability to recognise their incompetence. So what began as a botched heist with lemon juice turned into one of psychology's most famous lessons. Proof that sometimes the greatest danger isn't just being wrong, but being too sure you're right. The black and white photo shows a Filipino family in Coney Island's Dreamland seated on the ground as curious crowds gather around them. Another image captures a young Filipino child tied near a wooden rail on display for any visitors. These disturbing scenes were part of what were known as film zoos. Dreamland, which operated between 1904 and 1911, wasn't just about rides and lights. It was also home to ethnological expositions, where people were treated as spectacles. One of the most popular was the Lilliputian Village, a fully functional miniature town where hundreds of little people lived and worked under constant public gaze. Families wandered its streets as if strolling through a real-life Gulliver's Travels, unaware or caring that the inhabitants were being reduced to curiosities. Another attraction was the Iguarate near Filipino Village. After the US claimed the Philippines following the Spanish-American War, Dreamland capitalized on imperial propaganda by including groups from the Bontoc region of Luzon, who were advertised as primitive tribes. Their culture sensationalized, their diet mocked, and their daily lives staged for audiences. At times, young Filipino children were tied to posts as patrons hurled peanuts at them. Dreamland's fascination with the exotic extended further. The village brought over headhunters in 1910, promoted as wild warriors. The attraction failed after just one season, and one villager, Rhonda Rankin, tragically died during his time there. Dreamland's human zoos reflected the colonial mindset of the early 20th century, marketing exploitation as education and turning human beings into attractions. While Dreamland burned to the ground in 1911, these photos endure as haunted reminders of the era's racism, imperialism, and casual dehumanization. On July 24, 1915, the SS Land was docked at Clark and Wacker in Chicago, preparing to ferry Western Electric employees to a company picnic. The vessel was overcrowded with more than 3,000 passengers, and before it could even leave the dock, it capsized in the river. In a matter of minutes, 844 people were dead, entire families among them. It remains one of the deadliest maritime disasters in American history. The tragedy left behind not only grief, but a trail of paranormal claims that still ripple across Chicago. Site of the sinking, witnesses standing on bridges or looking out from nearby restaurants report seeing faces beneath the water and hands reaching upward as though still begging to be saved. There's even been called to investigate the corpse of people drowning, only to find no one there. With so many bodies to account for, local morgues were overwhelmed. forcing buildings to be converted into temporary holding sites. At the Reed Murdoch warehouse, staff have reported shadow figures gliding down hallways, phantom footsteps in empty rooms, and doors that creak open and slam shut alone. The 2nd Regiment Armory, which held the bulk of the victims, later became Barlow Studios, home of the Oprah Winfrey Show. Oprah and her staff soon discovered the building carried a hidden history. They heard children laughing in empty corridors and women sobbing in bathrooms. Oprah even had her own frightening encounter far from the studio in her Chicago home.
You're not out. You're in Chicago. Sleeping in the guest bedroom, which is right next to my bedroom.
You woke one night to find a figure moving across the bedroom floor.
I woke up in the middle of the night. I saw a ghost. I'm telling you, it was a ghost in the room.
The following morning, the cousin claimed she had fought off a ghost and rejoined the guest room, eventually pushing it under the door into Oprah's space.
I had the worst night of my life. I was fighting this ghost all night long. And finally, I was able to push him under the door.
Shaken, Oprah later admitted she hadn't believed in ghosts until that night.
And I didn't want to believe it was a ghost. I never believed in a ghost. Didn't believe in a ghost. But I saw this clear figure moving across the floor.
From the murky waters of the Chicago River to the studios of America's most famous talk show host, the echoes of the Eastland disaster still linger, a reminder that some tragedies never truly fade. Coming up in our last segment in just a few seconds, we take a look at an infamous work of art that many claims cursed. But before we do, remember to leave some comments, smash like and share this episode with your friends and family. At first glance, this Juan Luna painting looks serene, a young woman reclining with a rosary in hand. But behind the canvas lies a history of jealousy, murder, and misfortune that's led many to call it cursed. Luna's marriage to Pasquale di Tavera was notoriously violent. In 1892, he shot and killed his mother-in-law, fatally wounded Paz, and injured her brother. Though acquitted under a crime of passion defense, the killings forever tied Luna's art to tragedy. Legend claims Paz's spirit attached itself to this portrait, bringing grief to its owners. And the stories are chilling. Early buyer Manuel Garcia went bankrupt. Then Brento Benitez later died in a car accident. Tony Nazareno suffered serious illness and broke his marriage. Even Amy Marcos suffered a miscarriage while the painting hung on the home. Her mother Imelda was later listed as owner, just before the Marcos family's dramatic fall from power in 1986. Paranormal incidents followed too. At a 1987 museum exhibit, the spotlight over the portrait suddenly exploded while all the others stayed lit. Days later, a pipe burst, dripping water directly in front of the painting. Today, a portrait of the lady sits quietly in the National Museum of the Philippines, but with a history of bankruptcy, tragedy, and even political collapse tied to its name. Is this painting truly cursed, or is it a coincidence?
Well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you can't get enough of what we do here at Slack10, then consider following these two links right there. Give us some feedback in the comments section down below. Smash that thumbs up button. That's it for me. I'll see you next time. Welcome back to episode 5 of Restoring My Massey Steam Hammer. You could say this is season 2, episode 5. In the last episode, we got the whole top of the hammer off, discovered that the existing bolts were completely knackered, need replacing. I forged up these monstrous square-headed bolts, ready to give away for some turning. And of course, again, we're joined by Will, who's helping us make this work. So let's get to it. First step of the day is we need to get the forejaw that we painstakingly put on in the last episode off. and rest. We're going to flip it around using 3 hooks for a rough center in it, and then put it into forward draw, and then we'll turn it down, held on the square. Time to put the forward draw back on.
3 minutes later.
Literally, yeah, 7 minutes. 7 minutes since taking it off.
I'm not doing that whole nursery rhyme.
What's that?
Or in wasted time.
The good thing is we're getting a lot of practice on putting on and taking off the forward draw.
Brother! Do you remember how long that took us last week?
It actually makes me quite happy to have had to do this whole rigmarole because of just how good wiggling is. So now I'm opening up the jaws, having gripped it on the rough shank. First, to now grip it on the rough head, but hopefully be able to indicate off those 2 turn components of the shank to be in the right spot. Just like that. It's now time to cut some threads. And unfortunately, it's been a minute since I've done it. So I'm trying to make this thread. It is a M27 thread with a 3mm pitch. That means each little tooth is 3mm away from the next. Now, how do we reliably make that happen? The gearbox inside the lathe is tied to a lead screw. So when the spindle spins, the lead screw does also, and it'll spin at a rate that is relative to the chuck and can be adjusted here in these settings. Almost every lathe will have these thread cutting tables telling you where you need to turn the different dials to achieve what thread. I had to plug in BT6W, BT6W. Oh my God, here's the detail. Stop. And that means when we engage and connect this carriage to that lead screw, every time the chuck turns, this lead screw is going to pull that carriage across exactly 3mm. And so long as we stay attached to that lead screw, or lock ourselves in at the right moment on this dial, our tool will hopefully stay connected to the thread, because it is going to be all sorts of delightful problem if it doesn't. This is the tool that we're going to cut the threads with. It's got a 60-degree point on it. But right now, I'm actually just going to make a little recessed groove here to make a landing zone, which will make things a little bit easier for me. It's also make a very convenient stress concentration from going to snap right there if it ever does. You go in. See if I can still remember how to do this. Pretty close. Oh, that's not good. That's not good either. That's not where it needs to be. Alright, give us a cutting, shall we? Moment of truth. Oh, bullet thread. Theoretically, I'm a couple thousandths of an inch away from being at the bottom, but no, need to take off a little bit more. Ooh, a little bit more. A bit too close for us.
So close.
What is wrong with you? Why didn't you fit in there? What? That says 3, but why is it not 3? Uh-oh, why is it not 3? BT6W, BTWR. I've got it on BT3W. I think I might have just looked at that from afar and thought it read 6. But unfortunately, it's quite clearly 3. Right, forge another bolt up. What do they say, Jamie? When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. This bolt might not be of use to me, but what if it's of use to somebody else? What if I could take this 27mm, 2.5mm pitch bolt and turn it to cold hard cash? And the product, physical. Take photo, snap description. This bolt won't for any conventional size of nut. Stock bolt is 30. We'll sell our custom one for 60. You can do the honors and hit save. That's now on my Squarespace website. They're, of course, today's sponsor. If you want to build a website, go to squarespace.com/forge. To get a 2-week free trial, code FORGE at checkout gets you 10% off your purchases. And, of course, that includes your domain purchase. Because the great thing about Squarespace is it's an all-in-one platform. You can buy your domain there. There'll be no plugin patches or upgrades ever. However you want to change your website as your business evolves, however you want to adapt to the marketplace, you can do it with Squarespace. There are all manner of templates to help you build product pages, about pages, contact forms, and more. You can sell physical or digital products, sell your time with Squarespace scheduling, and for custom work, you can even run your invoices through Squarespace. Keep everything in one place, because at the end of the day, if you've got a workshop, your key skill is making stuff. It's not doing the admin. To investing in a platform like Squarespace to keep it all in one spot and as hassle-free as possible is hopefully going to pay great dividends. Again, please go to squarespace.com/Forge. Free trial. Code Forge at checkout gets you 10% off your purchase and helps them know that we told you how great the platform is. Let's get back to it. Ta-da! True. Alex Steele fashion. Oh, I just referred to myself in third person. I have woefully underestimated how much time making these bolts was going to take. But there we go. Bolt 1 is off the lathe. I'll touch up with a grinder to clean up these little edges here, and hopefully, we're going to test it now. Yeah, boy! That's going to work a treat. One down, 3 to go. Stopwatch initiated. 38 minutes flat to do all that turning and threading. I'm pretty chuffed. It's now the next morning. Have a look at this thing that's turned up. You know what that is, Jamie? Not quite. It's an inside micrometer. You screw together these bits of tube and the different ends, which then means that you can add 13 millimeters plus 100 millimeters plus 50 millimeters for the actual turning micrometer part, etc., etc. 2 weeks ago, when we found out that we had a broken piston ring, I needed to start investigating how we can just solve that. And the 3 options are, 1, we can order a custom-made piston ring, which is going to take 6 weeks. 2, somebody might have a piston ring of this size on the shelf, and then it'll cost like 100 quid, and we can get it in a few days. And the 3rd option is I buy some centrifugally cast iron in order to make the piston rings myself. In order to do any of these things, I need to have an accurate measurement of the inside of our cylinder bore. Because piston rings, they're all about precision. And I just... Tim, you know you're getting old if you can't kneel down without falling over. Oh yeah, even you can approach it. So I just spent about half an hour plotting measurements inside it. It's very difficult to do. If you were to measure from here across to here by accident, you'd have a much shorter reading than the actual reading. It is going to be dead on the middle. And same thing applies not only in this axis of movement, but also front to back. So it's pretty hard to do. I think I've got the technique down. We'll do it around. Make sure the only way I can move a little bit of stitching is in this direction, not in that direction. And side to side in the bore, like this, top, middle, top, bottom, we've got 168.326, 0.282, 0.325, 0.325. So I got one reading that made the middle look a little bit smaller, but 3 other very consistent readings, top to bottom. I then also took measurements with the inside micrometer in the upright position, and quite consistently they appear to be larger, 168.438, 0.418, 0.389. So it would appear that that cylinder is ovalized and is larger in diameter top to bottom than it is left to right. And that's by about 100 microns, 0.1 of a millimeter, or about 4/1000ths of an inch, which is actually quite significant deviation from when it would have originally been manufactured. I'm sure it would have been a lot closer than that. And it shows that the way that piston runs up and down in there has been into an oval over time. But a measurement from just this might not be enough to do the trick. What if I assembled these things wrong? They're not quite there. We're now going to verify by taking this shiny, expensive fella. This is an outside micrometer. I obviously can't fit that inside the bore. But what I can do is take what's called the standard, which is supplied with it, which should be exactly 150 millimeters. Fit that between the faces. Oh my goodness, I got some shaky hand. Just touches on the ends, and it reads 0 on the dial. I want to go ahead and wind this open. Last reading we got here was 168.389. I'll also go read 168.389 here. Gentle ratchet. There we go. Out she pops. Inside micrometer reads 168.389-ish. Outside micrometer is reading 168.375. That's That's 14 microns, or 5/10,000ths of an inch difference between them. And considering the ovalness of that ball, means that I'm going to be close enough to keep these measurements to the steering thing. And with that, it's time to straighten out the one bent bolt I found, reforge a new bolt to replace the one that I accidentally put the wrong pitch thread on, and then get back to the lathe for some more thread. I'm 20 minutes into this bolt right here, and it is now time to begin threading. And there is something new that I want to try. And by new, I mean it's a relatively industry standard practice. So what I have been doing is I've been feeding the tool straight in like this, which, as you're taking a very hefty cut, exposes both sides of the cutting edge to quite significant force. There's a lot of surface area here. The ultimate method is, instead of feeding in this direction, to feed about 30 degrees off to the side. The point of the tool, however, stays perpendicular to the work surface. So it's just feed direction that's 30 degrees off to the side, which means at the beginning of the cut, there is a little bit of contact on both left and right edges of the tool. But then, as we go deep, the contact is only on the left-hand side of the tool, as the point is making the clearance from the right side of the tool, half the tool pressure. I've heard people talk about threading using compound in feed at 30 degrees, technically 29.5 degrees, but it's only been in the last few days that I fully understand it. After rewatching some more Avon 79 videos, Adam Bates, great YouTube channel if you want to know about machining like me, I think I finally understood it enough to try. 29.5. Listen to this. Oh, hello. Make the tool perpendicular to the spindle, snug it, and then indicate it. So instead of going in with this, once we're cutting the thread, we can go in with that. Conveniently, however, while the rest of the lathe is metric, my head is currently tuned for metric, this thread is metric, this dial is imperial. That's a good one. Nice joke. You got me. Let's go ahead and zero this here. So bring the dial to 0. Well, it's a creative idea, isn't it? Skim pass, we're going to make sure we've got the right pitch. Reverse it back. 3.6 divided by 25.4 equals 0.142. That's 0. We got 30 power depth to cut. And here we go. Pass 0, reverse. It's always fun to try new things. I was at 30, go down to 70 power. It looks very different. I'm scared. Oh, I didn't check the pitch, did I? Well, it might work. Let's hope so. Deeper. It definitely feels easier on the machine. I think I'm seeing the difference. Will the thread be nice, though? It's a bit rippy. On this side, it's like chewing bits out of it. I don't like that so much. I think I now might return to a little bit of regular feed. Okay, that cut was done on a cross slide. That's helping clean it up a little bit. Alright, let's test it. That's it. I'll take that. That's pretty good, but I only used our special technique for like half of it. This is the issue I ran into. First couple of cuts were lovely, but as we got up to that halfway thread depth, this face was fabulous. So this right-hand face of the thread was like ripping and wasn't making clean cuts at all. It was all like chewed out and ripped. When that happened, I switched from feeding from our 30-degree compound to feeding with our cross slide again, which allowed me to push the tool straight in, getting the right-hand side of the cut engaging and cleaning up the chewed-up material until we reach our final thread depth. I think I've got to learn more about this. Let me know if you're a thread-cutting whiz. What do I need to do? What's going wrong? Could it just be a material thing that's making those cuts get rippy? We're at 29.5 degrees, 200 RPM. I think it was like 20 thou, 30 thou, 30 thou just to cut that bolt done. It's now time for the final one. And while I clearly don't know all there is to know about thread cutting. I have at last found a pretty efficient order of operations for doing the rest of the turning of these forged bolts, and mostly for my sake, I'm going to tell you what that is. Step 1, bolt goes in without touching the indicator to it, begin getting it to run true. Pretty close to the forged surface. Face the end, out you come, in you go. A bit of center drilling, out you come, back in you go, off you go. Open the jaws. A bit of sandpaper. Get close with the indicator near the shank, back out the live center. Make sure it's running true there. Get high, oh, that's the closest one yet. Right out of the truck. Don't check my daylight over here. Take my first millimeter off. Set the DRO. Second heavy cut. Quick measure of all the finishing parts. Going to be down to size after this. Hang on. Rock in a radius here. Facing cut on the bulkhead. Change the tool. Clean this up. Make the landing zone. Thread tool. Use the blue. 40 thou. That might be a bit much. It's that crunchy cutting on the right hand face. Twisting to the cross line. Oh yes! You've got to cut down to length and get it. Oh shit, no. I got so excited. No, I've got to do a little bit of machiney grindy bits on things. Alright, we've got bolts. We've got nuts. Admittedly not handmade nuts, but these nuts will have to do. The bolts I made are all too long, as you can tell. Compensating that. Yes. Well, it's a funny thing, actually. I was nervous to make them the right length. I seem to be purposefully capable of, now as we can cut in one stage, turning something to a known diameter and turning a thread on it and, forging something out. But for some reason, the idea of measuring how long they needed to be and committing to that in the design process and committing to that in the turning process seemed too daunting to me.
Well, you know the good thing about you actually finishing these? So it means we can actually wrap the frame back together.
But we should cut them to length first. Here we are, we're going to cut them to length and angle grind. Thankfully, we know which one is the best angle grinder.
We definitely do. And a bit of an interesting thing, cleaning some of these bolts up, we have found one of them has got the original stamp marks for the actual hammer. So
serialized to the
serialized bolts to the hammer.
That means that in Manchester in 1915, potentially even in the Massey works, given the fact that it's got the serial number stamped in, it's possible that they literally forged those bolts in the Massey work and they weren't even bought in. It was much the same as what we're doing here.
Yeah, they would have been forged for this hammer, serialized for this hammer, because you've got to think how many different sizes of hammers they made. That would only fit the small hammer. So that had to be made for this exact particular hammer.
It's also got numbers stamped on the bottom. Look, this one is numbered 3 because what they would have done is they would have numbered the bolt for the location. These would have been numbered, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at that, it's stamped number 2. Given that they're not fitted holes, this is an attention to detail, stamping these. It's really not that necessary because it's only just 2 different sizes of bolts. You'll just be able to look at them and go like, oh yeah, that goes in the front, that goes in the back. But they still went to the effort of stamping them, serializing them. I think before I cut these to length, stamp them and serialize them. Blooming finger! 126, all numbered, serialized, dated, and touch marked. Just got to cut them to length. 100 mil, 80 mil, 40, 100. Everything nice and oiled up. Right, it's time. Put it back together.
All being well, we'll be the last people in this room for 100 years to possibly see this base and to see this be taken off that. If we've done that job properly, for another 100 years, this shouldn't have to come off.
That's what we want. Simple that. Alright, bolts.
I hate to make you big-headed, Alec, but that's a perfect fit.
Alright, next one. Oh, there we go! I've got him! Oh, look at them threads, son! Come on. There he goes. Run it till you find it. Just hang on there, I have to go get a cup of tea. Off. To snug the nuts up, but again, again, this axle for the linkage is now stiff. So that's one that we had in the first episode. So we're going to twist the frame around until it's good, and then nail it all together. Lock it down. How's that?
That feels better, it's a lot bit looser. I think I'm going.
My bolts just break under like average torque loads. Oh, it's smooth as butter now. It's brilliant. There we go.
Well, it's going back together.
Well, I'll let you do the others. Strip the nuts, crossed off.
What you haven't been seeing, whilst Alec's been doing the machining, I've been fitting the exhaust on the wall. So I'll say about half. Is it not funny done?
It's got a little bit of regular duct work. Now remember, this is low pressure, and it'll then hopefully catch all the oil in that bucket. Nice work, Will. Thank you, mate.
No worries.
Now, the next obstacles we've got to tackle are, of course, boring out our piston valve, making a brand new piston valve and piston rod to fit that size, either making or getting a new piston ring. There's plenty more to come. The can of worms just keeps going. Thank you for being here. We should have built a website. This website.com/Forge. We appreciate them sponsoring us. Thank you very much again, Will. Appreciate your help.
No worries, Alec. We're getting through the can of worms, but we'll find the bottom soon.
Bye-bye.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Cam. This is the place where we curate the scariest clips going around the internet. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more freaky content, just like this. A chilling video uploaded by TikTok user elkakui.tv is making the rounds online, and it may show something deeply unsettling. The clip, allegedly filmed in a town known for narwhal sightings, appears to capture a moment of shape-shifting caught on surveillance camera. According to the text in the video, a local resident has been experiencing a string of mysterious livestock disappearances, goats and chickens vanishing overnight without a trace. In response, they set up a security camera facing the street outside their home. We see a small, shadowy creature moving from left to right across the screen. Its shape is low to the ground, possibly canine or feline in appearance, and it moves with natural, animal-like motion. But just as it passes beneath a streetlight, something truly bizarre happens. The animal appears to rise upright and transform into the shape of a person. In Mexican and Central American folklore, a nahual, sometimes spelled nahual, is a human with the supernatural ability to transform into an animal, often for the purpose of magic, mischief, or spiritual protection. The belief is deeply rooted in Mesoamerican traditions, where shamans were said to take on animal forms like jaguars, owls, or coyotes, especially at night. In some legends, nahuals are benevolent guardians. In others, they are feared as dark, malevolent shapeshifters who steal livestock, cast curses, or cause illness. Whether it's evidence of an ancient myth alive today, a trick of the lie, or a viral stunt, this video is undeniably unnerving. What do you think has been caught on camera? Let me know in the comments section below. Chilling video shared on Reddit by user OKThanks3022 has ignited heated discussion in the community after it appears to show a ghostly figure walking through a restaurant late at night. Clip was reportedly filmed at the workplace of the poster's friend, where the mysterious figure is said to have triggered the motion-activated security system. Footage shows what looks like a translucent, human-like figure gliding silently across the dining area, with no one else in sight. One Redditor observed that the figure also seems to walk right through the tables and chairs and even the walls. Another commenter weighed in with a more grounded take, writing, "It's casting a shadow. Ghosts don't cast shadows." This observation has fueled a classic ghost debate.
The figure truly casts a shadow. Could it just be a human intruder walking through the room? So was it a glitch, ghost, or trick of the light? The footage offers no easy explanation, only more questions. A TikTok video uploaded by user MQ_Studio17 has left viewers stunned and uneasy. The eerie clip, possibly filmed in China, shows a man exploring a seemingly abandoned building, only to stumble into what may be one of the creepiest moments caught on camera recently. The video begins with the man boldly taunting any spirits that may be lurking in the building. When nothing happens, he casually descends the stairs, eventually reaching the lower level that is partially submerged in murky water. His flashlight sweeps across the water, revealing only ripples, possibly from movement behind him. He turns quickly, trying to catch whatever might be there, but sees nothing. As the tension builds, the man continues filming. Suddenly, something catches his eye. In a nearby room, a shadowy humanoid figure is clearly visible. It hadn't been there moments earlier. The man briefly looks up the stairs, then returns his focus to the nearby room. The shadowy shape has gone. Startled, he races back upstairs. Eventually, the man descends the stairs again. The figure is nowhere to be seen, but the camera manages to catch another eerie occurrence. A pale, unidentified shape briefly moving across the water's surface, only to vanish again just as quickly. Was it a snake, a hand, a reflection? One thing's certain, this is one of the creepiest explorations to surface recently, and it raises more questions than answers. A mysterious video uploaded to Instagram by user Poo-Tor-the-Cortahini is causing a stir in paranormal circles after it captured a chilling late-night encounter.
Listen, you need to leave now. I'm telling you right now.
According to the post, a man had been experiencing a series of bizarre incidents on his property. On multiple nights, always well past midnight, an unknown woman would appear outside his home, claiming she had come to give him a blessing.
You need to leave now.
Each time, his dogs would become agitated and restless, barking loudly and reacting in a way they never did with other visitors.
We're not playing no games. You're everything my dog. I told you late at night my dogs are out, and they're out.
What unfolded on the latest night, captured here on video, has some viewers asking, was this woman even human?
I'm not going to be babysitting. You broke into the property early in the morning.
In footage, the man confronts the woman from a distance. He calls out, warning her that if she comes any closer, he will release his dogs.
I'm letting them out. Don't tell me to close. I'm going to let them out. I'm going to let them out.
The woman, standing eerily still in the darkness, responds calmly.
They're going to come out. You need to leave now.
He repeats his warning, clearly unsettled by her presence. Once again, she gives the same unnerving reply.
I'm letting my dog out.
The man briefly turns away, his attention drawn by his increasingly agitated dogs. But when he turns back, just seconds later, the woman is gone. The strange behaviour of the woman and the dog's intense reaction has led many commenters to speculate about paranormal explanations, with one theory surfacing repeatedly. Could this be a skinwalker? The woman's calm repetition, sudden disappearance, and the dog's uncanny reaction have all fueled speculation that this was more than a stranger trespassing. It may have been something inhuman, wearing human form. On June 5th, Jessica Ortiz from Southern California spotted something strange in her Ring doorbell footage. Something so unusual, she thought she was losing her mind.
And I took the phone to my son, so I was like, "Can you check this phone once again? Am I seeing it? He's like, no, what do you mean? How can you?"
In the Ring video, a small figure, possibly around 3 feet tall, appears to briefly walk across the camera's field of view. At first glance, it's easy to miss, but when paused, the figure stands out. A hunched posture, elongated head, and a strange, almost inhuman gait.
That makes sense. That makes sense. See, this was like that percentage.
Crime scene reconstruction expert Scott Roeder examined the footage and created a 3D model based on the proportions in motion. His analysis estimates the figure is about 3 feet tall, has 2 arms and 2 legs, and appears to be walking at a normal pace.
Most likely, we're not alone here on planet Earth. I think we share this space with beings and creatures that we are not readily able to recognize.
Dr. Sean Payne, a digital imaging expert from UCF, provided a more grounded explanation. According to him, low-light conditions and video compression artifacts can significantly distort how things appear on digital cameras, especially Ring and other home security devices. What we see in the camera is not necessarily what we would see with our own eyes. Payne explained, the shape may look weird, but it's likely still human. The camera processing, compression, encoding, and decoding introduces a lot of visual distortion.
What we see really in the camera is not necessarily what you really see with your eyes, right? Because it goes through all the image compression and goes through the transmission and all these processes.
So while Jessica may have captured something unusual, Payne believes it was more likely a human distorted by tech limitations, not an extraterrestrial visitor. Whether you see an alien, a compressed human silhouette, or just a glitch in the camera matrix, one thing is certain, this video is people talking. A Reddit post by user GreenFantastic9004 has stirred up eerie discussion after he shared 2 seemingly ordinary photos taken during a visit to the Andrew Lowe house in Savannah, Georgia. The poster shared 2 simultaneous photos taken by his fiance on an iPhone 12 Pro. The images were captured in the upstairs nursery, which is staged to resemble a historic room from the time period. Although the doll in the photo isn't original to the house, it is a genuine period artifact. Both photos were taken without flash or live photo mode, and upon reviewing them later that evening at dinner, the couple noticed something strange. The doll seated in the room appears to have a different facial expression in each shot. In one photo, the doll has a neutral, serene expression. In the next, taken milliseconds later, it appears to be frowning or showing an unsettling shift. The Andrew Lowe House, located in the heart of Savannah's historic district, was built in 1848 and has long been rumoured to be haunted. Visitors and staff alike have reported disembodied footsteps, sudden temperature drops, feelings of being watched, and shadowy figures moving through empty hallways. According to the museum's lore, the spirit of Juliet Gordon Lowe, founder of the Girl Scouts and daughter-in-law of Andrew Lowe, is said to linger in the home. Others claim that servants or children from the past still make their presence known, particularly in the nursery. Numerous paranormal investigation teams have visited the property, reporting unusual EMF readings and EVPs captured during overnight sessions. So what do you think is going on in these photographs? Is the doll's face really changing? Take another look at them side by side and let me know in the comments section below.
A recent video uploaded to TikTok by elkakui.tv is stirring up speculation among paranormal enthusiasts. The short clip, captured at an unknown beach at night, shows what appears to be a ghostly pale figure lurking near the shoreline, leaving viewers both fascinated and unsettled. Look closely, and it becomes even more unnerving. The figure appears to move. Viewers say it looks like a mermaid. Whether it's a hoax, a human caught in an odd pose, or something far stranger, the video certainly makes you wonder. A recent video posted to Reddit by user SS Shooter has captured the attention of paranormal enthusiasts after a ghostly figure was recorded on a Blink home security camera in North Carolina. Footage, reportedly captured by a friend of the poster, shows a strange anomaly that emerges from behind a tree, only to vanish the moment a motion-activated light turns on. Videos like this are often dismissed as motion blur or frame lag. However, this particular clip complicates the usual explanations. The figure disappears in real time when the light comes on, not as part of a visual fade or glitch. As usual, viewers attempted to explain the strange footage. One viewer thought that the figure appeared to be floating. Another suggested it might be a sleepwalking child wrapped in a blanket. What do you think? Is this a simple camera glitch, or is there more to this bizarre sighting? Let me know your take in the comment section below.
I put Karen in this here sack. Get this vid to 10k likes, or he stays in there.
In a series of viral clips that have been circulating the internet recently, we're seeing some rather strange behaviour. As those standing nearby attempt to kiss the person's hand, he immediately pulls it away, creating a rather strange, some might even say eerie spectacle. The figure seen in the footage is actually Crown Prince Moulay Hassan of Morocco. In these short videos, the prince can be seen refusing to allow people to kiss his hand, a tradition long associated with Moroccan royal protocol, and instead opting for firm handshakes, quickly pulling his hand away when someone tries to perform the customary gesture. Hand kissing in Morocco is part of a larger cultural gesture known as takbir, a custom where people show deference by kissing the hands, or occasionally feet of religious figures, elders, or royalty. Over time, this practice became woven into royal etiquette. Subjects and officials would sometimes kiss the hand of a royal as a sign of respect and fealty. However, this custom is not without its critics. Many view it as an outdated symbol of hierarchy and subservience, increasingly out of step with modern norms of equality and dignity. Footage of the prince deflecting hand-kissing attempts has actually circulated for years. Some reports suggest this behaviour dates back to his childhood. In a 2016 video, the then 12-year-old Crown Prince extended his hand for a handshake and swiftly pulled it away when officials attempted to kiss it. Some media argue that Moulay Hassan's behaviour is a way to reduce the symbolic distance between himself and his subjects, signalling a more modern, approachable monarchy. So while the act itself might look strange in Morocco, it sends a strong message. The prince is redefining how royalty and citizens interact, one handshake at a time.
Well, here you are at the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. Now remember to subscribe to our other YouTube channels. We've got Slap Cam Mysteries, that's more in-depth true crime style stuff. We've also got Slap Cam Shorts, that's quick fire, short form content in your inbox every single day of the week. There's links to those channels in the description box down below there.
And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slack Cam. We've got some seriously spooky video clips coming up today, so hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content, just like this. TikTok user FreshGone1, posting from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, shared a chilling clip after being woken in the middle of the night by what sounded like screaming outside. He stepped onto his balcony and looked toward a neighbor's house, and that's when he caught sight of something terrifying. Inside the house, you can see a long-limbed figure menacing over a person. Viewers described the shape as a towering black shadow, more than 8 feet tall, with an outline eerily similar to a Grim Reaper, or something outright demonic. So far, the uploader hasn't shared any follow-up footage, though he promised to post more if the entity appears again. Was this just a trick of the light, or did this balcony witness capture something far darker lurking in his neighbor's home? Staff at the Cheltenham pub, The Bottle of Sauce, say they finally caught their resident ghost on camera. It can be hard to see at first, but if you look closely at the glass doors right at the beginning of the footage, you can see a transparent figure walk by. According to the team, sightings of the little boy have been reported repeatedly over the last few years. He's often seen crossing the garden late at night, then making his way to the games room. One manager, James Punch, says he's grown so used to the spirit that he now calls out "Good night, little boy" when locking up. Pub manager Rob Sanders admitted the eerie experiences at the pub had shifted his views on the paranormal. One night, he caught movement from the corner of his eye, felt the temperature drop sharply, and noticed the hairs on his arms rise. Later, CCTV revealed the image of the boy passing by the doors. The pub, once the St James Tavern and a train stop, is an old building with creaking floorboards and plenty of history still to uncover. Staff described the boy as kind, not the sort to throw things, but his presence is frequently felt. Customers playing ping pong in the games room have reported loud bangs beneath them when no one's there. Whether it's a residual echo of the building's past or something else entirely, staff at the Bottle of Sauce say their little ghost has become part of the pub's character, a mysterious child drifting through doors long after closing time. Here's an update to a story we covered a few episodes ago. When we last checked in, TikTok user King Panama claimed a meteorite had landed near his home in Pedregal, Panama. First, it looked like nothing more than a lump of rock, but soon strange gelatinous growth began to ooze from its surface. Within days, the substance had blackened, spread, and even appeared to move under its own power. Viewers watched in disbelief as it pulsed inside a safe, flipped out thin tentacles, and seemed to grow larger with every clip. Some nicknamed it Venom, while others warned King was playing with something that might not be of this world. Now the bizarre saga has escalated. In a recent update, Kim posted more footage showing the creature swelling to an even larger size, pulsing and writhing as if alive. He even sat down for an interview with Samson's World, where he addressed accusations that the whole thing was staged, insisting he is not a filmmaker or entertainer.
Suficiente fue que se escapara de un medio y verdadero nombre.
In another series of clips, Kin packs the entity into his backpack and treks deep into the wilderness. On the way, the bag itself can be seen heaving and shifting as though the thing inside is trying to escape. Eventually, he arrives at a rural facility and lowers the substance into water. The shock of many, the black growth seems to swim, flitting and undulating through the liquid like some kind of living organism. As the world watches, commenters remain glued to his account, waiting breathlessly for the next wild update. Is this an elaborate hoax, performance art, or something truly extraterrestrial unfolding in real time? In Western Australia's Midwest, a father and son, Bradley and Shane Plain, recently captured something puzzling in the night sky. They describe seeing several bright, unidentified lights flashing in rainbow-like colours arranged in what looked like a triangle formation. Their sighting is one of many across the region in recent weeks. Locals have shared similar reports of unusual lights moving far faster and shining brighter than anything ordinary. Even the Perth Observatory has weighed in, with Matt Woods noting the objects appear terrestrial in origin, though their speed and intensity remain unexplained. Some commenters believe the family may have witnessed the legendary Min Min lights. These mysterious glowing orbs have been reported across outback Australia for more than a century, especially in Queensland and Western Australia. Descriptions vary. Sometimes they hover just above the ground, other times they chase travellers for miles. They can appear white, yellow or multicoloured and often vanish when approached. The first widely publicised account came from 1918, when a stockman near Boulia, Queensland, reported being followed for hours by a ghostly light. Since then, countless sightings have added to the legend. Explanations range from atmospheric reflections, ball lightning and mirages, to more supernatural theories involving spirits of the dead. So what did Bradley and Shane Plain really see? A natural phenomenon, a UFO, or perhaps a modern encounter with Australia's most enduring mystery lights? Sticking with Western Australia, another strange clip has surfaced, this time from Perth. Witnesses captured a bright green orb streaking across the night sky, moving so quickly it almost looked like a rock skipping across water. The footage has left many puzzled. Was it a meteor burning up in the atmosphere, space debris re-entering, or something entirely more mysterious? Green fireballs have been reported around the world for decades, often linked to meteors rich in nickel or copper. But the skipping motion and the sheer brightness of this sighting have fueled speculation online, with some wondering if Perth just played host to a UFO. Artist collective Marshmallow Laser Feast has created a mind-bending new installation that reimagines Earth as a living, breathing entity. Using cutting-edge satellite data, the piece visualizes photosynthesis in the global carbon cycle, the invisible process that links every breath we take to the planet's own rhythms. At the heart of the exhibition, titled View Matter, visitors step into a vast circular room where the walls themselves pulse with Earth's inhale and exhale.
Satellite data animates the daily ebb and flow of carbon dioxide across the planet, glowing in patterns that mirror a beating heart or lungs expanding and contracting. The result is at once scientific and deeply visceral, a reminder of how fragile and interconnected the global carbon system is. Commissioned for Bradford, UK City of Culture 2025, UNADA runs at the Science and Media Museum until February 2026, making the science of climate and the carbon cycle not just visible, but felt.
You just have to walk around and look at things and touch things until something happens.
A group of young people were relaxing in a park when they noticed something unsettling staring back at them. In the bark of a nearby tree, a mysterious face seemed to emerge. Eyes, nose, even a mouth faintly visible in the ridges of the wood. Some wondered if it was a forest spirit, a ghostly apparition, or even a demonic presence watching from the shadows. But others suggested a simpler explanation: pareidolia, the human tendency to see familiar shapes, especially faces, where none actually exist. Still, captured in the dim light of the park, the image has an undeniably eerie quality. Trick of light and shadow, or something lingering in the trees waiting to be seen. What do you think? Coming up in our last segment, in just a few seconds, we take a look at one of the most extraordinary alien encounter cases in history. But before we do, remember to hit that like button, leave some comments below, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. On the hot August night of August 21st, 1955, the quiet farming community of Kelly, Kentucky was thrust into UFO history. What happened at the modest Sutton farmhouse, just outside Hopkinsville, would become one of the most famous and hotly debated close encounter cases ever recorded. Remembered as the Hopkinsville Goblins case or the Kelly Green Men incident. 12 people were present at the farmhouse that night, including Glennie Langford, her children, her older sons Lucky and J.C. Sutton with their wives, family friend Billy Ray Taylor and his wife, and others. Just after 7 p.m., Billy Ray went to fetch water and saw a strange silver craft streaking across the sky before it appeared to land in a field. Excited, he rushed back to tell the others, but his story was dismissed. About an hour later, the family dog began barking furiously. Lucky Sutton and Billy Ray went to investigate and spotted a small glowing figure moving out of the tree line. Horrified, they fired at it with a shotgun and a .22 pistol. The creature didn't fall. Instead, it seemed to flip backwards and scamper off into the darkness. What followed was a 4-hour siege. The strange beings repeatedly approached the house, peering through windows and appearing at the doors. The men fired again and again, shattering glass and blowing holes in screens, but the creatures were seemingly bulletproof. Shots rang out like bullets striking a tin bucket, and the beings would simply float away or flip back into the trees. At one point, Billy Ray claimed a clawed hand reached down from the roof and touched his hair. Terrified, the family huddled together until around 11 p.m, when they piled into cars and fled to the Hopkinsville police station. When authorities arrived, including local and state police, the sheriff's department, and even military police from nearby Fort Campbell, they found the family shaken and terrified. Police noted bullet holes, shattered windows, and signs of gunfire, though no creatures were found. The family returned later that night, but around 3:30 a.m. the beings allegedly came back. By morning, the exhausted families packed up and left the farm, later moving to Evansville, Indiana. Witnesses described the entities as 2 to 4 feet tall, with spindly legs and long arms nearly touching the ground. Large glowing yellow eyes and oversized heads, silverish blue bodies appearing metallic or glowing, pointed ears and claw-like hands, A peculiar movement. When shot, they would flip backwards and float rather than fall. Though the family called them little men, newspapers would sensationalize the story into little green men, cementing the phrase in pop culture. Skeptics later suggested the UFO Billy Ray saw was simply the meteor from the Perseids meteor shower, reported widely that night. The goblins may have been great horned owls, which have glowing eyes, large wingspans, and aggressive nest-defending behaviour in August. The glowing patch of light seen near the fence might have been foxfire, a natural bioluminescent fungus. Officially, Project Blue Book listed the case as unknown, but filed reports of creatures under its crackpot category. The witnesses never changed their story, insisting for decades that they were harassed by something beyond explanation. Yet ridicule followed them everywhere. Journalists accused them of hoaxing the story for attention. Others claimed they had been drunk, though officials on the scene reported no evidence of alcohol. The toll was heavy. Lucky Sutton, once considered honest and hard-working, struggled with ridicule, alcohol, and employment for the rest of his life. The children were bullied at school. The family gained nothing from the encounter but decades of mockery. Despite skepticism, the Kelly Hopkinsville case remains one of UFO history's most enduring mysteries. It has inspired films like Critters and even the Pokemon Sableye, whose design is based on the goblins. Nearly 70 years later, the question lingers. Did the Sutton family really battle extraterrestrial beings on their Kentucky farm? Or were owls, meteors, and fear enough to create one of the most extraordinary legends in UFO lore? What do you think? Hoax, misidentification, or a genuine alien encounter?
Now, if you can't get enough of what we do here at Slap Pan, then check out these two links here. They'll keep you entertained for hours and hours. Click that thumbs up button there to help us in the algorithm. It really does help. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. Welcome back. This is part 6 of re-restoring my 1915 Massey 200-weight steam hammer. You'll remember I forged some bolts, turned some bolts. The top of the machine is now firmly affixed to the bottom, and the plan on the cylinder and valve casting right here is to bore out our piston valve bore, since it's worn after 110 years, in order that we can tighten up those tolerances to get the best control and power out of the machine possible. We're going to see Ben to do the boring on that valve. That is going to be in a couple of days. For now, I need to think of the tooling that we're going to need. Now, this topic is rather boring, but regardless, we're going to need a very big boring bar. This is one that I made a couple of years ago to go into the Bridgeport to turn the regulator valve hole, and try as we might find a way to fit that job into the Bridgeport and use it again. I'm missing literally just 2 inches of clearance on it. Ben's got access to a whopping big machine for us to bore this on, and so I need to make a whopping big boring bar. It's going to be 3 foot long, 2 inch in diameter. I've got some 1040 and a 2 inch round on the racks, so I'm going to cut it off and start making some jumps. Got a bit too excited with the depth of cut. Push the thing back in the jaws. No, it runs in the middle. Got to get it all in again. We're back in business. There's our shank. Thank you, Rowan. Not an engineer. Fabulous gift, mate. Awesome collaboration with Nyrock Tools. Alright, let's make sure you're gonna work. So you're gonna start there. You're gonna go to there. Perfect. That is one chunky boring bar complete. Now I'm super lucky to have a lathe that is big enough to be able to fit this in, and especially lucky that it has a spindle bore so that it can slide through. On the previous 2 lathes that I've owned, I wouldn't have been able to make this part at all because of how large it is, so I would have needed to find somebody else to make it for me, which would have been all sorts of headache, challenge, and expense. Well, the times they are a-changing, and now it is so easy. Check this out. I'm on the boring bar in on shape, and then in a couple of clicks, I've imported it into PCBWay, which is today's sponsor, and immediately I get pricing back. I can choose the material that I'm making out of, from aluminium to titanium to copper, and in this case, to 1045, as it is the piece that we made. It just couldn't be simpler to get parts machined with PCBWay, but they don't just do CNC machining. PCBWay will do sheet metal work for you, laser cutting, injection molding, and casting. However you need your parts to be made, you can get them made with PCBWay. It is the ultimate solution for prototyping parts that you don't have the time for, or in this case, you don't have the machinery for. Here are the pieces that I've just received from PCBWay. Some more V-blocks to save me time when I'm making Damascus, swaging dies, and a whole bunch of kiss blocks. Again, guys, quality here is crazy. That is stuck together just because of how flat it is. Go to PCBWay.com and use my code FORGE to get $10 off orders over $30, not including shipping. Please, guys, go check them out. We love having them as a sponsor, and PCBWay is going to get you out of the bind next time you need parts prototype. Again, PCBWay.com, use code FORGE for $10 off. Next up, we've got to do some work on the dies. I need to mill down through some of the pitting on the bottom die, but while it's in the mill, there's another job I need to do. In the handle, I conveniently drilled a hole on the recommendation of John Nicholson so that I can use a locating pin to make sure that the bottom die never kind of shuffled. What did the bottom die do over time? It shuffled and it was stuck out of alignment. Because it's not a given that the middle of this handle is in line with the ram. So it's not just a case of drilling it and hoping it. We got to put it all back together, and we can figure out where the hole needs to go so we can put the hole in so it doesn't move. There we go. How much do you reckon then? I reckon that is 30 kilos. You reckon 30? I'm reckoning 35 to 40. 46 and a half. 46 kilos? Oh, I'm feeling strong. I'll take that up. I thought, oh, it's 30 kilos. Okay, so just that ram is 100 pounds. Right, top die. Top die! Right, that lines up very good. To me, to you, to me. There we go. 41.8, 49.4, 41.8 millimeters on the front. So that's about 8 millimeter off center. So it's a good job I didn't just draw holes in the middle of the die. 63 kilos with the top die. Question, Will. Do you know the soundtrack to this? People are screaming at their screens right now. You don't know the soundtrack to this? What's that? No, not really. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, pretty good. I got sun in the eye. I only get things in the eye when I wear actual safety glasses. Years of wearing regular prescription glasses in a workshop. I get safety glasses with the side shields and everything. Twice in 2 weeks I've had something in my eye. Right, wash your hands, fish it out. I think I might have got it. That was almost going to be a ruined day, because you know what happens? Have you ever had to do this? You had to go to the hospital to get some fished out stuff out of the eye. Yeah, and depending on just how deep it is, sometimes they have to pop your eye out of the socket to get it out. Oh, I didn't need to know that. See, that's the culprit right there. Oh gosh, you're really heavy, aren't you? How did I get it in? Very nice, that'll do. All right. Oh, we love a little. Oh, that's loud. We love a little bit of unboxing here, don't we? What could this be? Again, thank you for your contributions to the T-shirt tool fund. I'm spending far more on making T-shirts on you tools. That's Fantastic. Come on. He stole my spanner. Golly, you can like adjust your face with it. Ridiculous spanner. Wow. Yes. Woohoo. How good. And with that, it's crossed another thing off, but like half crossed it off, because part of what I wanted to achieve with Dies was make a contraption for knocking keys out easier. Good news, mostly crossing things off the board, mostly for our own mental health. And hopefully tomorrow we'll have another one crossed off. Fingers crossed we get that control valve board and nicely honed up. Thanks for having us again.
Welcome, no worries.
It's great to see you. This is what we're doing it on. What is it?
It's a horizontal border, so that's the rotation. And you would pull out whatever work piece you have on the table or on the plate. Richards and Cohen's stuff. Well, it was definitely made after 1926. If the most recent patent is 1926, some people are like, what do you think like that?
Right, let's unload the trailer and we'll try and figure out how to get it trammed up in this thing.
I've been racking the brain about them.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge.
I've got an idea.
That is a brilliant tool. Wow.
Do you want to see the cowboy?
It's just
around some scrap metal in there.
By the way, Ben, I've got a gift for you. One of the coolest photos that I've ever been a part of is the photo of us running my power hammer off the little
that's amazing. The question I have is, do we put this on first or do we centre up the head first?
Yeah, what's the best order here, eh?
I would probably say centering up the head.
Yeah, that'd make a little bit too big of a hole currently, so we definitely got to get that in the middle. Yeah, it's getting closer, slowly.
Don't get too far out there.
Alright, in she goes.
High, low.
100 microns will do. About 4 thou out. We're in business. What's next?
Line it up with the actual cart now.
Or do we have to now get this lined up to that?
Well, we can do that. That's the easiest option because that just, as long as it slides in nicely, that's only support.
Yes. Just unless this bar is kind of sagging, make sure that that is running true with the travel of the table, and then it's go time.
And then, unfortunately, we take the boring bar out to put the part in, to then put the boring bar in, to then cut. Hopefully, by the end of the day, it'll be done.
There we go. Out she comes. Super. There we go. So just eyeballing it here for now until we dial it in. This casting is 12 inches wide. Here, 11.5 inches wide. So the assumption is that we're going to need to push that up half an inch before we then really dial it in and fine-tune it. I think we're going to likely be within an 18 inch of level this way and that way. Am I an idiot? I should have maybe only needed to lift it 1/4 of an inch.
Division by 2, of course.
Yep, divided by 2. I messed up. Yeah. We're at 0 there. Now, how do I get in the other side? I have to lift it all the way
You'll
up.
have to come around this side. Close, knock it.
Oh boy. Okay. This is high. So currently, this is 4 millimeters too low on that side, so we're going to lift it up again. We start messing around with spacers on the assumption that the different thicknesses of the casting would mean that we need to put some spacers in there. But in fact, when we just plonked it straight on the table with no spacers, it is now only 10,000ths of an inch away from being perfectly lined up, which tells me that probably when it was manufactured, they did just this, right?
It would make sense to
Just plonk it right on the table, do the holes.
Really than mashed potatoes, wouldn't they? So they just chuck them on, boil them, send them out.
So, yeah, there we go. Sometimes you've got to think like the person that's making it. Where it's critical, they're going to do things right. Where it's not critical, like this being perfectly up and down, why would they bother?
Exactly. As long as it's round.
5 thou shim either side here on the bottom should hopefully get it nailed.
Insert boring bar.
Into boring bar.
Yeah, contact there, still lined up.
Good. Now snug that fella. Alright, that's all about where it was. Hey, but it doesn't look like it's in the middle at all, mate. Which is scary. Sometimes the tool, which I think might not fit.
Yeah, that's
It's going to be a little bit of an issue.
the boring bar is apparently too proud. It'll take too much to have a cut.
And by the boring bar, I mean the insert tool holder. Do you happen to have a hand drill and a 10mm drill bit, please? Well, the first chips of the day are not what we hoped they'd be. When you sit lower. Still a little bit more. Need to grind up a couple of millimeters of this. Alright. Last we are set up. Boring bar is in. Should be in the middle of that hole. There's a little bit of insert tooling. Make a little on-the-fly modification. Get that to sink in deep enough. Because apparently I can't read a tape measure. Alright. Well, that speed looks about decent to start having to fiddle with, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We're just got to bring it up to the face of it and start seeing how it looks on a little bit of a skim. Go on. See what horrible noises she gives us. I think I hear cutting, and we just keep going all the way through and we see what it looks like. Hey, we haven't heard any catastrophic crashes yet.
Don't say yet.
That's good. Almost through to the other side. Yeah, we're through to the other side. Absolutely diddly. All right. We're back out and go again. I see chips. First actual skim pass. Second one didn't make any chips. Yeah, we got chips back here as well. It's happening. Yeah, look at that. We're getting chips both sides. Obviously not getting them in little, but turn the set screws on the little boring bar and take another little bit off the board. Oh yes, mate, we're in business. Stuff is happening.
And you've cleaned up for it?
Almost, not quite.
One more cut?
Maybe, or maybe it's just a skim pass. I think we might have touched everything. Maybe not in the middle, but we've at least got a couple of inches touched. So what do you reckon? Quarter turn?
Yeah, I should clean it up.
What do you reckon's the plan after this pass?
Give it a spin. I think we're there.
Optimistic?
I think we'll have a very happy bunny on our case.
That'll be me. Poking through, yeah?
We're about, quarter of an inch way to go. I can see the tool.
There we go, we're through. In reverse, and then tiniest little cut back through.
We've got tool marks the whole way, that's for sure. Super.
All right, skim pass. I would say the surface finish is a little bit poorly. Well, that's just the feed rate more than the...
What I'll do is I'll just slow the speed rate down to the slowest and with the skin pass, hopefully just clean it up.
Last cut, we hope. All right, let's crack some nuts.
Would you like to look just before we dismantle everything?
Well, it's got to be right, doesn't it? I'll be shocked if you don't have cuts the whole way down and how it's looking. Thank you, isn't it?
You happy?
Yep.
Sure.
Pull the bar out. Why sure? Absolutely not. But we're still going to pull the bar out. Out comes the mountain bar. Ooh. Okay. We missed a spot. Or is that just the oil that's blown up? It's not scaring us, and there's that little ring there in the middle that's sort of shiny. And is that shiny because there's just some like oil in there? Or is that shiny because it didn't cut? Oh, for goodness sake.
I hate to say it. Can we go again?
I think we've got to go again. Take two. More cutting required. Ben, stellar job on the speeds and feeds. That surface finish, mate.
You happy with it?
Outstanding. Thank you so much.
That's all right.
So grateful.
No worries.
That is bloody beautiful. Success. Big back. How look at this, Will? What do you reckon?
I'd say you've done a nice and good job of pushing the nuts in there. It's the original valve, and you'll see how much help is machined out of it.
Look at that. Yeah, we took a good bit off that board, didn't we?
Just a little bit, yeah. I think you need to make a new valve. And while you're at it, you might as well just make a whole new valve board because all of this pitting will just pull the package out.
So nasty. So all new valve rod. We got plenty more to do, and I can't wait to see you in the next episode. Thank you again for your help, Will. And another enormous thank you to Ben for his help getting this whole board. This is such a bloody privilege being able to restore this machine with lovely people and have such a great time doing it. So thank you for being here. Thank you to today's sponsor, which was PCB Way. All your prototyping needs, and be sure to use code FORGE at checkout. Code FORGE at checkout for $10 off. And $30. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey, doing up, Alan? This is Slap. And boy, we've got an action-packed episode for you today. These are the scariest video clips going around the internet right now. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more spooky content just like this. Here's a quick and eerie snippet from YouTuber Hype Mike. While camping deep in the wilderness, he's jolted away by something strange inside his tent. All the time, at first, it's just faint noises, and it sounds like something is running straight at you. You hear footsteps pounding the ground, mixed with low moans and unsettled grunts, circling the tent in the darkness. Whatever it was, it never revealed itself, leaving viewers to wonder, was it a wild animal, a prankster in the woods, or something much stranger lurking just outside? Another quick and strange one, this time from Brazil. Uploaded to Instagram by OVNIs vs UFOs 2, a driver's dashcam captured something incredible while traveling down a dark highway. Out of nowhere, 4 luminous spheres appear in the sky, gliding silently overhead and passing directly above the car. The orbs keep perfect formation as they drift out of sight, leaving viewers debating if this was advanced military tech, drones, or a genuine UFO encounter. So what do you think? A coordinated man-made display or something otherworldly lighting up the skies of Brazil? In 1994, Steve Jackson Games released Illuminati New World Order, a tongue-in-cheek collectible card game satirizing secret societies and global conspiracies. But decades later, the game has taken on a strange afterlife, with conspiracy theorists claiming its cards predicted real-world events. The deck included more than 400 cards, covering everything from disasters to politics. Among the most cited predictions is the terrorist nuke card showing an explosion over a city skyline, compared by many to the 9/11 attacks. The epidemic card, featuring imagery of masks and medicine, is linked to COVID-19. Others point to cards of a charismatic leader addressing the crowd as an eerie match for Donald Trump's rallies. And now a new twist has emerged. One card titled "Enough is Enough" has been widely circulated alongside footage of Trump saying the same phrase during a speech. The title of the clip is also "Enough is Enough." The image on the card even resembles Trump's face. After the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk, conspiracy theorists have doubled down, noting that one of Kirk's final YouTube shorts before his death was this very "Enough is Enough" Trump clip, feeding claims that the card predicted not only Trump's rise, but also deadly political unrest. Skeptics argue these links are coincidences, with hundreds of cards, many dealing with broad crises like war, disease, and protests. It's not surprising that some can be retrofitted to match history.
Psychologists say this is a classic case of confirmation bias, pattern matching vague imagery to events after the fact, and some modern images circulating online are edits or fan-made overlays, making the predictions seem sharper than they were in the original 1994 deck. Still, the fascination endures. Whether it's 9/11, COVID, Trump rallies, or even the Kirk assassination, people continue to mine the Illuminati card game for prophecy. Was it truly predicting the future, or just reflecting the same anxieties and conspiratorial themes that still shape our world today? This unsettling piece of footage was uploaded to TikTok by user Boaz83. While travelling through the Appalachian Mountains, a campervan owner was jolted awake in the middle of the night by strange scratching sounds outside. For a brief moment, its glowing eyes pierced through the darkness. Some viewers think it was a mountain lion or another big cat, but given the location, deep in the Appalachian Mountains, others wonder if it could be something far stranger. The Appalachians are rich with supernatural lore. Tales of the Mothman, a winged red-eyed creature said to be an omen of disaster, have circulated since the 1960s. Legends also speak of the Wampus Cat, a mysterious feline beast tied to Cherokee folklore. There are stories of sheep squatch, devil dogs, and strange lights known as brown mountain lights flickering across the ridges. And some locals whisper of skinwalkers or witches in the woods, shapeshifters drawn from native traditions and frontier superstition. So was this a prowling predator? Or could the Appalachians have revealed one of their cryptid secrets? In 1882, Captain Morton and his family moved into a quiet Cheltenham home, only to find themselves at the centre of one of England's most documented hauntings. The chief witness was their 19-year-old daughter, Rosa C. Morton, scientifically trained, later a physician, who would go on to record dozens of encounters. The apparition was described as a tall woman in black, dressed in widow's weeds, often weeping into a handkerchief. She appeared at the head of the stairs in the drawing room or by the garden door, only to vanish. Solid enough to be mistaken for a living person, she gave an overwhelming impression of grief. Attempts to touch her failed, she would slip away or pass straight through walls. And Rosa wasn't alone. More than 20 independent witnesses, family, servants, neighbours, even passing visitors, reported seeing the spectral lady or hearing her presence. The charwoman followed her across the orchard until she simply melted into the air. Servants heard footsteps and turning door handles when no one was there. One maid was so terrified she suffered partial paralysis after an encounter. Dogs barked, growled, or cowered as though greeting, then fleeing from an unseen guest. The phenomena weren't just visual, like deliberate footsteps echoed through the halls, bedroom doors rattled with knocks, dragging noises, and thuds. There were reports of a candle flame floating across a room without a candle to hold it. Rosa even tried experiments, stretching strings across the staircase. The ghost passed straight through without disturbing them. Investigators with the Society for Psychical Research gathered signed statements and letters, strengthening the case. Many believe the apparition was the second Mrs. S., a previous resident who had quarrelled bitterly with her husband and stepchildren before her death in 1878. Her likeness matched the figure, and her anniversary was often marked by the ghost's reappearance. By the late 1880s, the sightings grew rarer, and by 1892, they had faded almost completely. Witnesses noted the ghost herself seemed to weaken with time. Once solid and lifelike, she eventually appeared only as a thin, shadow-like form. The Cheltenham ghost remains one of the most compelling cases in Victorian psychical research. A weeping widow who, for nearly a decade, refused to leave her troubled home behind. At a local Little League game in Ciudad Juarez, a parent filmed their kid playing baseball, and only later, when they checked the footage, did they spot something odd. In the clip, uploaded by Captain Zor, you can see the two strange figures at the rear of the field. They look translucent and flicker with light. According to the uploader, the figures didn't appear to the naked eye. They only showed up when the video was replayed. The OP calls them interdimensional beings. It's a spooky shot, brief, uncanny, and exactly the kind of thing that goes viral. But there are other possibilities to weigh. Video compression artifacts, lens reflections, double exposed frames, motion blur, catching spectators mid-move, or even deliberate editing. What do you see? A camera quirk, a prank, or something that doesn't belong in our dimension? Before we get to one of the UK's most baffling UFO mysteries, remember to hit that like button and share this around with your friends and family. On November 28, 1980, West Yorkshire police officer Alan Godfrey was on patrol in the early hours, searching for missing cows along Burnley Road in Todmorden. What began as a routine shift became one of Britain's most famous UFO cases. Ahead on the road, Godfrey saw what he first thought was a bus blocking his path. But as he got closer, he realised it was no bus. It was a diamond-shaped craft about 20 feet wide and hovering 5 feet above the ground. The object appeared to rotate at the base, while the top half stayed still, lined with dark panels like windows. Bushes nearby shook violently as if battered by wind, but his car was silent and still. Godfrey tried to radio in, but got no response. As he began sketching the object, there was a flash of blinding light. And then, suddenly, he found himself driving 40 yards further up the road. Disoriented, his patrol car's lights off. When he returned to the spot, the wet road showed a dry, circular patch in a swirling pattern, with broken twigs scattered nearby. Though he thought only minutes had passed, back at the station, nearly half an hour was gone. His boots were later found split at the soles as if he'd been dragged. Godfrey wasn't alone. Other police officers in Halifax and Greater Manchester reported strange blue pulsating lights darting across the sky at the same time. Civilian witnesses described brilliant white objects moving through the valley in the very direction Godfrey was travelling. 8 months later, under hypnosis, Godfrey recalled a bizarre scene, being in a room with a bearded man in biblical robes named Joseph and small robot-like beings with lamp-shaped heads, details eerily similar to grey alien reports. But Godfrey himself admitted he couldn't be sure if this was memory, dream, or fantasy. After filing his official report, Godfrey's life took a darker turn. The Ministry of Defence denied ever receiving it, despite multiple police submissions. Godfrey was hounded by harassment, placed under psychiatric evaluation, accused of fabricating stories, and even barred from entering his own station without escort. He eventually retired in 1984. To this day, Alan Godfrey insists the UFO encounter was real, and with multiple witnesses, physical traces, and missing time, the Todmorden case remains one of the most compelling and controversial UFO mysteries in British history.
Well, here you go. That's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. Now, if you can't get enough of what we do here at Slackman and consider watching some more content here, leave us a comment down below. Let us know which one of these clips you thought was the scariest or weirdest. We love getting the feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan. This is Slackman. You're about to see some seriously freaky video clips. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
A TikTok video posted by Toe2 for you shows a simple apartment tour turning into a chilling moment of horror. As a young couple, guided by a realtor, walk through what appears to be a typical listing, the footage suddenly takes a turn for the unnerving. That's what the couple casually films their walk through, passing the kitchen and living area. When they reach the bedroom, something creepy happens.
There's a person in there.
To their shock, there was a person lying in the closet. This unsettling video brings to mind a similarly disturbing true story that was reported in 2019 involving a college student named Maddie. What started as a mystery over missing clothes turned into a nightmare for the young university student in North Carolina after she discovered a stranger living inside her home. The student began noticing odd signs in her off-campus apartment. Clothes seemed to disappear, and unsettlingly, she even found handprints smeared across her bathroom mirror and walls. She told reporters that she assumed a raccoon had found its way into her closet, or at one point wondered if her apartment was haunted. Her suspicions came to a head one Saturday when she heard rattling noises inside her wardrobe. Gathering her courage, she called out, "Who's in there?" To her shock, a voice replied, "Oh, my name's Drew." Opening the door, Maddie found 30-year-old Andrew Clyde Swafford crammed inside, wearing her clothes, socks, and shoes. He was even clutching her book bag, stuffed with more of her belongings. Terrified, Maddie tried to keep Swafford calm while she waited for her boyfriend to arrive. She told him to take off her clothes, which he did, before continuing to try on other outfits, hats, and looking at himself in the mirror. At one point, he told Maddie she was pretty and asked for a hug. However, she refused to let him touch her. Police arrived shortly after and arrested Swafford, who was taken to Guilford County Jail. He appeared in court via video link, facing 14 charges, including breaking and entering, larceny, and other unrelated offences. He was held on a $37,000 bond. The incident has left Maddie so traumatised that she decided to move out of her apartment. "Last night I didn't feel safe," she said. "I slept with my roommate in the bed. Can't stay here. Every time I go in that closet, it's just a bad vibe." So whether caught on camera during a viewing like our first clip or stumbled upon by surprise, discovering someone lurking inside an apartment is every renter's nightmare.
There's a person in there.
A chilling clip uploaded to TikTok by user paranormal_tops has reignited debate over one of the eeriest pieces of surveillance footage to surface in recent years. Originally captured in 2016, the grainy video appears to show something inexplicable inside what looks like a function centre or art gallery. A faint, ghostly figure emerges near a doorway at the top of the frame. A close-up zoom gives viewers a better look. Comments on the clip reflect the usual divide between believers and skeptics. Believers argue that this is one of the clearest examples of a ghost caught on security footage, pointing to the figure's defined human-like outline and the fact that the building appears empty. Skeptics suggest it could be a trick of the light or a reflection on the glass that happened to appear in the shape of a person. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, this 2016 security footage remains a compelling mystery. Is the figure an optical illusion, a camera glitch, or proof that something paranormal was walking the halls of the building that night? TikTok user Joshua Billard has gained attention and concern for documenting a string of chilling paranormal events unfolding inside his home. His clips, which have gone viral, showcase a variety of disturbing phenomena that many viewers believe point to the presence of poltergeist. In one of the first videos, Josh sets out to capture strange happenings on camera. First, the footage seems uneventful as he pans across his kitchen and living room. When he returns moments later, the crucifix on the wall is flipped upside down, and the light fixture above is shaking. Heading back into the kitchen, he makes another unsettling discovery. A knife swaying back and forth, its own. In another clip, Josh returns to find several household items bizarrely stuck to the ceiling, defying gravity. More footage shows another crucifix in a different room, rotating upside down. The activity isn't confined to the upper floors. In one particularly creepy video, Josh ventures downstairs to discover a child's rocking horse moving on its own, rocking steadily back and forth, despite no one being near it. One of the most disturbing moments comes when Josh films from the safety of his car parked outside. Through his window, he captures what appears to be a dark, hooded figure standing inside the house, staring out at him. Chilling figure seems to confirm that whatever is inside his home may be more than just random poltergeist activity. The series of unnerving clips has drawn many concerned comments. One viewer wrote, "How can you even live in that house?" Another suggested that the poltergeist seemed to be issuing a serious warning, escalating its activity with each new encounter. Despite skeptics suggesting clever editing or tricks, many viewers believe Josh is dealing with a genuine haunting. For those wanting to follow the ongoing activity in Josh's house, check out his TikTok account via the link in the description box below. A chilling video originally uploaded to TikTok by user I'mNotBeautiful509 and later re-uploaded by lqqe.tv has left viewers unsettled after capturing what appears to be a disturbing scene in the early hours. The footage, allegedly filmed somewhere in California at 3 a.m., shows an old ice cream van driving slowly down a dark street. The vehicle's side door is wide open, and inside a person can be seen sitting on a refrigerator unit. But the creepiest detail, according to the uploader, is that no driver is visible. From the angle of the video, the van seems to move on its own, raising questions about what's really happening inside. One viewer thought that the video should be sent to the police, saying that it was getting too scary for women and children due to recent kidnappings. This comment echoes broader concerns about ice cream trucks being used as potential lures, a long-standing urban fear that seems amplified by this unsettling footage. A startling scene unfolded at McCarran International Airport, now Harry Reid International in Las Vegas, late in 2020, when a man reportedly jumped onto the tarmac and climbed onto the wing of an Alaska Airlines plane preparing for departure. The flight in question was Alaska Airlines Flight 1367, bound for Portland, Oregon. Video captured by a passenger shows a man, later identified as 41-year-old Alejandro Carlson, crawling onto the left wing of the Boeing 737 while the plane was taxiing to the runway. Onlookers described the scene as surreal, while a flight attendant remarked it was unlike anything she'd seen in her 30-year career. During his brief time on the wing, Carlson removed his shoes and socks, attempted to reach the winglet, and upon slipping, fell. suffering injuries to his nose and head before being taken into custody. The airline returned the aircraft to the gate for inspection. The flight, originally scheduled for early afternoon, was delayed and eventually departed hours later. Carlson appeared in court but missed his scheduled hearing due to still being hospitalised. A strange football moment captured during a match between River Plate and Boca Juniors has left fans scratching their heads.
Atención que va líder. Va a dar el camino al centro, cerradito, chiquitito. Se queda con la pelota.
The short clip, uploaded to Reddit by user Junior150396, has been described by viewers as a possible glitch in the Matrix.
Atención que va líder. Va a dar el camino al centro, cerradito, chiquitito.
The footage shows a tense free kick. As the ball flies toward the goal, it appears to strike the crossbar and bounce back into play. But just as fans might expect the goalkeeper to scramble, the camera reveals something shocking. The keeper is already holding the ball firmly in his hands. Event has left fans utterly baffled. The TikTok comment section exploded with theories. Many were convinced it was a classic glitch in the Matrix moment, evidence perhaps of reality glitching out on live television. But not everyone bought into the paranormal angle. A handful of sharp-eyed viewers suggested a more grounded cause. The ball hitting the crossbar may have actually been a bird or balloon flying across the pitch at the perfect moment. With the angle of the camera and the speed of play, it could create the illusion of the ball ricocheting off the frame of the goal, while in reality, the goalkeeper had already caught the shot cleanly. So, what do you think? Was this reality breaking down during one of football's biggest rivalries, or just a bird stealing the spotlight at exactly the wrong moment? Before we get to our last segment, remember to hit that subscribe button and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll always be in the loop every time we drop our scary and creepy content.
Tonight, we released footage taken aboard a U.S. Navy ship showing what appears to be UFOs flying off the coast of California.
Recently, a growing chorus of scientists and military insiders have shifted the unidentified object phenomena conversation from aerial to underwater mystery. Retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, former chief oceanographer of the U.S. Navy and acting head of National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, has raised urgent alarms about unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, objects capable of operating both in the air and beneath the water. Earlier this month, the website Popular Mechanics spotlighted Admiral Gallaudet's warnings, highlighting the impressive number of credible UAP sightings occurring above open seas, a phenomenon too consistent to dismiss. Among the most compelling footage is a 2019 recording taken off the coast of San Diego. A spherical object plunges into the ocean without slowing, only to resurface moments later, showing no splash or disturbance that physics would typically require. Gallaudet points out that if these objects are not defying physics, they certainly display engineering beyond our capabilities. Gallaudet emphasizes that these underwater anomalies could significantly compromise U.S. maritime security. He argues that the lack of transparency and focused research leaves vast underwater domains, such as critical undersea communication cables, vulnerable to unknown threats. Far from fringe speculation, Gallaudet calls for elevating transmedium UAP and USOs to national research priorities, warning of potential impacts across everything from defense to energy and internet infrastructure. A resurfaced 2023 video of tic-tac objects emerging near the water off California's coast has reignited discussions. The footage, captured by Navy personnel, shows the objects moving adeptly between sea and air, reinforcing the need to study transmedium capabilities more closely. Established in 2022, the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARO, now oversees investigations into UAP across air, sea and space domains, signifying a far-reaching multidisciplinary effort to understand such phenomena.
Formerly classified topics like UAPs have gained legitimacy thanks to figures like Admiral Gallaudet, who combined scientific rigor with naval experience. Technology that transitions seamlessly between air and ocean could revolutionize or threaten global defense and infrastructure. The increasing number of sightings and credible evidence demands transparency and rigorous scientific inquiry. Underwater UFOs or USOs are more than speculative curiosities. They may represent a hidden but critical domain of advanced technology. As Gallaudet warns, ignoring the oceans could leave essential maritime systems and national security exposed.
Well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you can't get enough of what we do here at Slap10, then consider following these two links right there. Give us some feedback in the comments section down below. Smash that thumbs up button. And that's it from me. I'll see you all next time. Welcome back. This is part 7 of re-restoring my Maxi Steam Hammer. In the last episode, we got something very important done. We visited Ben, we got this piston valve bore reboard. It's going to be a big day because I need to make a brand new piston valve rod. I've got this lump of cast iron for it. But while I start making the drawings for this, the first thing that we can do is get that hole honed. Yep. So let's tip her up on end. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, up. Super. I need to get that packing out of there, actually, so we don't dirty it up too much. Oh, yeah. That's delightful, isn't it? Well, that looks quite nice indeed, doesn't it?
All honed out. Now we're going to try and get all the bits that are in there out of it after machining, so we won't get anything into your cylinder.
Exactly. Unfortunately, there are a ton of nooks and crannies all the way around. It's going to be very important that nothing is there. Although, you all remember that the hammer ran perfectly fine with a good few little bits wrapping around in there.
Yeah, well, there weren't so little, were there?
3, 2, 1. I felt like I could take off the amount of pressure in. But yeah, we are absolutely covered in it.
I mean, look, that's all would have gone through the machine, all of that stuff.
Oh, got our final dimensions now with the micrometer and telescope gauges. 66.044. Alright, on shape is open. Let's do this. Alright, there is my drawing. Made it so I've got everything I need to turn this on the lathe and in the dividing head. So the piston valve needs to be made out of cast iron. This is a little over 3 inches in diameter. And there's an interesting reason that we choose cast iron piston. And it is because of the very high carbon percentage. The steels that we make out of mass out of have 0.8% carbon. Mild steel, 0.2% carbon. And so we can see that as we add more carbon, things get hardenable. But what about cast iron? 2 to 4%. And at that point, it is not hardenable. You see, there's then so much carbon that it just prefers to precipitate and form graphite. Graphite is slippery. And so these graphite flakes within the cast iron turn it into a more resistant material, mild steel or tool steel, meaning that it is the exact choice to use for something like this. So this is going to be running up and down 240 tons in this inside a cast iron ball with only an oil film between it, the slipperier. Next time. Need a 1/2-inch hole, 32 millimeters deep. Oh, that is cutting fabulously. Right. I've already made a mistake. Didn't get very far, did we? All right, here's the original. And I made sure that I gave myself a good little allowance for parting it off. Hunky-dory, happy days. So that's not enough allowance for a very important thing that I need to do to this piston valve. I'm not just going to turn it. Oh no. I was going to use my very expensive new toy, a tool post grinder, which I planned to introduce later on in the video, and it's time to use it. But I need to use that new toy to do a ground finish on it here in the lathe, so that it's just delightful. Much like the inside of the bore has been honed, we need to grind the outside of the piston so it's smooth, but I haven't left enough material here for the grinding wheel to get to the upper part. So we've got to move this out and completely re-indicate it, which is thrilling. Now, I'm certainly getting my panties in a metaphorical twist here in the lathe. You'll be glad to know that in a literal sense, my panties are phenomenally untwisted. In fact, they're perfect because they're made out of an ultra-soft, super breathable micro-mobile fabric. They're created by today's sponsor, Me Undies, and they come in such an incredible range of colors, styles, designs, that no matter how I'm feeling on a particular day, I can find a pair of underwear to suit it. One of the things I like about it is no matter how exuberant the design is, it has a very simple, plain black waistband. It's the underwear version of a mullet. Business in the front, party in the back. You go crazy with the designs, and nobody but you and your special someone has to know about it. Speaking of special someone, they've got a great range not only for the chaps, but also for the chapettes, loungewear, socks, you name it. The most comfortable underwear in the game. Please go to meundies.com/Forge and use code FORGE at checkout. You'll get up to 50% off your order, plus free shipping. Again, that's meundies.com/Forge, code FORGE at checkout. The best underwear. It's risk-free, they've got a great money-back guarantee. I think it's the best underwear you've ever worn. How is she looking over here? I think she is pretty much ready to go back on. Clean as a whistle? She is clean as a whistle internally. Would you have open heart surgery on the inside of that? I would. There we go. You're right. Brilliant. Big question now, though, Alec. Yes. What colour are you going to paint it? I'm not. Look how beautiful this thing is. It is in its raw state. This does not want paint. Some hammers are painting hammers, some hammers are not. This one, absolute no-go. This is a no-go painting hammer. I've got an amazing book, actually. Sure, I don't know if I've shown you this. This is a book on the history of BNS Massey, who named this hammer. Starting in 1861. James Nasmith was the inventor of the steam hammer. This is one of his early sketches. That's him in 1855. And look at the design of that frame. The stylings was one of the very first steam hammers in 1855, very similar to ours in 1915. The first Massey 1500 weight hammer was delivered in 1862. This is from an 1869 Massey catalogue. And this is what I wanted to show you. This is inside the Openshaw Massey works. Look at that. That's very, very similar. That has the exact same cylinder, piston valve, regulator valve concoction as ours. Frame styling is almost identical, it's just a two-piece. There's this big boy here on the right, cylinder casting, identical design to ours, just scaled up. This is what their workshop looked like in 1870, when the first time I ever saw them. Helped me fall in love with blacksmithing was their Massey. Look, 1904, almost identical castings. Now this is going to be one of the finest sights I've ever seen. It's a ton of painting, 10 massive power hammers. Mostly self-contained variety here, steam hammers on the left. This book really catalogued an incredible art history, because the part that Massey played in power hammer development, the part that Massey power hammers then played in creating the world we live in today is very consequential. Massey built the machines that built the machines to build the country. I was recommended to get this book by one of you lovely people in the comments. I'm so grateful because it is just a beautiful snippet of history and take good care of this. He says as he also did to him back in the office. So in the process of taking this off the piston, we burned a little bit of the machine surfaces over, so I just need to touch up the file so we've got a nice fit back onto the hammer. So I was cleaning all of this area and the slideways, and I can tell you for a definite fact that this used to be painted green. Oh, good lord. It was Massey green. Massey green the entire time? Huh, I got that whole book out to show how dark looking the original hammers were in those black and white things, assuming that meant for certain that they were, kept black. But no, that is the original Massey green in there. Look at that, Will. It's going the right direction. Things are coming together instead of coming apart. Oh, screw pattern in the face.
Well, no worries. It's good to get it back together.
Back of the lathe, I've got it dialed in nice and true. It's worth remembering we're using a 4-jaw chuck, which means that each of the jaws moves independently. So we not only have to get it in the middle of the spindle as the spindle rotates, so we also have to make sure that it doesn't have any of this going on. Since I have already drilled into the hole, which is in the middle, I had to really spend my time and make sure that it was really dead nuts. It would have been better if I had just planned appropriately and had the right amount to stick out from the get-go for the same amount of time. But here we are. That's why it's an amateur machinist individual switch. Alright, I've got the outer diameter turn. I've made it 66.1 millimeters. Final size to hit is 65.93. That'll be with the tool post grinder. I'm now going to turn the groove. I feel like it's probably good to not do anything to the outside diameter after I've done the grinding, so I'm going to have the grinding be the last thing we do on the outer diameter, and I don't want to take the live center out before we do the grinding in order to do the counter boring, because if we then put the live center back in to do the grinding, it could be that we get a little bit of a shift, which can make the grinding pressures uneven and make us grind off less on one side than the other, potentially making it override. So that's my thought process for making the groove. I'd love to hear your thoughts on these things as we go. This here can be the tool that we use for a little circular insert on 8 millimeters in diameter. Should be just the tip of. The groove is in. Now, I actually changed the groove measurement between making the drawing and cutting this, because I realized that, in fact, now that we've increased the diameter of the part to suit the increased diameter of the bore, if we make the groove either the same diameter or even just the same depth as on the original, we're actually going to end up with an increased volume of potential flow through that gap in piston. The drawing that I had originally made on the computer was based on groove depth, because I thought that that would get it closer, and working on the diameter, which would obviously make an enormous increase in the volume of air we can get through. What I ended up doing is going back to the computer, figuring out the volume of this negative space, figuring out the volume of the drawing I had made, made some small tweaks to it. In the end, the difference was only 7 microns, only about 0.003 of an inch, but that did represent a 4.7% difference in the volume of the part. A very tiny change in the part can make a potentially noticeable difference in how the valve functions. 5% difference, you know, like, I'm going through all this work to hopefully get a 5% increase in performance from the power hammer in terms of control. So even though it seems ridiculous, at least I'll feel confident that I've tried my best to make the valve operate as it was designed. So the other variables that are changing here is, of course, this valve is going to be a little bit heavier than the other. That can cause issues too. But my gut feeling is those issues will be less significant than just the simple change in airflow in a given position. That's, oh no, it's time. We've got to learn how to use a tool post grinder. Surely it's going to be just like a service grinder, it just happens to be attached to the lathe and the things are spinning. Where do you put it? Ooh, that's nasty. Oh, filthy. Oh boy. The height of the spindle of the lathe is 7 7/8. Currently, the height of the spindle of the grinder is 6 1/4, so that's going to come up an inch and something. An inch and 5/8. Very possibly in place, but you will see that it hits the tailstock before the wheel hits the plant. It might have a bigger wheel, but it's way too coarse of a grit. It might just work. So instead, I thought I trying to not have to do this. More tailstock. I don't even know if the thing works. Okay. Look at that! Look at it go! I've never been so excited to put grinding grits on my ways. Just need a diamond dresser, which I don't have. So I have installed a diamond-pointed tool now, and we are running the face of the wheel across it. The reason we do that is because it is not a certainty that the wheel is spinning concentric to the spindle of our tool post grinder. It's also not a certainty that our tool post grinder is perfectly lined up. Now we know that that wheel is parallel to the travel of the waves and is concentric to the spindle. And we can begin grinding. Before we get to it, I just want to admire this machine. Look at that. Duplex electric tools made in England. Even the name tags are pretty. It is a Duplex D29, and these fellows are obviously in high demand because it cost me a whopping £600 on eBay. I bought it specifically for this one job. We go for 100 RPM. I don't know. We're just going to start really slow, couldn't we? TR1W. That is just crawling so slowly. Okay. Nerve-wracking stuff coming right up. All right, let's touch it up. Yes, we're touching. Out we come. Set my DRO. Not that we're going to be using it for much. Here we go. Dial in 20 microns and see how she looks. There we go. My first time tool first grinding. Woo! That surface finish is just mind-blowing. Look at that. That's the nicest surface finish to come out of this workshop. Wow, that's sick. You can imagine it shine. 66.04 millimeters. That's crazy. Literally exactly 2.6 inches to the 100,000th of an inch as well. Look at that. Put that in. Here we go again. Gonna take a slightly deeper class this time. See how she goes. Unfortunately, it does appear that from here to here we're cutting a 5/10,000th of an inch taper, 10 microns or so. And I even went to the efforts of leveling the lathe. So that shouldn't really be happening, and that is fortunately well within the tolerance we need to work to, and the 2 to 3 thou clearance that the piston valve should have within the bore of the piston valve. And that 2 to 3 thou clearance was confirmed not only by our friends in the Discord, but also by John Nicholson of Massive himself. Righto. Unfortunately, I've had a brainwave and I have found a much better order of operations than I had initially planned. I had planned to be turning this in this orientation, where my next step would be doing this kind of grooving and counter-boring. It would have required me to probably make up like a trepanning type tool. And it turns out it would have been an awful idea. That job would be much easier in the mill with the dividing head. But the other side of this valve definitely suits being done in the lathe. All I've got to do to make that work is drill the hole deeper, ring the hole deeper, and then do a hell of a lot more. And this is going to be a whole lot easier. It means that I will not have to put this back into the lathe at all, which is exactly what I like, because in and out of the lathe, no bueno for efficiency and concentricity. Alright, so what are you going to be up to next, Will?
So now the mason is all bolted back on, we can then put the regulator valve back in, we can then put the air inlet or steam inlet in, and put some of the linkages back on. We can't quite put the piston rod back in yet because you've still got to finish making the new piston ring. Yeah, so finish the piston rod. Still lots to do on my you can hook up your fancy exhaust that you made. I can finally hook up the exhaust and make sure that's all cut to the right length, so that can all be tested as well.
What's this? This is something I ordered the other week. What are we looking at?
This is jointing material.
It doesn't look like the graphite that I used last time, does it?
No, it's a composite material which we use for which we particularly use on steam engines, which is easy to form, and unlike graphite, it doesn't completely stain your hands at the same time. And it's a lot cheaper. It's an awful lot cheaper as well.
That costs me like 55 quid.
It's also much easier to work with as well.
And so this is going to be how we make sure that there is a seal on the components that hold pressure. Jointing is the proper word for making gaskets.
Is this a giant roll of sandpaper?
Basically. No.
Actually, I think that's the Queen's. Look at that. You see that? It's the Queen's.
Exactly right.
That's the bit I'm replicating. I need to make an inside edge for here, but I'm going to use this face to begin with before I do that. Pop that in the vise, put that on top of that, a little hammer. And we're going to do the same thing on the inside. Now I've got a basic outline on that side, I can flip it over to this side, whereas a lot tighter corner, and if I were to take a bit off the bolts, I can now use this face and use that to cut it instead. And that's how you get your perfect sizes for what you need on the weird angles. That's how you make your perfect joint. That's your first one.
But that's, you need a gasket there?
That's what you said you needed it.
No, you need a gasket here. That's where it seals. This doesn't seal.
It's fine, I've got an idea. New joint on there.
Make sure the DRO is still set right. And good job I checked. 9.94. We've done this counter bore. Now we need to do this one. 29.4 millimeters deep, 53.5 millimeters diameter. This inner bore is done. That face is finished. That inner bore is complete, but the final face at the end is all ratty from drilling. I'll clean that up and small bore and that. Oh, hello. Ow. Scary part next, quite literally. A scary part. Scary. Don't trust my numbers. That's 80% of the valve that I made. Oh, George, making parts that scare me to make never disappears. Let's just hope it actually works. Well, it's not over yet anyway, is it? I'm not getting too excited now. Maybe you should cut that sloppy crap, Jamie. And the rest needs to be done in the mill. I've got this ball machined. Now we have to work on this inner spigot. Take that down to diameter. Alright. Now we need this radius with a ball end. There are a few little chamfers on there. Now, I was originally really quite concerned about the work holding situation that we've got here for this job, because it's just being held on right at the bottom on this very puny dividing head on the inside of the jaws, and it is vibrating a whole lot, but the surface finish is not terrible. Just have to take things very slow, and my concerns turned out to be a little bit of a nothing burger. Hope this little pointy fella in. Now, as I've been machining this thing, periodically as I'm looking at it, I think things look a little bit wonky. That's strange. Maybe it's just the perspective of the lighting. I just think it's getting particularly wild with the chamfering. And so somewhere down the line, my zero of the middle of this part disappeared, vanished, all got altered, meaning that, having now re-indicated it, I found that on the x-axis I was almost half a millimeter out. That means that we are, in fact, not done machining. I've got to do a good bit of cleanup. Fortunately, none of these are critical features, so we find to deviate from the drawing and open up a bore and turn down the spigot a little bit. Most concerning things, I don't know where this error happened. I tried to do a pretty nice job of dialing it in with the indicator first time around. Perhaps maybe I bumped the handles in between dialing it in and hitting the zero, and here we are. Not to worry, nothing a little bit more time can't fix. It's still wrong. Look, I thought it still looked wobbly. I went to sanity check it, 5.7. Ooh, 4.8. It's even worse than it was. And I think really the crux of the problem is I'm making assumptions here. I'm making assumptions about concentricity. I've been lining up the center of the spindle with the center of this part, assuming that this part was going to be lined up to the center of this spindle, which is rotating. But that's obviously not a certainty. 3 jaws never guarantee concentricity. 2, it assumes that this 3 jaw is attached to this plate in line with the spindle that we are spinning it on, which is obviously not a certainty. See how much run out I have between this part and the spindle on the dividing head? I'm going to put an indicator inside our ring half-inch hole, spin this around, and the dial shouldn't be moving. So look at that. Oh, God. You need to learn this lesson. Don't trust anything. This is incredibly frustrating because this represents a serious waste of time. It's not too critical for the actual part, again, because these are not critical features. It would probably be just fine as it is, but I don't want to accept just fine. I certainly don't want to keep thinning it down to nothing, and I certainly don't want to keep wasting time doing the jobs wrong and poorly as ever. Time is in short supply. I took the whole dividing head apart, I punted down the problems, and I think I whipped it down to the jaws. I changed the jaws to some larger hole in the jaws, trimmed it with some copper paper and tape, and I drilled those little holes in it, and then I finally decided I actually going to fix that lack of concentricity there, back in the lathe, because now that it's opened up, I've got the clearance to get tools in. You... It's fine, it's just a emotion. That's what you do for rushing, isn't it? Last, take it out of this brilliant dividing head to the lathe. Out she comes at last. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Aside from a slight little mishap involving a mill and a dividing head. Oh, I had some challenges and struggles on this. In summary, I did a lot of the work in milling in the dividing head, not realizing that the way that the workpiece was held in the jaws of the dividing head wasn't concentric to the spindle of the dividing head, causing a pretty good amount of run out. And so that's why I had to come out of the dividing head and then back to the lathe. I also took that opportunity to bore the center hole out larger than the original in order we can put a bronze bush in. Coming in hot, and by coming in hot, I mean coming in cold. One tight, one cold bushing. There we go. Ta-da! There is the original, and here is the replacement. A little bit larger, in principle, an identical volume of negative space through the groove, and with the addition of a bronze bush that had nothing to do with my mistakes for why it's there. I am quite happy to look at that bit. That is proper.
Perfect. You've done a really, really good job of machining that, Alec.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ben. How cool is that, son? The piston valve fits like a dream. What we've got to tackle next is the piston valve rod. We've got to replace this 110-year-old fella with a brand new, squeaky clean one. Be sure to get yourself some fabulous underwear at theunders.com/forward and use code forward at checkout. Cannot wait to see you in the next episode of Live. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slack. And boy, we've got an action-packed episode full of some seriously spooky content. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy stuff. Just like this.
A TikTok video uploaded by user Chawachi has gone viral for its eerie, yet odd twist on a possible paranormal encounter. The account isn't usually associated with ghost footage either, which makes this chilling upload even more striking. The clip begins with the poster explaining that he's home alone in his girlfriend's house, a place she claims may be haunted. According to her, she often hears footsteps moving around upstairs when no one else is home. On this occasion, it was the first time the poster had ever heard the sound for himself. I don't see it from our house. The poster approaches the staircase and calls out. Receiving no reply, he escalates the challenge. Seconds later, the sound of heavy footsteps thundering down the stairs fills the house. Without hesitation, the man swings a punch into the air, as if trying to knock out an unseen figure. The comment section lit up with a mix of amazement, amusement, and disbelief. Many viewers applauded the man's decision to stand his ground rather than running away, as is common in these kinds of encounters. Others admitted the clip gave them chills, noting how real the footsteps sounded as they pounded down the staircase.
How do you think you would react in this type of situation? Would you get your swing on or run for the door? Let me know down below. TikTok creator Magical Poltergeist has been documenting unseen activity in his home for months, and his videos have viewers convinced that something sinister may be lurking within the walls. This first clip begins innocently enough, showing the couple engaged in a heated phone call, apparently arguing about housework. Mid-conversation, something startling happens. The bedroom door suddenly slams shut with force. Startled, the woman rushes over to open it, but as she does, a container falls off the shelf, crashing to the floor. The comment section was quick to light up with speculation. Several viewers suggested this could be the work of a poltergeist, a type of spirit often associated with disruptive physical activity. Others noted that poltergeists are said to draw energy from emotions such as anger, fear, or stress, making the couple's argument a potential trigger. In paranormal lore, poltergeists are notorious for manipulating the environment, slamming doors, moving objects, and creating disturbances. Many believers argue that emotional energy, particularly from conflict, can feed these entities, making the activity more intense. If true, the timing of the door slamming and the container falling while the woman was upset adds to the case for this theory. In this next video, captured on a security camera in the living room, we see the woman waking suddenly from a nap. On the phone, she can be heard complaining about a strong smell of rotten eggs in the house.
Dude, the house smells like literally like rotten eggs. Like it literally smells like you're going to the house. Like I don't know what that house smells. It's not like.
Moments later, this happens.
What? Okay, so like over and out, dude.
The lights begin to flicker and a crucifix hanging on the wall turns upside down on its own. For many viewers, this was one of the clearest signs of possible demonic activity. One commenter joked that the family should call Ed and Lorraine Warren, while another noted that the sulfuric, eggy smell is often associated with the presence of demons in folklore.
Dude, the house smells like literally like rotten eggs. Like it literally smells like crap. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
In this more recent clip, the poster is seen pottering around in the kitchen. As the camera records, a doll begins to move by itself. If you watch closely, you can actually see a dark, shadowy shape pass near the doll, disappearing into the corner of the room. A short time later, something seems to spook the man and he leaves the room. The camera, however, continues recording and captures what may be the same shadow figure, and perhaps another, moving about the space. The eerie sight left viewers unsettled, with many expressing concern for the safety of the poster. One viewer telling him that you need to get out of that house. In a fourth video, the camera catches a light switch moving on its own.
See, Matt, how the fuck is that? Turn it on. There's a light switch really flickering.
These things are really
As the couple watch in fear, their attention is suddenly drawn to an umbrella that appears to have been thrown across the floor by an unseen force.
Wait a minute. Oh, Jesus Christ, what was that, baby? What was that? Hold on, baby, hold on, wait a minute. Baby, is that Angela? Baby, hold on, wait a minute.
When the poster examines the area where the umbrella came from, another switch next to the door begins to flick up and down by itself.
What's up, Mom? Oh, baby, come on. Wait here, wait a minute. Hey,
the pair return to the original room only to see the first light switch still moving. The woman notes how cold the room feels, further unsettling viewers.
So, hey, whoever's in here, stop the switching. Stop the switching. Get out of our house. Stop.
This video sparked a wave of concerned comments. Some suggested that the pair should cleanse the house with sage or salt, while others urged them to seek a priest for spiritual advice. Many are urging the couple to take the activity seriously before it escalates further.
Wait a minute, baby. Like, wait a minute. Oh, Jesus Christ, what was that, baby? What was that?
For those curious, you can see more of Magical Poltergeist's videos directly on TikTok. There's a link to their account in the description box below. A chilling clip uploaded to TikTok by user nightmarefuel__ has stirred debate after showing what appears to be a ghostly figure peering from the window of an abandoned building. According to the uploader, the video was allegedly captured somewhere in China by a man who lives across from the derelict structure. One afternoon, he noticed something unusual. A pale figure leaning against one of the windows, gazing silently down onto the street below. The figure's appearance struck the man's eye, with clothing and features that seemed out of place, more reminiscent of someone from the pre-industrial era than modern times. The eerie footage quickly went viral, with viewers split over whether it showed something paranormal. One commenter in particular suggested the video wasn't filmed in China at all, but in Taiwan, and that the supposed ghost was in fact a mannequin once used for a department store display that had been stored in the building. The ambiguity of the footage, combined with conflicting claims about its origin, has only fueled the intrigue. Whether it's a genuine supernatural sighting, a clever setup, or simply a mannequin mistaken for something more sinister, the video has captured the imagination of thousands. In a recent US congressional hearing, several military veterans came forward to share chilling encounters with unidentified aerial phenomena. One of the more striking testimonies was given by Air Force veteran Dylan Borland, who described witnessing a massive otherworldly craft in 2012 near Langley Air Force Base.
As I began walking towards the light, towards the flight line and the track, the light then flies across the base, across the flight line, and as it flies to me, a triangle manifests around the light.
According to Borland, the object was triangular and approximately 100 feet in size.
I can't tell you if it was active camouflage. I can't tell you if it appeared around the light, but I can tell you that it was a white light and then there's a triangle.
He claimed the craft appeared to be made of a dark metallic material, painted black, and that its surface seemed fluid or dynamic, not rigid. Around the top was what he described as a gold plasma. The craft reportedly ascended to the altitude of a commercial jet in just seconds, all without making noise. Borland also stated that after speaking out, he experienced reprisals, including being blacklisted, subject to intelligence investigations, and difficulty getting work. He said such pressure is used to enforce secrecy.
I think today there's still an issue, but because people are able to come before you and people are speaking out, I think it has been somewhat less. I would hope though that people would, because if this goes back into closed doors, it's going to be really ugly.
Alongside Borland, Navy Senior Chief Petty Officer Alexandro Wiggins and others testified to seeing objects and phenomena that, in their words, did not conform to any known aircraft or drone. These sightings featured strange flight behaviours and characteristics not matching conventional aircraft. The term plasma suggests that Borland believed the craft was surrounded by or somehow composed of ionised glowing gas, similar to what is seen in phenomena like auroras or man-made plasma arcs. If accurate, this would imply high-energy states. Something is ionising air or another medium around the craft, generating light or glowing effects. Metallic, rigid aircraft don't generally behave in fluid, dynamic ways or produce plasma in those forms under normal atmospheric flight. This could mean that either the observed behaviour was misinterpreted or it hints at propulsion, materials or energy systems beyond what is publicly known. Government agencies such as NASA and the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office have so far maintained that no credible evidence has emerged proving extraterrestrial life or objects that violate known laws of physics. These claims by veterans like Borland and Wiggins are being taken more seriously, but remain unverified in a way that satisfies scientific consensus. Increased pressure is arising for more transparency and legal protections for whistleblowers, so that people who have seen or experienced UAPs can speak without fear of retaliation. If any part of these testimonies can be corroborated, video, radar, physical traces, etc., it could force a re-examination of what we consider feasible in aerial technology or in understanding UAP phenomena. The plasma UFO description, especially fluid, metallic appearance, glowing plasma, and silent operations, provides a vivid new detail in the ongoing UAP dialogue and could help guide what to look for in future investigations. Whether these accounts will lead to definitive proof or remain intriguing mysteries depends on whether supporting data comes to light and whether institutions are willing to treat those data seriously. A strange video uploaded to TikTok by paranormal_tops has left viewers unsettled, with many wondering if the footage might capture an encounter with something otherworldly. Footage from 2 different security cameras shows a man standing on a quiet street. At first glance, it seems ordinary. He's gesturing and speaking as though engaged in conversation with someone. But upon reviewing the security recordings, the man realised something chilling. No one else is visible on the footage. According to the man, he was approached by a stranger who asked him, "Excuse me, where is the pine forest?" He insists he clearly saw and spoke to the person, yet the cameras captured only him on the street, talking and waving into empty space. The unsettling clip sparked debate among TikTok viewers, with one commenter pointing out, just where he stops and starts waving, a kind of vapour trail passes in the background. Stories of people claiming to see or speak with figures that don't appear on film are a recurring theme in the paranormal world. Some believe spirits can manipulate perception, appearing only to certain individuals. Whether it was a supernatural encounter or something else entirely, this video has left thousands scratching their heads. So what do you think? Did this man really speak to a ghostly stranger, or is there another explanation for the eerie footage? Let me know your take in the comments section below. Coming up in our last segment, in just a few seconds, we take a look at a chilling alien abduction story out of Argentina. But before we do, remember to smash that like button, hit subscribe and share this with your friends and family.
In March 2006, Corporal Luis Sergio Pucheta of the Argentine police vanished during a routine patrol near General Pico in La Pampa province. Pucheta, then 31 years old, had agreed to cover a colleague's shift. While riding his motorcycle near a spot known as El Cruce de las Cañas, he noticed a strange glow in the trees. Stopping to investigate, he reported seeing two red lights about 50 meters away. The lights dazzled him and seemed to paralyze him. At some point, he inexplicably disassembled his radio, pistol, and phone, leaving the pieces scattered on the ground. Before going silent, he made a cryptic call to his colleague. "Come to Las Cañas, you know what's happening." When backup arrived, they found his abandoned bike, scattered equipment, but no sign of Pucheta. Footprints led into the cane fields, strangely spaced at first 1 meter apart, then stretching to 2, then 7 meters, as though something had lifted him off the ground. A storm soon washed the trail away. He was discovered 18 hours later, more than 30 kilometers away, sitting dazed by a dirt road in an area locals call El Triangulo. His rescuer described him hiding his face, barely able to respond. Doctors noted blisters on his feet, small burns even between his toes. He recoiled from light, begging to be placed in a darkened room. Emotionally, he appeared shattered, crying uncontrollably at times and struggling to explain what had happened. Later, Pucheta described flashes of memory, floating above the fields, reliving moments of childhood, and a sensation like being back inside his mother's womb. He claimed the beings he encountered were small, with red eyes, communicating wordlessly but issuing commands. The incident changed his life. He was eventually forced into early retirement in 2013, unable to continue police work due to trauma. To this day, he refuses to return to the site of his encounter. Skeptics point out inconsistencies. His memory lapses make reconstruction difficult. The reports of levitating footprints rely on tracks quickly destroyed by rain. No medical files or forensic analyses have been published to confirm the burns or photosensitivity. Others suggest psychological trauma, natural disorientation, or even human interference may explain the events. Still, physical injuries, the missing time, and his lasting fear keep the case alive in UFO lore. Was Pucheta truly abducted, or did he endure a traumatic but earthly ordeal when his mind translated into something stranger? So, what do you think? Was this officer caught up in one of Argentina's most chilling UFO encounters? Or does a more ordinary explanation lie behind the mystery? Sticking with eerie alien abduction stories, over on our second channel we take a deep dive into the chilling alien encounters of Dr. Carla Turner.
In the world of UFO lore, few figures are as polarizing as Dr. Carla Turner, the college professor turned alien abduction researcher. Turner claimed to have uncovered unsettling truths about extraterrestrial encounters. Her work pushed the boundaries of belief, presenting accounts of abductions, psychological manipulation, and human complicity with alleged alien entities. Turner's work offers more than just eerie stories. It challenges our understanding of reality. She painted a picture of experiences that defied explanation, weaving together testimony and patterns that hinted at a larger, unsettling agenda. While her findings remain provocative, they also compel us to ask, could these accounts hold the key to understanding humanity's place in the cosmos? Or is there more to these phenomena than meets the eye?
If you want to hear the full story, there's a link in the description box and it's pinned in the comments. Now, if you want to watch some more scary content, then click one of these two links here. They'll keep you entertained well into the evening, we promise. Leave us some feedback in the comments section down below or smash that thumbs up button. It really helps us out. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Ham. Boy, we've got a banger for you this week. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more freaky content, just like this.
A driver reviews their dash cam and finds something that doesn't add up.
Let's look. There's no one here. No one in this corner.
The forward-facing feed rolls on. Empty road, nothing weird. While the side camera, recorded at the same moment, suddenly shows a man appear at the curb as if he materialized out of thin air. Clip uploaded by Artist Fast jumps between angles.
Still nobody here.
No horn, no braking, no collision, just two cameras telling two different stories from the same drive. Viewers waste no time with wild theories, simulation glitch, time fold, or a literal tear in reality. But there are quieter technical possibilities worth considering. Parallax and camera blind spots can make objects appear or vanish between angles. Rolling shutter artifacts and frame rate mismatches sometimes create odd micro jumps, and footage that's been stitched or compressed can introduce ghost frames that weren't in the original recording. Whether it's a camera quirk or something weirder, this is one strange piece of footage.
Is it easy for you to meet people? I mean, or is it kind of tricky because of who you are?
During an interview on the Jonathan Ross show, pop icon Britney Spears made an unusual remark that's had conspiracy theorists buzzing.
I said that other than that, it's too much. It's like I met this one guy and just like he looked like a lizard. I was so scared.
She casually mentioned meeting a man who, in her words, looked like a lizard.
I kept seeing his actor and I was like, oh my god! Holy shit, he looks just like a lizard. And it was really bad.
So you just left?
Immediately.
For most, it was nothing more than a strange description. But for some corners of the internet, this became instant fuel for the long-running reptilian theory, the belief that shape-shifting lizard beings secretly influence human affairs. Popularized by author David Icke in the 1990s, the idea blends ancient serpent myths with modern distrust of elites. Believers often point to odd celebrity moments or strange slips of the tongue as possible evidence. Skeptics, of course, argue Britney's comment was likely light-hearted or metaphorical, with no hidden meaning at all. Still, the superstar's offhand remark was all it took to keep the reptilian conspiracy alive online. So what do you think? Was this just a throwaway joke? Or did Britney unknowingly step into one of the strangest conspiracy theories of our time?
And then other than that, it's too much. It's like I went with this one guy and he just like he looked like a lizard. I was so scared.
So you just left?
Immediately.
It began in Pedregal, Panama, when TikTok user Kim Panama claimed a meteorite had landed near his home. In the first video, he shows what looks like a scorched impact site on the ground, a darkened patch of earth where the rock supposedly fell. Soon after he films the object itself, at first nothing more than a lump of stone. Later clips show the rock burning a leaf it touches. Within hours, something strange begins to appear on its surface. Over the next few days, the growth turns black and begins to spread. In one video, it seems to pulse and flit about as though it's moving under its own power. The uploader claims he's sending samples around the world. Meanwhile, the object itself keeps growing. He places it inside a safe overnight, but instead of lying still, the substance hides in the shadows, its tentacle-like strands flicking in and out of view. Subsequent clips show it expanding larger and larger until it nearly fills the inside of the safe. The story takes a darker turn when commenters begin reporting that King Panama himself has been hospitalized, allegedly after exposure to the substance. The bizarre series has left viewers unsettled, with many nicknaming the growth Venom because of its black blob-like appearance. Some worry it could be alien life, something dangerous that should never have been handled. Skeptics, however, note several red flags. In one early clip of the burn site, viewers spotted matches lying nearby, fueling suspicions that the impact was staged. Others suggest the growth could be terrestrial, a fungus or mold like Clathrus archeri, also known as devil's fingers, which emerges from a sac, smells foul, and sprouts tentacle-like arms. And crucially, no scientific body has confirmed the meteorite's authenticity or tested the samples. The poster says he tried to alert local university authorities to investigate, but no one has come so far. Without expert analysis, the claims remain grounded only in social media videos. So is this a viral hoax dressed up as sci-fi horror? Or has a TikTok user in Panama stumbled across something truly out of this world? A Reddit user named Jitter-less shared a photo taken by a relative during one of her usual hikes. She often walks the same mountain trail, a quiet path with no houses nearby and very few people ever around. On this day, she snapped a few photos and later uploaded them to Facebook. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but after a while, friends began asking who she was walking with. Confused, she looked closer. In the distance, a figure can be seen on the trail, even though she swears she was completely alone. Some think the mysterious shape could be a trick of light, or maybe a tree that just looks like a person. Others believe the camera may have captured something more sinister, a ghostly presence in the wilderness. So what do you think? Was the hiker truly alone, or did the camera reveal a hidden companion? Visitors at Disney World's Epcot recently reported something unusual in the skies above the park. Morgan Hillsman, digital director of the Bobby Bones show, was visiting the park with her boyfriend when she noticed a sudden bright light overhead as they waited for the nightly fireworks. She later explained that it clearly wasn't part of the pyrotechnics display, and after checking online for drone or satellite activity and finding nothing, she declared it definitely a UFO with aliens. Some commenters suggested a more ordinary explanation. A recent series of SpaceX launches from Cape Canaveral, just 60 miles away, could account for the strange light. Others noted it resembled a helicopter hovering in place. Still, the sighting has fueled fresh debate. Florida is one of the most active states for UFO reports, second only to California, with thousands of sightings logged over the past few decades. Epcot's proximity to NASA launch sites and its clear night skies have long made it a hotspot for aerial mysteries. So was this simply a misidentified rocket, a helicopter caught at the right angle, or did Disney guests witness something far stranger above the park? Colorado River Expeditions, a rafting company, shared footage in May 2025, claiming to show a genuine Bigfoot encounter.
Where is it? You see it? Dude, it's like big in the tree.
The video shows a dark, bipedal figure moving through trees above the river as rafters watch in disbelief.
Look at my phone, you can see it.
Posted with the caption, "No CGI, no fakes, just wilderness and raw footage," the clip quickly gained tens of thousands of likes.
I can't find anything more than this.
Colorado has long been a hotspot for Bigfoot reports, with more than 140 recorded sightings. But experts remain doubtful. Anthropologist Maria Mayer said the gate looked too human and questioned why a reclusive animal would appear so openly. Online, many dismissed it as a person in a ghillie suit or a marketing stunt timed with the rafting season. Critics noted how smoothly it walked compared to the classic Patterson Gimlin film of 1967. Despite millions of views and heated debate, no physical evidence has emerged. No tracks, no hair, no proof. So, was this footage another clever hoax, or could rafters on the Colorado River really have glimpsed the legendary cryptid? Before we get to our last segment, remember to hit that like button, leave some comments below, and share this episode on your socials. Any and all interactions really help us reach new viewers in the algorithm. A curious photo shared by Ghosts of London has viewers scratching their heads. In reality, the boy's eyes are closed, but in the reflection, his eyes appear wide open. Adding to the mystery, a faint orb-like mist can be seen floating above his head. Some have speculated this could be evidence of a doppelganger, a ghostly double said to appear as a mirror image of the living. Others believe it's simply a camera or lighting glitch, with the orb explained away as dust or lens flare.
Still, the unsettling mismatch between the child and his reflection has left many viewers stumped.
Well, hey, well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to watch some more scary clips, then check out these two links right here. Remember to follow us on all our other socials as well. We're on X, Facebook, and Instagram. There's links in the description box down below there. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. Welcome back to part 8 of restoring my 1915 Massey steam hammer. In the last episode, I remade a brand new cast iron valve. It replaces this old one that is now undersized and got that component to have a think of, but the first job on the menu today is making a brand new piston valve rod, because the 110-year-old one is all crusty and it needs remaking. I've got some 22mm cold roll ENH 1040 bar to use, so it's delayed. By the way, this episode is sponsored by Perplexity Computer. It's now time for us to return to the topic of thread cutting array. In episode 5, I decided when I was making bolts for the attaching base to the anvil that I was going to try a method of thread cutting involving in-feed with the compound set at 30 degrees. Technically. Now, I did a whole drawing on the ground explaining what I was going to do. In principle, I understood the concept, but as we all know, what is in theory and what is in practice is not necessarily the same thing. Here's what I did. I turned the compound across 29.5 degrees. Yeah. The resulting thread I cut was not good, and I had to finish it with a cross line to make an improvement. I asked you all to let me know what could possibly be going wrong, and you very kindly informed me about the rookie error that I made. As it currently stands, I am feeding in 60 degrees to the line of the spindle. We need to be feeding in 30 degrees, which means I should have turned this thing around to 60.5 degrees. It's meant to look like this, which is much more like the drawing I made on the ground. So thank you all so much. I am so grateful that I get to learn from you guys in the comments. Right, now check this out. The threads that we are trying to match look like any regular thread. That looks just like a 3mm pitch. That'll do the job. No. In fact, not all threads are the same. There are metric threads where the little triangles have a 60-degree angle, and there are Whitworth threads with a 55-degree angle. This old steam hammer was built in 1915 England in Manchester, and all the threads on it are Whitworth threads. So you see on this end it is a 9 teeth per inch 55-degree Whitworth, and here it is 1/2 inch 13 teeth per inch on this other side. This means I can't use any of the thread cutting tooling that I already have. Having only ever turned metric threads in my life, all my tooling is for metric 60-degree threads, which is not the same as our Whitworth 55-degree. It would do the job, it would be close, but it wouldn't be technically correct. And so I need to make my first ever thread cutting lathe tooling. I have a high-speed steel knife. It won't be carbide, but it'll do just fine. My copy machinery's handbook out so we can figure out what's going on grinding this, because there are a lot of angles that I don't understand. T-taps cutting 2099. Relief angles for single point thread cutting tools. Ah, right. This I don't understand. Whoa. I've got an idea. Analyze these two pages and make it to work rapidly. Relief angles. Hey, can you understand any of this? 10 rule of thread divided by pi k. No, I don't. I did not get to this point in school. It's done. Oh my goodness. Today's sponsor, Perplexity Computer, saves the day. Here we go. British Standard Whitworth, 7/8 diameter thread, 9 teeth per inch. That means leading edge needs to be 12.7 degrees, trailing edge 7.7, and it pulled the tip nose radius for making that size of thread, which is 15 thousandths of an inch. We're back in business. There's the tool. Quadruple check, 9 pitch. Let's get it right this time. 7, 8, 9. AR2Y. AR2. Definitely saying 2Y. Let's make sure it's right. Definitely 9. It's 9. It's 9. It's 9. Now we're going to think about how far in we're going to push the tool. And since we're feeding with the compound, we're going to be feeding in on an angle I've got one app for that. A single point threading tool, Whitworth 789 spits out the major and minor diameter, but we're going to be doing compound feed, giving my compound at 26.5 degrees, depending on how it's referenced. It could be 63.5. It spits out everything I need to know. Let's send it. All right. Yay! I made that tool. That's so satisfying.
I think it's going to do the job. A couple more passes, you should be there.
Yeah, baby. Now we're starting to feel that chatter. There's a lot of tool pressure now. Spring class. Lovely stuff. Moment of truth. Yes. It is perfect. That works. We've got it in the way like this. Next step, take it out, flip it around, turn this down to a 1/2 inch, put a thread on it, maybe even break out the toothpaste grinder again. Just because we're concentric here doesn't mean we're concentric at the end. That's a lot of a wobble. I've got to fix that with an hammer. Oh, beautiful! I think this is my longest ever continuous chip. 1/1000 of an inch to go. But since I'm now busy with a tool-post grinder, let's try and get it real nice. Oh! Get some! Need a thread on it. Fortunately, look what I found in my little Facebook marketplace. A 1/2 inch Whitworth die. There. You turn any moment now. Any moment now. It should stop cutting. Yeah. And that is almost done. I was setting it up like I was about to say it was done. It's not done. 2 more things need to be done. Some very flats. Make sure you can get some torque on it. I dare say this is going to be a tremendous improvement over the original. I was going to leave it there. You will note that there's one component that haven't changed, and that is this little fella here. This is a component that I don't fully understand. I've got ideas of what this component might be, but I just don't know exactly what its purpose is. It is, of course, very warm. It's in a very rough as-cast state. How it sits in the original is with a tremendous amount of play on the shaft, but knowing what the purpose of the component is part of what tells you how to design the replacement for it. Is it meant to have that play, or is it not? Does that play serve a purpose, or doesn't it? Knowing the answer to those questions would give me the certainty to be able to say, yes, I need to make a new one, or no, I don't, and if I do need to make a new one, how on earth am I going to build and make it? I'm going to sleep on it, have a think about what we do with that, have a breather on this, and announce that I'm getting a forklift next week, which is just thrilling, apart from the fact that as it currently stands, I'm not going to be able to store it inside. We're obviously out of space in the real workshop. This is the second workshop, and my hope is to be able to drive the forklift up into here and store it undercover. The trouble is, I don't want to ruin my forklift tires going up over this ledge that is 120 meters tall, so I'm going to need a ramp that can support the 9 tons that is the forklift that's arriving. To the plasma table. As per usual, I didn't really plan ahead in advance. Drawing this thing up would probably take me the better part of an hour, so I'm pretty slow at that. What if I could just speak it? Make me a ramp out of 6mm steel that is 500mm wide. And 25 cut steel. This. 125 high, 200mm wide. Side plate, internal ribs, side plate. That's our deck. We need 2 of these. I'm going to run a recurring task to check current steel prices, which means I know this should cost me £30 in steel for each ramp. I sync this up with my Gmail account. The Perplexity computer can also perform tasks and connect with countless other tools like Dropbox, Outlook, calendar, and many more. Your own creativity is all that's holding you back from building tools to make your day run smoother. I can save the DXF from my phone in one tap, and I've got it integrated to my Gmail, which means that I can send it across to the plasma cutting computer, and we can start building these things.
My teeth!
All these tools were super simple. I did most of it from my phone using speech-to-text in the Perplexity Computer app, and then able to iterate on each version to make adjustments to turn it into exactly what I want. Computers, unlike other tools, because when you give it a task, it delegates that plan to other models to get the job done without you having to micromanage it. I particularly enjoy this tool because the time I save not drawing these relatively simple parts is time I can now spend drawing the significantly more complex parts that I need to work on next. Wait a second.
There we go. 2 ramps over here on the big receiver. I've got an open port.
Rainwater is getting in there. I made a light version of this tool that you can use that isn't connected to my Gmail account. 230mm flange. Simplest RCD.
I made that drawing on my phone, but I realize this is for rainwater not getting in, so none of that.
You can try this tool and my other Perplexity Computer tools by clicking the link in the description and then build on them yourself. I appreciate Perplexity sponsoring us. We're in the future, guys. I've come to a conclusion. We're here to do the best possible job of restoring this camera. There is no way that we're going to leave this component as it is with all that slop. I'm going to remake this part. We're going to do a proper job for what's stopping us other than the fear of not knowing how to make the part. And so what I've gone ahead and done is I spent some time making some drawings that are in on shape. 2 sets of drawings because you start drawing and then at the drawing with the draft angle, this component would have originally been cast and then kind of machined from cast. You see there is a taper here. That is a draft angle for casting. So I'm going to try my best to replicate those features. I'm going to be making this out of some more of that chunky cast iron. I'm hoping to be able to include a bronze bush so that we can keep our shaft in pristine condition. In the background, while I'm getting a start, I've got the 3D printer working to make up some of these components that I can actually look at, feel, take measurements off of where my drawings aren't cutting it. This is going to be an incredibly challenging part for the machine. It's going to be a real head scratcher. That is for certain. 2.35. We're now getting close to our final dimension here on OD this part. I wrote in a nominal value of 53.45, but I knew that I'd want to come back and actually measure the ball about this valve to get the fit right. So I want to get this component pushed in there with a little bit of pressure so it doesn't spin, but I don't want it to be so much of a tight fit that it breaks the component. Frankly, cast iron is probably going to be quite fragile, but I also want the ability to get it out if I need to. We're back to a topic that has caused me some serious confusion over the past few months, which is very sharp problems. It turns out I have all the information here, so I think it can do this down. Just like it's been, all these types of tables exist. Engineers been around the block can obviously understand this stuff. I never could. One of you very kindly sent me a spreadsheet that you built to help me understand this topic more. That, along with some of my own research, means that I'm getting a better feel for how to not only design these parts that need to fit together in a certain way, but also manufacture them. I've obviously got something up my sleeve, so let's go ahead and do this. I made sure it has explanations so that you can learn about what hole basis is, shaft basis is. You can learn about the terminology for different types of fits, the grading nomenclature for them, learn about the actual clearance or interference, and get a graphic to see what it looks like. I then make an app that I wish existed for me and now for you.
Taking this past to 53.44, it should leave about 35 microns to go. I'm not going to break out the tool post grinder on this part because I don't have enough space. And I don't think you should need it for this to fit. Just a tickle.
We're bang on. That is exactly what I wanted.
Now making a holding shape.
Now we just got to make this from that. machine. But have a look at this. See the amount of gappage. That gappage is our airflow. A very important part of the airflow. It's the flow for the air that gets exhausted out of the bottom of the cylinder, which is the air that's exhausting as the round comes down and strikes. If we throttle that airflow at all, it's going to provide a damping effect, and the panel's not going to strike. And check this out, compare that with the original, and you will see that the original has the opportunity for a lot more airflow, and that is because of these draft angles in the casting that we obviously don't have at the moment. So it's time to put an angle on things. Another head scratcher for me in the manufacturing of this piece, because I know from my CAD drawings that I need a 4-degree angle, but I don't know whether the best thing is to nod the indexing head to 4 degrees, whether I should twist the head of the Bridgeport to 4 degrees, or whether I magically need to come up with a 4-degree tapered end, or would that be an 8-degree tapered end? I don't know. You see, as it stands, we currently know where the exact middle of the center of rotation of our part is. As soon as we go ahead and twist our part, we don't know where the center of rotation is so well. Things are going to be changing. What about when we then offset again? Things are going to be changing. It all feels really complex. The simple solution, of course, would be to scribe it up and just work by eye. But in an ideal world, I'm going to figure this out with the maths and machine a precise part for the pleasure of trying to do something that's really my comfort zone. I'm committed to a plan. I figured out how we're going to calculate it properly. I had to go 12 years back in my memory from the last time I did any of these calculations. It's a very simple 2 right-angle triangle problem. Because our part is take 4 degrees of the z-axis, here's our x-axis. We need to know how far in on x our cutting to go. Our final feature along there. So it's one 4-degree, 25mm long right-angle triangle, which gives the length of side y. Another 4-degree right-angle triangle gets us the side x. And once I touch off our part, that's how far in we've got to go. Got there in the end. I made assumptions. Assumptions is bad. That would be perfect if it was for the fact that I made the drawing perfect, and that 4-degree angle is exactly what we needed. But as we can see, there's a lot more air here than there was there. I made assumptions in the drawing. I'm going to increase the draft angle so we can get the flow of the exhaust air just right. Now time for the scariest part of the machining jobs is committing to taking it out of the chuck. We need to make our bones bush. That may just be the most complex piece that I have ever machined. How fun is that? There we go. I am very happy with the improvements in the original. But we do need to see how it fits in here. Does it fit how I intended? Snug push fit. Let's warm this up a little bit. Yes! God, if that isn't the perfect representation of how materials expand and contract with temperature, I don't know what is. Went from not being able to push it in with my hands, warmed it up like 10 degrees, and it went in. That is our new valve. That's the ticket, boys and girls. Ta-da. And there, separating the end of the valve from 110-year-old nut and one very old lock nut. I don't think that can be any better. That is the piston valve assembly complete. The idea of making this valve scared me, but I'm so thrilled to have pulled it off. But that doesn't mean that I'm any less scared about the next task, which is going to be fixing the unthreading of the valve piston, making an entirely new piston ring, which is a really critical component. There's going to be a lot for me to learn in the next episode. Thank you for watching. Thank you to Complexity for sponsoring this episode. Go try the tools that I have built in the link in the description. Have a think about what tools you can build to help you in the workshop with it. I appreciate your time. Bye-bye. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Ham. You're about to see some really freaky video clips. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
A recent post to the Ghosts of London Facebook page has sparked debate after a visitor to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania shared a photo they believe may show the apparitions of wartime soldiers. The poster explained that he and his girlfriend had arrived in Gettysburg late Thursday evening and spent Saturday exploring the sprawling battlefield grounds. Around 6:30 p.m. at the wheat field, one of the bloodiest sites of the 1863 battle, they were alone. So they thought. Later, when reviewing their photos, they were shocked to notice what appeared to be figures resembling soldiers in the background. The image quickly divided opinion. One commenter thought the figures looked more like a family than a troop of soldiers. Another speculated they might be reenactors, perhaps lingering after a demonstration. Despite the skepticism, many agreed that Gettysburg is one of the most haunted locations in the United States, and that seeing something inexplicable isn't unusual. The Battle of Gettysburg, July 1st to 3rd, 1863, was one of the bloodiest engagements of the American Civil War, leaving more than 50,000 soldiers dead, wounded, or missing. With so much death and trauma compressed into just 3 days, it's no wonder the battlefield has earned a reputation as one of America's most haunted sites. Common ghostly reports include apparitions of soldiers seen walking the fields and along stone walls, disembodied voices, cannon fire, and gunshots echoing across empty fields at night, and ghostly encounters at sites like Devil's Den, the Wheat Field, and Little Round Top, where fierce fighting left lasting scars. Visitors also describe sensations of being watched or followed, or sudden drops in temperature. Over the years, numerous photos, videos, and eyewitness accounts have surfaced, with some of the most famous clips appearing to show soldier-like figures moving through the brush. Whether tricks of light or genuine apparitions, Gettysburg remains a magnet for paranormal investigators. So, what do you think? Are these spectral remnants of the Civil War, or simply people caught wandering the grounds? Take another look at the image and let me know what you think in the comments section below. Taking a break from the spookies for a minute and a twist of real-life absurdity, security footage from Rishikesh, India, has captured something truly bizarre. The footage seen here on Fox News shows the bull nonchalantly walking down the street and deliberately mounting the vehicle. Several cameras managed to catch the action before the vehicle crashed into a fence. The bull then calmly walks away, seemingly uninterested in its brief stunt. The incident took place on Friday, May 2nd, 2025, turning an ordinary Rishikesh street into the setting of one of the most entertaining and bizarre wildlife blunders of the year. Luckily for the owner, the whole thing was caught on camera. Imagine trying to explain what happened to your insurance company. During the 18th annual Penfield Little League Summer Slam in upstate New York, an ordinary game took an extraordinary turn. A security camera captured the moment a dust devil materialized as a young batter prepared to swing. Players and umpires scattered, seeking cover as dirt and debris swirled through the infield. This isn't the first time nature has disrupted youth sports. In 2018, a similar whirlwind forced a timeout during a Little League game in Libertyville, Illinois, with players and fans alike stunned by the sudden tornado-like vortex. Local media and meteorologists emphasize that while dramatic, dust devils are typically harmless if handled with caution, unlike the severe danger that real tornadoes can pose. This moment in Penfield reminds us just how unpredictable nature can be, even on cloudless, sunny afternoons. A haunting photo recently shared to the Ghosts of London Facebook page has stirred debate among both believers and skeptics. The poster explains the photo was taken 2 years ago in London, but only rediscovered days ago on an old memory stick. It was their 26th birthday, and they'd just been gifted a Canon film camera from 1984. Excited to try it out, they spent the day photographing the city, including one escalator scene that still unsettles them. At first, everything in the shot looks ordinary, but at the bottom of the escalators, a strange dark shadow lingers. The poster admits they never noticed it until recently. It wasn't the shadow that drew the most attention. Viewers quickly became fixated on one man in the image. His face appears distorted, grotesque, almost unnatural, and for many, far more unnerving than the shadow itself. The unsettling combination of the escalator shadow and the man's eerie face has left many deeply disturbed. Rediscovered years later, the photo has taken on a new life, sparking theories about whether it captured nothing more than bad film, or something the underground is still hiding. Imagine boarding a plane only to find someone already sitting in your seat, someone who looks exactly like you. That's precisely what happened to Glasgow photographer Neil Thomas Douglas in a bizarre and uncanny encounter. In October 2015, Neil Douglas boarded a Ryanair flight to Galway and headed to his assigned seat. To his shock, it was already occupied. When the passenger looked up, Neil thought, "He looks like me." Startled yet amused, the two struck up a conversation, took selfies, and realised the stranger was Neil's doppelganger, an unrelated lookalike so strikingly similar it felt uncanny. Astonishingly, both men even checked into the same hotel in Galway that night. The concept of a doppelganger, literally a double walker in German, is long haunted folklore, literature, and psychology. Such encounters tap into primal fears about identity, fate, and the unknown. Historical cases of real-life doppelgangers continue to add to the mystery. The story of Emily Saget is perhaps one of the most famous historical accounts of a living person's double appearing in plain sight. Saget was a French school teacher working at the Pensionnat von Neuvelke, a girls' boarding school in present-day Latvia. According to witness testimonies, her students repeatedly saw a phantom version of her in the classroom. On one occasion, while Emily was writing on the blackboard, her double appeared beside her, mirroring her every movement. Yet Emily herself seemed completely unaware of it. In another incident, while Saget was observed outside in the garden, her spectral twin materialised inside the school, visible to startled students and staff. The apparition was described as lifelike, but slightly faded, leaving an eerie synchronisation with Saget. Despite multiple witnesses confirming these events, Emily herself claimed she never saw her double, though she admitted to feeling sudden fatigue or weakness when others reported its presence. Eventually, her unnerving reputation led the school to dismiss her. The Saget case remains one of the strongest in doppelganger law because of the large number of credible eyewitnesses and its repeated occurrences, making it hard to dismiss as mere imagination. Another unnerving account involved the English poet and cleric John Donne, who recorded an eerie experience in 1612 while travelling in Paris. Don claimed he suddenly saw a vivid apparition of his wife, Anne, holding a dead child in her arms. It was so vivid, it was as though her doppelganger was in the room with him. The vision struck him deeply, and he recounted it immediately to his companions. When Don returned home, he discovered that at the exact time of his vision, his wife had given birth to a stillborn child. For contemporaries steeped in religious symbolism, this eerie coincidence was considered a powerful omen of death. This story has endured in part because Don himself was a man of intellect and learning, later the dean of St. Paul's Cathedral, making his report difficult to dismiss as mere superstition. The account became part of a broader tradition in which seeing one's own loved one as an apparition at a moment of crisis was seen as a supernatural warning or psychic link. Throughout history, encounters with one's own double or doppelganger have often been viewed as an omen of misfortune or impending death. According to palace legends, Catherine the Great's servants once reported seeing her double sitting on her throne. Alarmed, Catherine ordered her guards to shoot at the apparition, but the phantom allegedly vanished. Soon afterward, Catherine died, cementing the belief that her encounter with her double was a harbinger of doom. Abraham Lincoln once wrote about looking in a mirror and seeing a double reflection of his normal face, and beside it a second, ghostly version that was pale and death-like. Lincoln interpreted this as a symbolic omen. The healthier face represented his first term as president, while the ghostly face foreshadowed his death before completing a second term. Indeed, he was assassinated in 1865, shortly after being re-elected. Returning to Glasgow, Neil Douglas's flight encounter is both amusing and somewhat eerie. A selfie-worthy moment that doubles as a brush with something inexplicably strange. Are such meetings pure coincidence, or could they hint at deeper mysteries of identity and fate? Have you ever met someone who looked just like you? If so, let me hear about it in the comments section below. A chilling image posted to the Ghosts of London Facebook page has sparked debate after a mother shared an unexplained photo of her daughter taken about 14 years ago. But on closer inspection, you might notice that resting on the child's right shoulder is what appears to be a disembodied hand. The mother who posted the image insisted that no one was behind her daughter at the time and emphasized that the photo had never been edited. It's just one of those unexplainable mysteries, she wrote. The photo quickly became a topic of discussion, with community members offering their own theories. Some suggested the hand could be a visual trick, perhaps caused by the angle of the girl's own arm. Another theory is that the girl's hand was hidden under some beads or clothing folds, making it look like an extra hand had appeared. One viewer speculated that braided hair strands might have created the illusion of fingers resting on her shoulder. A darker interpretation proposed that the cupboard behind the girl might have been slightly open, and that a real person's hand, possibly someone hiding, was reaching out. Of course, many in the group leaned toward the paranormal explanation, with some insisting the eerie hand belonged to a ghostly entity captured by chance. Whether the strange hand in this photo is a trick of light, hair, or clothing, or something more sinister remains an open question. The lack of editing and the fact that the poster only rediscovered the picture years later adds to its mystery. A short but intriguing video recently surfaced on Reddit, posted by user Inevitable Hospital 1, showcasing a strange spherical object hovering in the skies of Long Beach, California. The orb hovers for a few seconds before darting out of frame, raising questions. Long Beach lies in one of the US regions with notably frequent UFO reports. A deep dive into the National UFO Reporting Center and MUFON databases reveals dozens of reports describing floating metallic spheres, erratic lights, and shapes maneuvering unlike conventional aircraft. Moreover, a recently resurfaced interview is igniting discussions about UFOs, hidden surveillance, and advanced materials, thanks to shocking claims from a former engineer with ties to NASA and Lockheed Martin. During a December 2024 episode of the Ecosystemic Futures podcast, engineer Richard Van Durick shared that he once worked with a specialized group analyzing trillions of microscopic extraterrestrial devices mysteriously scattered across the planet. According to Van Durick, these artifacts are not random debris, but intelligent, self-reconfiguring technologies, intentionally distributed worldwide and capable of blending seamlessly with their surroundings through advanced cloaking mechanisms. Van Durick stated that some of these nanoscale objects exhibit remarkable properties. They can reshape on command, cloak themselves by bending or projecting background light, and even self-destruct into dust if tampered with. Lab analysis of the resulting residue allegedly revealed non-terrestrial isotopic signatures. He implied that these devices might be part of an omnipresent sensor network, possibly designed to observe or subtly influence human activity without detection. Van Durick also mentioned the US Department of Defense had some involvement, but ongoing research now rests largely with private and NGO entities. Online forums and social media have met Van Durick's claims with starkly contrasting reactions. Enthusiasts inspired by science fiction suggest this could be an orderly, soft disclosure of hidden advanced tech. Others remain highly skeptical, criticizing the lack of physical evidence or independent verification. While Van Durick's questions of emergence and manipulation resonate with UFO lore, nothing from NASA has confirmed or refuted the claims. The figure and his company, Field Propulsion Technologies, are connected to federally funded research on advanced propulsion, but the trillions of alien devices remain uncorroborated. Richard Van Durick's assertions tap into a potent mix of fascination, fear, and cosmic grandeur, suggesting we may be under covert surveillance by advanced extraterrestrial technologies. Until peer-reviewed evidence surfaces, these ideas remain speculative and undeniably thought-provoking. So could this video of a strange orb-shaped object show evidence that we are being watched from above? And what is your take on engineer Richard Van Durick's remarkable claims? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section below.
Hey, it's me, your pal, Mothman. I'm out of work. Get this video to 10K likes, and I'll be able to help humanity again.
Deep beneath the earth, near Ottosdal, South Africa, miners unearthed strange spherical objects known as the Klerksdorp spheres. Dating back nearly 3 billion years, these rounded stones, some with etched grooves like cricket balls, have fascinated and baffled both scientists and conspiracy theorists. Most geologists attribute the spheres to natural concretions, mineral deposits formed under immense pressure over time. Studies show they are composed of minerals like hematite, wollastonite, and goethite, consistent with surrounding volcanic rock. Their symmetry and grooves, while striking, can be explained by natural sedimentary processes. Similar formations exist elsewhere in the world, such as Utah's Moki marbles. Despite these explanations, the sphere's near-perfect shapes and unusual markings have inspired speculation. Some suggest they are out-of-place artifacts or parts left behind by ancient civilizations or even extraterrestrial visitors. Legends claim they may have been used as tools, weapons, or coded devices. Whether they are nature's handiwork or evidence of something more, the Klerksdorp spheres remain a striking reminder of how much of Earth's ancient past is still shrouded in mystery. For some, they are geological curiosities. For others, they are tantalizing proof that humanity's story might be far stranger than we know.
Now, if you want to watch some more scary clips, then hit these 2 links here. We've got plenty more where that came from. Leave us some comments down below. Smash that thumbs up button. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Cam. You're about to see some seriously spooky clips, so hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
During a violent thunderstorm over northern Texas on September 6, 2025, Something strange was caught on camera around 9:30 p.m. local time.
That's what it looked like an upside down tornado, dude.
The footage sent anonymously to Instagram user Beyond the Radar shows bolts of lightning tearing through the clouds. But in the midst of the storm, a massive dark object appears to lean inside the cloud itself. Commenters immediately jumped to speculation, with some convinced the storm was hiding an alien craft, possibly even using the lightning to power up. We featured eerily similar footage before, with storm cells revealing what looked like solid shapes inside the clouds. Skeptics argue it's simply a trick of shadow and light, while believers insist these storms might be concealing something extraordinary. So was this just a weather anomaly caught at the perfect moment, or did a Texas thunderstorm briefly reveal a ship hiding in the sky? Footage from Yemen uploaded by user ha_HH10 shows a massive explosion lighting up the sky. It's what happens immediately after that has caught viewers off guard. As the smoke and fire rise, a strange object flies across the frame. At first glance, it looks like it could be debris propelled by the blast, but the way it moves has some people questioning that explanation. Others online suggest it might be a drone, or something far stranger, perhaps even an alien craft passing through the chaos. Whether it's simply a shard of wreckage, advanced military tech, or something unearthly, the clip has sparked heated debate, adding yet another mystery to an already volatile region. A short but eerie clip filmed near a dam has gone viral, leaving viewers scratching their heads. The video has sparked a flood of theories. Some think it could be a giant fish or an undiscovered aquatic species, while others lean into more fantastical explanations, a modern-day plesiosaur, or even some kind of cryptid hiding in the depths. Skeptics argue it's nothing more than shadows or debris caught by the current. Still, the unsettling size and steady movement of the shape have many convinced this clip shows something extraordinary beneath the dam's surface.
So my friend sent me this photo and I feel like it's a new version of the break the internet white gold versus the blue and black dress, okay?
Another strange optical illusion is taking over the internet, this time involving nothing more than a child's footprints in the sand.
So it is these footprints in the sand. Let me get my big head out of the way. Okay, so he was at a dinner party and half the people see the footprints into the sand and half of the people saw them coming out of the sand like 3D.
The photo, shared by Australian TikToker Alice James, shows a little girl's tracks along the beach. At first glance, they look like regular footprints pressed into the sand. But look again, and some people see the exact opposite, as if the prints are actually rising out of the sand in 3D.
When he sent this to me, I kind of squeezed my eyes and I could actually see both. So you might have to pause the video and watch it again. But what do you see?
James compared the debate to 2015's infamous blue and black dress illusion, and commenters agree. Some swear they see deep imprints, others can't unsee the raised shapes pushing up from the beach.
Because I can see both. At the moment I'm seeing imprints, and then I can like away, had to spin my eyes in black, and I can see it's coming out of the sand. It's so weird.
So what do you see? Footprints pressed in or footprints coming out? Either way, it's one of those brain-twisting photos that proves our eyes don't always tell the full story.
Half the people see the footprints into the sand, and half of the people saw them coming out of the sand, like breathing.
Disturbing footage captured by a tenant shows an unsettling encounter at their front door that has left viewers spooked.
Yeah, what you doing like that?
In the clip, a woman can be seen knocking late at night. She appears to be holding something in her hand as she begins speaking through the door.
Yeah, what you doing like that?
She claims she's from Africa, says she's been looking for the man who lives there, and even adds that she likes him.
Yeah, what you doing like that? What you looking for?
The strange tone of the exchange, combined with the object in her hand, made many viewers uneasy. Several commented that it felt less like a chance visit and more like a setup, possibly even an attempted break-in.
You got the wrong door, man. Yeah.
Unsettling security footage uploaded by Romazotti77 has left viewers shaken. The man's behaviour is erratic, his face panicked, movements jerky, as he raises the stool like a weapon, as if trying to defend himself against something unseen. The woman stands pressed into the corner, clearly unsettled as the ride stretches on. At one point, the footage seems to show the stool yanked from his hands by an invisible force. Those skeptics argue he simply tossed it. Eventually, the doors open and a man bolts from the elevator, leaving the shaken woman unharmed, but clearly rattled. Clips like this inevitably draw comparisons to the infamous elevator game, an urban ritual that circulated online a few years ago. According to internet law, riding an elevator in a precise sequence of floors can open a gateway to another dimension or summon a hidden presence. The ritual comes with strict warnings: no eye contact, no speaking to strangers, and never stepping out if the conditions feel wrong. While there's no evidence that the man in this clip was attempting the ritual, the strange behaviour, the tense atmosphere, and the uncanny suggestion of an invisible presence play directly into the myth. It's these eerie overlaps and unexplained encounters in confined elevator spaces that keep the elevator game legend alive and make ordinary footage feel like something far more sinister. Self-styled telekinesis practitioner Fabio has gone viral after posting one of his boldest demonstrations yet.
Destiny, here is your reminder. Take her pills.
Intently as he claims to use only his mind to move it. Suddenly, the log appears to shift and slowly roll on its own. Belief in telekinesis, the ability to move or affect objects with the mind, has roots stretching back through folklore and spiritualist traditions.
You need to stop fucking.
It gained popularity in the 19th and early 20th centuries with seance, table tipping, and claims of spirit mediums. By the mid-20th century, parapsychologists like J.B. Ryan at Duke University attempted to study the phenomenon under controlled conditions, but the results were controversial and often inconclusive, leaving mainstream science deeply skeptical. Fabio's video falls squarely into this long tradition of demonstrations that straddle the line between paranormal claim and performance. While believers see the rolling log as proof of psychic power, skeptics note there are plenty of mundane explanations, from hidden strings to uneven ground to simple camera trickery. Like so many telekinesis claims before it, the footage sparks fascination, but without independent testing and controlled evidence, it remains more spectacle than scientific proof. Before we get to our last segment in just a few seconds, remember to hit subscribe, press like, and share this bad boy with your friends and family. It really helps us out. A chilling photo captured by a cat feeder camera has left viewers divided after what looks like a mysterious figure was spotted inside a home. The black and white night vision shot posted by Hayley Green shows the living room with a sofa along the right-hand side. To some viewers, the faint outline of a person can be seen by the couch. The unsettling detail prompted immediate concern from commenters, with many urging that the police should be called in case an intruder had slipped inside unnoticed. Others, however, argued that if there's no evidence of a break-in, the shadowy figure might not be human at all, but rather a spirit caught on camera. Whether it's a case of pareidolia, an uninvited guest, or something paranormal, the eerie photo has sparked heated debate and racked up hundreds of comments from viewers trying to explain the mysterious presence in the room. Over on our second channel, we take a deep dive into the truly bizarre case of the Douglaston messages. Imagine moving into a quiet cottage only to find yourself trapped in a conversation across centuries, not through whispers or seances, but on a 1980s computer screen. Today, we dive into one of the strangest and most debated paranormal cases ever documented, the Douglaston messages. Autumn 1984, Ken Webster, a 23-year-old high school economics teacher, moves into Meadow Cottage with his girlfriend Debbie, only 19 at the time. If you want to get the full story, there's a link in the description. It's also pinned in the comments. Now, if you want to watch some more scary video clips, then click those two links right there. Remember to check out our merch. We've got a link to our merch store in the description box down below there. It's full of fun, spooky designs. I'm sure you'll love them. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
Welcome back to part 9 of restoring Matt. 1915, Matt's steam hammer back into the condition we would have been in as new 110 years ago. We've now at last reached the most daunting step in this restoration, and that is the opening of the piston ring can of worms, and the curious case of the unthreading of our piston from piston rod. This component is the heart and soul of the hammer, because it is this piston rod which connects to this ram, which is dovetailed to that die that makes the entire hitting assembly, and it makes the mass that is the hammer. It makes the 200 weight a 200 weight.
What's the massive?
That's exactly right. And that piston is running up and down in this cylinder. The piston is lifted through the ports at the bottom of the cylinder and forced down through the air coming from the ports at the top. The air pressure on this face and the ceiling provided by these piston rings allows this piston to go up and then back down. Whatever we do on this stuff has to be perfect. Step 1, we need to very carefully remove the 2 good piston rings so that we don't end up with those broken too. These are cast iron, so they're going to be incredibly fragile. Hold you there. Hold you there. Oh, don't you dare.
We don't pass control.
Yeah. Really, really expensive, brittle bicycle tire.
Very masculine, I'm more nervous now. This problem had been identified, and more recent power hammers actually have the piston and piston rod forged out of one piece of steel. Here, threaded together, they like to come unthreaded. And as Will told us, it's not even just something that's common in steam hammers, it's something that's common in steam engines as a whole. This will cause all sorts of issues, and as you can see, at one point in time, somebody had installed glove screws, and then as you can see, at one point in time, they came out, rattled all around the face, getting chewed up nicely, before being swallowed down one of those air inlet ports. We need to unthread this thing completely so we can clean up the threads. Just a little warmer, 75 degrees, 150 Fahrenheit. No difference. I need to come up with better work holding because this piston rod is now twisting the device. Yeah, that was my penis. Very rare that I think I need a bigger vice. In fact, most of the time I'm like, I can get by with this. But today is the day where I need a bigger vice. It's tighter than it was before, and this is going to be a nightmare. I can just sense it. This is going to be all sorts of problems. Hey, might not to twist though, Jamie. For goodness sake. Workbench is moving out. Was that it? Oh, for goodness sake. We can make an actual adapter that isn't just a bar with some bolts to get some proper torque on this fella. Now, Jamie, can I have a look at what's just arrived? It is a good day. It's been 5.5 years since I've had a forklift. I thought it was about bloody time. See that monster? That is a 1978 Heister S150 7-ton lift forklift. It should be just what we need for restoring the trees they've got. So this, apparently, is a manual transmission forklift as well. This is a first for me. So you've got your clutch, brake, accelerator pedal. First gear. Second gear. Third gear. I've never driven a forklift before. You're not meant to say that. Oh. I mean, I've driven a forklift so many times. Give us max height on the left. That's up there, isn't it? As you can see, it fits in the workshop, no problem. We've got tons of room, right? No. Can I have to find a different place to keep this? How great. The main reason for getting this is we've got 2 hammers out there that we're restoring. The 1921 Pilkington Air, the dream hammer, the one that I've dreamed of since I was an 11-year-old child. You mean this one you're trying to hit? That one there? Yeah, exactly, that one there. That was fun. We'll back to this. Oh, yes. Right, you can get to the other side of the workbench. And you can stay on that side, Jenny. No, you could have said that a second ago. Okay, I gotta put some holes in here. Jenny, you've absolutely your mind. Where's this guy? Oh, no, over. Wow. With a freaking impact gun, Jamie. We're living in the future. Thank you, guys, the whole new technology. That's a good time then, isn't it? Get this one like this. Oh my goodness, I love Elemental Company. It is a great privilege to be a sponsor of our video. And I love that they provide the copious amounts of fabulous sparkling electrolyte drinks. Got orange salt on the go here. They also have an enormous range not only of sparkling beer flavors, but also drink extracts. They have just launched, and some of the editions in the flavor, pink lemonade. It is fantastic. Each sachet's got 1,000 milligrams of sodium, 200 milligrams of potassium, 600 milligrams of magnesium. What's this flavor? Oh, yes, Jamie. Lemonade and iced tea. This particular flavor with 50 milligrams of caffeine. This stuff is great. How perfect is this going to be? When I was in the mountains, putting in a shit, and not only will I try to drink the pinch of salt that I'm losing something away, but also a little bit of caffeine. Please go to drinklmnt.com/food. Anytime you use code FORWARD to checkout, you're going to get a free sample pack of 8 sticks to try some different flavors. Use code FORWARD to checkout to get those extra 8 sticks free. Let's get back to it. Other than very big quick mouth, probably chocolate some rubber, and it's stickier. And you're going to lock it in the voice. Right, test the rubber. Do I have to make a stand for my big advice right now? Yes. Do you think that's what we've got to do? It's not all bad news, is it? Just play with this gorgeous mystery. A brute, not just any brute. This, boys and girls, is a French brute. I picked this up from a friend of mine in France. Forge, Axel. Great chap. He's got some Instagram to check out. It's definitely a bit of a phone. Where does that even come from? For some reason, I think pick it up with. Yeah. Thread is in really good condition. It's missing some stuff there. One, it means it's not falling over. Can't exactly ratchet strap it up. Two, it needs a spring here. Currently, the jaw does not auto retract. Feature of the leg vise. That's very important. Spring, that is going to live there once with the addition of a U-bolt. But I've just had a brainwave on how we might be able to get the piston off the piston rod that doesn't involve the vise. On top of that, I placed a monstrous steel order for the plate that will make this vise stand what it deserves to be. Actual piston rod. So here's what I'm going to try. We have only one feature on this piston that will stop it rotating. It's actually the feature that is designed to stop it from rotating in the ram itself. If I can build some way to clamp down here and bolt it all to the table, I think we might be onto a win. That's a proper job. That's not going anywhere. 1-inch bar through that. A couple more 12mm bolts attached to the entire welding table. That's going to be great. Yeah. Oh! More leverage! Oh, it's getting really tight now. God, it's just so tight. I'm actually going to take a look at this, how the threads are looking now. You can see why it's being so difficult. The threads on this piston are absolutely knackered. I literally just broke those threads off there. That was a thread on my piston. It's now a thread on my finger. Look at that. You see, you shouldn't be able to pry your threads off your part, should you? Talk about a can of worms. I thought, I'll get the piston off those threads, run a file over the threads, and then thread them back where they need to go. It's almost looking like I'm going to need to make an entirely brand new piston. That was not on my bingo card this morning. Oh, she's out. Half the threads on the piston are absolutely wrecked. They're actually okay on this side. Piston rod, however, looks in great nick. That's because I'm very confident that this piston rod is harder than hard as nails. The sort of damage that this thing did to the tip and pins that came out of the ram. Like, this hasn't had a scratch, but that tip and pin got absolutely nowhere. So, what to do now? We have about 70% good threads, 30% threads that are completely destroyed. Let's make a new little piston. Our piston ring groove is not so good on this. The lower piston ring groove looks fine. The middle one looks fine. And it looks like they've got the appropriate clearance between them and the piston ring. The upper one, however,
It appears as though at some point in time, somebody's put a bloody angle grinder zip disk in there. These grooves are meant to be incredibly precisely machined and whipped, because this is a critical component of how the piston rings actually go ahead and seal. See the great big chunk taken out of the piston ring groove? The only thing I can assume is that potentially at some point, the piston ring kind of got stuck in there, and somebody tried to release it by running a zip disk down the side of it. That's also the utmost piston ring groove, where we had the cracked piston ring. I was surprised if that's because the upper wall that it's being jammed against 240 times a minute with 150 psi, having all sorts of funkiness going on means that that fragile cast iron ring gave out. So I'm already planned that one of the jobs that we needed to tackle in order to make the piston rings was to widen this upper piston ring groove to get through that nasty angle grinder cut face that somebody did at some point in time. But as I'm now looking at the devastating state of the rest of the threads, I'm unfortunately starting to wonder about whether I'm going to have to make an entirely new one. We're trying to do a proper job. I think that's going to need remake. The question is, however, what are the odds? I think I have a material big enough for that. Well, I might just have the it's going to do it. What are the odds? The only trouble is, that is probably made out of cast iron, and this is mild steel. Are we happy with that compromise? Again, going back to my previous videos, the benefits of cast iron are that it has an improved lubricity over mild steel. Now, this is not what's actually running up and down the walls inside the bore of the cylinder. That's what the piston rings do. There is a clearance gap, but the cast iron piston rings do need to be able to have some kind of movement within these grooves. And the idea of these cast iron which we don't have cast iron, which do the job, I call them. Ben, can I pick your brain for a minute?
Mars steel should be absolutely fine. Okay. So, yeah, I don't see why Mars steel wouldn't be usable.
Alright, thank you, mate. I appreciate your advice. Cheers. Right, we're in business. Let's make a drawing, figure out how we're going to make it. There's my drawing. You need about 80 millimeters or so. Since when does my bloody coolant work? That coolant hasn't run in 6 months. Now all of a sudden the pump works. This is brilliant, guys. So, when I cut this bit off the chunk, I thought I was going to be able to grip it here. Turns out, it's actually not big enough to be able to grip it here. I have to grip it there, but guess what? Then we've got all of this stuff sticking out, and that doesn't give me enough width to make my part. Mother! What a silly mistake. I need at least that much clearance. Take with me the other half. Might not be too far off. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be fine. I plan for this, guys. Take two of this. Alright, now I'm going to dial it in, make sure it's running true. Here you go. Biggest part I have ever turned in a lathe. Now I'm going to put a new center drill in. That first one was just so I could get it in the lathe easier. We got it all turned to dimension, leaving a couple thousandths of an inch of leeway for grinding, and of course, I had to break the tool post grinder out to get that sweet, sexy surface finish. I don't think it needs it, because this doesn't ride on the bore, and the piston rings are what rides on the bore. But when you can get a surface finish like that, do you say no? Time to get groovy. So these grooves are actually a little bit wider than they should be, according to the LMA handbook, which is like a steam locomotive handbook of tolerances and clearances, not only manufacturer parts, but also assess when they need services that need to be changed. Look how weird all this is, right? That piston ring, 5.8 millimeters. This piston ring, 6 millimeters. What? That's an 0.008 of an inch difference between them. This groove 6.17, this groove 6.28, 6.32, 6.29. Everything's different here. I don't think they manufactured this thing like a racing engine, where there might be like one piston ring that's designed for oil control, and then another one that's key focus is on the ceiling and all sorts of other factors that might mean that people have different piston rings in that type of stuff. But I still don't think I'm going out on a limb by suggesting that I might as well just make the piston ring grooves to the same size. I might as well replace this really weird thin 5.8mm piston ring while I'm at it, because that can't be any good. Even if we're just looking at the 6mm piston ring, now have a look at the feeler gauge that I can slip inside that gap. That is a 12,000ths of an inch thick feeler gauge. The LMA handbook I'm referencing is a copy that Ben let me snap some pictures of. We go over here. D is the piston ring. B is the width of the piston ring groove. D in B, piston ring in piston ring groove should be 2,000ths of an inch to 6,000ths of an inch. In our best case scenario, we currently have double that clearance. To put the difference, our clearance should be 0.1mm. It is currently 0.3. Our widest piston ring that we'll keep is 6mm. I'm sure you know the answer now. Utilizing those textbook clearances, I'm going to be making the groove 6.1mm wide. But making that groove is not so simple. Well, it could be. We could make this. The most obvious grooving tool I have is this. It is a parting tool. It's all well and good when we plunge it straight in. So the material on either side of the tool supports it, and to a certain extent stops it wobbling around so much. But once we've made that initial plunge, and we now need to step over to begin machining it close to our final width, it's only got support from this right-hand face. And the likely pattern is you'll actually longer off away from that face and cut a taper. That's because even if we snug this up close to the tool holder, this is not designed to handle those sideways forces. Neither is the way the insert is held, and that inner face of the piston ring groove is incredibly critical. It's critical to the sealing of the piston ring, and so I need to make something like this. We're going to need to custom make a grooving tool out of high-speed steel that has a much better supported tip, even in machining. Need a tool, make a tool, it's part of the fun, part of why I'm doing that stuff. It's now time to risk completely ruining the part and actually shoving the grooving tool in it. Given that this is a high-speed steel tool and it's quite a large rounded part, it seems like quite a slow RPM. That slow? In fact, as you can see, got high-precision Sharpie lines to work to. I didn't just spend like half an hour quadruple checking my measurements to make sure that this is what we're doing like this. Definitely not what we scripted out. Okay, so that should be a 0 thereabouts. If I come across to 6.98, that's going to be our inner face, need a little bit of clearance. That's going to be our first plunge. Scary! Depth. Now we're just going to do the right and the left face. That, in theory, is our first groove done 2 ago. There we go. Should be 3 perfect grooves. 1, 2, 3. Phew. Now, we've got to bore that big old hole. Counterboard bore, and it's then going to be onto the bit that I'm very nervous about, which is the internal threading. Oh, I sharpened that drill bit. Look at it go! I do love how this bit of steel is cutting. This is exactly why it pays to be a hoarder in this game. I picked that steel up from my steel supplier 2 years ago, pulled it away in the back of my van, thinking maybe one day it'll come in useful. Today's the day. Fabulous bit of metal, and you know what that tells me? I should be acquiring far more random bits of scrap with no idea what their use is going to be, because one day it pays off. Board as far as I can so far, it needs to be threaded, but it is not quite as simple here as just reaching down into the threading drawer, taking out a tap, shoving it in, sending it in. No, that's because this is a fairly monstrous thread. About 63.2 major diameter, which is about 10,000ths of an inch below 2.5 inches. Now, when I first measured that, I got excited because it made me think, good, they've made this to a thread standard. Proportionally, it obviously looks quite fine thread. So I broke out my thread gauges and we found that it is a Whitworth 55 degree 8 teeth per inch.